met. Qin Hanyue maintained his composure, stating, "For the sake of fairness, it would be inappropriate for us to participate." "Such a shame," Zhou replied. Qin Hanyue fixed his gaze on her, inquiring, "When did you figure it out?" "You should have asked when she confirmed his identity." Zhou smirked, casually adding, "I forgot to mention to Mr. Qin that I speak Tagalog quite well." This revelation confirmed that she had overheard his conversation with Isaias on the day they met. Qin Hanyue's initial suspicions were correct. Zhou had approached him to ascertain his identity. He had also begun to piece together her background. Zhou dropped her pretense, stating, "The odds for the upcoming matches will be substantial." With that, she glanced back at the scene below. John lay on the ground, the African mercenary gripping him by the collar and delivering brutal blows. The atmosphere was tense in John's mercenary group, while the African's comrades cheered with fervor. Many onlookers, reveling in the chaos, shouted for John to rise and continue fighting. "I've enjoyed quite a few drinks with Mr. Qin these days, and the lodging isn't cheap. Knowing Mr. Qin doesn't lack for funds, I'm not accustomed to being in debt. Please remember to place your bets," Zhou spoke rapidly. Without waiting for Qin Hanyue's response, she propelled herself over the railing, leaping down from the second floor. The African mercenary raised his fist, intent on shattering John's nasal bone. With a single strike, John's face would be irrevocably marred, if not his life taken. Sak could no longer remain still, yearning to descend and assist, but was restrained by Bai Zhao's firm grip upon his shoulder. Bai Zhao proclaimed, "I shall go." Just days prior, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Hurricane, who had provoked them at their tent, emerging victorious but grievously wounded. Bardman intended to volunteer, yet before he could voice his intent, and before Bai Zhao could make a move, a petite silhouette leapt from the second floor. She landed with grace, her speed astonishing, almost imperceptible to the eye. The burly black man grinned menacingly, his massive fist poised to strike John's face, when a delicate, fair hand appeared seemingly from nowhere, deftly grasping his wrist with precision. Despite the disparity in size, her grip was strong enough to halt his punch mere inches from John's nose. Qin Yan, who had been observing intently, was unaware of the exchange between Xiao Ying and his master. His brow furrowed in concern for John when he witnessed the unexpected descent. Startled, he nearly shouted, "Miss Qiao is falling," intending to alert his master. Yet before he could utter a sound, he was taken aback by the astonishing scene unfolding before him. The black man scowled, his curiosity piqued, but before he could ascertain who dared to intervene, a fierce gust of wind accompanied a rapid punch aimed at his face. Xiaoying seized the black man's wrist with one hand, simultaneously raising her other arm to strike back. Sensing her speed, the man swiftly recoiled, retracting his fist and retreating a few steps. Though quick and agile, he still felt the sting of her strike against his nose, a sharp pain radiating through him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. The onlookers were bewildered, having missed the details of the exchange, only witnessing the black man retreating. His expression twisted with rage. He glared at her. Upon realizing she was merely a girl, his countenance darkened before a sneer escaped his lips at the recognition. Xiaoying stood tall, casting a glance at the incapacitated John, then called out to Sak above, "Little Sak, come down and assist." Sak, snapping back to reality, immediately descended to support John, who had lost the ability to move. He glanced at Xiaoying, who stood with her back to him, feeling a tumult of emotions that he could not articulate. He set aside his thoughts and helped John away. Once they had departed, Xiaoying turned her attention to the black man, articulating in fluent English, "While life and death may hinge upon fate in the arena, there exists a saying in our homeland, moderation is key." Chapter 66. Let us not waste time. Let us all engage. It's that woman from the Blackwater mercenary group. Is she the one you spoke of? They boasted about her prowess. Yet I see nothing extraordinary, just an ordinary person. I had thought the legendary Nameless had truly returned, but it seems she is merely a counterfeit. How dare she compare herself to Nameless? Blackwater has truly resorted to sending a mere child into the fray. It would be better for them to disband if they have no one else. It's utterly laughable. Why does Blackwater attract such admiration from women? What distinguishes us from them? Why are there no beautiful women vying for our affection? Once, the Nameless beauty was truly enchanting, akin to a fairy, and her prowess was beyond compare. Now, there is another. Do not underestimate her. Her skills surpass even those of the White Owl. Mate, it seems you are haunted by the specter of the Nameless one. Look closely at that young girl below. She is not the Nameless one. Hey, friend, this Chinese girl is delicate and beautiful. Take care not to harm her, for it would pain me greatly. The companions of the black mercenary shouted, bursting into laughter. In this moment, Xiaoying felt as if she had fallen into a den of wolves. Meanwhile, those who had previously attempted to seize the Blackwater goods and had nearly met their demise at her hands now fell silent. They had crossed paths with Xiaoying and had witnessed her terrifying abilities firsthand, fully aware that she was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Third Master, are you not going to intervene? Qin Yan, regaining a semblance of rationality, urgently pointed at Xiao Ying below and inquired of Qin Hanyue. He wished to convey the danger and the necessity of bringing her to safety. The black mercenary fixated on Xiao Ying like a predator stalking its prey, slowly raising his bloodied fist to his mouth, licking the blood off, and then spitting on the ground with a smirk. "Little girl, this is no place for your childish games. If you wish to avoid ending up like that previous fool, you ought to return home and drink your milk." The black mercenary taunted, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "In fact, I suggest you stay with me for the night." His lascivious gaze roamed over the girl, licking his lips, his demeanor repulsive. "Ha, mate, let her witness your prowess. Just carry her off to the bedroom," shouted the black companion, eliciting raucous laughter from the crowd. Qin Hanyue narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint settling upon the lecherous mercenary before sweeping over his companions. The latter sensed an ominous intent and glanced around warily, but found nothing amiss. Faced with the black mercenary's vile words, Xiao Ying's expression turned cold. "You are courting death." As soon as the words escaped her lips, she surged forward, leaping into the air with remarkable agility, then descending with a bent knee. The mercenary's expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly raised his hands to block. In the next instant, he was taken aback by the sheer force of the girl, his face paling. Her knee collided violently with his protective arms, the impact feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, sending a wave of numbness coursing through his upper body. Unable to withstand such power, he collapsed to his knees, pain radiating through him. With a twisted expression of agony, the mercenary felt the pressure on his arms suddenly relent. Instinctively, he withdrew his hands to inspect the situation, but before he could comprehend, a kick struck his throat. The speed of the attack was so swift he could not react in time. The black mercenary was sent flying backward, crashing into the surrounding wall, collapsing to the ground with bulging eyes and spewing a mouthful of blood. The mercenary had nearly ruined John's face, while Xiao Ying had shattered his vocal cords. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. Those who had been jeering and suggesting the mercenary take Xiao Ying to bed were still laughing, utterly oblivious to the events that had just unfolded. The individual in question, a man of African descent, is well known for his remarkable skills. Ranking among the elite in the continent of M, previously affiliated with a renowned mercenary group in Country M, he had relied on his formidable strength to intimidate others. However, he now found himself incapacitated by a mere young girl, her swift kicks rendering him powerless. The once boisterous atmosphere fell silent, a stark contrast to the previous clamor. Qin Yan's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief, while Qin Hanyue allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Xiao Ying coldly regarded the bleeding man, disdainfully remarking, "Trash. Just a loudmouth." Sack, supporting John, swallowed hard, his unease palpable. Xiao Ying, casting her gaze over the now hushed crowd, boldly proclaimed, "Who wishes to challenge me?" The silence that followed was deafening. With a darkening gaze, she pressed, "Does no one dare to fight?" A mercenary then stepped forward, shattering the tension. He fixed his stare on Xiao Ying, twisting his neck to prepare his muscles, the sound of cracking echoing in the air. Xiao Ying remained motionless, her icy demeanor unwavering. The mercenary gradually clenched his massive fist, then lunged forward with a battle cry. "Ah!" He charged toward Xiao Ying in a few great strides. Yet, before he could unleash his punch, Xiao Ying executed a swift kick that sent him flying like a sandbag. The impact was thunderous as he crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Next, Xiao Ying declared coolly. A few gasps arose from the crowd. The previous mercenary's defeat could be dismissed as a lack of preparedness due to Xiao Ying's sudden strike. But what of this one? Another foolhardy challenger leapt into the arena, believing that a mere girl, with her slender limbs, could not possibly rival trained mercenaries. The consensus among the onlookers was that she was simply a young girl, incapable of extraordinary feats, except for one, who remained unconvinced. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Ying was poised to shatter their expectations. As the mercenary charged, she effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a precise and powerful blow to his carotid artery. Her movements were swift and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. With a single strike, the mercenary collapsed, unconscious. Next, 1 minute passed, then another, and soon 5 or 6 challengers lay defeated. One attempted to seize the opportunity to ambush her mid-fight, but was swiftly thwarted. Before he could close the distance, Xiao Ying spotted him, and as he charged, she executed a flawless knee strike, leaving him gasping on the ground, sputtering. A strange silence enveloped the scene, the crowd exchanging bewildered glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. They could no longer find excuses for her prowess. Another stubborn mercenary, eager to test his mettle, hesitated as he felt her piercing gaze upon him. A chill ran down his spine, and regret washed over him. Yet, Xiao Ying merely glanced at him before redirecting her attention to his leader. "You step forward," she commanded. The mercenary captain's expression hardened as the onlookers murmured in disbelief at her audacity. However, What followed would prove even more audacious. Xiaoying scanned the crowd, her gaze swiftly honing in on a select few. You, continue. You, and you, she commanded, revealing that they were all leaders of various mercenary groups. Frustrated by the overwhelming number of people, she declared, let us not squander time. I am the leader of the Blackwater, and I am more than qualified to face you all. Chapter 67, 1 against 35, breaking the unnamed record, shocking the audience. She claims to be what? Qin Yin turned to Qin Hanyue beside him, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. The leader of Blackwater. Wasn't she merely an ordinary student from Yun City's Jiangxia district, freshly graduated from high school? How had she ascended to such a position? Wait. What ordinary student could dispatch a mercenary with a mere kick? Qin Yin gazed at the girl exuding an intimidating aura below, his astonishment rendering his features almost unrecognizable. The explosive revelations overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily dazed. A hush fell over the crowd as Xiaoying impatiently challenged, are you afraid to fight? Is it disdain or the fear of losing to a woman that makes you hesitate? With a slight smirk, she derisively remarked, a few years ago, you were all subdued by the unnamed. Yet now, you thrive in M continent. Humiliated by her taunts, the leaders of the mercenary groups could no longer remain passive. Feeling trapped in a corner, silently cursing, they each descended to confront her. The leaders of the various mercenary factions were formidable figures on the M continent leaderboard, and their prowess was undeniable. Many among them were former special forces, each one a paragon of combat excellence. The sheer force of their collective presence was enough to instill fear in anyone. At last, they dared to approach, yet Xiaoying remained unfazed. The mercenary leaders searched her eyes for signs of fear, regret, or anxiety, but found none. Instead, they detected a glimmer of excitement. Are you certain you wish to face us all alone? Little girl, you still have time to retreat. No one will mock you. Do not let your bravado lead you to your demise here. Xiaoying replied, unfortunately, you will not have the opportunity to leave. For over a year, you have oppressed Blackwater, and it is time to settle the score. You shall pay for your ignorance. She scoffed. Do not forget that years ago it was I, a mere girl, who kept you at bay. To challenge 35 opponents alone? Was she mad? How many had the unnamed faced? 33. And she aimed to surpass that record by 2. Did she truly seek to break the unnamed's achievement, or was she courting death? She had already expended considerable energy. Against so many, even receiving one blow from each would surely deplete her strength. 1 against 35, was that even feasible? Badman wore a worried expression, and Bai Xiao felt a similar urgency. While he had anticipated Xiaoying would not settle for just 2 or 3 matches, he had never imagined she would dare to challenge 35 mercenary leaders simultaneously. Xiaoying's strength was indeed formidable. Yet facing 35 at once exceeded even the feats of their former leader. The skills of these individuals far surpassed those of ordinary mercenaries. Bai Xiao wished to intervene, to dissuade Xiaoying from her reckless bravado. Qin Yin remarked, Third Master, will you not step in? She is challenging 35 opponents. This is tantamount to courting death. It was not only Qin Yin who perceived Xiaoying's overconfidence as a prelude to her demise. Nearly everyone present shared this sentiment. To take on 35 adversaries was beyond the capacity of any individual. Only Qin Hanyu remained a silent observer, his posture rigid as he leaned against the railing. His gaze fixed intensely below him, words unspoken, yet his eyes burned with fervor. In the vast arena, the leaders of the mercenary bands encircled the girl, their intent palpable. As the battle was on the brink of eruption, though they harbored grudges against one another, at this moment, they stood united, their singular goal in sight. They understood all too well that victory would not bring them glory, but defeat would render them the subject of ridicule, haunted by the specter of an infamous past. Now, gazing at the girl before them, resembling the infamous figure they once knew, and foolishly aspiring to become the next to trample upon them, each of them harbored a singular thought, to annihilate her, fueled by the hatred they bore for that bygone nemesis. The ferocity in their eyes intensified, their murderous intent growing ever more tangible. At last, one among them lunged forward with a thunderous cry, initiating the assault with the force of a battering ram, his fist slicing through the air towards the girl. Xiaoying, with effortless grace, intercepted the strike, and in a flash, shattered the opponent's arm with a swift blow. The sound of a bone snapping echoed, accompanied by an agonized scream. Almost simultaneously, Xiaoying executed a kick, sending another assailant sprawling. She deftly evaded yet another attack, responding with a flawless counterstrike. There was no flamboyance in her movements. Each punch and kick landed with precision on her opponent's vulnerable points. Her techniques were sharp and swift, embodying the quintessential combat tactics of a special forces operative, yet infused with even greater lethality. With a deft maneuver, she planted her foot upon one adversary's chest, propelling herself into the air for a knee strike aimed squarely at another's temple. The petite figure wove through the throng with remarkable agility, her speed rendering her nearly invisible. Time and again, her adversaries found themselves bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events before their very eyes, as one by one, they fell. In an instant, memories surged forth among the onlookers, prompting them to lean in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. Finally, they grasped the reality of the situation. The girl, with her fingers poised in a claw-like grip on their arms, shoulders, or necks, applied pressure that, despite its seemingly minimal force, elicited anguished cries, robbing them of their combat efficacy in mere moments. The peculiarity of her techniques sent ripples of astonishment through the spectators in the stands. Did you see that? Her moves were identical to those of the infamous figure from years past. One voice cried out. Bai Xiao and his companions felt a surge of fervor. None more so than Sak. No one in this world understood the human body's pressure points better than Xiaoying. 1, 2, 3, 4 figures fell one after another, a tableau of defeat unfolding before them. Within mere minutes, the arena fell silent, the dust settling. As the crowd looked on, they beheld what had once been a throng of combatants now reduced to a solitary figure. The girl, standing alone amidst the remnants of the chaos. At the girl's feet lay a scene of chaos, with the mercenaries of the M continent either clutching their arms or curled in agony, struggling on the ground. Qin Yen stood frozen, utterly speechless. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Unbeknownst to anyone, one among the fallen stealthily drew a dagger from within their clothing and suddenly lunged toward the girl, who had her back turned. This individual was the leader of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. On the second floor, Qin Hanyue's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a warning, the girl reacted as if she possessed eyes on the back of her head. The Hurricane leader found himself momentarily blinded, striking only air. In the next instant, the girl appeared like a specter at his side, and the dagger vanished from her grasp. No one present could discern how the dagger had transferred to her hand. They merely witnessed a flash of cold light, followed by a spray of blood. Astonishingly, she had severed the tendons in his hand. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their wrists. The girl's speed was so astonishing that the Hurricane leader did not register the pain until moments later, when a heart-wrenching scream erupted, sending chills down the spines of the listeners. Xiaoying furrowed her brow slightly, then gently raised her hand to wipe away the droplets of blood that had splattered onto her cheek. A crimson mark marred her fair complexion, contrasting starkly with her icy gaze. Chapter 68. Renowned across the M continent. The shadow emerges, the king of your M continent. On the battlefield, the mercenary leaders stared in terror at the girl standing before them, the nightmare of years past resurfacing. Xiaoying slowly lifted her gaze, declaring, I am the second nameless. From this day forth, anyone who dares to trample upon the territory of Heishui will meet a fate akin to his. With those words, she extended her hand, hurling the dagger like a dart, embedding it into the wall. As the crowd focused intently, they were astonished to see the blade completely buried within the wall, leaving only the hilt visible. The sheer force of the throw left everyone in attendance awestruck. Xiaoying continued, in the past year, those who have stolen from Heishui must return double the amount. Do not await my arrival to demand it. Qin Hanyue exhaled softly, his previously tense expression relaxing, and a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Standing upright, he clapped his hands together, breaking the silence and drawing the attention of all present. Xiaoying looked up toward the second floor, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. The dueling competitions of the past 2 years had offered little spectacle, and today's final match was expected to be no different. Only a portion of the audience awaited the spectacle of Heishui's downfall. The legend of the Nameless from years ago had become an eternal myth in the arena. Yet tonight, Xiaoying had made her appearance, and the anticipated mockery of Heishui had not come to fruition. Several years prior, a Chinese girl had risen to fame in the arena, the name Nameless echoing throughout the M continent, instilling fear in all who spoke it. Almost the entirety of the M continent had felt the terror wielded by the Nameless. And today, another Chinese girl once again astonished the crowd, etching her name into the annals of the M continent. The news spread rapidly. On a private island, the leader noted the emergence of a young Chinese girl at this year's dueling competition, whose skills bore an uncanny resemblance to the late Blood Shadow within their ranks, achieving fame in this year's contest in the same manner as Blood Shadow had years ago. Blood Shadow is the culmination of our organization's relentless efforts and dedication, unmatched by anyone in this world. Yet, this individual not only bears a striking resemblance to Blood Shadow, but also claims to be the leader of the Blackwater. Blackwater? Indeed, the Blackwater Mercenary Corps, one of the factions under Blood Shadow's command. What remains unknown to many is that the illustrious and formidable assassin, Blood Shadow, lives perpetually under the surveillance of the organization. After witnessing Blood Shadow's prowess time and again, the Shadow, realizing they could no longer control her, ultimately chose to destroy their prized creation. In this world, Coincidences are rare. It is imperative to investigate her background, for I must ascertain the connection between her and Blood Shadow. Chief, do you believe this person could be an assassin secretly nurtured by Blood Shadow? If so, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance for Blood Shadow. We must take this seriously, for her resurgence of Blood Shadow's influence likely serves to counterbalance us. However, this approach seems excessively ostentatious. The man, referred to as Chief, remarked, if that is the case, eliminate her directly. There is another matter. This person has significant ties with the Divine Armed Alliance of M Continent, and targeting her may prove troublesome. 3 days later, Bai Xiao sat in the car, gazing at the headquarters of the Divine Armed Alliance that lay before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. The arrival of Qiao Ying brought them hope, eliciting joy. Yet it also rekindled memories of their former leader, particularly on that day in the arena, where they truly saw the shadow of their leader, Nameless, reflected in Qiao Ying. Identical in every aspect. Perhaps Qiao Ying is even more formidable than their leader. Nevertheless, in their hearts, no one could replace Nameless. Qiao Ying arrived ahead of them, currently seated in one of the grand halls of the Divine Armed Alliance headquarters, awaiting their arrival. Qiao Ying is indeed a person of great depth. Qin Hanyue reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, fingers interlaced upon his lap. Qiao Ying, unhurried, replied, "Aren't you the same, Mr. Qin?" Qin Hanyue chuckled, "I pale in comparison to Miss Qiao. I am merely a businessman, recruiting soldiers through wealth, whereas you possess skills that cannot be purchased with any amount of money, unmatched by any means." He then continued, "Since our identities are laid bare, should we not speak candidly? What does Mr. Qin wish to know? Miss Qiao's visit to M Continent must entail more than mere tourism. Perhaps I can assist." "Indeed, there is something." Qin Hanyue raised an eyebrow. "Qiao Ying, weight loss and physical training." This was no jest. One of Qiao Ying's purposes for coming to M Continent was indeed to enhance her physical capabilities. Beside them, Qin Yin nearly knelt upon hearing this. "You dare call your slaughter in the arena mere physical training? Very well, you are impressive. Your word is law." Qin Hanyue nodded slightly, smiling. Why did Miss Qiao choose such a declining mercenary group as Blackwater? Could it be related to Nameless? I have heard rumors of Nameless' demise, though I am unsure of their veracity. Do you know her, Miss Qiao? Is Mr. Qin particularly interested in Nameless? To be candid, Nameless once bombed my Divine Armed headquarters. The buildings on the far left have already been rebuilt. It appears the investigation has indeed yielded results. Qiao Ying maintained her composure, gently advising, when a person passes, their debts dissipate. Mr. Qin is a magnanimous individual. Why bother squabbling with a deceased? Indeed, it was perplexing. I had never fathomed where I had offended her and merely sought to uncover the reason. The reason? She claimed she merely had a penchant for explosives and, coincidentally, was feeling bored, finding the Divine Armed Forces' demeanor displeasing. She had a penchant for explosives, and Mr. Qin need not be entangled in it. Explosives? Qin Han recalled the village of Isaias that had been obliterated. Was this penchant for destruction common among the masses? Or was it merely a trait admired by young girls, reveling in such violent and perilous pursuits? It appeared that Miss Qiao was quite familiar with her. By the way, did Mr. Qin place a bet that day? As Qiao Ying deftly shifted the topic, Qin Han readily played along. No. A subtle smile flickered in his eyes as he regarded Qiao Ying, a gaze that seemed to convey, thus, you still owe me. Mr. Qin's family wealth was considerable, and indeed, he lacked for nothing. I am not in want of money. Hence perhaps Miss Qiao could repay me in alternative ways. Such as? Qin Han's gaze bore into the girl, his expression shifting, revealing an inscrutable thought. Before he could articulate his musings, a commotion arose outside the door. It was Bai Xiao and his companions, arriving today for matters concerning Heishui. They sought to recognize Qiao Ying as their leader, aiming to re-establish Heishui with the consent of the Divine Armed Alliance, merely a procedural formality. Leader, Bai Xiao called out as he entered. Having grown accustomed to addressing the Nameless as such, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the sudden change. Here I am. Qiao Ying exhibited no such discomfort. After all, it was still her. Indeed, Bai Xiao and his companions then turned their attention to the figure seated on the sofa, recognizing him as the man who had stood beside Qiao Ying at the duel conference. Bai Xiao inquired, "Who is this gentleman?" Qiao Ying regarded him with a smile, casually responding, "The leader of the Divine Armed Alliance, the king of your M Continent." Bai Xiao and the others were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. The leader of the Divine Armed Alliance was the most enigmatic figure on the M Continent, without exception. It was unlikely that anyone had ever seen his true visage. Whenever business was conducted with the Divine Armed Forces, only his subordinates were encountered. Any matter concerning the M Continent was resolved by his subordinates as well. Some had attempted to investigate this individual's background, yet no one had ever provided any information. In fact, some who delved too deep simply vanished. To their astonishment, they had encountered this legendary figure today, who was also a young man from Huagua. The The salient point was that he seemed to have a close relationship with their current leader. Where is Sak? Xiaoying asked. Having not seen Sak since that day at the dual conference, Bai Xiao snapped back to reality, responding, Sak, he is erecting a monument for our former leader. Xiao Ying's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Erecting a monument for me? Qin Han raised an eyebrow, observing her. Xiaoying waved her hand dismissively. Very well, let it be done. It is only fitting. Her tone bore a hint of resignation and incredulity. Chapter 69, Qin Han, we could be a family. Xiaoying, do not overstep. Sak, being the youngest in the team, shared a bond with their previous leader unlike any other, Bai Xiao remarked. What could Xiaoying say? She merely nodded in understanding. The conversation could no longer dwell on the peculiarities that plagued Xiaoying, prompting her to swiftly shift the topic. I must trouble Mr. Qin with a matter. Please. Miss Xiao, he replied. Our territory in Heishui has been seized. Although it was returned a couple of days ago, I intend to seek a new site for reconstruction. May I request that my subordinates temporarily reside within the confines of your divine armament? Qin Hanyue glanced at Bai Xiao and the others before graciously acquiescing. Moreover, I find your vicinity to divine armament quite suitable. We could become neighbors, providing mutual support. Thus, I would like to apply for a parcel of land. Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Your aspirations are quite lofty. Are you sure this is mutual support and not merely a one-sided advantage? Qin Hanyue chuckled silently at the audacity of such thoughts. Bai Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, realizing that Xiaoying was seeking protection for them. If they were to indeed reside in divine armament for a while, constructing their territory beside it would deter anyone on M continent from troubling Heishui in the future. Qin Hanyue added, divine armament has always valued talent, particularly individuals like Miss Xiao. Rather than delineating between neighbors, why not unite as one family, advancing and retreating together? What did he mean? Was he suggesting they join divine armament? Bai Xiao and the others immediately turned their gaze toward Xiaoying. For a mercenary group of their stature, being actively recruited by divine armament was an enviable opportunity. However, Bai Xiao and his companions were reluctant. They were once nameless subordinates, acutely aware of their former leader's character. Joining divine armament would be challenging to reconcile with their late commander. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. That is not entirely out of the question. Bai Xiao's expression shifted uneasily, preparing to speak, when Xiaoying continued. However, I am accustomed to being the leader. Will Mr. Qin grant me the position of leader within divine armament? Ultimately, Qin Hanyue gifted the land adjacent to divine armament to Heishui, provided a villa for temporary residence, and even offered manpower and resources to assist in establishing their territory. Upon entering the villa, Xiaoying addressed Bai Xiao, spread the word. Heishui is in need of personnel. Those willing to join us shall receive a monthly salary of $50,000, with skilled individuals earning $70,000, plus a commission starting at 6%. These terms were far more favorable than those offered by other mercenary groups. Bai Xiao inquired, how many do you intend to recruit? Xiaoying had gained fame after a battle in the arena, and Heishui's reputation soared once more. Recruiting would be a matter of moments. Many former subordinates had already returned upon hearing the news. Now, with their imminent proximity to divine armament, she was confident that simply announcing their needs would suffice to attract candidates. The more, the better. If you can amass an army from the entire M continent, I shall commend you greatly. That is implausible. Divine armament would never permit it. What need have you for such a multitude of personnel? Bai Xiao initially perceived Xiaoying as akin to their former leader, resonating in various aspects. Yet, her sudden leap in ambition starkly contrasted with the meticulous nature of their late commander, who valued quality over quantity in all matters, including his subordinates. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoying suddenly stated with gravity, if I were to claim that I have a blood feud with Ying, would you be frightened? Bai Xiao, taken aback, responded, are you referring to that assassin organization ranked first in the world? Ying. Indeed. In truth, if Xiaoying were to reveal to Bai Xiao and the others that their leader, Wu Ming, was killed by the shadow, they would undoubtedly risk their lives to avenge her. However, she harbored no desire to see them perish in vain. Should they choose to follow her, it would be their own volition. If they opted not to, that too was perfectly understandable, and she wished for an amicable parting. She required a force to counter the shadow, yet she would not exploit the affection that Heishui held for Wu Ming. Although it could not be termed exploitation, for she was Wu Ming, and Wu Ming was she. If she were truly afraid of death, she would not have ventured to M continent, but would have long since laid down her arms and returned home to till the fields. Their former leader, Wu Ming, had once proclaimed that Heishui was built upon loyalty. Since she was now their leader, her affairs were theirs as well. Should anyone dare to harm her, it would mean threatening them all. Bai Xiao's gaze was resolute. Xiaoying's brows subtly lifted in surprise. Had she ever uttered such impassioned words before? Regarding the matter at Dojiao Club, it may have drawn the attention of the shadow, but they are unlikely to suspect anything concrete. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Just remain vigilant, she instructed. Understood. The sound of an engine echoed outside the door as Qin Yin descended from the vehicle. Miss Qiao, the car you requested. Are you going out? Bai Xiao inquired. I am going to search for Sack, Qiaoing replied, waving her hand as she stepped out. She drove to a picturesque grove, where she soon spotted Sack seated in front of a newly erected gravestone, having vanished for several days. Rolling down the window, she observed him enveloped in sorrow. Although it was a solemn and poignant scene, she found herself both amused and exasperated. Upon exiting the vehicle and approaching, she noticed several cups of liquor arranged on the ground, while Sack muttered to himself. Our tradition for mourning lasts only 3 days. That should be sufficient, she remarked as Sack turned to face her. Have you been crying? Sack furrowed his brow and asked. How did you know about this place? Which only my leader and I were privy to. Sack had been on a mission with several seasoned mercenaries when they fell into an ambush, leaving him the sole survivor. Had their leader not arrived just in time, he would not have lived to tell the tale. Wu Ming had once borne him, gravely injured, to this very spot to rest. Xiaoing crouched to examine the gravestone, thinking to herself, it was fortunate he hadn't affixed a black and white photograph of himself to it. That would have been truly unsettling. I not only excel in combat, able to take on 35 adversaries at once in the arena, but I also possess omniscient insight. There is nothing about He Shui that escapes my notice, she informed him. Did my leader divulge this to you? Ah, your leader is now me. Xiaoing corrected with a smile. Humph, Sack scoffed, turning his head away. Enough of this, it's getting late. Come back with me, young one. You shouldn't be wandering about outside, she urged, standing up. I'm 24. Sack retorted, visibly agitated by her feigned maturity. Xiaoing tilted her head, observing him. If you do not leave, I shall disclose to Bai Xiao and the others that you wet the bed until you were 5. Sack's eyes widened in alarm. How do you know? A flush crept to his cheeks. This incident had occurred when he was injured, and in a delirious state on their leader's back. He had inadvertently revealed it. The following day, upon regaining consciousness, he was filled with regret. Even his late parents had never known of this. It was just mentioned that there is nothing about Blackwater that I am unaware of. So, are you going or not? If not, you may as well walk back by yourself. Sack fixed his gaze on Xiao Ying for a couple of seconds before abruptly rising to his feet, pulling out 3 incense sticks from somewhere and lighting them. He then handed the fragrant, smoking sticks to Xiao Ying, stating, I am aware that you have a tradition in Huagua to offer incense to the deceased. Xiao Ying narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint evident within. She thought to herself, young man, do not push your luck. Chapter 70. The Origins of Qiao Ying. Qin Hanyue overheard the conversation between Qiao Ying and Yi Si. The dead are paramount. And she is, after all, your predecessor. Is it too much to offer a stick of incense to a predecessor? As Sack spoke, he nudged the incense further towards Qiao Ying. Qiao Ying was on the brink of cursing. She took the incense, bracing herself mentally for 2 seconds. And under Sack's urging gaze, she bowed 3 times before her own gravestone. She must be the first and only person in this world to bow to herself and pay homage at her own grave. It truly felt surreal. If it were anyone else, I would have surely blown up this gravestone and buried him beneath it. What did you say? Sack did not catch her words. Qiao Ying forcefully thrust the incense into the ground, gritting her teeth. Do I need to bow 3 more times? Is that a tradition in Huagua? Just as Sack was about to say, if so, that would be best, he noticed Qiao Ying standing up and walking away. He hurriedly followed her, growling. If you dare to tell anyone about my bedwetting incident, I, Sack, will consider it a threat against my superior. Humph, Sack scoffed, and after a moment, he initiated conversation again. Are you quite familiar with my boss? Do you know her real name? No. What do you mean, no? Even an orphan raised in a welfare institution has a name given by the orphanage director. I asked Bai Xiao, and in your Huagua, being nameless equates to having no name at all. Now that she is deceased, what purpose does knowing her name serve? Can't we erect a gravestone for her? Are you a reincarnated mortician? Have you become addicted to erecting gravestones? I mean, we should engrave her true name on it. While they spoke, Sack approached the front of the car and inquired with curiosity, how did you manage to drive a vehicle armed by the Divine? That is merely the beginning. Tonight, we are also lodging at the Divine's establishment. Qiao Ying opened the car door and entered, urging, hurry up and get in. Third Master, do we not need to investigate Miss Qiao's background? 3 days had passed, and Qin Yin could not help but inquire once more about Qin Hanyue's thoughts, wanting to say, aren't you the least bit curious? Isn't it strange? Miss Qiao, a mere teenager, possesses such terrifying skills, it is utterly. Qin Yin recalled the duel scene from that day, struggling to find words to describe it. It is too unscientific. Even now, Qin Yin felt it was surreal. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, even under duress. Moreover, I recall that young Master Yu Chun had looked into Miss Qiao's basic information. She had never left Yun City throughout her life. Yet that day I heard her speak English with a flawless American accent, indicating she must have spent time in the Yam country. It is all too suspicious. At that moment, Qin Hanyue, standing on the second-floor corridor, noticed a figure entering through the door and remarked, "There is no rush. If we investigate her and she discovers it, she is bound to be displeased, isn't she?" From the very first meeting, as she gazed through the car window, Qin Hanyue sensed that Xiaoying was undoubtedly not a person of amiable temperament. While Qin Hanyue remained indecisive regarding Xiao Ying's identity, the shadows had already meticulously investigated her ancestry for 3 generations. The leader reported, "I have looked into it. This Chinese girl named Xiaoying has never left Yun City and has had no connections with our organization, the Blood Shadow. The Qiao family, including this generation, has been comprised of ordinary people. This girl exhibited no remarkable qualities until 3 months ago when she underwent a sudden and drastic change in temperament, akin to transforming into a different person, which is indeed perplexing, yet we could uncover no incriminating evidence." The man referred to as the leader inquired, 3 months prior, when Blood Shadow was killed. "Indeed," came the reply. "Additionally, we have discovered that this girl is not a biological member of the Qiao family, but rather belongs to the Su family from the capital." Xiaoying ascended the stairs, preparing to retire to her room, when she encountered Qin Hanyue in the corridor. Her room had been specifically arranged by Qin Hanyue, separate from Bai Xiao and the others. Among the entire Divine Armed Alliance, Qin Hanyue's quarters were the most tranquil, and naturally, Xiaoying had every reason to reside there. "Mr. Qin, you have yet to rest. Are you awaiting my return?" she inquired. "Miss Qiao is a guest. It is only proper that I wait," he replied. "You are exceedingly courteous, Mr. Qin," she remarked. Moving to open the door, her hand poised on the doorknob. Suddenly, the man interjected, "The room is quite spacious. If Miss Qiao fears sleeping alone, I would be more than willing to keep you company." Xiaoying halted her movement, turning to face him, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she retorted, "Have you grown accustomed to sleeping on the sofa, Mr. Qin? If Miss Qiao requires it, I would not hesitate to offer the sofa, or even the floor," he responded. Withdrawing her hand, she turned, leaning lazily against the door, her gaze appraising him from head to toe. Qin Hanyue felt a peculiar sensation under her scrutinizing stare. She then posed a question, "Mr. Qin, you cannot possibly think you can best me?" "What do you mean, Miss Qiao?" he asked. "I mean it literally." Qin Hanyue recalled Xiaoying's fierce demeanor as she dispatched mercenaries in the arena and conceded, "There are likely very few in this world who could rival Miss Qiao." Xiao Ying's smile faded. "Then are you not afraid I might break you?" Qin Hanyue found himself both amused and bewildered. Miss Qiao certainly possesses a knack for humor. "And you, Mr. Qin, are also quite adept at jesting." With that, Xiaoying entered her room. The Dark Water sought to establish its territory and recruit soldiers. A considerable undertaking with much to address, fortunately, none of which required Xiao Ying's concern. Upon exiting his room, Qin Hanyue received a call from his young nephew, Qin Yuchen. "Third uncle, I have completed my tasks here and can depart for M Continent this afternoon." Hearing this, Qin Hanyue glanced towards the girl seated on the sofa in the lobby below, who was already packed and ready to leave. He instructed Qin Yuchen, "There is no need for you to come here. Return to the country directly and oversee the company's affairs on my behalf." However, Qin Yuchen was puzzled, as he had previously been told to go to M Continent for training, and now suddenly, he was being dismissed. "Is there a problem?" "No. It's merely that your grandmother has arranged a marriage for you with a young lady from the Su family and wishes for you to assist me in M Continent so that I might return home sooner to meet her. I have no interest in the young lady from the Su family. Please convey my sentiments to the family." After finishing the call, without waiting for Qin Yuchen's response, Qin Hanyue hung up. Descending from the upper floor, he had not yet approached the sofa when a girl's phone, set to speaker mode, emitted a voice message. "Darling, I'm facing one problem after another over here. I've just arrived in Morocco. I can't make it to M Continent for the time being." Followed by another message. "I heard you broke the record at the competition. Let us not call it a record, given that only a handful of people voted for you. I bought a few bottles of fine wine as a reward. Please send me your address, and I'll have them delivered." It was the voice of a young man. Qin Hanyue gradually halted his steps. Xiaoying replied with a voice note. "A few bottles might not suffice. I drank a few bottles the other day. I'm in need of some." "In need? Is the wine that expensive?" "There's a bottle worth 600,000. The others are a bit cheaper, around 100,000. "Have you gone bankrupt?" Knightsey exclaimed, shocked. He quickly added, "Come on, are you joking with me? When did you become this easy to support? Have you grown tired of gourmet food and switched to plain porridge and vegetables? Aren't you worried about the impact of such expensive wine on your throat? In the past, you would have turned your nose up at wine worth hundreds of thousands, even using it to soak your feet." Chapter 71. Xiao Ying's boyfriend? An outrageously expensive case of wine. Qin Hanyue stood a few steps away, observing as the girl on the sofa switched from voice messages to typing, seemingly aware of his presence. Xiaoying typed, "Enough of the banter. In my villas in M country, there are plenty of cars. Just pick a few to sell for me. I urgently need the money. But please keep the Koenigsegg 1. She had put considerable effort into acquiring that car, and its performance was undeniably exceptional. Parting with it was indeed difficult. She intended to drive it when she returned to M Country someday. Upon seeing the message, Knightsey immediately inquired, "What on earth is going on? Are you in such dire straits that you need to sell your assets?" "My bank assets are frozen. Even if they weren't, it's inconvenient to access them. Any movement would definitely attract Shadow S attention. I do have several safes in my villa, but only my iris can unlock them. Even explosives can't breach them. So, selling the cars is more convenient." After all, she had more cars than she could drive, so selling a few was no issue. Knightsey took a deep breath, feeling a surge of emotion, but still maintaining his good-natured demeanor. "Do you think I'm dead? You need to sell cars for a few bucks? Do you need hundreds of billions? I'll transfer money to your account right now. It's just that neither of us has money left. If assets are to be sold, mine should come first. How can you be the one to help, darling? You're truly breaking my heart." Xiaoying pondered for a moment. "All right then, selling those cars will just delay your earnings, mainly to pay Blackwater's wages, so you can advance the funds for me." Knightsey replied, "Does Blackwater have that many people? Do you need to sell cars to pay their salaries?" Each of her cars started at 50 million. Selling a few could not only cover Blackwater's expenses, but sustain half of M Continent. Additionally, build a small villa of 4,000 square feet. Xiaoying typed leisurely before suddenly speaking. "Mr. Qin, how long do you intend to keep listening?" Caught eavesdropping, Qin Hanyue showed no embarrassment and directly sat down next to the sofa, observing the girl as she typed. If Miss Qiao did not wish for him to overhear, how could he have possibly done so? With Xiao Ying's keen sense, how could she have failed to notice him? Indeed, she had been aware from the moment Qin Hanyue descended the stairs. Her remark about owing someone a drink was deliberately aimed at him. As anticipated, Qin Hanyue responded, dismissing the matter of a few bottles of wine as trivial, assuring her that there was no need for concern or repayment, especially since he himself was not fond of alcohol. Xiaoying offered a faint smile, raising her gaze to the man. Truly, he was the powerful scion of the Qin family in the capital, affluent and imposing. Observing her smile and listening to her words, Qin Hanyue realized belatedly that her comment was indeed directed at him. Was she contemplating repayment or dismissing the notion entirely? He began to understand that this young lady enjoyed teasing others for amusement. "I cannot claim to be affluent compared to Qiao, Mrs. Boyfriend," Qin Hanyue remarked. He had naturally overheard the voice messages that Yi Si had sent, including the mention of Xiaoying selling her car to pay Blackwater's wages. It seemed that Xiaoying was concealing many secrets. Xiaoying looked at him in confusion. At that moment, Qin Hanyue glanced at her phone, clarifying, "Miss Qiao appears to have a strong relationship with her boyfriend." Listening closely, he noted that he seemed quite wealthy and generous, effortlessly dispensing billions. Moreover, he was attentive to the M Continent's competitive events and aware of the Blackwater mercenary corps, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Though the other party's character seemed rather whimsical, Qin Hanyue could not identify him from his mental catalog of acquaintances. He speculated that the unreasonable circumstances surrounding Xiaoying, such as her remarkable abilities, might be linked to this individual. Suddenly, he felt compelled to have Qin Yin investigate her background. "Boyfriend?" Xiaoying shook her phone. "Are you referring to this fellow?" Given her tone and address, was it not so? Qin Hanyue raised an eyebrow slightly. Such an affectionate term. Could it be I've misunderstood? "No worries, as long as you're happy, Mr. Qin," Xiaoying replied, too indifferent to offer an explanation, feeling none was necessary. Happy? Where had he shown any sign of joy? In retrospect, it seemed rather superfluous to have asked Mayor Feng of Yun City to look after Miss Qiao, for she possessed such remarkable capabilities and influential male friends that my efforts were entirely unnecessary. Surprised by Qin Hanyue's sudden statement, Xiaoying responded, "Is it Mr. Qin? Miss Qiao saved my young nephew's life. It was only right," Qin Hanyue replied. "Yet, it appears that my good intentions may have inadvertently troubled you instead, turning a well-meaning act into a misstep." "Of course not. Mayor Feng has been quite helpful to me," Xiaoying said, though she was puzzled by the man's relaxed demeanor. What prompted him to divulge this now? Did he merely seek a word of thanks? Surely, he was not seeking acclaim. Moreover, had he not pretended not to know her at Principal Zhang's home? Why the sudden acknowledgement of her as Qin Yuchan's savior? What was amiss? Xiaoying added, "If you hadn't mentioned it today, I might have expressed my gratitude to the wrong person, as I had always assumed it was Qin Yuchan's intention." Qin Hanyue smiled faintly. "It is only fitting. I am glad to have been of assistance to you, Miss Qiao." At that moment, the phone vibrated, prompting Xiaoying to discreetly exit her chat with Yi Si. She noticed a friend request in her contacts. Upon opening it, she saw a message attached. "I am Su Mingqian." Xiaoying chose to disregard it, swiping it away. Meanwhile, Su Mingqian, clutching his phone, felt an inexplicable tension. Yet, after a prolonged wait, there was no response, neither a rejection nor an acceptance of the friend request. Had she not seen it? Days later, as Qin Hanyue descended from the upper floor, he was met with considerable commotion downstairs. He observed Qin Yin entering the hall, burdened with a hefty wooden box. Miss Qiao, it seems this is your property, he announced. At Xiao Ying's nod, Qin Yin produced tools to pry open the box, revealing an array of bottles of exquisite liquor. Who sent you all this alcohol, Miss Qiao? Qin Yin inquired, picking up one bottle. Goodness, does this bottle have diamonds embedded in it? He examined it closely. Indeed, they were diamonds, some even red. The reason M Continent has become a haven for mercenaries is due to its abundant mines, gold and diamond mines. It is a land of affluent merchants. Most of the mercenaries' tasks involve the transport of freshly extracted diamonds and raw stones. In fact, 2/3 of the mines on M Continent belong to the Goddess Armed faction, led by Qin Hanyue. Thus, Qin Yin immediately recognized the authenticity of the diamonds on the bottle. Such extravagance with diamond-encrusted bottles is utterly astonishing, he exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure before hastily composing himself. What kind of liquor is this? Let me investigate. He took out his phone, and upon searching, was taken aback by what he found. Goodness. The limited edition Isle of Islay whiskey costs $39.86 million per bottle. Qin Yin read from his phone, produced by the British luxury beverage company. The bottle is crafted from British crystal, plated with 2 gold bars, and adorned with 500 diamonds, and 300 rubies. The opulent contents consist of a rare, vintage single malt whiskey, renowned as the most expensive liquor in the world. In disbelief, Qin Yin cautiously placed the bottle back into the box, realizing that if it were to break, he would owe an insurmountable debt. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he picked up another bottle, immediately noting its exorbitant value. Billionaire vodka, 24.58 million. Ray 925 tequila, 23.25 million. As he scanned the array of bottles, each revealing a staggering price, he swallowed hard, thinking how fortunate it was that his master did not indulge in alcohol. Otherwise, the expenses would be astronomical. Miss Qiao, who is this friend of yours that sent you such an extravagant gift? Qin Yin queried, bewildered. They're just a friend, Xiao Ying replied. Qin Yin pondered. This friend sent you so much luxurious alcohol for what purpose? To drink? He gazed at her, as if she were foolish. Drink? Are we supposed to consume it? Is that not the purpose? Xiao Ying shot him a quizzical look. Drink? Do we drink with our mouths? Is that the literal interpretation? Qin Yin stammered, his voice trembling. Xiao Ying regarded him with an odd expression. Is there another way you could consume it, Assistant Qin? She cast him another glance, her curiosity piqued. Is this question something that carbon-based life forms can pose? Can someone like this truly work alongside Qin Hanyue? This individual must have saved Qin Hanyue's life at some point. What I mean is, in my understanding, such an extravagant item should either be preserved in a collection or presented at an auction. Qin Yin remarked, all right. He simply lacks exposure. One bottle is manageable, but an entire case? That must be worth over $1 billion, right? Are we supposed to drink it? Are there such affluent figures in that small place called Yin City? Moreover, it's likely that mere wealth cannot procure these wines. Is there truly such a formidable character in Yin City? As Qin Yin pondered this, he noticed Xiao Ying had already picked up a bottle and uncorked it. At the moment the cap fell to the ground, Qin Yan's heart quivered violently. This bottle costs 31 million. Assistant Qin, would you like a drink? Xiao Ying poured herself a glass. Qin Yin shook his head. No, thank you, Miss Qiao. He thought to himself. His ordinary stomach could not bear such luxury. Just then, he saw Qin Hanyue descending the stairs, prompting him to rise swiftly from the ground, regaining his usual composure. Third master. Qin Hanyue glanced at the box. Qin Yin quickly explained. Miss Qiao's friend sent her a case of wine. Qin Hanyue observed the logistics information affixed to the box, and, as expected, all the sender's details were redacted, including the address. It had been specially delivered. Mr. Qin, please partake in the wine. Xiao Ying suddenly recalled, and added, I forgot, Mr. Qin does not drink. Qin Hanyue smiled slightly. Miss Qiao's wine must be tasted. Xiao Ying nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Then, Qin Hanyue watched as she poured a full glass and handed it to him. Before he could react, the girl clinked her glass against his. The sound of the glass resonating clearly. She declared, I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. With that, she tilted her head back and consumed the entire contents in one swift motion. Her movements exuded an undeniable elegance. Even the way she held the glass was strikingly stylish. Seeing Xiao Ying drink what was essentially over 30 million as if it were mere water, Qin Yin felt a pang of pain in his heart. This was no ordinary wine, it was liquid gold. Xiao Ying poured herself another glass. The quality of expensive wine is indeed unparalleled. Having lived a second life, she finally experienced a taste of fine wine. Mr. Qin, drink freely. It's on me, she declared before gracefully ascending the stairs with her glass. Qin Hanyue examined the wine in his hand, then looked towards the girl retreating upstairs. Moments later, he let out a soft, bemused laugh. He had imagined that Xiao Ying's invitation to drink would take place around 7:30 in the evening, the perfect time for dinner, at a meticulously arranged long table. Even without candlelight and roses, there should at least be a pleasant atmosphere, perhaps accompanied by a steak or two. Reality proved he was overthinking. The more he contemplated, the more he found himself chuckling. He shook his head and downed the wine in one gulp. The rich liquid flowed over his tongue. And as his Adam's apple slid sensually, Qin Hanyue's deep gaze followed the figure moving along the second-floor corridor, his tongue brushing against his cheek. Third master, I just checked online. This bottle you are drinking, over 30 million, and this entire case is worth at least several billion. Miss Qiao mentioned it was a gift from a friend. To spend several billion on wine as a present, that must signify an extraordinary bond of friendship. If someone were to gift a mansion worth several billion, Qin Yin would hardly react, as it is, after all, worth its price. However, this is wine, worth millions with just a sip. Wealth alone cannot procure such a creation. Qin Yin hinted that Qin Hanyue should investigate Xiao Ying's boundaries and scrutinize this friend. He had never been so curious about anyone before. Yet, despite Qin Yin's lengthy discourse, Qin Hanyue only grasped 4 words: life and death friendship. After a moment of silence, Qin Hanyue suddenly commanded, "Go find me something." With this case of wine, Xiao Ying's spirits had been quite buoyant lately. One day, while she was in her upstairs room, engrossed in her computer, there came a knock at the door. Without lifting her head, she called out, "Mr. Qin, please come in." Qin Hanyue entered, inquiring, "How did Miss Qiao know it was me?" "There would be no one else," she replied, still not looking up, quietly switching screens just before he approached. Instinctively, Qin Hanyue glanced at her computer, noticing yet again a game of Candy Crush. "Did Mr. Qin seek me for something?" Xiao Ying set down her laptop. "I have a gift for Miss Qiao, which I believe she might appreciate." "A gift for her? What could this entail?" Xiao Ying turned to him, and then saw Qin Hanyue produce an item from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, her interest was piqued. She picked up the acupuncture bag he placed on the table and opened it to reveal a row of slender silver needles. Indeed, they were acupuncture needles. She took out a few, examining them closely. The silver glimmered under the light, and they felt cool as water in her hand. Xiao Ying directly tried a few on her arm. Observing her actions, Qin Hanyue knew he had chosen well. "Where did Mr. Qin acquire these?" she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. This set was even superior to the one she had commissioned for several million at Mingshantang. "By coincidence. I thought Miss Qiao would appreciate them, so I brought them back," he replied. "Coincidence?" Xiao Ying mused silently. One wouldn't have guessed you could spin such a tale. Setting aside the fact that these items are exclusively available domestically, even if such resources were found in the resource-scarce continent, they would be poorly crafted. Far from this level of artistry. "Mr. Qin must have invested considerable effort to procure these," she remarked. Indeed, Qin Hanyue had expended significant resources to source these needles, acquiring them at a premium from an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner across the neighboring continent. The old doctor had been reluctant to sell, claiming they were a family heirloom meant to be passed down to the next generation. Though it had required some effort, he had ultimately succeeded in obtaining such a remarkable gift. "I am glad Miss Qiao likes them," Qin Hanyue stated. Xiao Ying looked at the delicate needle tips in her hand. "I do like them. They will be quite useful." That evening, Xiao Ying sat in a bathtub filled with water, with 20 or so silver needles inserted into her body. As the last needle was inserted, she exhaled slowly. After half an hour, a layer of substance resembling oil or grime began to form over her previously fair skin. Upon touching it, she felt a sticky texture. She removed the needles and submerged herself in the tub. The water rose above her head, and a film resembling oil floated on the surface. When she resurfaced, her skin appeared even more luminous and radiant than before. After cleansing herself and emerging from the tub, Xiao Ying felt as if she had shed a significant weight. Subsequently, each morning Qin Hanyue noticed changes in her. She had always been quite fair, but in just a few days, she had transformed remarkably. Her porcelain skin was flawless, delicate as if it could shatter at a mere touch, and her aura had ascended several degrees, captivating all who beheld her. This transformation was so pronounced that it did not escape anyone's notice. Qin Hanyue could not help but recall that box of wine, which contained a few bottles of red wine known for its beauty-enhancing properties, and those bottles were certainly not inexpensive. Could it be the wine's influence? Noticing Qin Hanyue's gaze upon her, Xiao Ying remarked, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for the acupuncture. After several nights, not only has it detoxified and beautified me, but it has also aided in weight loss." It was not the wine gifted by a male friend, but rather the needles he provided that had brought about this change. Qin Hanyue smiled gently. "I am pleased that Miss Qiao enjoys it." Chapter 73. Qin Yin and the captured SAC. The Hurricane Mercenary Corps was in disarray. Their leader rendered a cripple after having his tendons severed, with only a handful of loyal subordinates remaining. Upon hearing reports that the Blackwater faction was actively recruiting, even attracting many from their own ranks. It was evident that Blackwater had taken refuge at the Divine Armed Forces headquarters and was flourishing in M-Continent. The leader of Hurricane, filled with rage, felt his eyes redden, and a low growl erupted from his throat, fueled by hatred. Boss, the doctor said you mustn't get agitated. Boss, there is still hope for your hand. I've heard of a Dr. Seeley in America, a surgeon who can perform miracles. I believe he can restore your hand. Upon hearing this, the Hurricane leader calmed down, fixing his gaze on his subordinate. He gasped, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." Several of them entered the hospital room with great vigor. "Who are you?" The members of Hurricane immediately went on guard. The leader of Hurricane scrutinized the newcomers, noticing that the one at the forefront bore a Southeast Asian visage, appearing rather diminutive amidst the mercenaries of M-Continent. Notably, this individual had a horrifying scar across his left eye, which bisected half of his face, and numerous fresh scars on his neck, likely from burns or explosions. "What your subordinate said is true. Dr. Seeley can indeed heal your hand. The challenge lies in locating him," Isaac stated as he entered the room, addressing the leader of Hurricane. "You can find him?" the leader inquired. "Of course," Isaacs replied. "Who are you? What is your intention?" "I am here to propose a collaboration." "Collaborate with a crippled man like me?" Isaacs pointed at the loyal subordinates in the room. "You still have a dozen devoted followers. I need them. Why should I trust you? You have no other options. Dr. Seeley is not just any physician. His services cannot be procured with wealth alone. I have some connections with him. Only I can find him and arrange for his treatment." An instinct warned the leader of Hurricane that this man was untrustworthy. Indeed, Isaacs had never met the legendary doctor, not even knowing if the physician was male or female, let alone having any connections or the ability to secure a consultation. He was also unaware that this doctor was none other than the infamous Blood Shadow, who had perished at sea, responsible for the destruction of his stronghold and the transformation that had rendered him a grotesque shadow of his former self. This was the very individual who had targeted the tendons of the Hurricane leader. The members of Blackwater were perpetually occupied, and as the youngest in the team, Sack naturally seized the opportunity to indulge in leisure. The others indulged him, and after assisting Bai Xiao in selecting a few suitable new members, he discreetly slipped away to wander around the territory of the Divine Arms. As he meandered, he unknowingly arrived at the villa where Xiaoying resided. Although Sack had acknowledged the new leader, he was still deeply fixated on the past and found it difficult to confront Xiaoying. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to leave. At that moment, Qin Yin emerged from the villa. Upon hearing that there was an issue at the mine, the bored Sack expressed a desire to accompany him. In consideration of Xiaoying, Qin Yin agreed to bring him along, though he harbored ulterior motives. Once in the car, he began to inquire about Xiaoying. "Have you known your leader for a long time?" Sack replied, "We met a few days before the contest at a hotel." "Then why did she choose you?" "It seems her feelings for Blackwater are not those of a newcomer." "Are you aware of her true identity?" The more Qin Han attempted to keep it under wraps, the more inquisitive Qin Yin became. With question after question, Sack remained astute, refraining from revealing that Xiaoying was acquainted with their former leader, Wu Ming. Instead, he countered, "I have a question for you as well. What is the relationship between your leader and mine?" Qin Yin responded, "Just ordinary friends." "Ordinary friends? Then why doesn't our leader stay with us, but instead resides with yours? It's not as if we lack rooms. Furthermore, during the contest, your leader was indeed with mine, right? They are both from Huagua. If your leader had no feelings for mine, would she offer us land for free, allowing us to live without charge and even assist in establishing our territory?" Observing Sack's animated chatter, Qin Yin posed a penetrating question. "Are you truly just newly acquainted with your leader?" Sack retorted, "What of it?" Qin Yin remarked, "You are strikingly similar. Your leader employs the same straightforward tactics to ensnare my leader in conversations, every single time." Sack scoffed lightly. Qin Yin continued, "No doubt. Your command of Mandarin is quite impressive." Sack replied, "Indeed, I learned it specifically from my leader." "Miss Qiao?" Qin Yin inquired. "Wu Ming," Sack clarified. When they arrived at the mine, they found nothing of significant concern. However, on their return journey, an unexpected incident occurred. Xiaoying sat on the windowsill of her room, gazing at the scenery while leisurely sipping from a bottle of red wine. Suddenly, she noticed a group of people rushing by. Taking another sip, she set her wine down on the sill and headed out, descending the stairs. Just as she exited, she encountered several individuals in a hurry. "What has happened?" Xiaoying stopped one person to ask. The individual hesitated, weighing whether to divulge information. When Xiaoying pressed again, her tone carried an air of authority. This person, aware of Xiao Ying's prowess in the contest, felt a sense of trepidation given her unique relationship with their leader. Thus, at her inquiry, he instinctively replied. Assistant Qin encountered an incident on the way back from the mine. Having said this, he hurriedly departed. Upon reaching the surveillance room, the person noticed Xiao Ying had followed him inside. He dared not say anything or ask her to leave, so he pretended not to see her. As Xiao Ying entered the monitoring room, She was met with an array of advanced electronic devices, where a dozen technicians were stationed before their computers or control panels. A cursory glance revealed an intricate tapestry of data. What on earth has happened? Approaching the individual she had previously encountered, she inquired. This person held a position within the Divine Armed Forces that was likely only subordinate to Qin Yin, thereby possessing a degree of authority in the monitoring room. Currently, it appeared that an unknown assailant had kidnapped someone, and they were in the process of pinpointing Assistant Qin's location. After a brief pause, the individual continued. Each member of our Divine Armed Forces has a locator implanted beneath their skin. Xiaoying's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. She further queried, what is the current situation? The other party employed a jamming device, making localization challenging. The technician with the highest expertise here was originally Assistant Qin. But Qin Yin? Xiaoying recalled their encounter that night. Could it be that the hacker preceding Qin Hanyu was indeed Qin Yin? Judging by his methods, he should rank among the top hackers. How intriguing. However, should not the most skilled technician be Qin Hanyu? Where is your leader? Xiaoying asked. Isn't it a matter of moments for Qin Hanyu to take action? Observing the grave expressions on their faces, she noted, our leader has gone to the neighboring continent. It dawned on Xiaoying that Qin Hanyu had left. He had just spoken to her that morning. She had been upstairs while he was downstairs, and he had deliberately come up to inform her. At the time, she had wished him a safe journey, albeit feeling inexplicably unsettled. Just then, someone announced, the kidnapper is calling. The individual swiftly maneuvered the controls and then connected the call. The voice of the kidnapper resonated through the speakers. If you desire this man's life, allow Qin Hanyu to come alone to State S in Montana to meet me. I expect to see him tonight. The caller was cautious, utilizing a voice modulator. Yet, even with the alteration, Xiaoying discerned a hint of Southeast Asian accent from the poorly spoken English. It was Isaias. Upon concluding the call, the technician managed to trace the kidnapper's phone. Although a jamming device was employed, a faint signal was detectable. After some effort, they located the phone, which was moving rapidly, pinpointed in Kansas, likely en route to State S. It remained uncertain whether Assistant Qin was in their vehicle. Allow me to give it a try, Xiaoying interjected. The team finally noticed her presence in the monitoring room. They merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming their tasks, evidently dismissing her words. A figure at the control panel, who appeared to wield some authority, frowned deeply. Who permitted her entry? Do you not realize this is a restricted area? Xiaoying furrowed her brow slightly, casting an irritated glance at the individual. Were it not for the fact that she had obliterated Isaias' stronghold, which inadvertently implicated Qin Yin, and with Qin Hanyu absent, she would have been disinclined to engage. At that moment, Bai Xiao and several others rushed in, exclaiming, something has happened to Sack. Chapter 74. The hacker's alias is revealed. Xiaoying, that wretched stronghold of yours, I was the one who destroyed it. Xiaoying was just about to call Qin Hanyu when she heard Bai Xiao mention that Sack was in trouble. Sack had accompanied the individual with the surname Qin to the mine. Bai Xiao had just learned of the incident involving Qin Yin, who had gone to the mine together with Sack, and now both had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying swiftly shoved her phone back into her pocket, then seized a technician seated nearby. The technician, a tall Russian man, found himself hoisted aside by the petite girl gripping the back of his collar with one hand. He stumbled slightly but quickly regained his balance, only to find Xiaoying occupying his workstation, her hands poised over his keyboard. Furious, he exclaimed, what are you doing? Stop this at once. That computer is not for your use. His words tumbled out in rapid Russian. Xiaoying turned to him, her voice sharp as she warned in the same tongue, silence. The man hesitated for a moment, but upon noticing the chaotic alterations to his code on the screen, he rushed forward, intent on pulling Xiaoying away. Bai Xiao and his companions swiftly obstructed him, commanding, don't move, behave yourself. The two factions found themselves in a standoff. Witnessing the unfolding situation, the person in charge of the control panel erupted in fury, bellowing, do you all wish for your demise? How dare you cause a ruckus in the presence of the Almighty's armed forces? Get her out of here at once. He then directed his ire towards the individual who had summoned Xiaoying. The man, caught in a dilemma, noted that the people in the monitoring room seldom ventured out and might not fully comprehend Xiaoying's significance, yet he was aware of her capabilities. He glanced at Xiaoying seated in the chair, hesitating to speak. Seeing that the man had not complied with his order to expel Xiaoying, the control panel supervisor's anger intensified. Get her out immediately. Do you understand? If Assistant Qin is delayed in his rescue because of you, your lives combined 1T suffice to repay the debt. At that moment, a technician shouted, we have a location. Upon hearing this, everyone turned in unison, only to find the previously shouting technician fixated on another computer screen with palpable excitement. To their astonishment, it was Xiaoying sitting before that very machine. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with breathtaking speed, displaying a model of a vehicle on the screen, within which a red dot flickered, moving swiftly. This red that represented the locator on Qin Yin, which had eluded them all. How had she managed to pinpoint it in less than 2 minutes? Despite the absence of any signal, the previously irate supervisor, now transfixed, stepped closer to observe, his mouth closing in disbelief. Has someone been dispatched to Qin Yin in the trunk? Xiaoying inquired, her fingers still flying over the keys. The man who had brought Xiaoying back to reality quickly replied, as soon as we located their vehicle, we sent someone to pursue. Xiaoying, her hands a blur, commanded, send additional personnel. I need to ensure the safety of my people. Understood, the man responded, pulling out his phone to comply immediately. Although they had already located the individuals and could simply track them, Xiaoying continued her operations. What more could she possibly be doing? In that moment, all eyes were fixated on Xiaoying and the ever-changing display on her computer screen. Unbeknownst to them, another figure had silently entered the monitoring room. A tall man standing at the back of the crowd, his dark eyes fixed intently upon the girl. Xiaoying, having pinpointed the location of Isaiah's mobile phone, effortlessly infiltrated it with a few deft maneuvers, implanting a virus that enabled successful surveillance. Among those present, apart from Bai Xiao and his companions, were nearly all adept professionals. For these experts, eavesdropping on a mobile device posed no challenge. However, the true difficulty lay in circumstances where the target employed a jammer. What left them astounded and in disbelief was Xiaoying's technique and speed. They had never witnessed such a breathtaking display of skill. Indeed, there were several steps that they could scarcely comprehend. This girl's prowess was surely on par with Assistant Qin. From the crowd, Qin Hanyue observed the girl's performance with keen interest. It turned out to be her. Previously, at Principal Zhang's residence, he had seen the prescription left by Xiaoying and deduced from its handwriting that she was indeed the enigmatic forum master who had resolutely refused to reveal herself after solving that mathematical conundrum. This further led him to speculate that she was the mysterious hacker who had engaged him that night through the screen. Yet, he had been unable to confirm his suspicions. Now, witnessing her in action, Qin Hanyue was finally convinced that the mathematical genius sought by Principal Zhang was indeed her. And the individual who had challenged him that night was also her. It was a revelation that would astound even the most seasoned hackers. The illustrious genius Hacker X was, in fact, an 18-year-old girl. He recalled how he had initially invited her to work at his company, only to have her decline. At that time, he had perceived her as overly ambitious. Now he realized she possessed the talent to disdain his company. Soon, Isaiah, accompanied by Qin Yin and Sak, received a frantic call from Hurricane, the leader of their faction. Meanwhile, Xiaoying successfully listened in. Hurricane shouted anxiously at Isaiah, "Bastard! The armed forces of God are chasing us. How could they know our whereabouts? Tell me quickly, where is Dr. Seeley?" To think Hurricane was involved, seeking her assistance. A sardonic smile curved Xiaoying's lips. The armed forces of God had discovered them? How could that be? Isaiah could hardly believe the swiftness of their response. Just then, the driver of their vehicle suddenly turned pale and shouted, "It's the armed forces of God." Upon hearing the commotion, Isaiah leaned out of the car window to look up, only to see helicopters hovering above. "Don't ask. Just tell me where Dr. Seeley is." Hurricane was being led away by his subordinates in a frenzied escape, and behind their vehicle loomed the forces of God. Hurricane received no answers, only to hear Isaiah cursing as he abruptly ended the call. As soon as Isaiah hung up on Hurricane, a strange and unfamiliar number flashed on his phone. Without a second thought, he attempted to terminate the call, but found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, his phone inexplicably spiraled out of control. After a series of garbled messages, the call connected automatically, activating the speakerphone feature. Before Isaiah could grasp the situation, a girl's voice emerged from the device, declaring with audacious bravado, "You foolish thing, you've targeted the wrong person. I'll blow your rickety den to smithereens." Xiaoying, one hand holding a headset, spoke slowly in Tagalog. Among those present, only one person could understand her, Qin Hanyue, who couldn't help but smirk. Isis was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he swiftly turned to glance at the vehicle behind him. In the trunk of that car were the minions of Sak. Before Isis could exact his vengeance upon Sak, a shell descended from the heavens, and the vehicle was forcefully intercepted by the armed men of God. Only their vehicle continued its desperate flight. The voice of a girl echoed once more, low and sinister, as if a demon whispered in his ear, "Back in Southeast Asia. Night should have gouged out both of your eyes." Isis's eyes widened in horror, a chill coursing from his feet up his spine, spreading through his limbs, leaving him utterly petrified. After finishing her sentence, Xiaoying removed her headphones and stood. The group surrounding her instinctively took 2 steps back, each of them casting complex glances in her direction. Yet, it was not difficult to discern the fervor in their eyes directed towards Xiaoying. Even those unfamiliar with computers, such as Bai Xiao and his companions, looked upon her with admiration. Xiaoying glanced at the individual manning the control panel, whose eyes were reddened. lowering his head in awkward silence. She diverted her gaze, unexpectedly locking eyes with Qin Hanyue behind her. She had instinctively lowered her voice for the last remark. Surely he hadn't heard it? But then she pondered, even if he had, what difference would it make? Would he believe her if she revealed that she was Blood Shadow? Who would accept such a bizarre and implausible notion of soul reincarnation? At that moment, the individual who had led Xiaoying there announced, "The people have been rescued." Xiaoying shifted her gaze from Qin Hanyue and spoke in a grave tone, "Bring Isis back. He harmed my people." Chapter 75, I am Dr. Seeley, avenge Sack soon. Isis, along with the hurricane boss, whose hands had been rendered useless, and his band of subordinates, were all brought to the armed forces of God. Blood streamed down one side of Isis's head, likely a result of the shell explosion, accentuating the fresh scar on his neck in a ghastly manner. It appeared that his entire body bore few and scathed patches of skin. Isis and the hurricane boss were tied up and unceremoniously thrown before Qin Hanyue, Xiaoying, and the others. A man accustomed to dominance and power, Isis struggled mightily, but managed to rise to his feet. In the next instant, he was kicked behind the knee, crashing heavily back to the ground. A pained groan escaped his lips as he gasped for air. A pair of shoes came into view, and he looked up to find a beautiful face before him. In the span of just a month, the once chubby girl had transformed entirely. Yet, at that moment, the lascivious thoughts typically plaguing Isis were absent. He even neglected to regard Qin Hanyue beside him. Instead, he directed his bewilderment towards Xiaoying's now slim, yet still unfamiliar visage, asking from the depths of his heart, "Who exactly are you?" The tension and fear of the unknown made him nervously swallow, his once relatively clean half of a face visibly paling. Xiaoying crouched to observe the fear in Isis's eyes, a smirk playing on her lips as she casually replied, "I am the one who bombed your stronghold." Both conversed in Tagalog. Bai Xiao and the others were left utterly confused, yet they could sense the profound terror emanating from Isis's very soul towards Xiaoying. They wondered how someone who dared to kidnap men from the armed forces of God could be so utterly frightened by her. Isis gazed intently into Xiaoying's eyes, a look that felt hauntingly familiar. Yet, it was impossible. They bore no resemblance in appearance or stature. They were distinctly two separate individuals. "What is your connection with that Chinese girl and Yessie?" Isis was on the verge of posing the question when she suddenly raised a hand, and an acute sting pierced her throat, akin to the prick of a needle. As she attempted to utter a word, she found herself rendered mute. Cold sweat erupted on her brow as she stared in terror at the seemingly innocent girl before her. Isis repeatedly opened her mouth, desperate to speak. Yet her efforts proved futile, no matter how hard she tried. Only pitiful gasps escaped her lips. The scene left those in the hall exchanging bewildered glances. Xiaoying's movements were too swift. They merely witnessed her touch Isis's neck, though it appeared she had not even made contact. In any case, they had not seen her perform any action that could account for Isis's sudden silence. There were no visible wounds on her neck. Even if poison had been administered, its effects could not have manifested so rapidly, rendering the situation exceedingly bizarre. Witnessing Xiaoying's eerie prowess, the leader of the hurricane gang, lying on the ground, felt a surge of fear. When Xiaoying directed her gaze towards him, his mind blanked. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered, writhing in his bindings as he attempted to scoot away. "Boss, the hospital just called. Sack's legs have been broken and he has just been brought in," Bai Xiao said, holding a phone. A chill swept across Xiaoying's face, her expression turning icily cold. The hurricane leader felt a sinking sensation, sensing his imminent doom. Ignoring his injuries, he desperately dragged himself backward, his bandaged wrists seeping blood that left a trail on the ground. "No, it wasn't me. It was Isis who did it. He manipulated me. It's not my fault. Use this. You need that needle, don't soil it." A gun was thrust into her hands. Xiaoying followed the outstretched hand upwards to find Qin Hanyue's face. She rose, her gaze heavy as she fixed it upon the hurricane leader. The latter, now utterly petrified, could not even muster a plea for mercy, merely staring at Xiaoying in terror. "Untie him," Xiaoying commanded. Upon hearing this, Baderman hesitated, wanting to interject, but Bai Xiao swiftly approached and roughly hoisted the hurricane leader off the ground, freeing him from his bindings. Still dazed from being pulled back from the brink of death, the hurricane leader stared blankly at Xiaoying, too frightened to move. It was not until he noticed a slight motion of Xiaoying's head, indicating towards the door, that he snapped out of his stupor. Without a second thought, he staggered towards the exit, dragging his weakened legs behind him as if pursued by some monstrous flood, terrified that any delay would lead to his demise. As Xiaoying astonishingly released him, the onlookers gazed at her in confusion. Just as he was about to escape through the door, Baderman contemplated drawing his weapon to avenge Sack, but Xiaoying acted first, taking the gun from Qin Hanyue. She chambered a bullet and lifted her hand, firing a shot that struck the hurricane leader in the calf. The gunshot echoed as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Driven by an overwhelming instinct to survive, he managed to rise again, dragging his bloodied leg as he limped towards the door. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, sending him crashing back to the floor once more. He turned in terror, witnessing Xiao Ying approach him step by step, his limbs rendered useless. Desperately, he twisted his body, inching away, overwhelmed by an unprecedented wave of fear. Bademan retracted his hand that was reaching for a weapon, a smile escaping his lips, feeling a sense of relief. The door was within reach, yet suddenly, it was obstructed. A pair of feet appeared before him. He slowly raised his gaze to see the girl's indifferent face. She crouched down, speaking softly. "Are you looking for Dr. Seeley to treat your hands?" He looked at her, and she leaned closer, her crimson lips parting to slowly utter a few words. "I am." The Hurricane leader's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him, despair flooding his eyes in that instant. He ceased to struggle, drained of strength, his head drooping helplessly to the ground. Xiao Ying damaged the vocal cords of the man, and then instructed by Xiao, "Bring a few doctors over. Do not let them die. Spare their lives for Sack to deal with upon his return." She then turned to Isaias, continuing, "Spare their lives. The rest is up to you." Qin Hanyue received the gun tossed by Xiao Ying, noting its precision. "It's a fine weapon," Xiao Ying remarked. "If you like it, it's yours." Qin Hanyue offered his own sidearm, which he had carried for years. Once more, the muzzle gentlemanly directed at himself. Xiao Ying glanced at it, but did not accept. Instead stating, "Mr. Qin, since you've returned, why not lend a hand instead of just standing by?" Qin Hanyue feigned innocence. "There was no opportunity for me to contribute." "Is Miss Qiao questioning me?" "It's not an interrogation, merely not a difficult matter," she replied. "I knew Miss Qiao would not stand idly by and would surely rescue them. That's because my people are also in their hands." Qin Hanyue smiled, choosing to remain silent. Xiao Ying pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Qin Yan, as Mr. Qin's trusted aide, must be quite valuable, no?" Qin Hanyue raised an eyebrow, awaiting her next words. The individuals in the surveillance room had remarked that our lives combined were not worth even one of his. "Who said that?" Qin Hanyue inquired. Xiao Ying did not respond but continued, "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. How much more so for an entire life? Asking Mr. Qin for something is not unreasonable." Qin Hanyue contemplated whether to remind her that it was her actions in blowing up Isaias's stronghold that had led to Qin Yan's unwarranted plight. Of course, she would likely retort that even had she not detonated it, Isaias's intentions were not benevolent, and confrontation with the Divine Armed was inevitable. Qin Hanyue's eyes sparkled with amusement. "What does Miss Qiao desire? Speak freely. If I possess it, it is yours." Chapter 76. Qin Hanyue. He feels no pain. Their leader is a student? Sack, with his legs encased in plaster, felt a twinge of guilt as he turned his head away upon seeing Xiao Ying and Bai Xiao approach, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Bai Xiao had previously warned him about respecting the territory of the Divine Armed, yet he had followed the trusted aid of their leader to the mining site, resulting in such a significant debacle. "Does it hurt?" Xiao Ying initiated, breaking the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Sack turned to look at her and muttered, "I am a mercenary, not a child. What is this?" Xiao Ying nodded and gestured to Bai Xiao and Badman to remove Sack's trousers. Sack was taken aback, hastily clutching his pants, casting a bewildered glance at Xiao Ying. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiao and Badman exchanged glances and, without uttering a word, proceeded to act. One restrained his hand while the other tugged at his trousers. The ward was filled with Sack's furious roars and cries. "Keep it down in the hospital," Xiao Ying reminded. "Sack, your legs are quite fair." Badman chuckled as he pulled down Sack's striped pants, revealing a broad grin of white teeth. Sack hurled a string of curses at Badman, repeating the same expletive, as the unfortunate foreigner struggled to articulate any other expression. "Are you really afraid to be seen? I left you your underwear," Xiao Ying remarked, grabbing a blanket to cover his modesty. Just then, Qin Hanyue entered and beheld the scene. Xiao Ying settled beside the bed, retrieving an acupuncture bag. "Boss, you can perform acupuncture? You understand medicine?" Badman halted, noticing Qin Hanyue at the door. "All right, don't move around. I've kept something good for you, which you'll receive upon your discharge," Xiao Ying said as she began to insert needles into Sack's leg. Sack's face turned crimson as he protested against the good intentions. "These are truly beneficial, provided by the divine armament," Badman teased Sack, earning a glare filled with resentment. As Xiao Ying administered the needles, Sack was astonished to find the unbearable pain subsiding, prompting him to cease his struggles and gaze down at his leg. The act of acupuncture reminded him of Wuming, causing him to glance at Xiao Ying. She had been residing in Qin Hanyue's villa, and Sack had deliberately avoided her. The last time he had seen her was over a week ago, after a few days apart. He noted how his new boss had lost weight and grown even more beautiful. After completing the last needle, Xiao Ying inquired, "How does it feel? Speak quickly. What is the sensation?" Badman pressed, having previously witnessed Wu Ming's miraculous acupuncture, astonished that this new boss possessed the same skill. Do all Huahua people possess this talent? It's as miraculous as martial arts. Sak snapped back to reality, only then realizing that his leg no longer hurt, 100 times more effective than those painkillers, with results that were immediate. No, it doesn't hurt anymore, Sak admitted. Badman, upon hearing this, immediately bent down to examine the needles, prompting Sak to disdainfully push him away. Get lost. At that moment, Xiaoying turned her attention to Qin Hanyue at the doorway, asking, Mr. Qin, have you finished visiting Assistant Qin so soon? She had sensed his presence even before he stepped into the corridor, reflecting, at least he is a trusted confidant, sharing the same surname. Perhaps there is some familial connection. Will he just glance and leave? Why not simply make a video call from home? I've finished, Qin Hanyue replied. In light of the gifts he provided, Xiaoying, unusually benevolent, offered, if needed, I can also administer a few needles for Assistant Qin. Qin Hanyue glanced at Sak, whose exposed thigh was barely covered by the blanket, and replied, no need, he isn't in pain. Xiaoying remarked, it seems the injury isn't severe, then that's fine. Not severe? Sak widened his eyes, reflecting. That fellow can endure so much. Truly, he is worthy of being a member of the divine armament. Sak refused to be hospitalized, insisting on leaving, and Xiaoying acquiesced. Before departing, she contemplated visiting Qin Yin, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding his abduction. She intended to check on his condition. However, Qin Hanyue dismissed her concerns, stating he had only sustained minor injuries and did not require a visit. Thus, Xiaoying returned. Upon arriving at the Divine Armed Forces, Sak immediately clamored to inspect their possessions. His eyes lit up at the sight of boxes filled with advanced weaponry. Badman handed him a Desert Eagle, remarking, this is set aside for you. Don't take out your frustrations on me. The boss insisted we strip it down, and we, as subordinates, dared not refuse. Sak accepted it, elated enough to forget his earlier grievances about being disrobed. Were these truly gifts from the Divine Armed Forces? All brand new. They must be worth at least $20 million. Sak sat in a chair, gazing down at the stacks of equipment. Badman commented, the boss said they were a gift from the Divine Armed Forces. We didn't spend a dime, so now our weaponry issues are resolved. Days later, Xiaoying received news from Peking University regarding military training. She closed her phone and inquired of Qin Hanyue, when do you intend to return to the country? Naturally, he would return with Miss Qiao. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, studying him. Qin Hanyue continued, I seldom linger in M continent for long, except for a few days during the dual conference. This year, however, I shall remain longer than in recent years. My family has called several times inquiring about my return. Xiaoying was aware of the urgency. Otherwise, those individuals wouldn't be so eager to investigate him, only to find no trace. Is your extended stay this year due to me? School? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao and the others struggled to comprehend. Their formidable leader, who triumphed in the arena, was a student? Considering Xiaoying's age, it indeed aligned with that of a student, yet it felt so incongruous. Whether it was a mercenary leader attending school or a student ascending to the role of a mercenary leader, there seemed to be no compatibility whatsoever. Was he truly going to don a uniform, enter a classroom, and diligently take notes during lectures? Surely not for training purposes. Universities do not wear uniforms. Xiaoying corrected them. Blackwater's members were taken aback. Xiaoying reminisced. I believe I never mentioned I was still a student. They exchanged glances, and she added, I scored 690 on the college entrance examination. They were astounded. Concepts of school and exams felt distant, particularly in the northwestern region of M continent. Sak posed a question. Is 690 the full score? Xiaoying replied. The full score is 750. Sak expressed disbelief. You didn't achieve a perfect score? He felt it was unjust. Our previous leader was about your age and hadn't attended school. You've already established dominance in M continent. What's the point of studying? It would be quite embarrassing if other leaders found out. Sak simply could not fathom. What do you know? I am here to experience a life under the sun. Xiaoying countered, turning to Bai Xiao. I will leave tomorrow. Blackwater will be under your and Badman's care. Call me if anything arises. Her gaze then fell on Sak. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Little Sak, would you like to join me in school? Sak scoffed. Those worthless books are only good for wiping blades. Xiaoying sighed and said, I am heading back to pack my things. You are welcome to visit me in the capital when you have the time. With that, she turned and walked away. When will you be back? Sokka called out loudly, but Xiaoying merely waved her hand behind her, her back turned to them. Badman gazed at Xiaoying's graceful silhouette, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Doesn't she seem anything but an intellectual? Did she even attend school properly? Is a score of 690 considered high in your country? Bai Xiao remarked, Indeed it is. I wonder which university would dare to admit our leader. Badman mused. She probably doesn't share the same penchant for explosives as the nameless leader, right? Blowing up schools must be illegal. Bai Xiao responded, No need for dynamite. I sense that school is perilous enough. Qin Hanyue had mentioned Qin Yan's minor injury, yet even on the day they departed from M continent back to their homeland, Jiaoying had not seen Qin Yan discharged from the hospital. This was the minor injury that Qin Hanyue had described as not painful. Chapter 77, slimmed down to the point where the Jiao family could not recognize her upon Jiao Ying's return today. Jiao Yi specifically took a ride to the airport in the city center, flowers in hand, waiting eagerly at the arrival gate. The crowd was substantial, and fearing Jiao Ying might not find him, Jiao Yi positioned himself at the front, carefully safeguarding the flowers. Passengers emerged one after another, and as Jiao Yi meticulously searched for Jiao Ying's figure, the crowd had thinned considerably without her appearance. Instead, he caught sight of an exceptionally striking young woman. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a petite and elegant nose, adorned with sunglasses that framed half of her delicate, fair face. Her lips were naturally rosy, and her pale complexion drew attention. Dressed casually yet stylishly, she exuded a relaxed and approachable aura, though her commanding presence made the average person hesitant to approach her. The onlookers' gazes converged upon her. Some, as they walked away, turned their heads for another glance, speculating which affluent family she hailed from in a large city. Jiao Yi, having lived in the small town of Yun City, had never encountered someone so striking and sophisticated. He redirected his focus to the exit when suddenly he felt a presence beside him. Turning, he saw the same young woman standing next to him, facing him, her sunglasses still shielding her eyes, leaving him uncertain if she was indeed looking at him. He glanced around and noticed that everyone was watching him. By virtue of the girl's presence, he inexplicably became the center of attention. The young woman reached out, attempting to take the flowers from his hands. Jiao Yi instinctively protected them, stepping aside. "Do you need something?" he asked, feeling a warmth flood his face, unsure if it was due to the girl or the gaze of the crowd. "Has the change been so drastic?" Jiaoying wondered, removing her sunglasses. "Aren't these flowers meant for me?" Jiao Yi stared at the exquisitely crafted face before him, stunned. When Jiaoying had left, she had still been plump. The transformation she had undergone was nothing short of remarkable. Tentatively, he called out, "Sister?" Jiao Yi scrutinized her up and down, an inner tempest of disbelief stirring within him. His face reflected his incredulity. You really are my sister? Could it be you, my brother?" Jiaoying took the flowers from his embrace. Jiao Yi remained in disbelief. He knew Jiao Ying would look stunning after losing weight, but he had not anticipated she would be this breathtaking. In his understanding, such beauty belonged only on television. Today, not only had she appeared before him, but she was also his sister. After a moment of astonishment, Jiao Yi was overwhelmed with joy, feeling genuinely happy for Jiaoying. Throughout her life, his elder sister had endured a barrage of harsh words, even from those closest to her. Like Jiaoying, he too had faced various personal attacks due to his own limp, leaving him almost numb to such insults, rendering him highly empathetic. "It's been so long since we last met. Should we embrace?" Jiaoying suggested. Without hesitation, Jiao Yi enveloped her in a warm hug, exclaiming, "Sister," his face betraying his elation and delight. As Qin Hanyue emerged with Jiao Ying's luggage, he spotted her tightly embraced by a young boy. It was evident that this display of affection was welcomed by Jiao Ying. Otherwise, the boy would have been swiftly rebuffed. With a wealthy friend affectionately calling her baby ahead, and a young man bearing flowers waiting to greet her behind, Jiaoying certainly had many friends of the opposite sex. Qin Hanyue recognized the boy as the one who had walked alongside Jiaoying during their first encounter through the car window. Releasing her, Jiao Yi took another look at Jiao Ying's face, still adjusting to the changes. "Sister, where have you been these past 2 months?" he inquired. "Dieting and traveling," Jiaoying replied. Nodding, Jiao Yi asked, "And what about your luggage?" A deep, resonant male voice interjected, "The luggage is right here." Looking up, Jiao Yi was taken aback by the sight of a man standing before him, towering at nearly 6'3", clad in a sharp suit that exuded authority. His striking features conveyed an undeniable sense of power, and the dark-clad individuals following him evoked thoughts of bodyguards from television dramas. The surrounding crowd instinctively stepped back in fear. Thanks to Jiao Yi had encountered individuals of significant stature, yet this man surpassed even the mayor of their city, clearly belonging to a different echelon. With one hand in his trouser pocket and the other grasping the handle of the suitcase, the man radiated an air of cold elegance that instilled a deep-seated intimidation in those around him. He extended his hand toward Jiao Yi, his presence commanding attention. Qin Hanyue. Jiao Yi clenched his fist, hesitating to shake hands. "Sister, who is he?" he asked. Qin Hanyue raised an eyebrow, his demeanor shifting to a more restrained state as he withdrew his hand. "Is he your brother?" Jiaoying introduced him. "We met while traveling." Qin Hanyue acknowledged her with a slight nod, accustomed to such introductions. "You encountered someone like this while traveling?" Jiao Yi thought it must be more complex than it appeared. At that moment, he heard Jiaoying introduce him to Qin Hanyue. "This is my brother." The young man responded warmly, A pleasure to meet you. I did not bring a gift, but I will certainly make amends next time. Unfamiliar with each other, Xiao Yi pondered the necessity of a gift. Were such gestures customary among the affluent? Who said they would meet again? Perhaps it was merely a polite formality. Please hand me the luggage, Xiao Ying requested, taking the suitcase and casually pushing it toward Xiao Yi. Observing this, Qin Hanyue mused that it seemed she truly disliked the suitcase. He had chosen it intentionally for her. A lovely light pink hue, believing she would appreciate it. Clearly, Xiao Ying was unlike the average young girl. She didn't even wish to carry it. The flight back to the capital is at 3 this afternoon. Miss Xiao, would you not invite me to your home for a cup of tea? Qin Hanyue inquired. Having already instructed his subordinates to prepare gifts for a visit, Xiao Ying replied, I can arrange for Mr. Qin to stay at a nice hotel. Qin Hanyue was momentarily speechless, then silently chuckled and nodded in response. Xiao Ying, trust me, you wouldn't want to visit my humble abode. It is ill-suited for someone of your stature. He would undoubtedly prefer to avoid confronting Li Lilian's snobbish demeanor. Qin Hanyue, then we shall meet again in the capital. Xiao Ying returned the sunglasses in her possession to him, saying, we'll talk later. She then departed with Xiao Yi. Qin Hanyue remained stationary, watching them leave. Upon exiting the airport, they hailed a cab. Noticing that Xiao Yi was occasionally glancing at him, her hand clutching her pants pocket, Xiao Ying inquired, do you have something for me? Xiao Yi hesitated before retrieving an item from her pocket, a beautifully crafted square gift box. Xiao Ying took it, opened it, and discovered a lady's wristwatch, imbued with an artistic flair and a vintage green hue, more pleasing to the eye than the color of her suitcase. If flowers could be gifted, why not this watch? Xiao Ying mused as she slipped it onto her wrist. It was meant to be a gift for you, Xiao Yi stammered, nervously scratching the back of her head before resolutely declaring, once I earn some money, I shall buy you an even finer one. This watch was purchased with the earnings from Xiao Yi's summer job. She was aware that Xiao Ying was not in need of money, and this trinket, costing merely 1,000 yuan, felt like a paltry offering in comparison. Initially conflicted about the gift, upon seeing Xiao Ying's newfound beauty, she felt even more that the watch paled in comparison. As she gazed at Xiao Ying, the latter was modestly lowering her head to fasten the timepiece, her delicate profile radiating an exquisite charm that made the adolescent boy's heart race inexplicably, leaving him bashful. It's quite lovely, Xiao Ying remarked. Xiao Yi bit her lip and offered a shy smile, her heart fluttering with joy. How is your foot? Xiao Ying asked. Xiao Yi promptly rolled up her pant leg, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Look, both Dad and Mom said I've improved a lot when I walk, and I've even grown 3 centimeters. With her foot in such condition, she had not expected her height to continue increasing. Initially, she thought she would only reach a maximum of 1.7 meters. You are recovering well, Xiao Ying acknowledged. But more significantly was the transformation within Xiao Yi herself. In the past, she would never have dared to roll up her pant leg in public. By the way, sister, the second elder sister has also been accepted to Jing University. She registered in the capital a few days ago, Xiao Yi announced. Xiao Ying was indifferent to this news. The old Xiao family residence had been renovated, the courtyard walls were rebuilt, and the entrance had been replaced with a new one. There's Mom, Xiao Yi pointed out, spotting their mother walking ahead. Li Lilian appeared resplendent, having learned the art of makeup, her silhouette now 10 years younger. As she chatted merrily with a neighbor on her way home, the neighbor flattered Li Lilian, who basked in the attention. Upon reaching the doorstep, Li Lilian finally noticed Xiao Yi trailing behind, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Ah, Xiao Yi, is this your friend? Li Lilian's keen gaze scrutinized Xiao Ying, pondering how someone could possess such beauty and grace, instantly recognizing her as a child of affluence. Chapter 78. Xiao Ying, what gives you the right to write about me? Mom, this is my sister. Witnessing her mother's gleaming gaze akin to that of a treasure hunter, Xiao Yi felt a tumult of emotions, fully aware of her motheress nature. Sister? Where did such a stunning sister spring from? Li Lilian queried, perplexed, examining Xiao Ying more closely. Was she perhaps a relative? Unlikely, as the daughters of their relatives were far from remarkable. The son wonders how it is possible to have such a beautiful and graceful cousin or distant relative. Did she come from afar? Xiao Yi did not inform her family about Xiao Ying's return today. Otherwise, Li Lilian would have accompanied her to the airport. This is the eldest sister. Xiao Yi felt helpless and resigned. Eldest sister, Li Lilian exclaimed in astonishment. Once she realized, she shouted, Xiao Ying? Instantly, she turned to see Xiao Ying entering the courtyard, her expression transforming into one of delight as she rushed towards her. Oh my goodness, my precious daughter. You've become so beautiful after losing weight. I always said, my daughter Li Lilian would never be lacking. Truly, you are the apple of your mother's eye. I dare say, those daughters of affluent families cannot compare to your beauty. Li Lilian approached Xiao Ying, rubbing her hands together, eagerly scrutinizing her, her face beaming with joy. Even when you were younger and not plump, I knew you would surpass your sister in beauty. I was right. Just look at that delicate face, that radiant skin. And attending a prestigious school, it will be effortless for you to find a wealthy suitor in the capital after graduation. The thought of Xiao Ying marrying into wealth filled Li Lilian with uncontainable joy. She mused that had she known her eldest daughter would become so stunning and capable, she would have treated her better in the past. After placing her luggage in Xiao Ying's room, Xiao Yi emerged to hear her mother's words and frowned in annoyance. "Mother, what are you saying?" Li Lilian, caught up in her exuberance, noticed Xiao Ying's disapproving gaze and quickly covered her mouth. "Oh dear. I can be so thoughtless with my words." When Xiao Ying's father returned home for lunch and saw Xiao Ying, he barely recognized her and pulled his wife aside to quietly confirm. With pride radiating from her, Li Lilian declared loudly, "This is my precious daughter." Xiao Ying's father was taken aback and then filled with joy, praising Xiao Ying for her beauty after losing weight. "Xiao Ying, thanks to you, the mayor has arranged for me a relaxed job with a decent salary, so I no longer have to work at the construction site," he said, lightly tugging at his expensive suit. As Xiao Ying ate, she glanced at her father in acknowledgement but remained silent. "Thanks to my precious daughter, I no longer have to work at that dreadful factory. Now I can enjoy my time at home," Li Lilian chimed in. It was evident that she had been living quite well these past 2 months, her complexion radiant, even wearing gold earrings. Ling Ling had also been accepted into Beijing University. "Has she told you? With both of you in school together, your father feels much more at ease." Ling Ling left for school a few days ago. "I had intended for her to wait for your return, but she mentioned there were matters at school. When will you go?" "Your father can take a leave to escort you." Xiao Ying replied, "No need." Understanding his daughter's capability, her father did not press further. "All right, just be careful." The school provided housing, and Li Lilian had initially thought of moving the entire family to the capital to care for both you and Ling Ling. However, your younger brother is about to enter his senior year and would struggle to adapt to a new school. "We can move after he finishes his exams next year," Li Lilian continued, her words flowing endlessly. Xiao Ying, feeling irritated, was about to set down her bowl when Li Lilian suddenly said, "Dear daughter, I have something to discuss with you. Principal Zhang mentioned he wants to gift you a house. How will the ownership be arranged? Whose name do you intend to put it in?" Li Lilian asked, her face adorned with a pleasing smile. If it were not for the fear of Principal Zhang recognizing her and exposing Xiao Lingling's act of theft, Li Lilan would have rushed out to discuss the location and the owner's name with him the moment she heard Principal Zhang mention gifting a house. Xiao Ying observed her mother's thoughts. "This house is not inexpensive, and surely you children cannot make such decisions. It must be under the names of us adults. The school has also mentioned bestowing a house upon Lingling, so it should be registered under my name. I believe this house should be registered under my name as well. After all, we are one family, and there is no difference between writing it under my name or yours. Wouldn't you agree? If there is no distinction, why should it be under your name?" Xiao Ying's expression remained indifferent. Li Lilan's smile faltered as she recalled the terrifying visage of Xiao Ying when she was enraged, and then glanced at Xiao Ying's now valuable face. After careful consideration, she spoke softly. "Mother is merely concerned that this house might present issues in the future that you children might not be able to handle. Then let it not be under mother's name, but rather under your brother's." Xiao Yi interjected, "I do not want my sister's house." "What do you know? You little child?" Li Lilan shot a glare at Xiao Yi, then turned to Xiao Ying with a congenial demeanor. "Look at how well you get along with your brother. Furthermore, as a girl, you will eventually marry, and it would be unwise to take such a fine house into your marriage. Otherwise, it would become your in-laws' property, and our family would suffer greatly. If it is under your brother's name, it would be different. He will also marry and take a wife in the future. Nowadays, young women have so many demands when marrying, and the societal pressures are immense. Who would marry without a house? Look at how many in our small area are still single at 30-something. This house should be reserved for your brother, should you face any grievances at your in-laws. Your brother's home will serve as your sanctuary. With this house, Xiao Yi would also be able to establish herself in the capital, and you will have leverage when faced with challenges in your marriage. Don't you see the reasoning behind this? Principal Zhang mentioned that the house is personally for Xiao Ying, and you should allow her to make the decision. Lingling's house is under your name, is it not? You still have quite a few bonuses in hand. Later, you could also buy a house for Xiao Yi." Xiao's father remarked. "I will earn my own money to buy it." Xiao Yi harbored a deep-seated dislike for her mother's calculating and exploitative demeanor. Li Lilan shot a fierce glare at her husband. "What do you understand? Lingling's house is meant for our retirement. What can we buy with this little money? Will your son ever marry?" "Xiao Ying, mother has no choice. Once you become a mother and have a son, you will understand the hardships I endure. You are capable and will earn substantial money, but your brother lacks your abilities." Xiao Ying nodded. "Do you have Principal Zhang's phone number?" Li Lilan was overjoyed. Xiao Yi added. "Sister," Li Lilan glared at her son again and hurriedly said, "I do not have it, but Lingling must have it. I will ask her right away." Li Lilan, filled with excitement, took took out her phone to call Xiao Lingling. No need for that. Xiaoying produced her own phone. Qin Hanyue, resting at the hotel, was surprised to see the incoming call and answered it with anticipation. Please provide Principal Zhang's number. Thank you. Qin Hanyue paused momentarily, then exited the call screen to find Zhang Qingyong's number, which he relayed to Xiaoying. After reporting it, he intended to say something else, but the call ended. Qin Hanyue remained silent while holding the phone. Xiaoying promptly dialed Principal Zhang's number. Principal Zhang, it is I, Xiaoying. Upon receiving a call from Xiaoying, Zhang Qingyong exclaimed with delight. Oh, you took the initiative to call this old man. How rare indeed. Xiao wished to discuss matters regarding the house. Have you identified a desirable location? Where is it? I shall go and take a look shortly, Zhang Qingyong responded grandly. It must be in the city center. Li Lilian whispered to Xiaoying. Xiaoying replied, the location and size are inconsequential, as long as the house is registered in my name. I shall send you my bank account number shortly for the scholarship funds to be deposited. Oh, you little rascal, Li Lilian almost blurted out, but was met with a piercing glare from Xiaoying that made her hesitate. Quickly changing her demeanor, she anxiously said, Xiaoying, didn't we agree just now to put your brother's name on it? Hearing her elder sister, Xiao Yi continued eating, unconcerned. He worried unnecessarily. His sister was no longer the naive girl she once was and would not be easily taken advantage of. Of course, it will be in your name, Principal Zhang affirmed. He then inquired if she had arrived in the capital, inviting her to visit his home for a brief chat. After a few exchanges, Xiaoying hung up. Seizing the opportunity to confront Li Lilian directly. Feng Tung has given you a considerable sum, hasn't he? Hand it over. Li Lilian feigned ignorance. What money? There is none. Shall I summon Feng Tung to personally request it from you? Xiaoying warned. Dear daughter, this money is meant for your brother, Li Lilian thought. Intending to reserve the funds for Xiao Yi's education. Having money in her pocket, she was reluctant to part with it. However, faced with Xiaoying's unwavering gaze, she realized she had no choice but to comply. Give it to me, Xiaoying reiterated, her expression impassive and voice steady. Li Lilian felt a twinge of panic under Xiaoying's stare. Her initial plan to appeal to emotions faltered. She was astute and calculative, well aware of the stakes. Although she coveted the money, it paled in comparison to the multi-million-dollar property in the capital. She resolved to placate Xiaoying first before securing the house. Coming to a decision, Li Lilian retreated to her room to retrieve the card. Mayor Feng had rewarded her with 1 million. She had spent some on home renovations, acquiring a new refrigerator and television, totaling 78,000. Li Lilian placed the card on the table. Xiaoying noticed the gold earrings adorning her ears. Li Lilian quickly touched them, explaining, I only bought these, worth 2,005, along with a few dresses. I haven't spent anything else. Truly all of it went to the house. The password, Xiaoying demanded. Li Lilian relayed the password. You are well aware of how you have treated me throughout the years. If you wish to live comfortably in your old age, you should behave. Xiaoying took the card. Do not entertain thoughts that should not be entertained, or do not blame me for disregarding Xiao Yi's feelings. Although Xiao's father was weak, he had treated the original owner decently. The expenses for renovations and appliances could be regarded as Xiaoying's filial piety towards him. How could you think this way about me, Mom? Li Lilian started, but Xiaoying stood up. As soon as Xiaoying entered her room, Li Lilian immediately dropped her feigned smile and adopted a stern expression. She touched her gold earrings, lamenting that she should have purchased gold necklaces and bracelets instead. Lingling truly possesses a sense of integrity, as she willingly shares the bonus with her. Li Lilian glanced at her son. Inspiration sparked within her. Xiaoyi, your bond with your sister is strong. You should persuade her to acquire that property. Any apartment in the capital is worth over 10 million. Xiao Yi immediately called out to her sister. Sister. Li Lilian was startled. Why are you shouting for your sister? She raised her hand as if to scold Xiao Yi. You will drive me to despair. There will come a time when you regret this. With only 2 days left before school commenced, Xiaoying had originally planned to report on the final day, but could no longer endure Li Lilian's fervent enthusiasm. Thus, she opted to leave the very next day. Her suitcase, which she had brought the previous day, remained unopened as she carried it away. It contained several outfits purchased for her by Qin Hanyue and M Continent, her computer, and a few unfinished bottles of wine gifted by Yi Si. Xiao Yi accompanied her to the airport. Are you truly not going to study in the capital for your senior year? Which school do you prefer? I can arrange it for you. If you're worried about keeping up with the studies, I can provide tutoring, Xiaoying inquired once more. Xiao Yi shook her head. I am accustomed to the teaching style at Qizhong. I must gain admission to Jingda next year. By then, my foot will be healed. She was determined to be accepted into Jingda, to attend the same university as her elder sister, ensuring that nothing would stand in her way. However, Xiaoying interjected. I can arrange for you to attend Jingda as well. Xiao Yi was taken aback, instinctively asking, is it really possible for Jingda? Xiaoying affirmed, yes. After a moment of astonishment, Xiao Yi regained her composure, I want to take the exam on my own. Xiaoying did not press further. Knowing that with Feng Teng and the principal of Qizhong, there was no need to worry about Xiao Yi being bullied. Xiaoying handed over the card she had retrieved from Li Lilian to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was reluctant to accept it. It's for pocket money, Xiaoying insisted. I have my own allowance, and who has pocket money this abundant? Generally, the children of wealthy families do not have such lavish allowances. How much can you earn from your summer job? You even bought me flowers and a watch. Xiaoying simply shoved the card into his pocket. If this isn't enough, let me know. Understanding his sister's temperament, Xiao Yi ultimately accepted the card. Sister, is that gentleman who disembarked the plane with you last night from the capital? What does he do? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. I know you are capable, but the capital is a vast city, and our small town cannot compare. I fear you might act impulsively, and now that you have become so beautiful, I worry he might take advantage of you. Xiaoying thought of Qin Hanyue and nodded. Indeed, he holds a position of greater authority in the capital than even the mayor. You need not worry. Hearing her tone, Xiao Yi sensed some exaggeration. Yet she felt considerably more at ease. Be safe, and call me if you need anything. Xiaoying dragged her suitcase towards the departure lounge. Xiao Yi stood still, watching her leave, one hand tightly gripping the card in her pocket, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension at possessing such wealth for the first time in her life. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyue was in a meeting, his phone vibrating silently. He frowned slightly, instinctively ignoring it. Yet, moments later, he inexplicably reached out to grab it. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow relaxed, and he discreetly glanced at his nephew, Qin Yuchan, seated to his left. He then raised his hand to interrupt the employee who was reporting, answering the call. Miss Qiao has arrived in the capital? The conference room fell silent as the key personnel exchanged glances, taken aback. In my recollection, this marks the first instance of Mr. Qin receiving a phone call during a meeting. Even more astonishing is the tone he adopted, addressing the caller as Miss Qiao. Qin Hanyue spoke into the phone with an air of nonchalance. What time will you arrive tonight? Do you need me to pick you up? Your uncle is personally receiving you? There was an unmistakable urgency in his voice, a rare occurrence indeed. Notably, the caller was a woman. Qin Yuchin looked on in astonishment at his uncle, contemplating, has my uncle finally blossomed after eons of being a steadfast, unyielding figure? When did this happen? And why was there no hint of it? Is there a prominent family named Qiao in the capital? What of Miss Su? Seated in the waiting lounge, Xiaoying inquired. May I ask whether the Qin family members who were covertly protecting me were arranged by you, Mr. Qin? Naturally, Qin Hanyue was perplexed by her question. Oh, so they should still be near my residence? A slight arch of his brow signaled his awareness. Given her capabilities, she would undoubtedly know if those individuals were still present. They had long since departed, as their presence was rendered unnecessary. After sharing a roof for 2 months, Xiao Ying's tone and words elicited an understanding in Qin Hanyue, who was perceptive enough to grasp her intention. Thus, he responded cooperatively. They are. Xiao Ying remarked. Then I can rest assured regarding my family in Yun City. It appears that was her concern. Upon realizing her intent, a smile crept onto Qin Hanyue's lips, illuminating his eyes. It is often said that conversation is an art form. To request assistance from a bodyguard in such a seamless manner, without drawing attention and without incurring any obligation, speaks volumes of her cleverness. To call her shrewd would be an understatement. The attendees of the meeting observed Qin Hanyue, who was unusually jovial, and felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He was typically a stern and unyielding figure. A glance at Qin Yuchen, whose reaction mirrored theirs, confirmed how atypical Qin Hanyue's demeanor was at that moment. Then I entrust the safety of my family to you, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, Miss Qiao. After concluding the call, Qin Hanyue instinctively sought to instruct Qin Yin to make arrangements, only to remember that Qin Yin was still recuperating in M continent. Following the meeting, Qin Hanyue directed another assistant to select a dozen capable individuals to head to the Qiao family in Yun City. After the confrontation, Xiaoying realized that she would likely be under surveillance by the shadows, and indeed, she sensed their presence during an outing. Had she not been residing within the protective confines of Goddess Armament, the shadows would have acted sooner. She had come to the capital a day earlier, motivated in part by Li Lilian and also by the shadows. With no personnel at her disposal here, she was compelled to request assistance from Qin Hanyue. She hoped that the shadows would not target Xiao Yi and her father. Before boarding the plane, Xiaoying received a call from Feng Teng, who informed her that his son, Feng Wenzhong, was also studying in the capital at a school adjacent to hers. He asked if she was going to school. If not, he offered to take them together. I'm boarding the plane shortly. I'll arrive tonight, Xiaoying replied. Feng Teng slapped his thigh in frustration, just a moment too late. Chapter 80. A stunning debut at school after spending a night at the hotel. Xiaoying proceeded to enroll at school the following day. Dragging her suitcase, she stood for a moment before the imposing gates of Beijing University, tilting her head slightly upward. With the original Xiao Ying's academic performance, personality, and circumstances, Her future was already laid out before her eyes. If all goes as expected, after graduating from high school, she will work in a factory, enduring bullying while toiling exhaustively, only to have her meager salary of a few thousand yuan exploited by Li Lilian. Upon reaching a suitable age for marriage, unable to resist Li Lilian, she will ultimately succumb to marrying with a bride price of tens of thousands of yuan. Naturally, life after marriage will not be any better. Now, having achieved admission to Peking University, she has embarked on a completely new life. Perhaps, in the afterlife, the original owner, Xiaoying, can finally rest in peace. With her hands casually tucked in her pockets, Xiaoying enters the gates of Peking University, dragging her suitcase behind her. Beneath the shade of the trees, senior students enthusiastically welcome the newcomers with sun umbrellas, busily offering water and helping with luggage. In contrast, the welcoming committee from the computer science department appears lackluster, resembling wilted eggplants, languidly slumped over their tables. When a junior arrives, they lazily rise, just walk straight for 300 meters, take a right for another 200, then left to register. After registering, find a map to locate your dormitory. Senior, why aren't there any senior sisters to guide us? It's fine if a senior leads us, one junior inquires. The senior, suppressing a curse, considers the new student and refrains from responding harshly, instead smiling wryly. What are you thinking, kid? Our computer science department has barely 200 girls in total. If we can manage to have 10 in a class, it's a blessing. Do you expect them to brave the sun to carry your luggage and do this laborious work? Hurry inside. It's broad daylight, and you're dreaming. Impatiently, the senior dismisses the junior, who mutters, I should have chosen a different major. The senior retorts, it's not too late to switch majors. Resources are scarce. And I'd be thrilled to be the only one. As the student council president, Su Zhili finds himself somewhat speechless. Guo Wenyuan, stop fooling around and be serious. Guo Wenyuan quickly nods. Yes, just a joke. The banners hanging behind them outnumber those of other departments. Xiaoying takes a glance. Welcome to the Department of Information and Agriculture, IT family. You are 0, I am 1. Together we embrace the world of assembly. The sky for novices, the domain of experts in information engineering. We cannot liberate all of humanity, but we can ensure your internet experience is pleasant. Guo Wenyuan leans back onto the table. Heaven, send us a female student. Xiaoying approaches. As a newcomer, what is the registration process? I am truly unfamiliar with all of this. Huh, a girl? Guo Wenyuan instantly looks up, his gaze landing on an impeccably beautiful, fair face. He gasps, springing to his feet in excitement, inadvertently knocking over the table, causing Su Zhili, who was leaning on it, to stumble forward. Su Zhili is about to curse, bracing for an imminent encounter with the floor, when a steady hand catches his shoulder. Looking up along the delicate arm, he sees a girl with a calm expression, one hand gripping the suitcase's handle, slightly bending to assist him. In that moment, Su Zhili's heart races uncontrollably, and he forgets to rise. She gently guides him back to his chair. Su Zhili is momentarily stunned, not anticipating that a girl could possess such strength. The commotion has awakened several others who had been dozing off. Upon encountering Xiaoying, the crowd gathered around her as if drawn by the allure of a sumptuous meat bun, neglecting the student council president entirely. Guan Wenyuan, utterly captivated, found his breath quickening with excitement. Junior, I presume? A freshman from our computer science department? Xiaoying replied affirmatively. The very mention of her major prompted Zhang Qingyong to make numerous calls, urging her to switch departments. Upon realizing her affiliation, the eyes of her peers lit up like incandescent bulbs. Where do I register? Xiaoying inquired. What is your name, Junior? Let me note it down. Guan Wenyuan asked eagerly. Xiaoying, she answered, her name ringing a bell. Guan Wenyuan swiftly flipped through his notes. Ah, from Yinqing? I am even more familiar now. Wait. Xiaoying, are you the one who scored a perfect 690 on the composition section of the Chinese exam without completing the essay? Our principal even visited your home. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also an academic prodigy. The seniors marveled and cheered. Our computer science department is destined for greatness this year. Come, Junior, have some water. Guan Wenyuan dashed around the table with a bottle of mineral water in hand. Let me guide you to registration. I can carry your luggage. I'll do it. I'm strong. Let me handle your bags, several of them clamored. Xiaoying, pushing her suitcase, deftly dodged their outstretched hands. No need. Just tell me the process, and I can manage on my own. Allow me to escort you to registration. The campus is vast, you might get lost. Su Zhili interjected, standing up. Xiaoying glanced at him, noting his earnest expression. Thank you, she replied, pushing her luggage forward. Su Zhili hurried to catch up. Let me help you with your luggage. Guan Wenyuan and the others groaned in exasperation. When will the world stop judging by appearances? Goodness, her beauty, her demeanor, her complexion, she outshines even the renowned Su Xiaohua. Anyone who dares to claim our computer science department is a haven for singletons must reckon with her presence. Such beauty. I hope she isn't taken, they whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, at the Qin group, Qin Yuchan delivered documents to Qin Hanyue. As Qin Hanyue signed, he suddenly inquired. Today is the registration day for new students at Jing University. Do you have any young relatives enrolling? Huh. Qin Yuchan responded, perplexed. None from your relatives? Qin Hanyue pressed further. Qin Yuchan, increasingly bewildered, replied, no, none. After which, his uncle fell silent, handing him the signed documents. Qin Yuchan left his uncle's office in a daze. Is uncle feeling paternal as he ages, yearning to send a child off to school? He mused to himself. Is he wishing to take a child to Jing University, or is it just that he seems peculiar since returning from M continent? Ultimately, Su Zhili could not assist Xiao Ying with her luggage. Thank you for earlier, he said, attempting to strike up a conversation. It was just a matter of reaching out. Xiao Ying responded nonchalantly. My name is Su Zhili. I'm in the student council and a junior. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out, he continued. At that moment, a male voice called out, Zhili. Su Zhili turned to see his brother Su Zhiyi approaching, accompanied by the new math prodigy, Xiao Ling brother. Su Zhili greeted. Su Zhiyi approached and said, Grandfather has invited us for dinner at his home tonight. All right, Su Zhili replied. Out of courtesy, Su Zhili introduced. This is my brother, Su Zhiyi. The name rang a bell for Xiao Ying, as she recalled that he was the mathematical prodigy favored by Qiao Yi. Su Zhiyi cast a glance at Xiao Ying and nodded indifferently, as a form of greeting. That's just how my brother is. I hope you don't take it to heart, Su Zhili said to Xiao Ying. Su Zhiyi was notoriously aloof and reclusive, consumed solely by the world of mathematics. Over the years, the only girl who had managed to stay by his side was Xiao Ling. Fearing that Xiao Ying might be put off, Su Zhili was surprised to find that Xiao Ying was even colder, offering no response to his brother's nod. Instead, she glanced at Xiao Ling, who approached and stood beside Su Zhiyi, waving at Su Zhili. Su Zhili replied in a nonchalant manner. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt no fondness toward Xiao Ling, having perceived her as somewhat insincere from the outset. Just a few days prior, he had witnessed her angrily kick a cat that had brushed against her shoe while he stood on the upper floor, leaving him startled by her fierce demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the gentle and understanding persona he usually encountered. As he watched his elder brother grow closer to Xiao Ling, whose intentions were glaringly obvious, Su Zhili felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that his brother might develop feelings for this duplicitous girl. This is Xiao Ling. She then turned to Xiao Ying, and upon recognizing her face, Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, her mother, Li Lian, had sent her a covertly taken photograph of a girl in the background of their home. When she inquired about the identity of this beautiful girl, her mother informed her that it was the now slim Xiao Ying. Xiao Ling refused to believe it. Her mother had sent her the photograph as a warning to be cautious, lest she fail to recognize Xiao Ying and inadvertently reveal the matter concerning the math problem. Since yesterday, Xiao Ling had been unable to regain her composure, staring at the image of Xiao Ying on her phone, consumed by jealousy that turned her eyes bloodshot. She never anticipated crossing paths with her on the very first day of school, and to her astonishment, Xiao Ying was even more stunning in person than in the photograph. A tempest raged within Xiao Ling, her features contorting in a way she could not suppress, her gaze fixed on Xiao Ying's face, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. This is the freshman named Xiao Ying, who, like you, hails from Yuncheng. Su Zhili paused before adding, you share the same surname. Yuncheng Xiao Ying? Is she the one who scored a perfect 690 on her language composition despite not writing it, prompting the principal to personally rush to Yuncheng to recruit her from other schools? Su Zhiyi recalled this notable individual and turned his attention back to Xiao Ying. It was only upon his brother's reminder that Su Zhiyi noticed Xiao Ling's pallor and inquired, why do you look so unwell? Are you feeling all right? Chapter 81. Xiao Ying kicked away the suitcase. Xiao Ling suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly restoring her distorted features to a gentle and approachable demeanor, softly replying, no, I'm fine. Su Zhili sensed something was amiss and asked, do you two know each other? We. Xiao Ling hesitantly glanced between Xiao Ying and the Su brothers, her heart racing with inevitable anxiety and confusion, as she contemplated whether to acknowledge their acquaintance. Xiao Ying pushed her suitcase and walked away, treating Xiao Ling as a complete stranger. Brother, I'll see you at Grandpa's house tonight. Wait for me, Xiao classmate. Su Zhili quickly finished speaking and hurried after Xiao Ying. Xiao Ling's dark gaze was fixated on Xiao Ying's departing figure. She clutched the strap of her bag tightly, her eyes radiating an intensity that could devour, completely oblivious to Su Zi calling her. Huh, Senior Su, did you call me? Is everything all right? Su Zi expressed concern once more. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I want to be able to study math problems with you today. Xiao Lingling replied, taking advantage of the situation. Su Zi's brows furrowed slightly, but out of politeness, she chose not to comment further, suggesting that Xiao Lingling return to her dormitory to rest and that they could tackle the math problems another day. After Su Zhili registered Xiaoying, he escorted her to the dormitory. Arriving late, Xiaoying found that 3 of the 4 beds were already occupied. As she pushed the door open, her 3 roommates turned to look at her. After a moment of astonishment, their expressions quickly turned complex. The first 2 exchanged knowing glances, then forced smiles at Xiaoying. The girl with curly hair, sitting on her bed painting her nails, regarded Xiaoying with visible displeasure, her jealousy evident as she scrutinized her from head to toe. Junior Xiao, I'll leave you here. If you need anything, feel free to find me at the student council, Su Zhili said reluctantly to Xiaoying. The roommates noticed Su Zhili lingering at the door and exchanged knowing looks. The 2 previously subtle girls now revealed their thoughts due to Su Zhili's presence. Oh, isn't that our student council president? I thought you were too busy to treat anyone differently, the girl with curly hair remarked sarcastically, casting an unfriendly glance at Xiaoying. When they first arrived, they had tried to get the handsome Su Zhili to help them register, but he had ignored them, sending them to another senior instead. Yet, when it came to Xiaoying, he was eager to assist. Su Zhili, uninterested in engaging with them further, bid Xiaoying farewell and left. Xiaoying shut the door behind her, pushing her suitcase into the dormitory. The atmosphere was noticeably tense, attributed to Su Zhili's presence. The dormitory at Peking University was quite impressive, featuring separate beds and desks, complete with all necessary living supplies and appliances, including a television, refrigerator, and washing machine. Everything was well prepared, with ample space. Xiaoying approached the only unoccupied bed, only to find that the nameplate hanging above it did not bear her name, but rather that of Li Shirin. She turned around and saw her name displayed on the bed across the room, where the girl with curly hair was perched with her legs crossed. Xiaoying cast a downward glance at her. Move aside. Li Shirin, engrossed in her nail painting, did not look up. I don't like that bed. You can have it. This one I'm claiming. Upon finishing, she extended her hand to admire her work. The other 2 roommates watched the unfolding drama. Xiaoying, uninterested in further dialogue, seized Li Shirin's wrist and yanked her off the bed, simultaneously kicking her suitcase aside. Li Shirin screamed, nearly losing her balance in her high heels. The 2 observing roommates were startled by the sudden turn of events. Regaining her footing, Li Shirin turned to see her suitcase overturned. You dare to kick my suitcase? She exclaimed furiously, rushing forward to strike Xiaoying, hurling insults as she did so. However, her wrist was effortlessly seized by Xiaoying. Let go of your filthy hands. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I can have you expelled from Peking University? With a slight exertion of force, Xiaoying caused Li Shirin to wince in pain, tears immediately welling up in her eyes as she cried out, jumping around in agony. Her contorted face a testament to her distress. She felt as though her bones were being crushed, the pain rendering her mind blank. Xiaoying forcefully threw her onto the ground. The 2 roommates, witnessing Li Shirin's wrist turn a ghastly shade of purple, were aghast at the sight of the surrounding chaos. They had not anticipated Xiaoying's brutality. Xiaoying swept Li Shirin's belongings, including nail polish and her phone, into the trash can, and with a precise kick, sent the bin crashing onto Li Shirin's bed, scattering its contents. She then sat down to begin packing her own belongings. Li Shirin remained on the ground, immobilized by pain and horrified by the grotesque appearance of her wrist, fearing whether her bones were broken. Startled by the trash can flying past her ear, her cries momentarily ceased. Regaining her composure, she shouted at her 2 roommates, demanding their assistance. They hurried over to help her up, evidently having become her devoted followers. After all, they came from ordinary families, while Li Shirin was not only affluent, but also a local from the capital, having been spoiled since childhood. Li Shirin had never endured such treatment, and she spat a threat at Xiaoying. You will regret this. She then urged her roommates to assist her to the infirmary. Xiaoying had little to pack. She neatly stowed her clothes in the wardrobe and placed her computer on the desk. With her phone in hand, she lay back on her bed. Noticing messages from Qin Hanyue and Xiao Yi, she first responded to Xiao Yi, exchanging a few pleasantries. Subsequently, she responded somewhat begrudgingly to Qin San, who had merely congratulated her on the start of the semester, wishing her a joyful college life. After sending her thanks, Qin Hanyue waited for a response that, as expected, never came. At that moment, Xiaoying was unexpectedly added to the class group chat by the instructor. The chat was bustling with activity, and as soon as she joined, numerous members tagged her, urging her to share a photo. One user, Tang Xiaohua, tagged her the most, insisting on a picture. Che Lizi, Xiaoying, isn't she the genius from Yuncheng who scored 690 without writing the Chinese essay? San Yan Yu. Well, I know her. I heard our principal himself went to her home to recruit her from other schools. Yin Xiao Lu. I can't believe I'm in the same department and class as a genius. I begged to witness her talent. Che Li Zi, Xiaoying. Can you tell us why you didn't write the Chinese essay? I've been curious all summer. Tang Xiaohua. If she doesn't want to talk, stop tagging her. She is a scholar, unlike us. Let us continue our discussion. San Yin air you. Alright then, Tang Xiaohua. Since the genius 1T share a photo. How about the class beauty shares a few? Tang Xiaohua. Fine, I suppose. Despite her reluctance, Tang Xiaohua promptly shared 7 selfies. The screen was instantly filled with her images, each meticulously edited with makeup, filters, and beauty enhancements, to the point where her facial contours appeared blurred and asymmetrical. In brief exchanges, love it, heart emoji, cherry. If the other classes lack beautiful girls, then Tang Xiaohua will ascend to our department's flower status instructor. Well, why not wait until tomorrow's military training to see classmate Xiao before discussing? In brief exchanges, instructor, are you implying that classmate Xiao is more beautiful than the class flower? Is that true? Please share a photo. Tang Xiaohua. I'm not sure if I should say this, but I stumbled upon a video interview of Qiao Xuaba after the college entrance examination online. Her features are quite nice, though she might be a bit overweight. I mean no harm. I'm just being honest. In brief exchanges, dare I ask, how overweight? Tang Xiaohua. I doubt she weighs more than 150 pounds. Oh, come on. She excels in her studies and doesn't seem to care much about her appearance or figure. Cherry, farewell, I'll tidy up my luggage first. Instructor. Chapter 82. A side profile photo that stunned the entire forum. Does Miss Qiao still need military training? Xiaoying activated the Do Not Disturb mode and subsequently exited the group chat. She noticed several friend requests from the boys in the class group who referred to her as a deity and wished to add her as a friend, of course, before they learned she weighed 150 pounds. Besides these, there was also a request from Principal Zhang. Additionally, an unexpected one, which included a message, "Sister, it's Ling Ling." Xiaoying only accepted Principal Zhang's request. He inquired if she had arrived at school and invited her to dinner at his home that evening, intending to introduce her to 2 friends. Xiaoying declined, stating she would prefer to eat after the military training concluded. As dusk approached, Li Shirin returned, accompanied by 2 of her roommates. Upon seeing Xiaoying sleeping on the bed, she immediately ordered her 2 roommates to tidy up the bed, kicking the trash can noisily. I see you don't want to use your other hand either. Xiaoying's cold voice floated through the air. The dormitory fell silent instantly, and the 3 turned to see Xiaoying still with her eyes closed, her expression serene. Li Shirin gritted her teeth, glaring hatefully at the sleeping Xiaoying, while her 2 roommates looked at Li Shirin, hesitant to move further. Finally, Li Shirin huffed and turned to leave the dormitory, deliberately making her high heels clack loudly. Although her family had some wealth, it only allowed her to assert herself in the dormitory, in the face of absolute power, such as the campus bully Hua Chengdong and the campus flower Su. She was nothing. The school had plenty of affluent and influential individuals. Furthermore, it appeared that Xiaoying was personally recruited by the principal. Li Shirin hesitated to cause trouble for Xiaoying, still harboring some reservations. Xiaoying wasn't hungry. It wasn't until dinner time had passed that she leisurely strolled out of the dormitory building in search of the nearest restaurant. At this hour, there were few students dining in the restaurant. Xiaoying casually ordered a bowl of noodles and chose a seat by the window, playing with her phone while she waited. Look quickly. Oh my, her looks are simply astonishing. Is she also a freshman? I wonder if she is from the computer science department as well? If she is here to eat, she is probably from our class. How wonderful that would be. Should I go ask? Perhaps add her on WeChat? Never mind. She is too beautiful. I'm too timid. Another table had also taken notice of Xiaoying by the window. This is astonishingly beautiful. Compared to that girl named Tang Xiaohua in the group, she seems utterly lacking. Could she possibly be the renowned Su Xiaohua? I've heard tales of her breathtaking beauty. Coupled with a wealthy and influential background, her aura certainly suggests it. I can't believe she dined at our cafeteria. I've seen photos of Su Xiaohua, and no, she isn't as stunning as this one. It seems this year's campus beauty is destined for a change. Is it inappropriate to sneak a photo? As the dish was presented, Xiaoying suddenly remembered she had forgotten to take down the wine. Well then, I'll just have a couple of sips back in the dorm. Upon returning to the dorm, Xiao Lingling's emotions were tumultuous. The mere thought of Xiaoying's enchanting visage ignited a burning jealousy within her. The former Xiaoying, once viewed as insignificant, now incited her deepest resentment. Furthermore, the friend request she had sent to Xiaoying remained unanswered. Just as she began to adjust her mindset, her 3 roommates suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, this girl is incredibly beautiful." It seemed to be a freshman from the computer science department. That profile, I adore it. The fair complexion I dream of possessing. How blissful it must be to share a dorm with her. Xiao Lingling, captivated by their conversation, asked, "What are you discussing?" Someone posted a stunningly gorgeous girl on the forum, apparently from the computer science department. "You must see it. She is absolutely breathtaking." Her roommates replied. excitement evident as they continued to admire the screen. The image of Qiao Ying involuntarily surfaced in Qiao Lingling's mind. She swiftly grabbed her phone and entered the forum. The first post she opened was indeed it. There she was, sitting by the window, quietly waiting for her meal while engrossed in her phone, her sister, Qiao Ying, transformed beyond recognition. This is astonishingly beautiful. She must be from the performing arts or broadcasting department. It's hard to believe she could be an IT girl. Our computer science department endures daily humiliation, constantly overshadowed by others. We thought we'd never have our day to shine, yet here we are. Which restaurant? Send the coordinates quickly. I'm going to eat there. Burp. It's probably just that we sleep together every day, so we don't feel much anymore. The person above should just go die. I thought Su Xiaohua was the pinnacle of beauty, but this is truly a game changer. Freshman, I'm all in. The senior's face is so soft. Let us get closer. You're quite bold to say that. Aren't you afraid Su Xiaohua might invite you to her family home? Is there anyone who knows this freshman? Come forth and enlighten us. Where's the morality? Where's the decorum? What is her WeChat? As a senior who has already graduated and is now interning, this is undoubtedly a devastating blow. Tomorrow is military training. I hope to see this beauty in my squad. Ancestors, bless me. You all are exaggerating. None of you have even seen her in person. With filters on, who isn't beauty. They claim it's a candid shot. But who knows if it's self-directed? The person above, you're just a sour pickle. I'll slap you down. The nose seems overly edited. I personally think, if you confront me, you're right. Hey Lingling, what are you looking at? Your face looks pale. Haven't you been on the forum? One roommate inquired with concern. No, I'm looking at something else, Qiao Lingling replied, exiting the forum. After finishing her meal, Qiao Ying, prompted by her instructor, went to collect her military training uniform, unaware that a candid photo of her side profile had captivated the entire forum and swiftly gone viral. Many had downloaded it as their screensaver, making her the object of widespread admiration across the campus. Some proactive individuals promptly arrived at the cafeteria. Su Zhilin was engrossed in a discussion on mathematical problems with his grandfather and elder brother, Su Zi, when suddenly, Guan Wenyuan messaged him to check the forum. Upon clicking in, he was greeted by Qiao Ying's stunning photograph. Su Zhilin quietly saved the image. Meanwhile, Qiao Ying was replying to messages from Qin Hanyue as she returned to her dormitory. The three roommates were engrossed in their phones, and upon her arrival, their gazes were intense, even more so than in the afternoon, indicating they had been browsing the forum. Throwing her military training uniform into the washing machine, she thought that in this sweltering heat, it would be perfect to wear once dried for tomorrow. Qin Hanyue. Miss Qiao, are you participating in military training tomorrow? Qiao Ying typed. Isn't that a requirement from the school? Qin Hanyue. What I mean is, does Miss Qiao really need military training? Qiao Ying. As a student, I should embody the essence of a student. Holding his phone, Qin Hanyue imagined what that looked like, but found himself unable to envision it. Following the meeting with the Blackwater gang, he could not picture Qiao Ying in her student guise. Qiao Ying. Mr. Qin, did you participate in military training at Jing University back in your day? Qin Hanyue. No. Reflecting on it now, I do feel a sense of regret. Military training? To the leader of the Blackwater gang. It was akin to child's play. Given Qin Hanyue's understanding of Qiao Ying, he suspected she would not conform quietly during the training. Chapter 83. Military training. If I win against the instructor, return my phone. Every year, the freshman military training at Jing University becomes a hot topic. Primarily because the training grounds are not just any venue. They are located at a military training site several kilometers away from the school, at the foot of a mountain. Early in the morning, before dawn, the freshmen dressed in military uniforms began boarding the bus, eagerly waiting to depart. They exhibited an extraordinary level of excitement, filled with curiosity and anticipation about the military area, unlike the complaints typically associated with military training at other institutions. The boys discussed rifles and artillery, while the girls chatted about the dashing soldiers in their uniforms. Qiao Ying, yawning and struggling to keep pace, fell to the back of the line. Once on the bus, the previously boisterous atmosphere gradually fell into a hush. Dozens of eyes turned toward her, even the driver glanced twice, thinking how refreshing the young ladies of today appeared. There were only 2 or 3 empty seats left, all of which were already occupied. Qiao Ying, carrying the school's issued backpack, casually took a seat next to a boy. She adjusted her military cap, pulling it down to cover most of her face, and crossed her arms over her chest, allowing herself to rest her eyes. Having risen so early, she was still groggy. After her rebirth, without the identity of an assassin and the need for regular training, she had grown lethargic, enjoying longer hours of sleep. Was she the girl from the forum? It seemed so. It was astonishing that she was in their class. In person, she was even more beautiful than in the photograph. The murmurs began to grow louder, and the boys became increasingly animated. Had she joined the class group? Yesterday, everyone was sharing photos, and with her beauty, how had she not shared one? Yesterday, numerous images of Tang Xiaohua were circulated, with several shared at a time. I must confess, I failed to recognize her at first glance when she boarded the vehicle. Tang Xiaohua turned and glared at a boy, exclaiming, "What is your problem? Why are you talking about me? It's utterly nonsensical." Her displeasure was evident as she cast an annoyed look at Xiaoying. A plethora of envious individuals on the forum ridiculed her for undergoing cosmetic alterations, which elicited laughter. "Mother, I adore Jing University, I cherish computer science. And I love my class." Just as I considered Li Shireen to be quite beautiful, I realized, in comparison, she was simply not in the same league. She was undoubtedly a goddess. I envied the boy seated beside her immensely. The boy next to Xiaoying, however, bore a face riddled with acne, exuding an aura of an introverted student whose only passion seemed to be academics. He was now blushing, sitting upright in a state of nervousness. As the departure time approached, the instructor took attendance. One student called out, "Didn't they say there was a robust girl in our class weighing around 150 pounds? Where is she? Isn't she participating in military training?" The response was, "Of course not. How could she keep up?" The bus set off amidst a cacophony of chatter. Although the direct distance was merely 7 or 8 kilometers, it took nearly 2 hours to navigate through the bustling urban jungle. The bus halted outside the military district gate, where 2 armed soldiers stood guard alongside the instructors who had been waiting. The students were filled with excitement. After handing over the students to the instructors, the teacher departed. Xiaoying's instructor had a stern expression, with a square jaw and a serious demeanor, standing at attention with hands clasped behind his back and legs apart, exemplifying the quintessential military posture. "Move quickly. Proceed through the gate. Walk straight for 200 meters. Then head southwest at a 75-degree angle to the 3rd floor for the girls' dormitory and the 4th floor for the boys' dormitory. After placing your belongings, swiftly gather at the playground in the northwestern direction, room 105. You have only 10 minutes. The students were perplexed by the instructor's directions, unable to comprehend the compass bearings. Faced with the imposing presence of the stern instructor, their initial enthusiasm and anticipation plummeted. Xiaoying, with her hands in her pockets and a bag in one hand, leisurely walked at the back of the line. Habitually, she glanced at the weapons held by the station's soldiers as they entered the gate. "What are you looking at?" the stern instructor inquired. "The gun," Xiaoying replied. The instructor's expression darkened further. "What did you deduce?" Xiaoying responded politely, "It's lacking. The trigger has worn off its paint." Her words were restrained. For a city like Beijing, the nation's foremost metropolis, the military district's equipment was surprisingly subpar. Such antiquated weaponry would barely pass muster in the shadowy arsenal of a decade prior. As the instructor began to address the students, Xiaoying, bag in hand, nonchalantly proceeded inside, leaving the instructor momentarily speechless. Each year, new students visiting were akin to mice encountering a cat, behaving submissively, with many reduced to tears. Yet, she displayed remarkable audacity. All the students congregated beneath the dormitory buildings, uncertain of the direction indicated by the instructor, growing increasingly anxious. "Is the 75-degree direction this way? Should we go up and check?" At that moment, they spotted Xiaoying striding confidently towards one of the buildings. "Oh, she is going in. Should we follow her? Is this the right way? If we stray, we might face penalties. Regardless, even if 10 minutes have yet to pass, they would still be penalized for not being on the playground." Consequently, everyone hastily followed Xiaoying. Li Shireen and Tang Xiaohua, initially reluctant, sarcastically remarked that Xiaoying was pretending to be knowledgeable and would lead them astray, endangering everyone. However, as they observed the others entering, they ultimately had no choice but to begrudgingly follow suit. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Xiaoying entered the 4th dormitory, casually selecting a bed and dropping off her belongings before heading back downstairs. "Hurry, follow her," the girls urged, hastening to keep up. The boys on the upper floor trailed behind as well. The base was vast, and along the way, they encountered numerous patrolling soldiers. After walking about 1,000 meters, they indeed found 5 or 6 large playgrounds. They continued to follow Xiaoying until they reached one of the playgrounds. To their surprise, their class was the only one present on the expansive field. Just as they began to worry about having gone to the wrong place, their stern-faced instructor appeared. Other instructors soon followed, yet no other students were in sight. Clearly, they had found the right location, and it appeared that they were the only ones who had done so. Li Shireen and the other girls reluctantly ceased their sarcastic remarks. Indeed, among so many classes, only theirs had correctly identified both the dormitory and the playground, which wasn't foolish at all. The students, upon hearing this, were elated, casting admiring glances at Xiaoying. She was impressive, truly finding the right place when they themselves struggled with directions, and even if they understood, they wouldn't dare to be entirely certain. It was remarkable. Not only was she beautiful, but also remarkably intelligent. Clearly, she was favored by fate. "Silence!" barked the stern-faced instructor, and instantaneously, the area fell silent. He then glanced at Xiaoying. "Form a line, 10 in a row, boys at the back. Can't you even line up properly? Did you forget to bring your brains? Amidst the instructor's harsh reprimands, they finally managed to form a semblance of order. Students from other classes began to arrive as well. Instructor Ho, as he was named, conducted a formal introduction with a nearly emotionless greeting. He then stated, "Though you have correctly identified your dormitory and playground, you failed to assemble within the allotted 10 minutes. However, considering that your class is the first to arrive here and today is the first day, I shall spare you from punishment. Now, place all items unrelated to military training into this basket. That includes your phones." Faced with the intimidating Instructor Ho, the students dared not utter a word and obediently complied, handing over their phones. Xiaoying also surrendered hers, as she had just advised Qin Hanyu the day prior that students ought to present themselves appropriately. "Are we all done?" "Yes, we are," the students chorused. "You, step forward." Instructor Ho directed his gaze at Xiaoying. "Have you submitted all your belongings?" he inquired, noticing her watch. Calmly, Xiaoying removed her watch, but instead of handing it over, she tucked it into her pocket. The instructor frowned. Before he could unleash his fury, Xiaoying, maintaining her composure, replied, "The item is valuable and should not be damaged. I will return it to my dorm after the assembly and 1T wear it during military training." Instructor Ho stifled his anger. "If you can return to your dorm and back here within 5 minutes, I will allow you to wear it." 5 minutes? How is that even possible? I have just roughly calculated that the round trip, including the stairs, spans at least 2,000 meters. A normal person would require at least 10 minutes, while a professional might manage it in 7 or 8, necessitating considerable endurance. The students chattered animatedly, clearly attempting to dissuade her from the challenge. Li Shirin and others looked on with concealed delight at Xiaoying's predicament. Instructor Ho, with a darkened expression, raised his voice sharply. "If you cannot accomplish it, then hand over the item." Before he could finish, Xiaoying interjected, 3 minutes. "What did you say?" Instructor Ho's temper flared, believing Xiaoying was causing a disturbance. 3 minutes for the round trip. I will return the watch," Xiaoying retorted, but it lacks a bit of excitement. "How about this? You and I race to see who reaches the dormitory first. If you win, I will give you the watch. If I win, you return my phone." The audacity of her proposal shocked the gathering, the mere mention of 3 minutes seeming overly conservative. Chapter 84. Outrunning the instructor stuns the crowd. Xiaoying's words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Instructor Ho's face darkened to the color of a burnt pot, and the students dared not meet his gaze. The tension was palpable. Even the neighboring class could sense the oppressive atmosphere. "Are you serious?" Instructor Ho asked, his tone grave. "Absolutely," Xiaoying replied, pulling the watch from her pocket and putting it back on in front of him. This was undeniably a blatant provocation. The glimmer in Ho's eyes dimmed slightly. The students held their breath, each moment stretching into an eternity, until finally, Ho spoke. "Fine, I will race you." Instructor Ho and Xiaoying stood side by side, 1 meter apart, facing the dormitory building. The commotion caught the attention of the instructor from the neighboring class, who inquired, "Old Ho, what is going on here?" Ignoring his colleague, Ho directed his attention to Xiaoying. "I will allow you a 30-second head start." Unnecessary, Xiaoying thought, feeling it was already quite unfair. Arrogant and naive, Instructor Ho mused, recognizing her as someone spoiled at home, who, having never faced the harsh realities of life, had become overly confident with a slight edge and speed. It was time to temper her arrogance. Otherwise, she would be taught a lesson by society later on. How absurd to seek recognition in this way. Li Shirin rolled her eyes. Several girls chimed in, noting that competing against a military-trained instructor was merely a means of self-aggrandizement. At least she has the courage to challenge the instructor. Winning or losing is secondary. If it were you, you'd be silent, the boys defended Xiaoying. "Look at you all, so eager to support her, as if you've never seen a girl before. She doesn't even know who you are. It's all just superficial." Li Shirin dismissed. "Superficial perhaps, but it incites your jealousy," another student countered. Just moments ago, who was it that criticized her for pretending to know directions, only to follow closely behind her? Indeed, had it not been for her, would we have reached the dormitory or the playground first? The students exchanged comments. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, startling them. Before they could comprehend the situation, 2 figures shot forth like bullets from a gun. By the time their eyes tracked the movement, the 2 figures were already several dozen meters away. What on earth did I just witness? She astonishingly sprinted ahead of the instructor, leaving him in her wake. What a remarkable feat. Surely, she must possess the legendary speed of a flying leg. Why not refer to it as the shadowless kick? Gasps of astonishment and sounds of excitement intertwined, rising and falling like a symphony. Occasionally, a few exclamations of pure admiration echoed through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures had vanished from sight. Could it be that she would emerge victorious? Absolutely. Did you not witness it? The instructor had been left far behind, Truly impressive. Why bother with university when she could directly join the national team and sweep the globe, claiming gold medals with ease? Oh, I yearn to retrieve my phone and capture this on video. 10 minutes passed, and still, neither of them returned. The students craned their necks, eagerly anticipating their arrival. And even the instructors from neighboring classes occasionally stole glances in their direction. Ah, they are back. Quick, look. As the crowd turned their gaze, two figures reappeared a few hundred meters away, making their way back. It was a leisurely stroll, with Xiaoying casually sauntering ahead, her hands tucked into her jacket pockets, while the stern black-clad instructor followed behind. Surely, this meant victory? How stunning she looked in the same uniform. As they approached amidst murmurs of speculation, the crowd could discern their expressions. Xiaoying appeared unfazed, as if meandering through a garden, while the instructor's face darkened, making it difficult for anyone to glance his way. Upon returning to the playground, Xiaoying, under the envious or worshipful eyes of her peers, retrieved her phone from a pile of belongings, tucking it back into her pocket. Incredible. She won. If only I could boast about this for a lifetime. Hush, hush, the instructor is returning. With a composed yet stern countenance, he surveyed the students who dared to look but quickly averted their gazes. Then he whistled and commanded, "Count off. 1, 2, 3. After the count, the instructor's gaze landed on Xiaoying within the ranks. What is your name? He inquired. Xiaoying, she replied, as her name echoed in the air. Whispers erupted once again, sending the atmosphere into a frenzy. Xiaoying, the top student who, despite neglecting her Chinese essay, achieved a perfect score of 690? I've heard that our principal personally went to her home to recruit her from other schools. Is it truly her? I watched an interview with that Xiaoying. She appeared much heavier, yet her eyes and brows do resemble hers. There is only one Xiaoying in our class. Who else could it be? Which fool told me she weighed 150 pounds yesterday? The instructor absorbed every word of the students' chatter, listening intently. Silence, he commanded. He then cast another glance at Xiaoying. The military training commenced. Attention. At ease. Face forward. About turn. Stand at attention. For Xiaoying, who had endured rigorous training since childhood, this was undoubtedly child's play. Each class had a few who struggled to distinguish front from back, and the instructor unleashed his fury, correcting them as he reprimanded. The students silently endured the instructor's wrath, their grievances unspoken. Yet, Instructor Ho always managed to spot the most exemplary student among dozens, finding no fault in her. After more than half an hour of turning and standing at attention under the scorching sun, the students silently lamented their plight. Several girls with subpar physical fitness have begun to report feelings of discomfort. However, Instructor Ho remained stoic and unyielding. After a while of training, his mood seemed to calm somewhat, prompting him to instruct them to jog around the playground to loosen their muscles. Observing that Instructor Ho had a moment of respite, the instructors from nearby classes also had their students run, and they gathered around Ho to gossip, inquiring about the earlier incident. What happened? Did you lose a race? Don't tell me it was to a little girl whose legs haven't even fully developed yet. You are a veteran of the Hellfire Special Forces. Your arms may be injured, but your legs are intact. Come on, Ho, speak up. What is the situation? I'm dying of curiosity. Facing the curiosity of his comrades, Instructor Ho maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the petite figure of the girl jogging leisurely among the students. It's nothing, just a headstrong one, Ho remarked. Headstrong? That little girl? His comrades were astonished at Ho's words, never imagining that the once headstrong member of the Hellfire Special Forces would now refer to someone else in such a manner. Is she perhaps taking it too far? Ho's thoughts drifted back to the moment of racing against the girl. How far behind had he fallen? He could not say, for he had never caught a glimpse of her figure ahead. He only knew that when he arrived downstairs, the upper floor was silent, devoid of footsteps. By the time he ascended the stairs, she was already waiting for him at the dormitory entrance, her breathing steady and her expression composed. In stark contrast, he found himself breathless and disheveled. The most alarming aspect was that he had no idea how long she had waited for him. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that such a small girl could run so swiftly. Instructor Ho, a student has fallen and is in pain and unable to get up. A student rushed over. Ho snapped back to reality and hurried over. Parting the crowd, he found Li Shireen sitting on the ground, crying out in agony. Her pant leg rolled up to reveal a large, bruised calf that was notably swollen. After crouching down to assess her condition, Ho realized the severity of the situation. How could this happen? This is clearly not just a fall. It was her. She deliberately tripped Shireen. Tang Xiao pointed at Xiaoying. Ho frowned and looked at her. Xiaoying stood with her hands in her pockets, her expression calm and collected, betraying no hint of anxiety as she looked down at the wailing Li Shireen and said, "Wasn't it you who wanted to trip me, only to end up tripping yourself?" It was Xiaoying's kick that had caused Shireen's injury. Xiaoying then turned her gaze to Tang Xiaogua, her tone light, yet laced with coldness. You were quick to retract your foot. Had you been any slower, you would be sitting on the ground crying alongside her. Chapter 85. Her pain, my pain. Qin Hanyue appears in the military district. Tang Xiaowei, you heard that. She admitted it was her doing, and she wanted to trip me. Why would she want to trip you when she is perfectly fine? Several boys stepped up to defend Xiaoying. Then what right does she have to say that Shireen wanted to trip her? Tang Xiaowei retorted immediately. Jealousy, of course. Who wouldn't he see that? The boys chimed in agreement. You. The exposed Tang Xiaowei felt both anger and frustration, unable to refute their claims. Instructor, I just saw it. Those two were the ones who approached Xiaoying. Previously, on the bus, a boy with a face full of acne mustered the courage to speak to Xiaoying. After uttering his words, he quickly stole a glance at her, and his face flushed crimson. Stop your nonsense. You are all clearly assisting her because of her beauty, Tang Xiaowei declared, though inwardly, he was riddled with guilt. Silence. Continue your run. Do any of you wish to forgo breakfast? Commanded Instructor Ho, causing the students to scatter like startled birds. It was evident to Instructor Ho what tricks these young girls were employing. He knelt down to carry the painfully injured Li Shireen on his back, and, casting a glance at Xiaoying, proceeded toward the infirmary. Instructor Ho was delayed in returning. The students felt nauseous from exertion, yet none dared to pause. Only when they noticed the adjacent class taking a break did they dare to rest beneath a tree. Exhausted and famished, they collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaoying sat casually aside, engrossed in her phone, appearing remarkably unperturbed and composed compared to her sweaty peers, evoking their envy. They admired her for having a phone to play with, and for her extraordinary physical stamina. Finally, when the instructor returned, the students quickly assembled. Attention. At ease. Left turn. Destination. Cafeteria. Distance 1,500 meters. March. It was 10 o'clock, and the prospect of breakfast was finally upon them. The students felt as though they could weep, especially seeing the other class already finished while they were still waiting. Starving, they rushed toward the cafeteria. Xiaoying lingered at the back of the line, walking leisurely. Suddenly, a voice beside her remarked, "Watch your steps. That kick was fierce enough to break bones." Had Instructor Ho never studied physics? The force of action is mutual. If she felt pain, so did he. Xiaoying thought to herself that she had absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, Li Shireen's leg would have surely been fractured. With such a sharp tongue, "I hope you can maintain this calm demeanor in a few days," Instructor Ho said. To which Xiaoying replied, "I hope you can as well." Calling her a troublemaker was indeed an accurate assessment, Instructor Ho remarked. A day later, the students' initial excitement and anticipation had completely dissipated, leaving them utterly drained. Clutching their neatly folded bedding, they helped one another back to their dormitory, collapsing onto their beds, too exhausted even to shower. They found themselves enviously contemplating Li Shireen, who, with her injured leg, was spared from military training. In the instructor's dormitory, Instructor Ho had removed his shirt, exposing his shoulder. A comrade was applying medicinal alcohol to his left shoulder. "Perhaps you should find time to visit Minglao again? With your arm in this condition, even holding a gun is challenging. If you're short on funds, we can chip in," his comrade suggested. Instructor Ho shook his head, having long abandoned hope. Yet he maintained a nonchalant facade, stating, "I can still shoot quite accurately with my left hand." Seeing this, his comrade shifted the topic. "What about that troublemaker in your class? Did she injure any classmates today?" Just then, there was a knock at the door. Instructor Ho quickly donned his clothing and allowed the visitor to enter. It was a sentry accompanied by a female student he recognized as Tang Xiaowei. Instructor Ho knew that trouble was afoot. Upon inquiry, it was confirmed. "Instructor Ho, Xiaoying is missing." His comrade chuckled. "Is it that troublemaker again?" Instructor Ho frowned, anger surging within him. "Did I not expressly forbid leaving the dormitory building? Do my words carry no weight? This is a military zone, not a garden for them to frolic about." Instructor Ho rose and walked outside. Tang Xiaowei hurriedly followed, her steps light, thinking that now there would be no escape for Xiaoying. Upon reaching the dormitory, Instructor Ho discovered that she was indeed absent. A few girls began to stir the pot, with Li Shireen's legs feeling numb, yet her mouth still chattering away. Just as the conversation grew heated, an Instructor Ho prepared to search for the missing individual. Li Shireen suddenly screamed at the sight of the doorway, startling several people. A cool, distant female voice followed, lightly inquiring, "Are we discussing me?" Everyone turned to look. There stood Xiaoying, like a specter, having mysteriously materialized at the entrance, arms crossed, lazily leaning against the door watching them. "Where have you been?" Instructor Ho asked in a stern voice. "The restroom, of course," Xiaoying retorted. "You're lying. You didn't go to the restroom at all. The restroom is to the left, yet you clearly descended to the right," Li Shireen firmly accused Xiaoying. "Who takes so long in the restroom? If you're going to lie, at least make it sound believable." Instructor Ho reiterated, "I shall ask you once more, where did you go?" "To the restroom." Xiaoying replied. Well, she had indeed stepped out, bored, to wander around the military zone, even taking a leisurely stroll through the office of their highest-ranking officer. Yet she had done nothing untoward. She was a law-abiding citizen. Instructor Ho scrutinized Xiaoying for a few seconds, choosing not to say more, but instead reminded them once again that leaving the dormitory without permission was prohibited. He then continued on his way. As he passed by Xiaoying, he lowered his voice. "Behave yourself. This military zone is not a playground for you." Xiaoying reacted little, lightly shifting her gaze to Li Shirin and the others. Despite the lack of any discernible emotion in her eyes, it sent a chilling sense of oppression through them. Instructor Ho descended the stairs and asked the sentry, standing guard below, "Did any female students return just now?" The sentry replied, "No." Instructor Ho looked up towards the third floor. 2 days later, a truck laden with advanced weaponry entered the military zone. In front of the truck was a black Maybach with the license plate, Jing A0000. General Shangguan Qingmu of the military zone, upon seeing the visitors, felt more joy than he would have felt at the sight of his 80-year-old father, personally stepping out to welcome them and ushering them into his office. Serving fine water and tea. Handing a cup of hot tea to the man, Shangguan Qingmu confirmed once more, "Master Qin, is all of this truly a gift? With great power comes great responsibility. As a citizen of Hua country, it is only right to contribute what one can," Qin Hanyue replied. Sitting on the sofa with his long legs crossed, Shangguan Qingmu beamed with delight, exclaiming, "What a fine young man. I shall certainly have a banner custom-made for you and personally deliver it to your home, inscribed with warm-hearted citizen Qin Hanyue, one of the top 10 lovable figures of Hua country. Report to the general." After counting, there are 10 boxes of Type 95 assault rifles and 5 boxes of Barrett sniper rifles. Listening to the soldiers report one by one, Shangguan Qingmu's smile almost split his face, and after half a pot of tea, he enthusiastically invited Qin Hanyue to join him for a meal at the cafeteria. "No need to trouble yourself. Please carry on with your duties," Qin Hanyue replied. "Are you certain there's nothing else?" Without any warning, you personally come to deliver such a valuable assortment, which felt somewhat peculiar, leaving Shangguan Qingmu with a sense of unease. Having just driven over, I noticed a considerable number of students. Are they the freshmen from Kyoto University undergoing military training? Qin Hanyue suddenly inquired. "Indeed, would you like to take a look?" "Experience the vitality of youth," replied Shangguan Qingmu. Chapter 86. The sunscreen gift from Qin Hanyue. "How many rings should I aim for in shooting?" "No need." Qin Hanyue rose from his seat and approached the desk. Shangguan Qingmu watched as he picked up the binoculars from his desk and walked to the window, saying, "I can observe from here." 200 meters away, at the obstacle course, Xiaoying shattered the military district's record for the 150-meter obstacle race with astonishing speed, leading their previous record by a full 8 seconds. The crowd was left in awe, and the atmosphere surged to a near frenzy. "Old Ho, the 150-meter obstacle record was set by you back in the day. What was your time?" The instructor next door, regaining his composure, inquired of Instructor Ho, his gaze fixed on the slowly returning Xiaoying. Shaking his head, he sighed. "A remarkable talent indeed." Instructor Ho remained silent, equally absorbed in watching Xiaoying. After a moment, he remarked, "She did not exert her full strength. I hope you maintain this calm demeanor in the days to come. I hope Instructor Ho does as well." Instructor Ho suddenly recalled his conversation with Xiaoying. Not using her full strength? The neighboring instructor gasped in disbelief, nodding. "She possesses the makings of a fine soldier. What a pity, she is but a girl." "What are you looking at?" Shangguan Qingmu leaned closer to the window, glancing at Qin Hanyue. Then he turned his gaze outside, on the playground. A sea of students clad in military training uniforms made it nearly impossible to distinguish one from another. "Who are you looking at?" Shangguan Qingmu noticed Qin Hanyue fixated on a particular spot, evidently targeting someone specific. Qin Hanyue countered with a question. "Is there any difference in this year's military training for freshmen compared to previous years?" "It's the same every year." "What aspect are you referring to? For instance, which student exhibits exceptional physical prowess?" "Exceptional? Those scrawny little chicks with their undeveloped limbs?" Shangguan Qingmu increasingly found Qin Hanyue peculiar. Qin Hanyue raised an eyebrow, surprised by such straightforwardness. Or perhaps Shangguan Qingmu had simply not heard the rumors. Given his understanding of Xiaoying, it was highly likely to be the latter. Qin Hanyue continued to observe from the window for over half an hour. Finally, he set down the binoculars and stepped away from the window. At that very moment, as he turned, Xiaoying, trailing behind the main group towards the cafeteria, glanced up at the window. "Qin Hanyue, I brought some items for the female students undergoing military training. I would appreciate it if you could distribute them to them shortly." Shangguan Qingmu, "You brought something for the female students?" Clearly, there's something amiss. This is a ruse as grand as the playground itself. A soldier nearby leaned into Shangguan Qingmu's ear, saying, "It's some sunscreen and mosquito repellent." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingmu directly asked Qin Hanyue, "What exactly is going on today?" Qin Hanyue, "Just a modest gesture of care for the flowers of our nation, a mere trifle." Xiaoying arrived late, and only a few buns and plain porridge remained in the cafeteria. Here, have this. A generous meal was offered to her. Xiaoying turned to look, feeling a sense of familiarity. She recalled that this was none other than the so-called school heartthrob from Yunqing No. 7 Middle School. Named Su something. Xiaoying had an excellent memory. One could say she was impossible to forget. In a state of resignation, the protagonist recalls that her previous life as a blood shadow was filled with acquaintances and experiences that far exceed the amount of salt she has ever consumed. Individuals like Su Mingchen, a mere passerby, would have faded from her memory had the original owner of her body not held a profound recollection of him. Casting a glance at him, Xiaoying took a bite of her steamed bun and, with her bowl of porridge in hand, proceeded on her way. Even the finance department's heartthrob, Su Mingchen, has taken a liking to Xiaoying. If I, a woman, can admire her, how much more so can men? I lament the absence of certain attributes. Otherwise, I would be insufferable. Could someone please keep that heartthrob away from my goddess? She deserves to bask in her beauty alone. To speak candidly, the recent 150-meter obstacle course was nothing short of miraculous. She soared through it, leaving even our instructor astounded. With her victory in long-distance running and her stunning performance in the obstacle course, within just 3 days, nearly everyone was aware of the girl from the computer science department whose physical prowess rivaled that of the instructors. Not only is she extraordinarily beautiful, but she is also a top scholar personally recruited by the principal, possessing a remarkable eloquence, both physically and psychologically strong to an extraordinary degree. Xiaoying has evidently become the focal point of discussion among the new students, captivating attention wherever she goes. Even before the official commencement of classes, she has ascended to the status of a notable figure at Jing University. Even the instructors are engaged in conversations about her remarkable physical capabilities, which, they concede, even the special forces, who train daily, cannot surpass. After lunch, Xiaoying received 2 bottles of sunscreen and an array of mosquito-repelling items. While she had no need for sunscreen, the mosquito repellent was quite handy, considering the abundance of insects at the foot of the mountain. Goodness! The brand of sunscreen is quite luxurious. I have always refrained from purchasing it, yet here I am with 2 bottles. Mother, I have made it. These mosquito repellents are exquisitely crafted, and the spray has a delightful fragrance. Jing University is exceedingly generous. I have fallen in love with Jing University. I overheard a classmate from the adjacent class mentioning that their instructor said these were gifts from an alumnus of Jing University. Gifts from a senior? I thought as much. I had never heard of Jing University distributing sunscreen to students in previous years. Just how much would all this sunscreen and mosquito repellent cost? To the kind-hearted senior who remains anonymous, I wish to marry you. Why are the boys not included? Is there a disparity in treatment? A single bottle of sunscreen would suffice. I am on the verge of becoming sun-dried. The most anticipated aspect of military training at Jing University is undoubtedly the shooting session. After enduring days of rigorous training, the students looked utterly drained, but upon learning that shooting was scheduled for the morning, their spirits were revived. At the shooting range, the boys were brimming with excitement, lining up and cracking their knuckles in anticipation. Only 30 rings. I could hit more than that with my eyes closed. I'm like a marksman at the night market, one boasted. That's quite impressive, hitting 70 rings. I just heard someone score 75 rings. Finally, it was our turn. Instructor Ho commanded, silence. Boys, step forward in a line. Those in the back, be prepared. The instructor from the adjacent class approached, suggesting, Old Ho, why don't we have a friendly competition between our classes? Let us see whose total score is higher. Instructor Ho replied, your class has more students. We only have 7 or 8. The neighboring instructor countered, then let us just compare the highest individual scores. The losing class buys drinks during the next holiday. Instructor Ho replied, what is there to fear? Doesn't your class have a standout? Who knows, there might be a delightful surprise in store. Instructor Ho glanced at Xiaoying and remarked, no matter how skilled you are, you're merely a group of 18 young ladies. Can you even handle a firearm? Just tell me, can you compare? Yes. Well, let it be known that one of our classmates recently scored 87 points. Xiaoying tilted her head slightly, observing the students at the shooting range, lost in thought, her subtle expression intriguing. Was it disdain or something else? After the first row reported their scores, Instructor Ho commanded, next row, fall in. His gaze swept over Xiaoying. Legs in a V shape, straightened. How many times have I demonstrated this? Can't you even lie down properly? After all this instruction, still clueless about loading bullets? What a pig's brain. At a distance of 50 meters, with the prone shooting position, Xiaoying lay on the ground, lightly tossing the 10 blank cartridges she had been given. She shook her head inwardly, suppressing a smile. With calm and practiced precision, she loaded the bullets, reflecting, after so many years as an assassin, I never imagined I would one day use blank cartridges. In the shadows, even fresh recruits trained with real bullets, as if they were of no cost. Instructor Ho continued to correct the other students. Once Xiaoying finished loading, she cocked the gun and aimed. How many years had it been since she shot at a target? And now, it was a stationary one. How well could she score? Instructor Ho checked each student in turn, nearly every one receiving criticism, but when he reached Xiao Ying, he fell silent. Prepare, fire, he instructed. Bang, 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 bang. At Instructor Ho's command, before the echoes of his voice had faded, Xiao Ying had fired all 10 rounds. In contrast, the others struggled to aim for their second shot. And some timid girls were so startled by the gunfire and recoil that they dropped their weapons. Standing beside Xiao Ying, Instructor Ho glanced down after hearing the rapid gunfire, only to find that she had already completed her task. He first looked at her, then turned to examine the target 50 meters away, though it was difficult to see clearly. Finally, after the other students finished shooting, Instructor Ho immediately instructed the distant instructor to report the scores. Moving from left to right, 25 points, 33 points, 46 points, 44 points, and then 10 points. 10 points? Goodness, have your eyes been blinded? Who could be so incompetent as to score only 10 points, completely missing the target? Laughter and mockery erupted among the crowd. But upon discovering that the last target belonged to Xiao Ying, the boys fell silent. Well, it's quite normal for girls to struggle with firearms. After all, these are activities typically enjoyed by boys, so what is so amusing about it? Indeed, nobody is perfect. She has already excelled to such a degree. What's the harm in a small flaw? This is simply unacceptable. To score 10 points from 10 shots, she must be the only one in the entire grade capable of such a feat. Tang Xiaohua rolled her eyes disdainfully at the boys. What a bunch of sycophants. Clearly, you were right. No matter how capable, she is just a little girl. Can she even handle a gun? The neighboring instructor chuckled at Instructor Ho. Well, I shan't be polite when it comes to your drink. The neighboring instructor then cast an appreciative glance at Xiao Ying, remarking, however, physical fitness is much harder to train than shooting, a rare talent indeed. 9 shots off target, the reporting instructor then called out. 9 shots off target? Only 1 hit. 1 hit scoring 10 points? To call her mediocre would be a misjudgment, as she struck the bullseye with precision. To deem her extraordinary would be an understatement, for she missed the target 9 times. What kind of fortune has my goddess encountered? Tang Xiaohua scoffed. Can't you see? That one shot was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. 9 misses? Instructor Ho exchanged glances with the instructor next door, before both turned their attention towards Xiao Ying. Subsequently, Instructor Ho strode towards the distant target. Before approaching, he inquired with the target reporting instructor, 9 misses? Indeed. As he drew closer and cast his eyes upon the target, he confirmed that there was indeed only a single bullet hole. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss with that bullet hole. Upon closer inspection, Instructor Ho's pupils constricted in disbelief as he instinctively reached out to touch the solitary bullet hole. Is there a problem? The adjacent instructor approached. Instructor Ho remained silent, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded the neighboring instructor. The latter, sensing something was awry, queried, "What is it?" He then turned his gaze towards the target, his eyes gradually sharpening in focus. Moments later, he bent down for a closer look, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, all shots have landed in the same hole. There were no misses." The reason for the singular bullet hole was that all 10 bullets had passed through the same opening. One hole, yet multiple bullet traces. Although the precise number of traces could not be determined, the sheer strength displayed in those shots undoubtedly suggested 10. This, perhaps, is beyond even the most formidable sniper from the Hellfire Special Forces, is it not? The neighboring instructor, somewhat bewildered, gazed at Xiao Ying from afar, utterly flabbergasted. Could this truly be the work of a mere student? At a distance of 50 meters, with ample shooting experience, one might achieve 3 or 4 bullets striking the same hole. However, to ensure that all 10 bullets land in one singular hole requires an extraordinary level of skill and steadiness to control the trajectory of all 10 shots. In his prime, Instructor Ho's record at 50 meters was 5 bullets in one hole. Yet, considering the influence of wind speed, it would take at least 5 minutes to accomplish that feat. And how long did Xiao Ying take to fire her 10 shots? Instructor Ho, standing beside her, could hear it distinctly. For her, wind speed and external factors were inconsequential. What level of training must one undergo to possess such terrifying prowess? The neighboring instructor remarked, "Today has truly opened my eyes. A female sniper is already a rare gem." The caliber of her skill left him at a loss for words. Instructor Ho, who had remained silent until now, turned his gaze toward Xiao Ying in the distance and called out for the students to report the target anew. Xiao Ying, 100 rings. 100 rings? What 100 rings? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 rings? Come. Let us go take a look. This student's identity is somewhat suspicious. I will report to the general shortly. You stay here and keep an eye on her, but do not alert her. Instructor Ho quickly concluded, pulling the target from the ground. The neighboring instructor was taken aback, his expression growing serious. It was indeed too suspicious. How could an ordinary student in their teens possess shooting skills surpassing those of professional snipers? In the preceding physical training, one might attribute exceptional prowess to innate athletic talent. However, in the realm of marksmanship, without prior exposure to firearms or years of dedicated professional training, such proficiency is unequivocally unattainable, regardless of one's innate genius. Given all these factors, suspicions abound. Before a throng of students could converge, Instructor Ho departed with the target in hand. The students, bewildered, remained unaware of the lengthy deliberations concerning Qiao Ying's target, which had inexplicably transformed from a score of 10 rings to 100. Ultimately, the target was taken away. How many rings had been scored? The disparity between 10 and 100 is far too vast. It is implausible that there was merely a misunderstanding regarding the scoring. Under the relentless sun, the students waited from morning until noon. Finally, Instructor Ho returned, accompanied by 2 armed soldiers, an intimidating presence that left the students apprehensive and silent. It appeared that Instructor Ho had merely summoned Qiao Ying. What could be the cause of this? Surely, it could not be merely about the target. Subsequently, Qiao Ying was escorted to the office of Shangguan Qingmu. Upon entering, she observed an officer with his back turned, scrutinizing her target. When he turned around, Qiao Ying recognized the insignia on his shoulder, wheat ears accompanied by 3 stars, indicating a general of high rank. His visage seemed familiar, as if she had seen him before. Noting that Qiao Ying first glanced at his insignia and then at his face, Shangguan Qingmu smiled and asked, "What are you looking at? What is your name?" Instructor Ho immediately admonished, "Qiao Ying, this is a general of our military district. You must not be disrespectful." Is inquiring a name considered disrespectful? The youthful yet revered Blood Shadow, esteemed across various domains, was oblivious to this notion of impropriety. Shangguan Qingmu raised his hand to halt Instructor Ho, signaling that it was of no consequence, and then, with a smile, introduced himself. "I am Shangguan Qingmu." The name rang a bell for Qiao Ying. Upon reflection, she recalled having encountered him when he was a lieutenant general. "Did you shoot this target?" Shangguan Qingmu inquired. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Qiao Ying glanced at the target. "May I see your palms?" he requested. Qiao Ying surveyed the office. There were only 3 individuals present: Instructor Ho, Shangguan Qingmu, and a communications soldier, yet many others loitered outside. She gracefully extended her hands, revealing her delicate, fair palms and elongated fingers, devoid of calluses at the base. This was indeed peculiar. For someone to possess such shooting prowess, yet have uncalloused hands, was astonishing. Was this truly her first encounter with firearms? It seemed implausible. Could you elucidate how you achieved such results without any calluses on your palms? Though Shangguan Qingmu wore a smile, an air of authority emanated from him. "What are you implying?" Qiao Ying responded, her directness evident. Chapter 88. Qin Hanyue reappears at the military district. She is a member of the Qin family. Qiao Ying was too forthright. Shangguan Qingmu's smile faded, and he fixed his gaze upon her, stating, "Qiao Ying, a resident of Yunqing. Born in the year XX at the People's Hospital in Jiangxia District, with a family of 5. As her personal information was revealed piece by piece, Qiao Ying's displeasure was palpable as she pressed her furrowed brow downwards, her expression growing colder. "Are you investigating me?" Shangguan Qingmu, a typical teenage girl. She has outperformed our Special Forces instructor, Instructor Ho, in long-distance running and shattered the record for the 150-meter obstacle course in our military district. Today, she has achieved results that even professional snipers would find implausible, leaving us with considerable doubts. Qiao Ying, doubts about what? That I am a spy for some foreign nation? Shangguan Qingmu, you certainly have the audacity to say that. Qiao Ying, so, have you discovered anything? Shangguan Qingmu, we will conduct a more thorough investigation. The military training will conclude tomorrow, and until we ascertain your identity and confirm your innocence, you will need to remain here to cooperate with us. Given the significant infiltration of foreign powers, it is possible that they have even penetrated Jing University and its military. Qiao Ying, what kind of cooperation do you mean? Are you planning to detain me? Shangguan Qingmu, if you do not mind, you may stay in my office for a couple of days, and I will personally look after you. Qiao Ying, if I were to express my objection, what then? Would you still insist on my cooperation? Shangguan Qingmu, that is likely beyond your control now. The two stood in opposition, each acutely aware of the formidable presence exuded by the other. Shangguan Qingmu was taken aback by the formidable aura of such a young girl, prompting him to regard Qiao Ying with greater seriousness. After all, they were merely performing their duties, working diligently for their country and its citizens, which should indeed be commended. She had only herself to blame for being so conspicuous. Qiao Ying composed herself, reminding herself that she was just an ordinary student now and could not afford to act recklessly as she once did, attempting to leave right under their noses. In just 2 hours, they had managed to uncover such basic information. Their investigative capabilities seem rather inadequate. Without bothering to gauge Instructor Ho's reaction, Qiao Ying asked, "May I make a phone call?" Shangguan Qingmu exchanged a glance with Instructor Ho. Shangguan Qingmu, yes. You may call from here. Xiaoying, naturally. She retrieved her phone from her pocket. Shangguan Qingmu feigned patience, turning to pace beside the communications officer, whispering, immediately intercept her signal, monitor her call, and ascertain who is on the other end. As Xiaoying scrolled through her phone, she contemplated whether to tell them, should I slow down and wait for you? Or perhaps I should bring someone over for you to check directly. Xiaoying dialed a number. Mr. Qin? Yes, please inform them. Thank you. After finishing the call, the communications officer returned and leaned close to Shangguan Qingmu, reporting, we were unable to intercept any signals. Shangguan Qingmu frowned, his expression growing graver. Xiaoying thought to herself, if you could intercept it, consider me useless. Just as Shangguan Qingmu was about to speak to Xiaoying, the phone on his desk rang. He walked over to answer it. Instructor Ho, who was closer to Xiaoying, had attempted to eavesdrop on her conversation but had heard nothing. Her phone must have been tampered with, otherwise. With his keen hearing from such proximity, he could not have heard nothing at all. Shangguan Qingmu answered the phone. Oh, what brings you to call me? What did you say? Someone from the Qin family. Shangguan Qingmu paused, looking up at Xiaoying, who stood there. He then switched the phone to another hand and said, let me confirm with you. Is this female student from Yun City, named Xiaoying, a member of the Qin family? On the other end, the man's voice was deep and magnetic. Yes, she is indeed from the Qin family. Qin family? Which Qin family? Colonel Ho observed Xiaoying and then glanced at Shangguan Qingmu. Moments earlier, Xiaoying had made a phone call in their presence, claiming that due to her outstanding performance, she was suspected of being a spy for a certain country and requested the other party to speak with them. Colonel Ho thought to himself, she truly remains too naive. This is a significant matter that cannot simply be brushed aside with a mere connection. Even the Mr. Qin she mentioned would warrant their investigation, and it could very well lead to a comprehensive inquiry. Upon hearing Xiaoying reach out for assistance, Shangguan Qingmu's thoughts mirrored those of Colonel Ho. Now, as he hung up the phone, he chuckled heartily. Misunderstanding, we are all family here. Seeing this, Colonel Ho concluded that it indeed was that Qin family. Can I leave now? Xiaoying queried. Shangguan Qingmu, who still had more to say, such as offering an apology or complimenting her impressive shooting skills, realized that Xiaoying seemed indifferent to such gestures. He could only smile and nod. All right, you may return to military training. Everything is fine now. Once Xiaoying departed, Colonel Ho confirmed, she is a member of the Qin family? Shangguan Qingmu nodded, I thought so. How else could that young man from the Qin family suddenly provide us with such excellent equipment? Even sending sunscreen and insect repellent to the female students. It seems the equipment was merely a pretext, and the real gift was for the young lady. Shangguan Qingmu then understood that when Xiaoying mentioned they had only managed to uncover limited information in 2 hours, she was referring to their inability to discern her relationship with Qin Hanyu. He continued, gesturing towards the window. He was looking through a telescope at that time. I assumed there was a junior from the Qin family undergoing military training. I even inquired about it, wanting to extend some consideration. Checking on a bunch of people with the surname Qin from the capital, only to find out she was named Xiao. It appears our entire military district has benefited from this young lady's influence. It was unexpected that the esteemed third master of the Qin family, typically self-disciplined, could resemble a foolish monarch in ancient times, sending so many gifts merely to have an excuse to deliver sunscreen, and even going so far as to watch her from afar with a telescope. This extravagant youth truly lives up to his reputation. If Xiaoying is indeed associated with Qin Hanyu, then her extraordinary capabilities are hardly surprising, for members of the Qin family are anything but ordinary. After lunch, Xiaoying returned to her dormitory to rest. Upon entering, she overheard several girls discussing her shooting scores, and they fell silent as she walked in. Just as she was about to relax, Colonel Ho appeared at the door and knocked. Xiaoying, come with me. Though her expression showed slight annoyance, she stood up and followed the officer, asking as they walked, what is it this time? Colonel Ho replied, you will find out once we arrive. After saying this, he discreetly assessed Xiaoying. Meanwhile, the girls in the dormitory were buzzing with speculation. Why is she being summoned again? Could it be that her exceptional physical abilities have caught the attention of high-ranking officers, and they want to recruit her into the military? Please, it's just running. Do you think high-ranking officers have nothing better to do than to concern themselves with such trivial matters? Xiaoying followed Instructor Ho and once again arrived at Shangguan Qingmu's office. 2 individuals were seated on the sofa. Shangguan Qingmu faced the entrance, while the man sat with his back turned, dressed impeccably in a suit, crossing his long legs as he engaged in conversation with Shangguan Qingmu. Ah, you've arrived. Shangguan Qingmu remarked upon noticing Xiaoying. Xiaoying approached and addressed Qin Hanyu seated on the sofa, saying, didn't we clarify everything over the phone? Why did you come all this way? Her tone and words elicited a surprised widening of Shangguan Qingmu's eyes. It was undoubtedly the first time he had witnessed someone speak to Qin Hanyu in such a manner, without even a formal address. In the world of both law and crime, Everyone who encountered Qin Hanyue would respectfully refer to him as Master Qin. Qin Hanyue turned to her and replied, "It's not far. I thought this trip might put your mind at ease." "Is that so?" she questioned, her disbelief evident. Qin Hanyue gestured to the space beside him with a slight smile, inviting her to sit. Xiaoying walked over, settled down, and comfortably crossed her legs. Shangguan Qingmu observed the two, who mirrored each other's posture, even the direction in which their feet were crossed, igniting his curiosity. Qin Hanyue uncrossed his legs, took a water jug and cup, carefully rinsed the cup, and then poured water, handing it to Xiaoying. She accepted it and took a few sips. "This is quite a sight to behold for the first time," Shangguan Qingmu commented. Qin Hanyue inquired, "How have you been feeling these past few days?" Xiaoying responded, "Not as entertaining as M-City." As she spoke, she reached to place the cup back on the table, but found it a bit out of reach. Just as she was about to lower her legs to lean forward, Qin Hanyue extended his hand, took the cup from her, and placed it on the table for her. Shangguan Qingmu gasped, "This scene is also a first for me. Do you wish to visit M-City?" Qin Hanyue asked. "There's the National Day holiday next month. Or you could wait for the winter break." "Never mind. There's nothing much to do over there," she replied, then glanced at him. "From the sound of it, Mr. Qin, are you implying you would like to join me? Aren't you rarely inclined to go there?" Qin Hanyue replied, "Having company makes the journey infinitely more enjoyable. So I would certainly welcome the opportunity to go more often. Are you interested in my entertainment?" Xiaoying teased. Qin Hanyue pondered for a moment. "I can't say it like that, but during my time in M-City, the excitement I experienced was undoubtedly brought forth by Miss Qiao." "He's quite sincere," Xiaoying remarked. Shangguan Qingmu interjected, "If I may, it seems to me that you two are rather familiar with each other." He glanced back and forth between them. The recent exchange of pouring, passing, and receiving the water had an air of familiarity, as though they had shared a life together for over a decade. It was evident that such interactions had occurred countless times before. Given this, he found it hard to believe there was nothing more than friendship between them. Yet, when they spoke, one referred to the other as Mr. Qin and the other as Miss Qiao. "Are you telling me that you two are not in a romantic relationship?" Shangguan Qingmu asked. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow slightly. "A romantic relationship?" She glanced at Qin Hanyue and then inquired of Shangguan Qingmu, "What makes you think that?" Shangguan Qingmu pointed at Qin Hanyue and remarked, "Did he not mention over the phone that you were part of the Qin family? Aside from being his Qin Hanyue's person, what else could you possibly be?" Qin Hanyue formed a fist with one hand, bringing it to his lips as he cleared his throat. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "There are many possibilities, such as friends or neighbors. Moreover, I have no interest in your uncle." Xiaoying's expression remained indifferent. "Uncle?" The smile on Qin Hanyue's lips froze. He turned his head to look at her. "Uncle?" Shangguan Qingmu was taken aback, glancing between Xiaoying and the incredulous expression on Qin Hanyue's face, unable to suppress a chuckle as he turned away. Leaning towards Xiaoying, Qin Hanyue lowered his voice. "Just moments ago, I vouched for you as a good citizen on behalf of the entire Qin family. And now you're distancing yourself and undermining me. Aren't you afraid of further suspicion regarding your identity?" Xiaoying turned her head to face him, the proximity between them palpable, and said earnestly, "I merely stated that I am younger. I did not imply that you are old." Qin Hanyue's gaze dropped, observing the girl's curled eyelashes and petite, elegant nose, feeling somewhat helpless. "You need not reiterate that." Another jab. Shangguan Qingmu laughed heartily. Xiaoying continued, "Mr. Qin, with your noble lineage and unparalleled inherent and acquired attributes, I find myself unworthy to aspire to such heights." This should suffice, Xiaoying thought. She sought Qin Hanyue's assistance for convenience and appropriateness. Among her acquaintances, who were often a blend of gray and black, most leaned more towards the darker side. Although lawyer Cheng Jinyan appeared respectable, she was currently enveloped in Xiaoying's guise, making it inconvenient to trouble him. To merely confirm this, while risking her own reputation, was a poor bargain that Xiaoying would certainly refuse. Qin Hanyue found her words to sound disingenuous. Shangguan Qingmu suppressed his laughter. "Classmate Xiao, I have a son who is just a few years older than you. He is quite the gentleman, serving in the military and has already attained the rank of Major General. Would you like me to share his WeChat with you? He prefers straightforward and bold young ladies like you over those pampered ones from affluent families. His marksmanship is also exceptional. You two would surely have common ground." Before Xiaoying could respond, Qin Hanyue interjected, "I have met your son, and he is indeed impressive, though perhaps a bit too solemn. Two reticent individuals together might not harmonize well." "She talks very little?" Xiaoying inquired. Shangguan Qingmu replied, "That is called being composed. Would Miss Qiao, with her playful banter and eloquent tongue, truly appreciate that? When she encounters someone she likes, she is bound to be more talkative." Qin Hanyue countered. "Miss Qiao just mentioned that she is still quite young and has just entered her freshman year. Her studies should take precedence." Shangguan Qingmu retorted, "They can always converse first. My son can wait 3 to 5 years without issue." Qin Hanyue responded, But I have heard that your son is an advocate of remaining unmarried. Shangwan Qingmu chuckled, surely. As a father, I would be aware of such matters. All right. I was merely jesting. I want to argue with you. Qin Hanyue withdrew his gaze to observe the person beside him, only to find her engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the world around her. This made him and Shangwan Qingmu appear somewhat aimless. I recall that during military training at Jingda, phones were to be surrendered. Why have you not complied? Xiaoying had claimed her outstanding performance, but had not elaborated on the specifics to him. Without raising her head, Xiaoying stated, if I win the race against the instructor, I will get my phone back. Qin Hanyue chuckled, understanding her sentiment. At that moment, he noticed the watch on Xiaoying's wrist. Its craftsmanship was somewhat crude, devoid of any discernible brand, clearly a low-quality item. Having spent 2 months in close proximity, Qin Hanyue recognized Xiaoying as someone who is discerning in all aspects. Thus he deduced that she would not have purchased that watch herself. Is that watch newly acquired? He inquired. Yes, she replied. As he gazed at the watch, he suddenly heard Xiaoying's voice. Why haven't I seen Assistant Qin? Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyue shifted his gaze from her watch to her face, narrowing his eyes slightly as he asked, what brings that question to mind? Xiaoying responded casually, just curious. He is not still recuperating in province, is he? Qin Hanyue acknowledged her query with a nod. He couldn't help but recall the moment when Xiaoying had received a box of wine from a friend in province, with Qin Yin present. They seemed to be enjoying a pleasant conversation. How old is Qin Yin this year? 27, not much younger than himself. Given his looks and circumstances, he was quite presentable. Could it be that this watch was a gift from that fellow? With Qin Yan's salary, it was unreasonable to purchase such a shoddy item. Moreover, considering Qin Yin was still in province, how could he have given it to her? After contemplating for a while, Qin Hanyue silently shook his head in dismissal. It was impossible for her to be interested in Qin Yin. Lost in thought, he did not catch Xiaoying speaking to him until he noticed her regarding him with curiosity. What did you say? Qin Hanyue maintained a neutral expression. I mentioned that the mosquito repellent spray is quite good, Xiaoying remarked. She shot him a puzzled glance before glancing back at her watch. Qin Hanyue's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his features. I am pleased that Miss Qiao likes it. The fact that she was aware of his scrutiny was somewhat surprising, given her perceptiveness. It seemed reasonable that she would notice him observing her through a telescope for over half an hour. Does Mr. Qin fancy my watch? Xiaoying asked as she lifted her wrist. Qin Hanyue opened his mouth, but before he could respond, she continued. This watch was a gift from someone else. I cannot pass it on to Mr. Qin. However, I will personally select one for you when the opportunity arises. Qin Hanyue replied, I shall look forward to it. Noticing that Shangwan Qingmu had been observing Xiaoying for quite some time, he inquired, what captivates General Shangwan's attention? The latter snapped back to reality, smiling. Nothing in particular. It's just that Miss Qiao reminds me of someone, a particularly remarkable individual. Qin Hanyue responded with intrigue. Oh? Shangwan Qingmu's words stirred memories of Isaias, who had expressed similar sentiments. Regrettably, Isaias was not known for his eloquence. Shangwan Qingmu scrutinized Xiaoying once more, contemplating. How should I put it? Miss Qiao's demeanor and overall presence bear a striking resemblance to that individual. Initially, Xiaoying's manner of speaking had led Shangwan Qingmu to perceive her as someone who was spoiled and indulged by Qin Hanyue. However, he was taken aback to find that their relationship was not as presumed. Her audacity and independent spirit immediately brought to mind that formidable person. It's noteworthy that even Qin Yuchan, Qin Hanyue's own nephew, would not dare to behave as boldly as Xiaoying did. When Qin Hanyue did not offer Qin Yuchan a seat, the latter had no choice but to stand. Not only younger generations, but even contemporaries would hesitate to compare themselves to Qin Hanyue, and there were few elders who would dare. Xiaoying was undoubtedly the first, and she was merely a student. She is but a young girl, yet she is far from ordinary. When Shangwan Qingmu spoke of her, admiration gleamed in his eyes. Xiaoying glanced at her phone, raising an eyebrow, yet remained silent. Chapter 90. Another disguise. Targets as ornaments. Xiaoying tucked her phone away and stood up, stating that it was nearly time to return to the dormitory for assembly, bidding them to continue their conversation. Qin Hanyue had initially intended to accompany Xiaoying, especially since military training would conclude the next day, and she ought to indulge in some leisure. He envisioned taking her on a tour of the capital. However, Shangwan Qingmu's words piqued his curiosity, leading him to forego his inquiry about whether Xiaoying would join him. He simply replied, all right. Once Xiaoying departed, Qin Hanyue inquired, what is the identity of that remarkable young girl mentioned by General Shangwan? Shangwan Qingmu hesitated for a moment before responding. Given your generous donation of such fine equipment, it is permissible for me to share this with you, a concerned citizen. That young girl is an adept at deciphering codes. I must lower my voice for the last part. There was a scheme devised by Country S and Country M targeting our nation, laden with encrypted communications. I am not fully informed, but it was certainly nefarious. We intercepted a portion of it, yet not a single decryption expert could make sense of it, thanks to her. This is classified information, and my knowledge is limited. Nonetheless, she resolved that incident for us by intercepting their communications. How she managed to force a dialogue with the president of Country S remains a mystery. He was utterly flabbergasted and unable to terminate the call. You were not present at the scene, so you cannot fathom our feelings. Among the decrypted files, Country S had not held back in maligning us to Country M, which infuriated me at the time. However, that young girl retaliated with fervor, which, although perhaps somewhat imprudent as it risked provoking them, was immensely satisfying to hear. She subsequently reinforced all our equipment, and our technicians have praised her skills. Shangguan Qingmu gave an approving thumbs up. Qin Hanyue could not help but recall the scene when Xiao Ying rescued Sake and Qin Yan. Shangguan Qingmu added, I had the fortune of encountering her twice. Back when I was a major general, just a few years ago. Why did you choose to trust her then? Qin Hanyue asked. Shangguan Qingmu replied, she appeared alongside higher-ups. Thus, my trust was not a matter of choice. What does she look like? Qin Hanyue pressed. Exquisite. As beautiful as a flower, with large eyes, a petite mouth, and a delicate face. I have never seen anyone more attractive than her. Oh, she is just a tad taller than you, Xiao. More than 2 years ago, we were still able to reach her, but then she seemed to vanish without a trace. Our people have been searching for her in the shadows. Shangguan Qingmu sighed. I worry whether she has drawn attention due to that incident, risking exposure of her identity. You must keep this matter confidential. Qin Hanyue nodded slightly, remaining silent for a moment before glancing at the target nearby and asking, did Xiaoying shoot that? He then walked over to inspect the target. Indeed, Shangguan Qingmu affirmed. Qin Hanyue approached to examine the bullet holes in the center of the target. Your marksmanship must have influenced her, Shangguan Qingmu remarked. Indeed, it has been said throughout history that heroes emerge in their youth, and the younger generation is formidable. Qin Hanyue inquired, may I take this target? What do you intend to do with it? I plan to display it at home as a decoration. When Instructor Ho gathered everyone, he explained on behalf of Xiaoying, clarifying that the target was originally misreported. Xiaoying achieved a remarkable score of 100 rings in shooting. The reason for her frequent summons was her outstanding performance, which garnered the admiration of their superior. This served to silence the envious murmurs surrounding her. Tang Xiaohua remarked, what is so impressive about that? As the final day of military training drew to a close, the students who had previously harbored grievances against Instructor Ho, avoiding him and even assigning him nicknames behind his back, suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. With reddened eyes, they requested to take photos with him as a keepsake. Instructor Ho remained cold and indifferent, stating, with your kind, I send off a batch every year, leaving them with only the chill of his unfeeling silhouette. He then turned to find Xiao Ying, who was engrossed in her phone beneath a tree. What are your plans after graduation? He asked. She glanced at him, replying, I have none. Do you wish to enlist in the military? I can recommend you. Xiao Ying responded with a quizzical look. Your physical stamina, shooting skills, and mental fortitude are exceptional. The military would be your domain, while the corporate world would only stifle your potential. Do you know who the last person was that wanted to recommend me for a job? Xiao Ying retorted, putting away her phone. It was Qin Hanyue. Initially, he must have thought I was ungrateful and arrogant. Now, however, all Instructor Ho could express was regret. As the freshmen boarded the bus back to campus, a renewed sense of vitality swept through them. Even while still on the bus, they began inundating the forum. Presently, 9 out of 10 posts on the Jingdao forum concerned Xiaoying. After days of being without their phones, they were eager to share her recent accomplishments as soon as they regained access. The male students even hailed Xiaoying as the pride of their computer science department. Young Master Hua, their SA freshman this year, a little sister with an angelic face and a devilish figure. The forum is buzzing about her. Have you seen? Hua Qingdong, absorbed in a racing game on his phone, replied without raising his head, go away, don't disturb me while I'm gaming. She is truly stunning. Young Master Hua, I just went to the computer science department to check her out. She is not wearing makeup or had any cosmetic surgery. She is even more beautiful in person than in the photos. She has outshone the campus beauty, Su. Hua Qingdong dismissed, I've seen plenty of pretty faces. This one isn't just a pretty face. She is an academic achiever who dared to challenge the instructor during training. The younger student eagerly listed off her feats, recalling how, during Hua Qingdong's military training, even their phones were confiscated. Hua Qingdong replied, I don't fancy pretty faces, especially not tomboys. If you have time, go find out which major that Xiaoying is studying at the neighboring school. The younger student pleaded, just take a look, I'll go right after. Hua Qingdong, irritated, glanced at the photo. Just as he was about to look away, he paused, then turned back to examine it closely. With a smile, he remarked, she is indeed beautiful. What is her name? Xiaoying. Hua Qingdong nodded, repeating, Xiaoying, Xiaoying, Xiaoying. Say her name again. His voice rose with excitement. Xiaoying. In a flurry of enthusiasm, Hua Chengdong tossed aside his phone, snatched the younger students, and zoomed in on the photo, scrutinizing it closely. The features grew increasingly familiar the longer he looked. Ah, indeed, she shares the same name as the individual you are seeking, the illustrious Xiaoying. And both hail from Yin City. Ho Qingdong was incensed, his frustration boiling over as he struck his subordinate twice. You lack discernment. This is precisely the person I am searching for, and you wretched fool, have the photo in your possession, yet fail to mention it. He then returned his gaze to the photograph, incredulous. Goodness, she has transformed into such a beauty after losing weight. Feng Wenzhong had informed him that Xiaoying had slimmed down considerably, yet this was far beyond mere weight loss. She seemed entirely transformed. The subordinate, cradling his head, lamented, but, Ho Xiao, the Xiaoying you seek was a chubby girl. This cannot possibly be the same person as the one in the photo you showed me. Ho Qingdong struck him once more, clutching his phone as he strode away, only to pause and inquire. Which department did you say she belonged to? Xiaoying sat in her seat as the instructor lectured on the fundamentals of computer science, the freshman attentively absorbing the knowledge. As the foremost hacker, her technical prowess unparalleled. Xiaoying persevered for 2 minutes before her mind began to wander. After class, she made her way to the restroom, where she overheard a commotion in the stairwell. Xiao Lingling, you truly fear nothing. You dare to disregard my warning, and even approach Su Zi to complain. Su Qingyu retorted, this is a school, do not act recklessly. If you dare to confront me, Senior Su will surely stand up for me. A country girl like you dares to threaten me? You must be tired of living. This is your final warning. Stay away from Su Zi, for I, Su Qingyu, possess countless methods to expel you from Jing University and even from the capital. Do you truly believe Su Zi can protect you? You overestimate your own worth. Xiao Lingling felt Su Qingyu's grip tighten on her cheek, terror and panic filling her eyes. In that moment, she spotted Xiaoying standing at the top of the stairs. A mix of hatred and fear swelled within her. She despised being seen in such a disgraceful state by Xiaoying, yet even more so, she loathed her own need to seek assistance. Sister, save me. Xiao Lingling called out to Xiaoying, her voice strained as she felt like she was grasping at a lifeline. She was acutely aware that Su Qingyu's threats were not mere bluster. Regrettably, after being warned to keep her distance from Su Zi, she had approached him, feigning tears and playing the victim. Although Su Zi had defended her, it only led to more severe retaliation from Su Qingyu. Chapter 91. Dare to harbor ill intentions, and I shall snap your neck. Qin Yuchan pursues Xiaoying. Su Qingyu turned to look, simultaneously releasing Xiao Lingling. The girl on the stairs faced them. Silhouetted against the light, her features obscured, yet Su Qingyu recognized her nonetheless. Wasn't this the newcomer who had usurped her position as the campus belle? Now a prominent figure in the school? Sister, please help me. They mean to harm me. Xiao Lingling pleaded with tears streaming down her face, clinging to Xiaoying as if she were a lifeline. Sister? She is your sister? Su Qingyu scoffed, thinking how fitting it was that they were sisters, both equally detestable. Stepping forward, arms crossed, she regarded Xiaoying with a menacing demeanor, as though daring her to intervene, threatening to include her in the fray. Xiaoying merely paused briefly, casting a disinterested glance before continuing on her way, as if she did not recognize Xiao Lingling at all. Su Qingyu chuckled, turning to admire the despondent Xiao Lingling. Truly, they were sisters. Both shared the same character, timid and ineffectual, leading one to believe they were of greater significance. Fortunately for her, Xiao managed to flee swiftly, otherwise, I would have dealt with her too. Today, I shall settle your account first, and later, I will confront your sister. On her way back to the laboratory, Su Zi encountered Xiao Lingling. Upon hearing her name called, Xiao paused momentarily before hastening away, not daring to look back. Sensing something amiss, Su Zi pursued her. What happened to your face? Xiao Lingling covered her reddened cheek, turning aside. I'm fine, I just bumped into something. It was Su Qingyu, wasn't it? Su Zi seethed. I will confront her. Xiao Lingling grasped Su Zi's hand urgently. Please, don't go after her. This is a school. It is not her domain to bully others. She cannot intimidate anyone. Su Zi contemplated seeking the principal. In tears, Xiao pleaded, Su, I beg you, they will not spare me. I am just an ordinary person, without power or influence, and I cannot contend with them. Please, just ignore it. Seeing her distress, Su Zi decided to first soothe Xiao's emotions. Once Xiao had calmed down, she said, Did you not mention wanting to discuss a problem with me? Please give me the question, I will take it home to study. Su Zi was taken aback. Previously, whenever he sought her assistance with a problem, she would find countless excuses to evade him. He could only conclude that she had exhausted herself solving a challenging question on the forum over the past 2 months and needed time to recuperate. Her initiative this time eased some of his lingering doubts, and he nodded. Very well, I will give it to you shortly. After finishing lunch, Xiao Ying emerged from the cafeteria. Sister, Xiao Lingling, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over. Xiaoying ignored her, attempting to walk past. Xiao Lingling trailed her like an unyielding gum. Sister, why didn't you help me just now? I am your sister. With tears still in her eyes and her voice choked with emotion, Xiao Lingling had shed her former sharpness and dominance, appearing vulnerable instead. She did not dare to express reproach. Only a sense of grievance remained. Why should I help you? Whenever I was bullied at school, you were always the first to flee. Xiaoying retorted and attempted to walk away again. Xiao Lingling continued to follow. Sister, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes now. I was just too scared to stand up for you. People say siblings often quarrel, but we are sisters. We are family, bound together by blood. Xiaoying commanded respect, as even the mayor of Yun City addressed her as Miss Xiao. She needed Xiaoying's protection at Jing University, even if it meant pitting her against Su Qingyu to leave them both equally harmed. More importantly, she required Xiaoying's assistance with her studies. Su Zi had already begun to harbor doubts about her, and if she did not act soon, her facade would inevitably crumble. It has always been my folly. I truly grasp my mistakes now. I shall change and make amends. I apologize, and I hope you can forgive me so we can move forward harmoniously. Xiao Lingling wept, her tears resembling delicate blossoms, evoking pity in those who beheld her. Xiaoying halted her steps, gazing at Xiao Lingling's tear-streaked, delicate visage. Grasping the hand that Xiao Lingling had used to clutch her garment, she tightened her grip. Amidst Xiao Lingling's hopeful and astonished expression, Xiaoying forcefully flung Xiao Lingling's hand away, causing her to stagger. Xiao Lingling, fully committed to her feigned frailty, took advantage of the momentum and fell to the ground. Her eyes brimming with tears, attempting to elicit Xiaoying's pity. Forgiveness? How dare you utter such words? Xiaoying lowered her gaze, her expression impassive as she crouched down. Do you need me to remind you of how you have bullied me throughout our lives? With that, Xiaoying raised her hand. Terrified, Xiao Lingling shielded her head with her arm, fearing the impending slap. Xiaoying let out a cold scoff, realizing that Xiaoying had no intention of striking her. Xiao Lingling gradually lowered her arm. Sister, I truly regret my actions. Do not call me sister. I only have Xiao Yi as my brother. Leaning closer to Xiao Lingling's ear, Xiaoying coldly warned, should you dare to entertain any sinister thoughts towards me, I shall break your neck. A shiver ran down Xiao Lingling's spine. By the time she regained her composure, Xiaoying had already walked away. Watching Xiaoying's retreating figure, Xiao Lingling's tears ceased almost instantly, her fists clenched, a burgeoning malice glimmering in her eyes. On the first evening of self-study, Xiaoying took a leave of absence. After finishing her classes around 5 in the afternoon, she exited the school. Hailing a cab to Ming Shantang, Xiaoying presented 2 new prescriptions to Elder Ming. Procuring new medicine for Xiao Yi, Elder Ming expressed great interest in her prescriptions, yet since Xiaoying had declined to divulge details previously, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. In a cheerful mood, Xiaoying engaged him in conversation about the prescriptions, offering clarifications. Elder Ming, his face alight with astonishment, eagerly invited her into the tea room, serving her hot tea. Ultimately, like a diligent student, he took out a notebook to diligently jot down notes. It was astonishing that these 2 herbs combined could yield such effects. As he marveled and took notes, he cherished the notebook as if it were a treasure, declaring that he regretted not having met her sooner. He could hardly believe that Miss Qiao, at such a young age, possessed a deeper understanding and insight into traditional Chinese medicine than he, an elder, with merely her verbal contributions. Xiaoying had completely captivated Elder Ming, who lamented the emergence of promising new talent in their field. Is Miss Qiao a student at the Medical College of Jing University? No, I am in the computer science department. Computer science? Elder Ming was taken aback. Glancing at the time, Xiaoying realized she needed to send the medicine, thus bidding farewell to Elder Ming. As Qin Yuqing stepped into Ming Shantang, he spotted Elder Ming cheerfully escorting a young woman out. The girl was strikingly beautiful, exuding a refreshing yet casual charm that was undeniably captivating. Qin Yuqing instinctively looked over, only to find the girl gazing back at him. Their eyes locked in a moment of silent recognition. Qin Yuqing, momentarily stunned, felt an inexplicable familiarity in her features. Miss Qiao, take care. Elder Ming called out as he escorted her to the door. Young Master Yuqing has arrived. He then greeted Qin Yuqing. To his surprise, Qin Yuqing murmured to Xiaoying, Miss Qiao, sharing the surname Qiao, before hastily exiting, leaving Elder Ming in a state of confusion. Wait, please wait a moment. Qin Yuqing pursued Xiaoying. Is there something you need? Xiaoying inquired, her gaze meeting his. Qin Yuchan meticulously compared Xiaoying's features, increasingly convinced of their resemblance. Excuse me, may I interrupt you for a moment? Are you surnamed Xiao? He inquired. I mean no offense. It's just that you resemble a girl I know who also bears the surname Xiao. Before Qin Yuchan could finish his sentence, Xiaoying interjected, no need to ask. It's me. Chapter 92. for the sake of your uncle. After the competition, call me. You are Xiaoying? Qin Yuchan exclaimed in disbelief. You've had quite the fortune, Xiaoying remarked. Considering the amount of blood lost at that time, it was indeed perilous. Had I had a needle on hand, I would have gladly administered a few stitches to staunch the bleeding. Qin Yuchan, filled with joy, said, Is it truly you? He scrutinized Xiao Ying in astonishment, and upon realizing his own lack of composure, hastily offered an explanation and an apology. I'm sorry, I was merely taken aback. I had assumed we would never cross paths again, and I didn't even dare to recognize you at first. I hope I didn't frighten you. Overwhelmed with happiness, Qin Yuchan found himself at a loss for words. By the way, what brings you to the capital? I've been accepted into Jing University, she replied. It's no small feat to gain admission to Jing University from Yun City. That is quite impressive. May I inquire about your field of study? Computer science, she answered. Qin Yuchan nodded thoughtfully, taking note. As he spotted the Ming Shantang ahead, he remembered he had other matters to attend to and quickly composed himself. I truly appreciate your help the last time. You saved my life. I ought to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. But I am currently preoccupied with urgent matters. May I have your contact information? I would love to invite you to dinner when time permits. Xiaoying did not hesitate to provide her phone number, thinking to herself that, for the sake of your uncle, Qin Hanyue, it was worth it. After receiving her number, Qin Yuchan watched Xiaoying depart, unconsciously repeating her name, Xiaoying. A smile graced his face as he marveled at the serendipity of encountering her in the capital for university. Once she had disappeared from view, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to share his name. After a moment of annoyance, he reassured himself that there would be another opportunity to meet. From that moment, he began to look forward to their next encounter. Meanwhile, Xiaoying found herself pursued by Hua Qingdong. This somewhat oblivious and overly talkative young master was met with her feigned ignorance. To her surprise, Hua Qingdong proved to be rather difficult to dissuade, presenting a photo of her before she had fully slimmed down and comparing it to her current appearance. With a cheeky demeanor, he suggested bringing over Feng Wenzhong from the neighboring school to confirm her identity. During lunch, Hua Qingdong approached her again. I'll take you out to make some money tonight. Are you in? Xiaoying lifted her gaze to meet his, noticing that she was finally acknowledging him. Hua Qingdong grinned and opened his palm. Street racing, 1 round, this amount. 5 million. Xiaoying responded, unimpressed. Hua Qingdong exclaimed, Goodness. You hail from a small place like Yun City, yet you have quite the appetite for risk. Few across the nation had ever seen 5 million, let alone from such a modest background. If you can outshine those fools, I'll add another 5 million for each subsequent round. How does that sound? With money so readily available and the thrill of competition appealing to her, Xiaoying, who had always considered herself rather mischievous, certainly did not decline. Time and place, she stated. After the evening study session, Xiaoying confidently strode out of the school under the watchful gaze of the security guard. Hua Qingdong and his sports car awaited her outside. The legitimate racetrack was bustling with an array of racing cars and drivers, with a throng of young spectators. Young Master Ho, over here. Young Master Ho, you finally arrived. Those fellows were just saying you wouldn't dare show up, and that we should kneel and roll out early. Leading a group of affluent young gentlemen, several of whom had accompanied Hua Qingdong to the racing event in Yun City previously, Xiaoying recognized them. Yet they could not identify her. You actually brought a girl, young Master Ho. You must be quite confident tonight. She's stunning. Where did you find her? Much fresher than those previous superficial beauties. Surely she isn't some wealthy young lady? Watch your words. This is my junior. I have invited a formidable talent. And tonight, we'll definitely show those fools what we're made of. A formidable talent? Young Master Ho, you are quite the joker. None of you seem to have the sense to recognize her as that chubby girl who defeated me in the last Yun City race. Who? The young gentlemen exchanged puzzled glances. Xiaoying shot a glance of exasperation at Hua Qingdong. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly smiled and corrected himself. She has slimmed down and looks beautiful now. I thought you wouldn't dare come. At that moment, a group of young men with blonde hair and striking features approached, led by a notably handsome individual with an air of arrogance. Xiaoying slightly raised her brows. Familiar faces the defeated from M country. They had lost so badly at the racetrack that they returned in utter embarrassment. Were they now in Hua country seeking validation? Though Hua Qingdong seemed somewhat ineffectual. He hailed from a prominent family and spoke English quite well, engaging in a brief verbal exchange with the newcomers. He then leaned closer to Xiaoying and explained. These guys are from M country. Their families have some standing there. The green-eyed one is Alex, whose parents are influential in politics. He came here recently for a business trip with his mother and has been boasting as a professional racer for a month. I lost nearly 30 million to him. Before Hua Qingdong could finish, Xiaoying interjected, increase the stakes. What? 5 million per race is too low. If we're going to play, let us go big. Have them raise the stakes to 30 million per race. Hua Qingdong gasped slightly. I know you're talented, but they are professional racers. Xiaoying interrupted him again. If I lose 30 million, I'll cover it myself. Ho Ching-dong paused. It's not just about the money. You have no idea how arrogant these guys are. This concerns the dignity of our entire Hua country. Xiaoying replied, exasperated. If you don't trust me, why did you ask me to join? Just to embarrass ourselves together? After a moment of contemplation, Ho Ching-dong relented. All right, I trust you. He then communicated with Alex about increasing the wager. Alex was thrilled. I couldn't ask for more money, but I still think it's not enough. What do you want? Alex's gaze shifted to Xiaoying. If you lose, I want her to spend the night with me. You bastard. Do you think I want to kill you for that? Ho Chang-dong raised his fist, ready to confront him. But his companions held him back. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoying readily agreed and responded in fluent English. If you lose, you will leave on your knees. Alex and his group erupted in laughter, completely dismissing Ho Chang-dong's driving skills, boasting arrogantly. Sure, if I lose, not only will I leave on my knees, but I'll even do it in the nude. Ho Ching-dong pointed at Xiaoying and told Alex, I won't race you tonight. She will. Initially, Alex thought Ho Ching-dong was joking until he tossed the car keys to Xiaoying. Losing patience, Alex retorted, Are you serious? You want a woman to race me? Xiaoying, holding the keys, calmly replied, I know you. You're from the Renault team of M Country. Alex faltered slightly. Not bad. You know us. Xiaoying continued. Of course, 5 years ago, your entire team lost to a 16-year-old girl from Huagua at the racing festival. You even had your underwear stripped off and were thrown out of the racetrack. The whole racing world knows about it. Alex, your defeat is quite infamous. No way. Are you serious? Ha ha ha. Ho Ching-dong and his friends gaped at Alex, bursting into laughter. You're courting death. Alex, furious and embarrassed, took a few steps forward, clenching his fists. Ready to fight. What? You want to brawl, huh? Ho Ching-dong immediately stepped forward. The two groups faced off. Xiaoying interjected. No rush, given your group's nature. I suspect you'll make excuses if you lose. We can fight after the race. Chapter 93. Stripped bare. Your pants are returned to you. Alex pointed at Xiaoying and Ho Ching-dong, spat out a few harsh words, and then turned with his gang to prepare, thinking to himself that if he won, he would make sure to humiliate them thoroughly. At the racetrack, the roar of engines crescendoed as two top-tier sports cars lined up side by side at the starting line, poised to launch. Ho Ching-dong, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the anxious expressions of his comrades by the roadside and felt a twinge of uncertainty. The stakes were high. Losing face was one thing, but he couldn't let them actually win. That guy may look respectable, but he had heard he was ruthless with women. If you lose, I'll get you out of here quickly. Don't waste time with them. We can always let them have the racetrack, Ho Ching-dong said to Xiaoying. Already preparing for excuses, Xiaoying shot him a glance. I didn't expect you to have a good heart. Quite righteous. Seems like you weren't raised to be useless. Ho Ching-dong straightened up, adjusting his clothing with pride. Of course. I am Ho's young master. Can I let you women handle my affairs? Besides, what do you think my major is? I know how to prioritize. Xiaoying asked, what major? Given Ho Ching-dong's rather unserious demeanor, she found it hard to guess what he might study. His confidence suggested it might be something impressive. Take a guess, he challenged. Xiaoying, uninterested, dismissed him. Boring, uninteresting. Is your emotional intelligence lacking, or are you unaware of my status? It's been days since school started, and you haven't even inquired, Ho Ching-dong rambled on, just as he noticed the referee raising the gun. Ho Ching-dong closed his mouth, yet before the referee's gun could even sound, Alex's car surged forward, the gunfire following closely behind. Damn, this scoundrel actually jumped the start. How brazen can one be? Ho Ching-dong and a group of wealthy young men erupted in curses. How shameless can one be to pull such a stunt? Is this the level of professionalism in the racing scene of M Country? Xiaoying pressed the accelerator and gave chase. Having distanced himself from his competitors, Alex laughed arrogantly, mocking Ho Ching-dong and his companions for their foolishness. However, his triumph was short-lived, as he soon heard the roar of an approaching car. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind rush past him, although a grin remained on Alex's face. When he looked back, he discovered Ho Ching-dong's car had overtaken him. Ho Ching-dong laughed heartily, offering Alex a middle finger, relishing the sight of his dismayed expression. Incredible. He had surpassed him. The onlookers at the finish line craned their necks to witness the live spectacle on the electronic screen, subsequently unleashing a chorus of ridicule towards Alex's teammates. Immediately, Alex accelerated, flooring the pedal. As the distance between them closed, he attempted to retake the lead. But Ho Ching-dong's silver sports car suddenly surged ahead once more. Each time Alex sought to catch up, the silver car would accelerate again. There were 2 instances when the gap widened too much, and he failed to catch up, only for the silver car to decelerate and wait for him to close the distance before darting away once more. After several rounds of this, Alex realized that Xiaoying was treating him like a mere dog on a leash. Observing Ho Ching-dong's arrogant demeanor in the passenger seat, Alex slammed his fist onto the steering wheel in frustration. This foreign brat was indeed being toyed with. How amusing. The driving skills displayed were nothing short of a one-sided domination. If anyone dares to mock female drivers again, I shall be the first to stand against it. Huashag had hidden such a talent, allowing those fools to boast for a month. Now, it feels like sweet revenge. Get ready to face the consequences, you little pups. To send a woman into battle, you truly have some gall. This is the extent of the capabilities of the trash from Hua country. Alex's teammates were infuriated, retorting, "At least we are better than you jump starters, lacking even the most basic professional ethics while claiming to be a professional racing team. I'm embarrassed for you. You couldn't even win by jumping the start. Perhaps it's time for you to sell your cars and return home to farm." The two sides erupted into a heated argument. While the spectators exchanged barbs off the track, on the track, speed and passion reigned. As the race neared its conclusion, Alex's facial muscles twitched with frustration, thoroughly enraged. In the final turn, instead of slowing down, he pressed the accelerator hard, charging towards the rear of the silver car in a fit of vengeful fury. Having anticipated such a move, Xiaoying expertly accelerated and drifted, easily evading the collision. Alex, along with his car, veered off the track, flipping onto the ground outside. Damn, what a despicable tactic. Witnessing Alex's despicable behavior firsthand, a group of young aristocrats felt their tempers flare. Initially, the two factions exchanged heated words, accumulating a considerable amount of anger, which ultimately ignited a confrontation with Alex's crew. However, these pampered youths stood no chance against the physically robust professional racers. The silver sports car sped across the finish line, and Zhou Ying and Hua Qingdong emerged from the vehicle. Damn it! Hua Qingdong jumped out and rushed to assist. His demeanor suggested he was no stranger to a scuffle. Zhou Ying leaned against the front of the car, intending to observe for a moment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Hua Qingdong was sent staggering back by an unexpected punch, nearly collapsing into the car's seat. "Are you all right?" Zhou Ying inquired. "Fine," he replied and charged back into the fray. Mere seconds later, he returned, visibly battered. "Really all right?" Zhou Ying asked again. Hua Qingdong clutched his abdomen, gripping a fighting ring he had snatched from an opponent. Damn it, these guys came prepared, hiding weapons. If things turn dire, make sure to retreat quickly. He finished his warning and dashed back into the chaos. Realizing the futility of their efforts, Zhou Ying stood tall and approached the fray. She swiftly disarmed an opponent, delivering a powerful strike to their shoulder, causing them to collapse to the ground in agony. In the face of the stunned aristocrats, Zhou Ying effortlessly dispatched several adversaries, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Hua Qingdong gaped in disbelief, utterly astonished. As Alex limped back, he was met with the sight of his subordinates writhing in pain on the floor. Zhou Ying regarded Alex with indifference and declared, "Fork over the cash. And then you can leave on your knees." Clenching his teeth, Alex scoffed, "A bunch of fools, you think you can demand money? I'll remember you. Just wait. I will have my revenge for this affront." He then turned on his heel and walked away, never intending to honor their wager. Zhou Ying clicked her tongue in annoyance and raised an eyebrow as Alex passed by, muttering impatiently, "Why must it always come to blows?" Subsequently, the racetrack echoed with screams and curses, mingled with threats, for a full 3 minutes. Then, a dozen young men with blonde hair and blue eyes burst out of the racetrack, creating a dazzling spectacle. Bystanders were left in shock, their screams piercing the air. Hua Qingdong, brandishing Alex's discarded pants, stood at the entrance, laughing heartily while capturing the moment on his phone. "Look at this, you dog. Your backside is quite pale. But your pants are nowhere near as grand as mine." With a flourish, he tossed the pants away. That evening, the incident of several foreign men running naked at the racetrack stirred quite the commotion, making headlines in the capital's social news. Chapter 94, Sister Ying. Learning of Qin Hanyue's engagement after finishing her evening study session, Zhou Yi, far away in Yun City, received a message from Qiao Lingling. Before she could even read it, her phone rang with Lingling's call, filled with concern and warmth. Lingling even offered to send her pocket money. Zhou Yi felt somewhat taken aback, but considered that her sister might have matured since starting university, so she dismissed her surprise and continued the conversation. "Still feeling gratified by the changes in my second sister, Xiao Yi, I noticed that she sent you a problem on WeChat. Since you have self-studied the freshman mathematics course, perhaps you could try to solve it." Xiao Yi opened WeChat to find that it was indeed Qiao Lingling passing on the task she had received from Suzy. "Where did you find this problem? This is hardly a college-level question." Xiao Yi could not comprehend the problem at all. Qiao Lingling, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "It was given to us by the teacher. Whoever solves it will secure this year's scholarship." Xiao Yi responded, "I can't do it." Xiao Lingling suggested, "Why not show it to our elder sister? She is so clever, she will surely figure it out, and then we can split the scholarship 3 ways. Why don't you just ask our elder sister directly, since you both attend the same school? You know very well the state of my relationship with her. Please, dear brother, help your second sister out. I have been looking for a chance to mend things with her. Once we get the scholarship, I will give it all to her and apologize properly." It would work out perfectly. After contemplating, Xiao Yi shook his head. You should go to her yourself. If she doesn't want to help, my asking one make a difference. With that, Xiao Yi hung up the phone. Realizing that her plan with Xiao Yi had failed, Xiao Lingling grew increasingly anxious, repeatedly muttering to herself, what to do, what to do. The next day, she encountered Su Mingxin at school. Su Mingxin was surprised to learn that Xiao Lingling had also been admitted to Jingda, and was even more taken aback when she initiated a conversation, mentioning Xiao Ying. My sister also got into Jingda, in the computer science department. She has lost weight and become quite beautiful, did you know? Su Mingxin nodded. Whether during military training or on the forums, she was always in the spotlight. And it was hard to find anyone at the school who did not know her. Does she still like you? Xiao Lingling suddenly inquired. Su Mingxin paused, momentarily at a loss for words. She definitely still likes you. She has liked you since high school, but you turned her down. So now she doesn't dare to bring it up. Su Mingxin felt a stirring within, somewhat incredulous. Did your sister tell you that? I am her sister. How could I not know? Everyone could see how much she liked you back then. You must like her too, right? You should go after her. She will surely agree. Xiao Lingling grasped Su Mingxin's hand tightly. Su Mingxin was lost in Xiao Lingling's words, completely oblivious to her almost neurotic demeanor. Xiao Ying had once adored Su Mingxin, and surely she still harbored feelings for him. If only she could bring them together. Xiao Ying would be so pleased that she wouldn't hold a grudge against Xiao Lingling for her earlier transgressions, and might even assist her in solving the problem. Keeping it hidden from Jingda, the more Xiao Lingling contemplated, the more inspired she became. Tormented for several days by the mathematics problem given by Su Ziyi, Xiao Lingling was not only unable to find a solution but was also struggling to even comprehend it, leading her to avoid Su Ziyi altogether. Determined to have Xiao Ying help her with the problem, she became increasingly invasive, seizing every possible opportunity. Su Ziyi, the principal, and the professors were all awaiting her next move. After class, as Xiao Ying exited the classroom, she was confronted by a group of individuals who had previously cornered Xiao Lingling in the stairwell. Is there something you need? Xiao Ying inquired. Su Qingyu held a broken bracelet in her hand. Your sister damaged this a few days ago. She cannot afford to compensate for it, so you shall cover for her. It's not expensive, merely 6 million. As she spoke, her gaze drifted over Xiao Ying's flawless, porcelain-like face, her delicate brows occasionally furrowing involuntarily. If you can't pay, your sister should not expect an easy time. Xiao Ying replied curtly, I wouldn't care if she were to perish. She strode past them, adding, you'd best ensure that happens. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Regaining her composure, she hurried to block Xiao Ying's path. The bracelet was her own doing, a pretext to confront Xiao Ying. She would not let her escape so easily. A crowd had gathered in the corridor, murmuring that Xiao Ying had usurped Su Qingyu's position as the campus belle. And now Su Qingyu was seeking revenge. This could spell trouble. Su Qingyu's family wielded considerable influence. While Xiao Ying hailed from a small town and would likely face difficulties at school henceforth, being excessively beautiful was not always a blessing. Her stunning visage would undoubtedly attract hostility from many. Would a fight break out? Such thoughts were unnecessary. Since its establishment, Jing University had never witnessed student altercations. And even Su Qingyu's family would not dare to cause chaos here. Surely, the president's esteemed position in the capital was well known. Xiao Ying's impatience surfaced. Step aside. Su Qingyu scoffed. That day, I thought you were quite the coward, but it seems you're far braver than your sister, who only knows how to whine. She had awaited this moment eagerly, and finally, it had arrived. Tang Xiaohua and Li Shirin stood at the forefront, eager to witness Su Qingyu teach Xiao Ying a lesson. Just because she could run swiftly, did she believe herself remarkable? Coming from the countryside, she was merely a clown in their eyes. For Su Qingyu, eliminating her would be as easy as squashing an ant. Li Shirin began filming, intending to capture Xiao Ying's humiliation to share on the forum for all to see. Su Qingyu continued, coming from the countryside, you wouldn't be able to compensate even if sold. I am in a good mood today. If you apologize sincerely for your sister, I shall overlook this matter. Xiao Ying regarded Su Qingyu, but before she could respond, a male voice rang out from a distance. I saw you flanked by 2 maidens, much like the wicked heiress from a television drama. What is this, Su Qingyu? Bullying a freshman? It was young Master Hua. What brought him to their courtyard? Su Qingyu, puzzled by his interference, replied, is my affair with the freshman of any concern to you? Hua Qingdong strode forward, standing next to Xiao Ying. What did you say? Su Qingyu barely caught his words. Sister Ying, good afternoon. I'm Xiao Chun. I toasted to you at the dinner the other day. A group of Hua's entourage greeted Xiao Ying as Sister Ying, each one a scion of a prestigious family. The surrounding students were taken aback. Sister Ying, what is going on? Is that referring to Xiao Ying? Hua's family held greater sway in the capital than Su's, right? Could someone enlighten me on this country girl's situation? Indeed, Hua's family was the most powerful in the school, while the Su family would have to take a back seat. especially since Hua was the only heir. Hua Chengdong lazily draped his arm over Qiao Ying's shoulder and nonchalantly addressed Su Qingyu. I'm covering for her. What do you want to do? Qiao Ying raised her hand, brushing off the arm resting on her shoulder. Hua Chengdong quickly patted at the non-existent dust on Qiao Ying's shoulder, offering her a cheeky grin, embodying the demeanor of a sycophant. Li Shirin, who was eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, was taken aback by this sudden shift in dynamics. Su Qingyu inquired, Hua Xiao, are you alright? As a girl from the countryside, even if you fancy her looks, there's no need for such theatrics. Hua Chengdong retorted, mind your words. If you can't speak properly, then stay silent. If you have nothing to do, why don't you move aside and stop loitering? Su Qingyu, who had known Hua Chengdong since childhood, was accustomed to their mutual indifference, but this was the first time he had addressed her so bluntly, especially in front of others. Her expression darkened as she replied, Hua Chengdong, this is between me and her. You would do well to stay out of it. Just because I address you as Hua Xiao doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Haven't you heard about my sister's engagement to Qin San? The Su family has always been beneath yours, but that may not hold true in the future. Qiao Ying raised an eyebrow. Qin Hanyue is engaged to your sister? Chapter 95. The aristocrats of the capital pursuing a countryside girl? To audaciously utter Qin San's name shows a remarkable lack of awareness. Su Qingyu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Qiao Ying. But I must admit, for a girl from the countryside, you are somewhat knowledgeable. You even know about Qin San. The fact that Qin San would be engaged to the eldest daughter of the Su family was indeed astonishing. She must be dreaming in delight. Is this for real? That is the powerful figure of the Qin family. I've heard he is exceptionally handsome, wealthy, influential, and has always been the creme de la creme among the elite. To meet him, even once, would be a life-defining experience for anyone. Su Qingyu reveled in her classmates' admiration and envy. Hua Chengdong rolled his eyes. He's just the man my sister rejected. Your sister seems quite pleased to have him. Hearing this, Qiao Ying slowly turned to Hua Chengdong. So, Qin Hanyue had a past with Hua Chengdong's sister? Living under the same roof for 2 months, she had no idea that Qin Hanyue possessed such charm and allure. It seemed there was a discrepancy between his rumored principled demeanor and the reality of his interactions. However, observing Qin Hanyue's seemingly restrained nature daily, she had not witnessed any reckless escapades. After all, his fiery temperament suggested he was likely pent up. You certainly have the audacity to speak. Are you not afraid of the repercussions? Clearly, it's Qin San who looks down on your sister, Su Qingyu mocked. Oh, now you're feeling bold. Is the engagement finalized? Not yet, I presume. Whether he even holds your sister in regard is still up for debate. Hua Chengdong's words were sharp. Even if that Qin fellow is blind enough to fancy her, she is merely your cousin, not your sister. Look at you, elevating yourself. Do you plan to accompany her as a dowry? Laughter erupted around them. Su Qingyu's face flushed with anger. You. What about you? That Qin fellow is just a pretty face deceiving those with shallow perceptions. Do you truly think he is virtuous? Hua Chengdong had heard countless stories about Qin Hanyue from his family since childhood. Qin Hanyue has always instilled a sense of trepidation. Merely standing there, his gaze sweeping over you, renders one utterly uncomfortable. Each encounter sees Hua Chengdong circumventing him. It is not just him. Even the members of the Qin family themselves are wary of Qin Hanyue. Beware. Your sister might find herself embroiled in minor skirmishes every 3 days and major conflicts every 5, leaving you with little hope for a tranquil life. When Hua Chengdong first learned that his family intended to marry his sister to Qin Hanyue, he vehemently opposed it, throwing a tantrum that lasted a day, enduring the old man's reprimands to no avail. Fortunately, his sister also harbored a fear of Qin Hanyue, unlike those superficial individuals who only valued appearance and wealth. Moreover, since Qin Hanyue showed no interest in her, the matter eventually fizzled out. Just imagining Qin Hanyue as his brother-in-law sends shivers down Hua Chengdong's spine, as though he were being haunted by a specter. He mused, someone like Qin Hanyue is suited to be a formidable boss, not to engage in trivial pursuits of romance and family life, which would be unbearable for any ordinary girl. Henceforth, when encountering my sister Ying, she should keep her distance. I am merely looking out for her. Should she take matters into her own hands? What does Hua Chengdong mean by this? He and the entourage of wealthy young elites he has encountered at the racetrack are well aware. Hua Chengdong is a stubborn character, having remained unyielding since childhood, never submitting to anyone, with Qiao Ying being the first exception. Come on, Ying, let us dine, Hua Chengdong said, eagerly paving the way for Qiao Ying. As she walked, Qiao Ying pondered their acquaintance. After all, Qin Hanyue had aided her on numerous occasions, and she could begrudgingly refer to him as a friend. She now also benefited from his divine arsenal. If Qin Hanyue were to become engaged or married, would she need to present a gift? The thought of gifting left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Hua Chengdong, accompanied by a group of affluent young men, strutted towards the cafeteria, a sight to behold. The old man was truly ruthless. After a few strikes with his cane, I've been forced to sleep on my stomach these past couple of days, Hua Qingdong grumbled, stretching his sore back. After the racing incident, the very next day, Alex's mother confronted the Hua family. Hua Qingdong adamantly refused to apologize or delete the video, fully aware of Alex's family's considerable influence in M country. Ultimately, he endured several strikes from the old man, and the Hua family managed to defuse the situation. While Alex's mother stormed off in anger, Xiaoying remarked, "I told you, if you cannot handle it, I could assist you," referring to making a call to Yes. Hua Qingdong chuckled, "I know you're formidable, Ying, but do not overestimate your influence. This is not a matter that can be resolved by mere brawn. That kid's family is quite significant in M country, which you might not grasp." Hua Qingdong and Xiaoying, both prominent figures at Jing University, together would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. Within mere moments of lunch, the entire school was abuzz with rumors. The forums buzzed with claims that Hua Qingdong was pursuing Xiaoying, seemingly disregarding his own status, and had even spoken harshly to the esteemed Miss Su, the former campus belle, portraying himself as a lovesick fool. Some even speculated that the two were already together. The disparity in status between the heir of the prestigious Hua family and a girl from the countryside of Yunqing naturally commanded significant attention. Having graduated from Jing University, Qin Hanyue was well aware that Xiaoying's various attributes and personality would undoubtedly make her a hot topic on the forums, and he spent his days idly scrolling through the screen. Today, upon opening my device, I stumbled upon a particularly striking post. The title was notably eye-catching. "The aristocrats of the capital pursue a country girl. The tale of a sparrow soaring to become a phoenix, ascending to the heights of nobility," adorned with phrases like a match made in heaven. The comment section brimmed with envy and jealousy. Qin Hanyue, fixated on the screen, murmured each word with precision. "Hua, Cheng, Dong." He then seized his phone to message Xiaoying. At the school, Xiaoying was being enthusiastically invited by the student council president, Su Zhili, to join the council. "Is the student council truly that powerful?" she inquired directly. Having never set foot in a university in her previous life, she wished to ascertain if the student council was akin to the revered elite in M City. Su Zhili pondered for a moment. For a top student personally recruited by the principal, there seemed to be no substantial qualifications to offer, and instead, there was a significant workload. "Well, perhaps you genuinely do not need it," he replied awkwardly. As Xiaoying perused her phone, Su Zhili discreetly observed her. After much internal conflict, he mustered the courage to ask, "May I inquire if the rumors about you and Hua Qingdong are true? I mean no offense, I am merely curious." Just then, Xiaoying received a message from Qin Hanyue inviting her to dinner. Not fully comprehending Su Zhili's question, she glanced at him and responded, "Are you really dating?" "No," she replied succinctly before responding to Qin Hanyue with a simple, "Let us see." Qin Hanyue, upon reading those three characters, felt a twinge of helplessness. Previously, when Xiaoying was far away in Yun City, they managed to meet several times by fate. Now, in the very capital under his nose, it had become surprisingly difficult to arrange a meeting. Hearing her denial, Su Zhili's heart leaped with joy. "Could I invite you to dinner this weekend? If it weren't for you on the day of the new student orientation, I would have fallen flat on my face." Xiaoying dismissed the idea, stating, "No need. There are too many meals to consume." She hadn't even attended the dinner hosted by Principal Zhang. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Xiao Lingling, seeking to evade Xiao Ziyi, had skipped classes and was now obsessively scrolling through forum posts, spiraling into a frenzied state. She glared at her phone screen, wishing she could crush it. Why, oh why? Was Xiaoying acquainted with someone as prominent as Hua Qingdong? It was clear that Xiaoying had once been overweight and foolish, not even measuring up to her little toe. Why? Why did all the good fortune now fall upon her? Xiao Yi initially believed that after firmly rejecting the offer, his sister would relent. However, to his surprise, she turned to their mother for support. Upon returning home after evening classes, his mother approached him with a set of problems, asking him to assist Xiao Lingling with her studies. If the problems were solved, the teacher would not only regard Xiao Lingling with newfound respect, but also offer a scholarship. She rambled on. Xiao Yi could only agree to ask his elder sister for help. His mother, Li Lilian, beamed with pride, calling him a good son. Afterward, Xiao Yi went to take a shower. Having just washed his hair and forgotten his clothes, he emerged from the bathroom to retrieve them. Passing the kitchen where he overheard his mother and sister, Xiao Lingling, conversing on the phone about brewing medicine. Chapter 96. The matter is exposed. Xiao Yi is under house arrest. Xiaoying assists with homework? Do not panic, your brother has already agreed. In a few days, once he solves the problems, I will have him send them to you. Rest assured, that troublesome girl is fond of Xiao Yi and will certainly assist. In the future, should they require your help with assignments, mother will ensure everything is resolved for you. Does anyone doubt you? Alas, your situation has made me anxious as well. You must hold steadfast. What? That troublesome girl has befriended an influential figure at school? Upon hearing this, Li Liliang's eyes lit up. I knew she possessed talent. It has only been a few days since the semester began, and she has already attached herself to a wealthy individual. Li Liliang was overjoyed. You must cultivate a good relationship with your sister. This troublesome girl will undoubtedly become extraordinary, and we might all find ourselves relying on her in the future. What good does your anger do? That girl looks lovely after losing weight. Wealthy individuals are drawn to her. What use is your ire? After comforting Xiao Lingling for a while, Li Liliang ended the call, contemplating the necessity of fostering a good relationship with her eldest daughter. She resolved to find time to visit the capital soon and discern which affluent young master she had ensnared. The thought of having a wealthy in-law filled Li Liliang with delight, prompting her to hum a cheerful tune. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Who allowed second sister to do her homework? Li Liliang jumped in fright, nearly dropping her phone, and turned to see Xiao Yi, her short hair damp, standing at the kitchen door. Xiao Yi, when did you arrive? You made no sound at all. You nearly scared your mother to death. Who doubts second sister? Why would anyone suspect her? What has she done to make you anxious? Xiao Yi questioned, stepping into the kitchen. Li Liliang's heart sank. Well, what? It's nothing. Xiao Yi, did you misunderstand? I didn't speak with your second sister. Li Liliang feigned calmness. Mother? Xiao Yi fixed her gaze on her mother and inquired. What score did second sister achieve on the college entrance examination? Li Liliang hesitated, trying to mask her panic. Your second sister performed exceptionally well, scoring 700. You are lying. She did not even take the exam. Li Liliang opened her mouth, but found herself momentarily speechless. She stole my draft paper, took that math problem. And you did not attend the wedding. Instead, you went to the capital with eldest sister's exam questions. She assumed eldest sister's identity, deceiving both the prestigious university and Su Ji as well as Principal Zhang. On the day Principal Zhang visited, you hid in the room, fearing he would recognize you. Correct? Xiao Yi pressed closer, struggling to contain her emotions, yet her heart burned with rage, shame, and guilt. Xiao Yi, it is not as it seems. Please listen to your mother. You all want me to assist in deceiving everyone. The realization that she had unwittingly become an accomplice and nearly aided in the wrongdoing filled Xiao Yi with profound remorse toward Xiao Ying. I must inform sister. Xiao Yi turned and dashed out of the kitchen. Xiao Yi, Li Liliang hurried after her. Upon reaching Xiao Yi's room, she rushed in, disregarding everything, and forcibly seized the phone that Xiao Yi was about to use to make a call. Return my phone. Give it back. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Xiao Yi's emotions surged. Li Liliang clutched the phone tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Xiao Yi, you cannot do this. Ling Ling is your own sister. Your actions will ruin her. If you make this call, your second sister's life will be over. And what about your eldest sister? What you are doing is no different from those criminals who have taken the college entrance exams for others, stealing someone else's life. If your eldest sister were a bit weaker, would it not be her life that is being destroyed today? The situation has escalated to this point. Why not act as though you are unaware of it? Please do not inform your eldest sister. She has worked hard to gain admission to Peking University, and she has a promising future ahead. What harm is there in assisting Ling Ling with a single question? Wouldn't it be better for both sisters to attend Peking University together? What you are taking does not belong to your second sister. You are usurping your eldest sister's accolades. Deceiving Peking University for scholarships and housing. Is it not enough? You still desire your eldest sister's home and scholarship while referring to her disdainfully. She is your daughter too. Your mother's bias is one thing, but to commit such an act is beyond comprehension. Li Lilian exclaimed, you are determined to ruin your second sister and dismantle this family, aren't you? Xiao Yi gazed at her mother, momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, she replied, that is not hers. When Xiao's father returned home from work, he found his wife sobbing in the living room. On the table lay Xiao Yi's phone, while their son was locked in his room, pounding on the door. His emotions unprecedentedly agitated as he shouted for it to be opened. What had transpired? Xiao's father approached the door, but his wife restrained him. Through tears, she fervently recounted the events, claiming that Xiao Yi was intent on ruining her sister's life and fracturing their family. He is forcing me, as a mother, to despair, to consider jumping off a building. Inside the room, Xiao Yi fell silent, absorbing her mother's words. After a while, she heard her mother outside the door weeping, pleading. Mother kneels before you. Is that not enough? As your mother, I implore you, let my daughter have a chance to live. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao's father stood outside Xiao Yi's door, sighing deeply before attempting to reason with her. Xiao Yi, your second sister and your mother have made a grave mistake. Yet, your mother is correct. This is not merely a matter of stealing 2 pieces of candy. If this comes to light, your second sister's life will be irrevocably shattered, and this family may very well fall apart. How will the neighbors perceive your sister? If she is expelled from Peking University, what will become of her future? Can she withstand such a burden? For Xiao Ying, It is merely a question she deems unworthy, but for your second sister, this represents her entire future. I may lack the means to provide you 3 siblings with a good life, and I regret not guiding your eldest sister better. Xiao's father, lacking education, viewed it as just a math problem that Xiaoying did not want, yet it could illuminate the path for his own sister. After all, they are family. Sisterhood is not a trivial matter. At this moment, Li Lilian stood outside the door with the phone on speaker. Xiao Lingling's anguished pleas echoed from the device. The mother, father, and second sister all implored her to maintain confidentiality. Xiao Yi, feeling powerless, stated, "It cannot be concealed." She then approached the desk and opened her computer. Li Lilian, unfamiliar with computers and unaware that messages could also be sent through them, had only taken Xiao Yi's phone. Xiao Yi sat in front of her computer. Outside the door were her pleading mother and her earnest father. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Xiao Yi placed her hands on the keyboard. Opening the WeChat chat window with Xiaoying, a notification chimed. Xiaoying had seen the message. The following day, Li Lilian finally opened Xiao Yi's bedroom door. Her eyes swollen. Holding breakfast, Li Lilian spoke in a hoarse voice. "I've called in sick for you at school. You won't be attending today." Xiao Yi, incredulous, responded, "Are you planning to imprison me?" Li Lilian replied, "Son, you are still young. You do not understand the heartfelt concerns of us parents. We only wish the best for our children." Xiao's father stood silently by, saying nothing. At school, Xiao Lingling felt dazed and tense. After a long wait, she finally made it to her dormitory, avoiding the crowd, yearning for a moment of respite. "Xiao Yi said you had a question for me?" Without any forewarning, Xiao Ying's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Lingling jumped in fright, letting out a startled scream. Upon recognizing Xiaoying before her, her mind went blank, her heart racing in a whirlwind of panic. "There are quite a few scholarships," Xiaoying added. This brought Xiao Lingling back to reality, stammering, "Sister." Xiaoying continued, "If you solve the problem, all the scholarships will be mine." Xiao Lingling, momentarily stunned, nodded repeatedly. All for you, sister." "Where's the problem?" Xiaoying inquired. Xiao Lingling's mind buzzed as she fumbled to retrieve her phone. It's right here." Thoughts raced through her mind. Did Xiao Yi not inform Xiaoying and instead chose to assist her? After reviewing the problem, Xiaoying asked, "Do you have paper and a pen?" Yes. Xiao Lingling hurriedly produced them. In her excitement and anxiety, the pen slipped from her grasp, and she quickly bent down to retrieve it. "Sister, how long will it take?" Xiao Lingling asked, attempting to mask her panic while trying to steady herself. "Not long," Xiaoying replied, taking the pen. In the pavilion, Xiaoying solved the problem and handed it to Xiao Lingling. Excitedly, Xiao Lingling examined the work, exclaiming, "So fast. Sister, you're amazing." She clutched the draft paper to her chest like a lifeline, asking, "Sister, can I come to you for help with problems I can't solve in the future?" Xiaoying offered a faint smile, her lips curving slightly, yet remained silent. "Once I present the problem to the teacher and receive the scholarship, I'll give it all to you." "Thank you, sister. I'll come find you later," Xiao Lingling said, desperately trying to contain her emotions, calling her sister affectionately. After speaking, she waved goodbye and hurried away, her mood oscillating like a roller coaster. She had thought she was facing doom, only to find hope. Yet, Xiao Lingling's heart remained unsettled, hesitant to linger with Xiao Ying or speak further. Xiaoying stood still, watching Xiao Lingling, who clutched her draft book and dashed away with joy. Her gaze gradually turned cold. She then stepped forward. "Principal Zhang, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?" Zhang Qingyong, who had been walking, noticed Xiao Ying approaching from behind. He exclaimed with delight, "Ah, Xiao, what brings you to this courtyard? Surely, you haven't come specifically to seek out this old man, have you? Is there time for you to join me for a meal? I was beginning to think that if you didn't come to find me soon, I would have to seek you out myself." Xiaoying replied, just passing by. Zhang Qingyong, the principal, warmly invited her. "Perfect timing. Let us walk together. I shall introduce you to a few new acquaintances." "What new friends?" Xiaoying inquired, her feet already in motion. "A remarkable young lady, much like yourself, who is undoubtedly a mathematical prodigy. By the way, she shares your surname, Qiao, and hails from Yun City as well. Truly, this Yun City is a place of exceptional talent. Just recently, she assisted the professors in solving a challenging problem. I thought I would drop by to encourage and commend the young girl." Xiaoying expressed her interest. "A mathematical genius, you say? I am quite intrigued." Zhang Qingyong chuckled. "This year, our university is indeed fortunate to welcome 2 outstanding talents like you." As they conversed, they arrived at the graduate laboratory building. Inside, Su Zi's lab was bustling with activity. 7 or 8 professors and 4 or 5 graduate students from the mathematics department were fervently praising Xiao Lingling and her draft paper. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. The future of mathematics is bright, and it is a cause for celebration. A mathematical genius paired with a female mathematical prodigy. What a formidable duo, perfectly matched. Indeed, Just think of the strength of their lineage. Su Zi, entirely focused on the mathematical problems, suddenly heard the professor's remarks and felt a twinge of discomfort. In contrast, Xiao Lingling shyly glanced at him before lowering her head. This reaction prompted a wave of light-hearted teasing from the professors and students, encouraging Su Zi to balance his work with a bit of relaxation, suggesting he should not neglect matters of the heart. Ah, by the way, did you just solve this problem? Su Zi redirected the conversation to Xiao Lingling. Though Xiao Lingling intended to claim it was indeed her achievement, she recalled that Xiao Ying had completed it in mere minutes. Driven by vanity, she summoned the courage to declare, "No, I solved it a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, everyone raised their thumbs in amazement. Su Zi, taken aback by Xiao Lingling's swift accomplishment, felt a pang of guilt for his earlier doubts about her abilities. Has everyone arrived? Am I late? Zhang Qingyong chuckled as he entered. He received the draft paper handed to him by Su Zi, nodding appreciatively while his eyes brimmed with admiration for Xiao Lingling. The lab was filled with laughter and joy, and Xiao Lingling reveled in the glory of the moment. Suddenly, an unexpected figure intruded upon her view. Xiao Lingling's smile faltered as she saw Xiao Ying standing at the entrance, arms crossed, lazily leaning against the doorframe, regarding her with a bemused expression. In that instant, Xiao Lingling felt as though she had encountered a harbinger of doom. Her mind buzzed, and she forgot to scream. As Xiao Ying straightened and approached her, Xiao Lingling, overwhelmed with fright, nearly collapsed, her legs weakening. She managed to brace herself against the table, barely stabilizing her stance. Su Zhili, noticing that everyone was attempting to matchmake his elder brother and Xiao Lingling, felt a twinge of frustration upon seeing Xiao Ying's arrival. "Xiao Ying, what brings you here?" Su Zhili exclaimed in surprise, hastily rising to greet her. "Principal Zhang mentioned a remarkable female math prodigy from my hometown sharing my surname. I came to broaden my horizons," Xiao Ying replied, approaching and scrutinizing Xiao Lingling. "Xiao Ying? The one who achieved a perfect score in mathematics during the college entrance examination, the student you personally recruited?" A professor inquired of Principal Zhang. "Indeed," Principal Zhang affirmed with a nod. Just as he intended to introduce Xiao Ying to everyone, she reached out and took the draft notebook from his hands. This action struck the onlookers as somewhat impolite, given that Principal Zhang, being an elder and the school's leader, deserved more respect from a junior student. Nevertheless, Principal Zhang merely smiled at the gathering, indicating that he was unbothered, and instead looked at Xiao Ying with warmth. While he was generally benevolent towards all his students, it was evident that he indulged Xiao Ying more than the others. Xiao Ying examined the draft notebook and remarked, "Not only do we hail from the same place and share a surname, but our handwriting is quite similar as well." She flipped to the front page, which bore Xiao Lingling's name. The handwriting elicited a disdainful scoff from Xiao Ying. Instantly, Xiao Lingling felt a surge of anxiety, her entire being trembling. In her quest for perfection, she had spent her summer purchasing numerous calligraphy books to painstakingly replicate Xiao Ying's handwriting. But she had only managed to capture about 70 to 80% of it. Despite her ongoing practice, she could never quite replicate the vigorous and majestic flair of Xiao Ying's script. In comparison, her efforts merely resembled a pale imitation. The others failed to detect the sarcasm in Xiao Ying's tone. The ability of a first-year student to tackle such challenging problems indeed warranted the title of genius, especially one who had scored perfectly in mathematics on the college entrance exam. After reviewing the notebook, Xiao Ying turned her attention back to Xiao Lingling and inquired, "Did you take the entrance exam, or were you granted admission through recommendation?" Xiao Lingling did not sit for the entrance exam. She was recommended, Principal Zhang interjected. "Recommended? How could I, as her sister, be unaware of such joyous news?" Xiao Ying remarked, eyeing her sibling. "Didn't you say you scored 700? So you two are sisters?" Principal Zhang expressed surprise, observing the two and noting their stark differences. He then noticed Xiao Lingling's pale complexion and, with concern, asked, "Are you all right?" Xiao Lingling forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. Yes, she is my sister. We are twins." "Twins? How surprising." It was evident they were fraternal twins, for they looked nothing alike. The revelation that Xiao Ying and this girl were indeed twin sisters left Su Zhili feeling increasingly perplexed, prompting him to remark, "Why did she act as if she didn't recognize you on the first day of school?" Once more, Xiao Ying pressed, "So? Was it a recommendation or a score of 700? Principal Zhang clarified, "It was a recommendation. This is excellent news, and Xiao Lingling need not be so modest." Though he spoke kindly, his mind was filled with confusion. Others in the room exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Lingling, contemplating whether the sisters might not share a close bond, which would explain her ignorance of such a significant achievement. There seemed to be no need to mention the 700 score at all. Xiao Ying remarked, "Indeed, such modesty is commendable, especially for one who bears the title of math prodigy. I, too, have a keen interest in mathematics. Might this talented individual share her problem-solving approach with us? Xiao Lingling felt bewildered, acutely aware of the collective gaze upon her visage. Striving to maintain her composure, she stammered, I am not feeling well, quite fatigued. Perhaps we could postpone this, sister. She addressed Xiao Ying as sister, her eyes pleading for understanding. Xiao Ying retorted, just a moment ago, you seemed perfectly fine. You merely need to discuss the problem-solving approach. How could you possibly be fatigued? Sister, I genuinely feel unwell. Would you accompany me back to the dormitory to rest? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Tears threatened to spill from Xiao Lingling's eyes, beads of cold sweat accumulating on her forehead, her mind spinning in a haze. Noticing the pallor on Xiao Lingling's face, yet unfazed, Xiao Ying persisted with her mockery. Su Zi interjected, defending Xiao Lingling. This student has expressed her discomfort. The scandal involving Xiao Ying and the inept scion of the Hua family, Hua Qingdong, had become the talk of the town. Casting a shadow over Xiao Ying in Su Zi's eyes, Xiao Ying shot a glance at Su Zi, dismissing him curtly, this is none of your concern. She then turned her attention back to Xiao Lingling, demanding in a low tone, are you fatigued, or simply incapable? What do you mean by that? Su Zi queried. Taken aback, as Xiao Ying's words hung in the air, an air of suspicion enveloped the laboratory. Observing Xiao Lingling's ghostly pallor, fraught with anxiety and guilt, only intensified the curiosity of the onlookers. Ignoring Su Zi, Xiao Ying tossed her draft onto the table, seized a pen, and decisively crossed out the name Xiao Lingling on the page. She then inscribed her own name, Xiao Ying, in bold letters. The ink from the whiteboard marker sprawling across the page. Xiao Lingling's breathing grew increasingly erratic, her mental defenses crumbling under Xiao Ying's relentless scrutiny. Principal Zhang inquired. Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Ying replied, this is my work, it should bear my name. Su Zi, coming to a realization, gazed at Xiao Ying in astonishment, uncertainly asking, did you solve this problem? Before they could fathom the implications of her statement, Xiao Ying approached the immense blackboard and began to write with flourish. The handwriting of the two sisters bore a striking resemblance, yet Xiao Ying's script was undeniably bolder and more vigorous, much like her character. Xiao Lingling's tentative strokes could not compare. As Xiao Ying commenced writing, Su Zi quickly discerned the nature of her work. It was the mathematical problem from the forum, one he had repeatedly requested Xiao Lingling to elucidate, yet had never received a thorough explanation. Now, under Xiao Ying's deft hand, each step was meticulously laid out, showcasing the solution before their very eyes, identical to the 6 pages of rough drafts. Xiao Ying wrote with remarkable speed, and soon, a substantial portion of the board was filled. Except for Xiao Lingling and Su Zi, all present recognized the problem that they had labored over for months. Several professors adjusted their glasses, unconsciously moving closer, eager to absorb the knowledge on the blackboard. While they could imitate the handwriting, they had not contemplated the intellect required to comprehend the concepts. As Xiao Ying continued her writing, she effortlessly multitasked, maintaining her pace without falter. Minutes later, the blackboard was densely populated with her meticulous work. Minutes later, the blackboard, as expansive as a wall, was filled on both sides with intricate problem-solving steps, while Xiao Ying continued to write. Observing the impressive array of solutions, Su Zi found it hard to believe that such formidable cognitive ability and memory could enable someone to effortlessly transcribe problems from months prior with such meticulous detail. The forum's questions had consumed 3 entire blackboards. Xiao Ying moved to the final blackboard, continuing the earlier problems. Consistent with her previous thoroughness, she filled yet another blackboard. As the last stroke was made, the laboratories for blackboards stood uniformly covered with her handwriting, leaving all present in stunned silence. Professors and students exchanged glances, speechless. As the atmosphere grew palpably tense, Principal Zhang took a deep breath, gradually calming himself. Undoubtedly, they had witnessed the true essence of genius that day. For the first time, Su Zi realized that there existed a distinction among prodigies. In stark contrast to Xiao Ying, he, the so-called genius, appeared utterly ordinary. Xiao Lingling, belatedly grasping the situation, felt she had been ensnared. Why? She couldn't comprehend why. Knowing she had stolen questions, Xiao Ying still feigned ignorance and kindly assisted her in solving them. Xiao Ying capped her pen, leisurely taking in Xiao Lingling's despair and collapse. Do you understand the adage that the higher one is lifted, the harder one falls? Xiao Lingling's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. She could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing onto the ground, fraught with panic and fear. Principal Zhang's expression turned grave. So, the questions on the forum were solved by you, Xiao, and this problem as well. He turned his gaze to Xiao Lingling, withdrawing his previous kindness. Are you aware that your act of theft constitutes a crime? Deceiving for housing, scholarships, and guaranteed admissions. No wonder Xiao Lingling insisted that their arrangement for confidentiality regarding her admission was kept under wraps, even coordinating with her high school. The truth emerged. She had indeed stolen the questions. It was no wonder that every time Su Zi sought her out for discussion, she had evaded him with various excuses. The problems were not her own. Her audacity was astounding, daring to impersonate another. Such an easily exposed deception had fooled them for so long. A group of highly intelligent individuals had been led astray by a mere teenager. Frustration surged among them, realizing their overzealousness had caused them to trust her too readily. Several impassioned graduate students launched a vehement critique. Xiao Lingling looked up to see the faces that had once beamed at her with delight, now contorted with anger. She had become the target of their ire. Su Zi, undoubtedly the most infuriated, understood the arduousness of genuine research and the significance of honor, which had been usurped by these impostors seeking personal gain. His upbringing restrained his temper. The intensity of Su Zi's gaze struck Xiao Lingling like a fatal blow, and she could bear it no longer. Sister, I was wrong. I acted in a moment of folly. I truly understand my mistake now. I have long regretted my actions. I implore you, please forgive me. Please help me. Xiao Lingling wept as she pleaded with Xiaoying. You must speak to the principal on my behalf. I cannot be expelled. If I am expelled, my life will be over. Sister, she cannot afford to lose her place at Jingda, her future, her education. Everything she currently possesses, especially Su Zi. She cannot lose it all. Classmate Xiao, how do you propose we handle this matter? Principal Zhang inquired of Xiaoying, recognizing that Xiao Lingling was indeed her younger sister. Without a hint of mercy, Xiaoying declared, our connection is merely one of blood. You may proceed as you see fit, Principal Zhang, without consideration for me. Furthermore, I demand a public announcement to the entire school. Xiao Lingling is the first to have usurped another's identity and lived two lives. Previously, Xiaoying had thought there was a vast chasm between the original and this sister, one weak and easily manipulated, the other shrewd and calculating. Yet now it appears that Xiao Lingling shares the same foolishness. Why steal anything at all, let alone intelligence? What was she thinking? Xiao Lingling's conduct is utterly reprehensible. Sending her to prison would be more than justified. Since Xiaoying had spoken, Principal Zhang would not be lenient. No, please, sister. I understand my mistakes. Don't let the principal expel me. Xiao Lingling, disregarding her dignity, crawled forward in a desperate attempt to grasp Xiaoying's legs. Xiaoying evaded her grasp. In tears, Xiao Lingling turned to Su Zi for assistance, pleading for intercession from everyone present. However, not a single soul showed her sympathy for her self-inflicted plight. Realizing that no one would come to her aid, Xiao Lingling broke down, shouting at Xiaoying, I am your own sister. Why must you be so heartless? Driving me to the brink of despair? What is it that you lack? You do not need this problem. What you discard means nothing to you. Why must you destroy me? The onlookers perceived Xiao Lingling as obstinately unrepentant, beyond redemption, still failing to recognize her own faults. Xiaoying looked down upon her coldly and retorted, Give it to you? Can you even handle it? Her tone grew icier as she continued. You had better pray that Xiao Yi remains unharmed. If that vile woman dares to lay a finger on him, I will ensure you cannot remain in Yun City. With that, Xiaoying turned and departed, leaving behind her parting words to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, I will be taking a leave of absence to attend to some matters in Yun City. Upon exiting the laboratory, Xiaoying placed a phone call. Mr. Qin, may I borrow a vehicle? More than half an hour later, a black Maybach came to a stop at the southern gate of Jingda. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, surprised that Qin Hanyue had lent her his usual vehicle. How courteous of him. Or was it merely that he had no other vehicle available at the moment? Miss Qiao, please get in, the driver, Qin Yin, said as he leaned out of the passenger window. Qin assistant, have your injuries healed? Xiaoying inquired. Could we not speak of that? Qin Yin replied. With a free driver available, Xiaoying opened the back door of the car, sensing something amiss. She leaned over to look inside, and was taken aback to find Qin Hanyue seated within. Mr. Qin, how very gracious of you to personally deliver the vehicle, she remarked, slightly tilting her head to indicate for him to exit. Qin Hanyue remained still. You do not intend to accompany me, do you? I am returning to Yin City. Not for leisure. Qin Hanyue, you mentioned it over the phone. Please get in the car. Chapter 99, Returning to Yun City. Qin Hanyue, engagement? Absurd. Xiaoying entered the vehicle, and the striking green on her wrist captured Qin Hanyue's attention, revealing her evident fondness for the watch, which she wore daily. Once inside the car, Xiaoying suddenly recalled something and let out a soft hiss. Qin Hanyue, pulling his thoughts back, inquired, What is it? Apologies. I should have borrowed a car from a classmate rather than troubling Mr. Qin. After all, Mr. Qin's current status is rather inappropriate. He is to be engaged, and it would be wise for her to avoid any misunderstandings. She had simply forgotten for a moment. There have been no flights to Yun City for the past couple of days, and Xiaoying's first instinct was to borrow a vehicle from Qin Hanyue. After returning from this trip to Yun City, she resolved to find time to purchase a car of her own, to spare others the inconvenience. Observing the formal tie around Qin Hanyue's neck, she surmised that he had probably come directly from the office. What does it mean that his current status is inappropriate? Qin Hanyue was perplexed. Hadn't he always been quite suitable? Moreover, considering that school had only just begun, which classmate could possibly be more appropriate than him? If nothing else, by virtue of their longer acquaintance, it should indeed be him. Mr. Qin is to be engaged, thus it is certainly inappropriate. Where did such rumors originate? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Her expression seemed to question. Is it not so? Xiaoying, is it not the young lady from the Su family? Qin Hanyue, my family indeed intends for me to enter into a business marriage with the Su family, but I have explicitly declined. This matter has neither a conclusion nor even a beginning. After Qin Hanyue finished explaining, he anticipated that Xiaoying might respond in some way or exhibit a reaction that would please him. Unfortunately, she merely replied with an indifferent "oh." Qin Yan, glancing at the rearview mirror, observed, there seems to be some intrigue here. How does Miss Qiao hear about my affairs at school? Is this a sign of special concern from friends or neighbors? Qin Hanyue took the initiative. To his surprise, Xiaoying, being rather straightforward, clarified, don't misunderstand. It's just that rumors are circulating at school. Hua Qingdong even mentioned that you were unwanted by someone else. I'm not the one saying this. It's what they said. Qin Hanyue, at the driver's seat, Qin Yin remarked. He hasn't fully recovered yet. Could you refrain from making him laugh? It might reopen his wounds. It's the first time I've heard someone say in front of the boss that they are unwanted by others. Quite stimulating. Only the boss of Heishui would dare to do so. Qin Hanyue took a deep breath, grinding his molars in frustration. Absurd. Miss Qiao actually believes this? Xiaoying, I'm just here for amusement, just as you once claimed to enjoy watching the spectacle of my life. Qin Hanyue, changing the subject. He asked, is there something urgent that requires your return to Yun City, Miss Qiao? If you are heading home, I arrived in haste, and I fear I will only be able to buy ready-made gifts. Xiaoying, no need. Giving them gifts is less worthwhile than feeding them to dogs. Qin Hanyue, is your relationship with your family not good? Xiaoying concisely recounted the incident of Qiao Lingling impersonating her on an exam. Qin Hanyue was the first to recognize Qiao Ying's handwriting as that of the test taker and, seeing that she did not desire the title of mathematical prodigy, refrained from informing Principal Zhang. He hadn't anticipated that it would lead to a case of impersonation. Will that younger brother be all right? If not, I can arrange for a helicopter to come quickly, Qin Hanyue offered. Xiaoying, no, that's her son. Li Liliang will only blame her for everything. But when Li Liliang becomes hysterical, one cannot be sure she won't slap Xiao Yi twice. Xiao Yi certainly cannot withstand Li Liliang's wrath. Xiaoying, coming to a realization, recalled Qin Hanyue's earlier words. Is there anything wrong with your brother? She glanced at Qin Hanyue, thinking, that is her brother. As if he has any part in this. At this moment, Qin Hanyue contemplated that he should have allowed Qin Yin to at least investigate Xiao Ying's family background. Xiaoying is not a virtuous person, but she is certainly not a heartless villain. Her treatment of Heishui speaks volumes. The very act of impersonation reveals the extent of her strained relations with her family. Qin Hanyue genuinely wished to see what kind of people resided in the Qiao family. Which classmate should I borrow a car from? Hua Qingdong. That kid has plenty of cars. Once again, it was Hua Qingdong, causing Qin Hanyue to suspect that the inferior watch on her wrist was a gift from him as well. How did she end up associating with that lad from the Hua family? He seems rather righteous. Qin Hanyue, a commendable appraisal indeed. As Qin Hanyue pondered whether to give Hua Qingdong a heads up, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Qin Yan's lack of discretion. Miss Qiao, I was kidnapped by ISIS. And I heard that you saved me. However, I did not see you among those who came to rescue me. Could you tell me how it happened? Qin Yan had been hospitalized in M continent and returned home only a few days ago. Upon inquiring about his savior, he learned it was Xiaoying. Yet when he asked how she had saved him, Qin Hanyue remained silent. Qin Hanyue leaned closer to Xiaoying, their shoulders brushing, and whispered, he is Q from the hacker rankings and has always regarded you as his idol. If you wish to avoid his incessant admiration, it is best not to acknowledge it. Qin Yan, observing Qin Hanyue whispering to Xiaoying in the rearview mirror, thought to himself, could you please be more mindful of your image? Whispering like this does not suit your stature. Furthermore, I'm right here. Should you be conspiring with Miss Qiao, perhaps you ought to keep it from me? It felt as if he had asked something utterly inappropriate. Frustrated and confused, Qin Yan unexpectedly met Qin Hanyue's warning gaze in the mirror, causing him to shiver. He quickly said, regardless, I sincerely thank you, Miss Qiao. As night fell, the car drove into Yun City, entering Jiangxia district. From a distance, they spotted a crowd of neighbors gathered at the entrance of the Qiao family courtyard. As they drew closer, the sound of Li Liliang's wailing could be heard. Xiaoying stepped out of the car, and the neighbors parted to gaze at her. Wow! Whose daughter is this? She is so beautiful. She must be a wealthy girl from a big city, right? That car looks expensive. How much could it possibly cost? She has entered the Qiao family. Could she be a relative of theirs? Xiaoying pushed open the courtyard gate, finding Li Liliang on the floor of the living room. Wailing in despair, while Qiao's father sat at the door, his expression troubled and silent. Xiao Yi attempted to help her mother rise from the ground, only to be shoved away, falling back to the floor. You have completely ruined your second sister. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied with her expulsion? The president of Kyoto University made a phone call, announcing that the housing bonuses would be revoked entirely. What will you do about your second sister? What can you possibly do for her? You heartless being, she is your own sister. How can you be so cruel and stubborn? Li Lilian cried, clutching Xiao Yi's arm and beating her. The house is gone, the money is gone, everything is lost. What is the point of my existence? You simply cannot bear to see me live a good life. You heartless individuals. Witnessing her mother's hysterical weeping and facing the accusations and grievances from her family, Xiao Yi's eyes brimmed with tears, allowing them to pool as she endured her mother's wrath. Xiaoying strode over, forcefully pulling Li Lilian aside and lifting Xiao Yi from the ground. Sister, upon seeing Xiaoying, tears streamed down Xiao Yi's face. Chapter 100. Xiaoying, close your mouth and stop pretending. Take Xiao Yi to the capital. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you return? Do you still have the audacity to show your face after what you've done to your sister? As soon as Li Lilian saw Xiaoying, she became incensed. Leaping up to confront Xiaoying, Xiaoying seized her wrist and flung her aside. Li Lilian, in despair, collapsed back to the ground, beating her chest and wailing. Is there no justice left? Neighbors, come and witness this. How could I have given birth to such a heartless debt collector? My life is truly cursed. I worked tirelessly and scrimped for decades to raise you, and I have never enjoyed a moment of happiness with you. To be treated this way in the end, if I had known it would come to this, I should have drowned you in a chamber pot at birth. What a sin. Why must my fate be so miserable? Onlookers gathered at the door, murmuring and pointing fingers, proclaiming that there are no parents without faults, and condemning the Qiao family's children. Xiaoying remained unfazed and said to Qiao Yi, you did nothing wrong. They brought this upon themselves. The fate of Qiao Lingling is well deserved. If you choose to be complicit with them, she gestured toward Li Lilian's abhorrent demeanor, this will be your future. Therefore, you need not carry any psychological burden. Xiaoying then patted Xiao Yi's back and instructed, go pack your things. We're going to the capital. To the capital? Xiao Yi, with tears in her eyes, looked at Xiaoying, then glanced at her pitiful mother and her father, who stood at the doorway with an honest expression. Xiaoying continued, it's merely in advance of 1 year for school in the capital. I am not severing your ties with them, given their current state. Do you believe you can maintain a conducive learning environment? Xiao Lingling had returned from her studies, and chaos was sure to ensue. Before Xiao Yi could respond, Li Lilian vocally opposed. You heartless creature, you've harmed your sister to such an extent, and now you wish to take my son away? It's not enough that you've ruined your sister. You intend to corrupt your brother as well? You wretched being. How could I have given birth to such a monster? If you dare to leave with her today, then do not ever recognize me as your mother again. Xiaoying remained expressionless. The fact that I Haven T brought the police with me is merely out of consideration for Xiao Yi. Today, either Xiao Yi comes with me to the capital, or you and Xiao Lingling end up in custody. Li Lilian was unafraid. Do not try to intimidate me. I am not easily frightened. Xiaoying, to appropriate the achievements of others for personal gain, to deceive in matters of housing, finance, and academic opportunities, to unlawfully detain and restrict another's freedom. These offenses alone could suffice for several years in prison. Casting a glance at her father and Li Liliang, Xiaoying clenched her teeth in silent indignation. Forcing your own son to engage in illegal activities, you truly are remarkable as parents. Upon hearing this, Li Liliang became somewhat flustered. You, ungrateful child, I am your mother. Should you dare to act in such a manner, you'll be the subject of scorn for a lifetime, deserving of divine retribution. Xiao's father, taken aback by the gravity of the situation, hastened to intervene. Xiaoying, while your mother and sister have indeed erred, suggesting we involve the police and escalate matters to imprisonment seems excessive. Yes, your sister has made a mistake, but ultimately, it revolves around a single question she appropriated from you, and she is already facing consequences. We are family. How can we allow this to escalate to the point of involving law enforcement? Xiaoying regarded her father. Initially, I perceived you as a somewhat earnest man, at least decent, but it appears you are equally incapable of discerning right from wrong. Her sentiments towards the original owner's father were more of pity. Living at the bottom of society, enduring a life of subservience, constantly subjected to the whims of his wife and children. Considering that he was one of the few who had cared for and defended the original owner, Xiaoying decided not to make things overly difficult for him. Xiao's father felt a pang of anxiety. Xiaoying, let the expenses for the renovations and appliances serve as a repayment for your upbringing. Xiaoying then turned her gaze to Li Liliang, stating, from this day forward, I shall no longer acknowledge even a fraction of your maternal sacrifices. As Li Liliang prepared to protest again, Xiao Ying preemptively asserted, if you wish to avoid imprisonment, keep your mouth shut. She then instructed Xiao Yi to gather his belongings once more. No, Xiao Yi is my son, my life. No one shall take him away, or I shall perish here today. Li Liliang wailed and protested vehemently, insisting that Xiao Ying could not take Xiao Yi away. Xiao Ying furrowed her brow in irritation. At that moment, a commotion was heard outside, followed by a man's voice approaching. Is there anything I can assist you with? Qin Hanyue strode in, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding a commanding presence. The onlookers at the door instinctively hushed their murmurs, all eyes fixated on Qin Hanyue, speculating that he must be a prominent figure from a major corporation, with such an imposing demeanor. Li Liliang, who had been throwing a tantrum on the ground, suddenly fell silent upon seeing Qin Hanyue and began to scrutinize him. Initially, she had believed that Feng Tong, the mayor, exuded a formidable air due to his official status. But upon encountering the young man before her, she instantly felt that Mayor Feng paled in comparison. This was evidently a person of high society from a bustling metropolis. Sitting in his car, Qin Hanyue had comprehended the details of the Qiao family's situation and grasped the meaning behind Xiao Ying's remark about their possessions being better suited to feed dogs. Upon entering, he did not intend to extend any form of courtesy or decorum towards such parents, not even offering a basic greeting. Observing Li Liliang, who had just been hurling profanities, Qin Hanyue couldn't help but wonder, how could such parents possibly raise a daughter like Xiao Ying? The only explanation could be a genetic anomaly. Any family fortunate enough to have a daughter as exceptional as Xiao Ying would undoubtedly cherish her dearly. It is perplexing to consider the thoughts of her parents, particularly her mother. Qin Hanyue turned his head and instructed Qin Yan, please assist Miss Qiao's brother in packing their belongings. Xiao Yi clenched his fists, and after a brief moment, he averted his gaze from his parents and retreated to his room. Previously resistant to letting them leave, Li Lilian now fell silent. She rose from the floor, adjusted her attire, wiped her tears and runny nose, and took a couple of steps closer to Xiao Ying, offering a disingenuous smile. Xiao Ying, mother was just overwhelmed with anger earlier. You know, parents always think of their children. You are my daughter, and Ling Ling is also my daughter. I must protect both of you, right? Though her words were directed at Xiao Ying, her eyes occasionally darted toward Qin Hanyue, pondering, is this the wealthy second-generation classmate Ling Ling mentioned? The age seems inconsistent. Could it be that besides a wealthy classmate, she has also secured connections elsewhere? Indeed, this young man before her clearly hails from a prominent family, possibly a CEO of a large corporation with a fortune in the billions. With Ling Ling's future in jeopardy, she must seize this capable eldest daughter. The fact that he has accompanied her home indicates he is quite invested in this girl. Surely, he has lavished money on her. The more Li Lilian thought, the more she regretted her earlier outburst. Had she known, she would have simply apologized to the girl and uttered a few kind words. This abrupt change in demeanor was apparent to anyone observing. Qin Hanyue frowned, unable to bear the scene any longer. He wished to speak up for Xiao Ying, but, considering the inappropriateness of his position and the fact that they were her parents, he held his tongue, shaking his head internally at the thought of Xiao Ying having such a mother. Your mother spoke harshly in the heat of the moment, but no matter what, even a tiger does not consume its young. There is no parent who does not love their child. Do not harbor resentment against her. If the situation were reversed with Ling Ling, your mother would defend you just the same. Xiao Ying shot her a warning glance. Cease this facade. It is unbecoming. Li Lilian smiled again, though this time her smile was strained. My dear, you are the child I fought so hard to bring into this world. How could I truly? I have said enough. Xiao Ying's voice cut her off, leaving Li Lilian speechless at last. Xiao Yi quickly gathered his belongings, a few outfits, some books and stationery, a large bag of traditional Chinese medicine, and his computer packed in his backpack. Qin Yan assisted in carrying a couple of loads to the trunk. Finally, Xiao Ying addressed Li Lilian. I am taking Xiao Yi to school, not abducting your son. I will not interfere with his choices. But should you attempt to meddle in his affairs, intruding upon his studies in the capital, know that if I learn of it, even once, I will ensure you and Xiao Lingling find yourselves behind bars. With that, Xiao Ying led Xiao Yi away, with Qin Hanyue following closely behind. Xiao Fu chased after them for a few steps, but ultimately found himself unable to continue. He sank to the ground, lamenting his own ineffectiveness. Xiao Yi sat in the passenger seat, gazing silently out the window at the home he had known for over a decade. Fulfilling filial duties is a moral obligation. However, one must not succumb to foolish devotion. If the situation merely resulted in moral decay, it would be unfortunate enough, but when it escalates to coercing children into unlawful actions, blurring the lines of right and wrong, and even bartering one's daughter for gain, it becomes a disgrace to parenthood. There is no need for excessive guilt or sorrow over such matters. At that moment, Qin Hanyue remarked, Xiao Yi, Upon hearing this, slightly tilted her head but remained silent. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. It's evident that those who frequently engage in superficial pleasantries in business possess a unique talent for comforting others. Resting her elbow on the edge of the car window, she propped her head and inquired, "How do you find this lively scene, Mr. Qin?" Chapter 101. Qin Hanyue. Listening to my brother, choosing to stay at a hotel with the Qiao siblings instead of returning home. Qin Hanyue, unhurried and quick with his responses, remarked, "Seeing that you are not overly distressed brings me relief." Truly, he is a businessman. His words are both heartwarming and emotionally intelligent, perfectly navigating her subtle challenge. Indeed, in verbal sparring, she finds herself outmatched. Xiaoying decided not to press him further. The group initially sought out a restaurant for dinner. Xiaoyi, who had not eaten since finishing her evening classes the previous day, felt her stomach empty. Yet, the aroma of the dishes did little to whet her appetite. Lost in thought, a bowl of hot soup was suddenly placed before her. Looking up, she saw it was Xiaoying who had served it. Qin Hanyue continued to ladle soup for Xiaoying. Not wanting to cause her concern, Xiaoyi picked up her chopsticks and ate a bit. They contemplated whether to find a hotel in Yun City for the night or to depart immediately. Xiaoying sought their opinions. Qin Hanyue replied, "Let us heed my brother's advice." The siblings exchanged glances. Xiao Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment and wished to bury his face in the bowl. "Third master, are you being a bit too eager? That is their brother." Xiaoyi declared, "Let us depart immediately." Given the circumstances, he bore responsibility. Considering their honest father and their desperately ill mother, Xiao Yi feared that staying in Yun City for the night might sway him to change his mind. After leaving the restaurant, they headed straight for the capital. Xiaoying offered, "If Assistant Qin becomes tired, I can take over driving." Qin Yan, gripping the steering wheel, felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Finally, someone remembered him, the injured driver. Qin Hanyue replied to Xiaoying, "I can manage." Then turning to Qin Yan, he added, "If you cannot continue, allow me to take over." With Qin Yan still recovering from his injury, the prospect of fatigue driving was no trivial matter. Qin Yan reassured, "Third master, Miss Qiao can rest assured. I am aware of my limits." He had never dared to imagine third master driving. He was content in the passenger seat. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yi, clutching her backpack, was slowly drifting into slumber, with the scenery outside the window rushing by, further lulling her to sleep. As she dozed off, her upper body gradually leaned to one side, and a bump from a speed bump caused her head to tilt. In the back seat, Xiaoying reached out to steady her. Noticing Qin Hanyue watching her, Xiaoying straightened up and asked, "Mr. Qin, what captures your attention?" His gaze remained fixed on her brother. Qin Hanyue observed, "Miss Qiao and her brother share a close bond." Xiaoying replied, "My brother is fair-skinned and delicate, with red lips and white teeth. He is well-behaved and speaks little, which naturally makes him likable." Fair-skinned, red lips and white teeth, well-behaved and taciturn. He appeared to be somewhat taciturn, at least in the presence of others. However, in front of Xiaoying, he was usually quite loquacious. Noticing that Qin Hanyue had suddenly fallen silent, lost in thought, Xiaoying chose to disregard him and instead closed her eyes to rest. The car departed from Yun City, traversing an aged road. The surface was uneven and bumpy, causing Xiaoying's head to lean towards Qin Hanyue's side, a position she found too comfortable to adjust. Unexpectedly, a warm hand gently cradled her chin, encompassing much of her face. Qin Hanyue shifted closer to her, his movements delicate, and gradually rested her head on his shoulder. Xiaoying's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet she did not open her eyes. It was indeed more comfortable to lean against something. Just then, she heard Qin Hanyue's voice softly above her, "Drive steadily." His tone was barely audible. Qin Yan silently reduced the speed of the vehicle. Around 7 in the morning, they arrived in the capital. They had refueled once along the way, and during the night, Qin Hanyue had taken over driving from Qin Yan, personally steering for over 3 hours. Throughout the journey, Qin Yan remained silent in the passenger seat, too anxious to shift his position, even as discomfort settled in. He had anticipated moving to the back seat, although sitting beside the imposing figure of the Blackwater leader was equally daunting. To his surprise, Qin Hanyue summoned Xiao Yi from the front seat to join Xiao Ying in the rear, completely disregarding him. Upon arriving at a hotel, Xiao Ying exited the car, preparing to retrieve their belongings from the trunk to assist Xiao Yi in checking in. However, Qin Hanyue interjected, "Leave it be." Xiao Ying turned to him. "I have already arranged for your brother's enrollment procedures. He will be able to start school normally tomorrow. I will take you both there." Xiao Ying asked, "When did this happen?" Qin Hanyue replied, "Before we went to the restaurant last night." She had initially intended to request the president of Jing University for assistance, but Qin Hanyue's eagerness caught her off guard. She was not accustomed to expressing gratitude, nor did she often have the opportunity to do so. Yet she found herself saying thank you to Qin Hanyue more than she had in her entire previous life combined. "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Qin, to keep it safe for the night." Subsequently, Xiaoying led Xiao Yi towards the hotel, but after a few steps, she sensed something and turned to see Qin Hanyue following closely behind. He explained, "It will take over half an hour to return home or go to the office from here. So I thought it best not to continue the hassle and to rest with you. It is just as well that I can take you to school tomorrow. You won't go home, but stay in a hotel with them?" Qin Yin remarked, "I feel too embarrassed to expose your little intentions." After speaking, Qin Hanyue entered the hotel first, swiftly booking 4 rooms and handing the key cards to the siblings. Watching Qin Hanyue bustling ahead, Xiao Yi quietly asked Xiao Ying, "Sister, does he like you?" She had wanted to ask this during their meal at the restaurant when Qin Hanyue served soup, but she had lacked the mood then. Xiao Ying responded with surprise. Xiao Yi insisted, "It is quite obvious." Once upstairs, Qin Hanyue said, "The front desk will send breakfast up shortly. After breakfast, you can rest." They then each retreated to their respective rooms. Xiao Ying had not slept at all in the car, and Xiao Yi had only managed to doze for a little over half an hour. After freshening up and having breakfast, they both climbed into bed to sleep. In the evening, seated at the dinner table, Zhou Yi, having adjusted her mood, began to observe Qin Hanyue. The more she looked, the more convinced she became that he harbored affections for her sister, a sentiment Zhou Yi found perplexing. The two of them addressed each other with a formal distance, referring to one another as Mr. and Miss. Yet there existed an indescribable intimacy between them, a sensation akin to long-standing acquaintances who had weathered numerous experiences together. The following morning, Zhou Yi found herself in an awkward situation. As Zhou Ying remained in bed, Qin Hanyue approached, inviting her to join him for breakfast. They sat across from each other, and given Zhou Yi's natural reticence, she found herself at a loss for words in the presence of such a seasoned and distinguished man. As he rearranged her plate and served her porridge, Zhou Yi felt overwhelmed and hastily lowered her head to eat in silence, feeling utterly out of place. "This is my business card. Feel free to contact me whenever you need assistance," he said, extending a black card adorned with gold lettering toward her. Zhou Yi looked up, meeting his gaze, and replied, "There's no need for thanks. I can manage on my own, and I have my sister." Such unsolicited kindness, devoid of familiarity, was difficult for Zhou Yi to accept. Qin Hanyue smiled slightly. "No need to be polite with me. Your sister never is." Zhou Yi pondered this for a moment before responding. "Her lack of formality with you is her affair. If I owe you a favor, my sister will ultimately repay it." Qin Hanyue chuckled softly, understanding why Zhou Ying was fond of this younger sibling. He was indeed quite endearing and perceptive. "My oversight," he conceded, glancing at the time. "You continue with your meal. I will check if your sister is awake. After you finish, I shall take you to school." As Zhou Yi watched Qin Hanyue's retreating figure, she couldn't shake the feeling that his words had an odd ring to them. One might mistakenly assume he was her brother-in-law. Wait, was he going to rouse her sister? Was that appropriate? Ascending the stairs, Qin Hanyue knocked on Zhou Ying's door. Chapter 102. Why did you give the old man a watch? Her forte. The door swung open to reveal a visibly displeased Zhou Ying, clearly having been awakened by the noise. Qin Hanyue instantly regretted knocking. It seemed she was in a foul mood, a consideration he would have to bear in mind in the future. "Not awake yet?" he inquired in a softened tone. The girl inside glanced at him before turning back. The door remained ajar, and after a moment's hesitation, Qin Hanyue stepped inside, following Zhou Ying, who responded with a nonchalant "Awake. I thought it was about time to call you for breakfast. Your brother is already in the dining room." Zhou Ying, heading towards the bathroom, merely replied, Qin Hanyue felt a sense of relief as he awaited her to finish her morning routine. In the elevator, Qin Hanyue asked, "Now that your brother has arrived in the capital, should we arrange for additional personnel for his safety, or shall we transfer someone from Yin City?" Given the strained relationship Zhou Ying had with her family, it was likely she had requested this for her brother's protection. Thus, Qin Hanyue inquired further. Zhou Ying responded, "I would appreciate it if Mr. Qin could arrange for additional personnel. The fates of Li Lilian and Zhou Lingling are of no concern to me. But if anything were to happen due to my negligence, it would be Zhou Yi who would suffer." Xiao Ying felt a twinge of anxiety, suspecting that those from the Shadow Organization were lurking in the darkness, watching her closely. Having severed ties with the Qiao family and brought Xiao Yi to the capital, she feared that if the Shadow harbored any ill intentions, they would undoubtedly target Xiao Yi. Should she summon a few allies from Heishui for assistance? Meanwhile, Qin Hanyue was curious about the adversaries Xiao Ying had made. She remained tight-lipped, leaving him hesitant to pry or investigate discreetly. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Xiao Ying took her seat and noticed a business card belonging to Qin Hanyue in front of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi discreetly sought her guidance with a glance. "Just keep it," Xiao Ying advised, prompting Xiao Yi to tuck the card away. Considering Xiao Yi's feelings, Xiao Ying initially intended to show him around the capital for a couple of days to help him acclimate before heading to school, but Xiao Yi declined the offer. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Ying escorted him to school. The institution chosen by Qin Hanyue boasted the finest educational standards and resources in the entire city. From afar, They spotted a dozen individuals gathered at the school entrance, who welcomed them with fervent enthusiasm as soon as they alighted from the vehicle. Among them were the principal, vice principal, grade director, and class teacher. With Qin Hanyue having made prior introductions, Xiaoying felt reassured that Xiao Yi would not face any bullying at school due to his background. Additionally, the cafeteria staff could assist in preparing his medication. Rest assured, I have gathered information regarding Xiao's academic performance from Yunqing No. 7 High School, and it is exemplary, the principal remarked, chatting incessantly. Xiaoying found such situations particularly irksome, while Qin Hanyue managed all interactions on her behalf. Once Xiao Yi was settled, Qin Hanyue continued to drive Xiaoying to Jing University. As she sat beside him in the car, Xiaoying observed the elegant, long-fingered hands of the man beside her. Initially, when she mentioned gifting him a watch, it had merely been a polite gesture, but now it seemed imperative to follow through. What are you looking at? Qin Hanyue inquired, glancing at his own hands. Your hands are quite attractive, Xiaoying replied, averting her gaze elsewhere. Since they are appealing, why not look at them? He retorted. A fleeting ripple of emotion stirred within her, but it quickly settled back into tranquility. At the south gate of the school, Li Shirin, holding a cup of fruit tea and accompanied by two roommates, happened to spot Xiaoying disembarking from an extravagant vehicle. Is that Xiaoying? Whose car is she in? The license plate is all zeros, surely more expensive than the car itself. The person inside must have an extraordinary background, one roommate remarked. Li Shirin attempted to discern the occupant of the car, but the tinted windows obscured her view entirely. This is definitely not Hua Qingdong's vehicle. He drives sports cars. Not something so formal, she mused. Who is this wealthy individual she has latched onto? She certainly has a knack for it, Li Shirin's roommate replied. She is an academic prodigy, a mathematical genius, and possesses striking looks. These things come easily to her if she desires them, another chimed in. Li Shirin scoffed. Do you think all wealthy individuals are foolish? They're merely playing around. Does she genuinely believe she can marry into a rich family? As Xiaoying strolled through the school, she dialed a number to contact Yi Si. Meanwhile, far away in M country, Yi Si paused a meeting with a wave of his hand. Why the sudden call, darling? Missing me? You've always had a fondness for watches and possess quite the expertise. Could you help me select one? Xiaoying requested. Yi Si replied. What has sparked your interest in such items? One watch, one tea suffice. I'll sort through my collection and send you a box, enough to adorn both hands. Xiaoying, I am gifting a watch, specifically for a gentleman around 30 years of age. After contemplating, she added, it should not be ostentatious, but rather possess depth and elegance. Yi Si, a gentleman? Who are you referring to? That fellow Qing Jinyan. Xiaoying, a new acquaintance. I shall introduce you upon your return. Yi Si, I have no desire to meet any 30-year-old man. My concern is why you wish to present a watch to a man of that age. Is he more handsome than I? Does he cherish you more than I do? Xiaoying, if you prefer not to meet him, that is fine. Judging by both your temperaments, you likely would not get along. I will send you the address shortly. Farewell. Yi Si gazed at the phone after the call ended, letting out a hiss. What a heartless woman. He then narrowed his beautiful peach blossom eyes. A 30-year-old man? A new acquaintance? Xiao Lingling was expelled, and the matter of identity fraud was announced throughout the school. Xiaoying was the true solver, a bona fide mathematical prodigy. Xiaoying only wished for the school to announce Xiao Lingling's name, not expecting Principal Zhang to include her own as well. Consequently, as she walked through the school, she garnered even more attention. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Xiaoying accepted a cup of hot tea from Principal Zhang. The house originally meant for your sister has been changed to your name. The paperwork is still being processed. As for the scholarship, once your mother retrieves it, I shall present it to you. May I inquire whether my initial offer was too modest, leading you, classmate Xiao, to be reluctant to engage with an old man like me? Zhang Qingyong could not help but ask. Xiaoying, after solving that problem, I passed it on to my brother. It was he who contacted you on the forum. Zhang Qingyong, I understand now. We were indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. In their eyes, solving that problem is akin to an astronaut successfully ascending into space once again. Yet to the genius themselves, it is hardly a matter of significance. Moreover, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you, classmate Xiao, Zhang Qingyong said, grinning like an old fox. Xiaoying, is this about transferring to the mathematics department? Zhang Qingyong slapped his thigh. It must be you, classmate Xiao, so astute. Xiaoying, I shall not transfer. Zhang Qingyong, please do not reject so swiftly. Might you enlighten me as to why you chose to study computer science? Xiaoying, because computer science is my forte. Zhang Qingyong became flustered, posing a profound question. Is mathematics not also your strong suit? Xiaoying, certainly not. My strengths lie in killing, fighting, shooting, crafting explosives, and computer science. Mathematics barely ranks. Zhang Qingyong opened his mouth, staring at Xiaoying, momentarily at a loss for words. A sudden pang shot through his head. The old ailment of headaches had returned. Zhang Qingyong hastily pulled out some painkillers, lamenting their slow effect. Xiaoying stood up. I shall return shortly. She then exited the principal's office, heading back to her dormitory, where she opened her suitcase and retrieved an acupuncture bag. After Xiaoying left, Li Shirin and her two roommates gathered once more. What did she just take out? It looked like the acupuncture bag used by old traditional Chinese doctors in dramas. Needles? Bringing such perilous items to school? What does she intend to do? I think I saw alcohol in her suitcase as well. I have previously witnessed her drinking in the dormitory. How audacious one must be to bring such perilous items and high-proof liquor into the dormitory. Chapter 103. The suitcase was pried open, and the liquor shattered. Xiaoying exclaimed. Hold it steady. In the principal's office, Zhang Qingyong sat with his eyes closed, reclining on the sofa, numerous acupuncture needles inserted into various points on his head. His face devoid of any signs of pain. Truly remarkable. Whenever I succumb to my chronic afflictions, I seek out old Ming at the Ming Shantang for a few needles. Yet the effects are nowhere near as swift as yours. With hereditary ailments and advancing age, a complete cure seems unlikely. But alleviation and a reduction in frequency of episodes should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing Xiaoying's words, Zhang Qingyong abruptly opened his eyes and sat up straight. What did you say? He fixed his gaze intently upon her. Xiaoying refrained from repeating herself, pouring herself a cup of tea instead. Zhang Qingyong took a moment to steady his excitement. Do you know what old Ming has to say? Not only is reducing the frequency of episodes improbable, but alleviation is not always effective. She actually suggested there might be a possibility for a complete cure. The thought was inconceivable to him. Both his father and grandfather had succumbed to this illness at an early age, enduring much suffering during their lifetimes. Were it anyone else, Zhang Qingyong would undoubtedly dismiss it as mere boasting. But there was an inexplicable reliability and credibility to Xiaoying's words. Even seasoned practitioners who had devoted decades to the study of traditional Chinese medicine had been rendered helpless against his affliction. Yet here was Xiaoying, merely a young girl barely out of her teens. Xiao classmate, you are truly remarkable. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to have encountered you. Previously, I had exerted considerable effort to persuade you to attend the medical school. The dean, who is also the vice principal, had long wished to meet you privately. However, in recent days, I harbored a hidden intention to entice you into the mathematics department. At this moment, Zhang Qingyong gazed at Xiaoying and suddenly said, My old man is now particularly eager. Xiaoying glanced at him. Eager for what? Zhang Qingyong replied. Eager to see what extraordinary feats your forte in computer science will yield. The realms of medicine and mathematics were already astonishing. What vexed him was her claim that they were not her forte. Just how prodigious must her self-proclaimed strength in computer science be? Zhang Qingyong recalled the last time he had sought assistance from Qin Hanyue to investigate an ID on a forum. At that time, Qin Hanyue and assistant Qin had been hunched over a computer, and it was likely that Xiaoying was on the other side of the screen. It seemed that neither Qin Hanyue nor assistant Qin had managed to gain any advantage from her, which spoke volumes about her prowess. Perhaps it's best not to harbor such expectations. Generally, good outcomes are rare. Hacking into others' computers, eavesdropping, surveillance, planting viruses, and disrupting systems. What is there to anticipate? Surely you don't think I am writing legitimate code at the company? Zhang Qingyong considered her overly modest, which only heightened his anticipation. However, in the not-too-distant future, he would come to regret such expectations, for she spoke the unvarnished truth. Indeed, there were no good outcomes. The school nearly fell apart due to her antics. But that is a tale for another time. Have you heard? Our new campus bell is being kept by a wealthy older man. Her worth seems quite substantial. Where did you hear that? What do you mean where? A few days ago, some classmates witnessed her disembarking from a luxury car at the South Gate. I have heard that not only is that car expensive, but the license plate is even more so. Could it possibly belong to some corpulent, greasy nouveau riche elder? As Hua Chengdong strolled towards the computer science department, he overheard a few gossiping behind him. He halted in his tracks. Surely not. Isn't she a mathematical prodigy? With such beauty, why would she succumb to such despair? Alas, no amount of beauty or talent can withstand the allure of wealth. Just the thought of a greasy nouveau riche makes one feel nauseous. Those individuals were engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to Hua Chengdong's presence. With a displeased expression, he turned around. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? The group was taken aback. Hua Xiao, I don't strike women. But you better manage that mouth of yours. If I hear another word, I swear. Hua Chengdong raised his hand, looking ready to strike. The group turned pale. Afraid to breathe, Hua Chengdong lowered his hand. If you dare gossip behind someone's back, have the courage to say it to their face. Let us see if she doesn't put you in your place. He pointed at the most egregious speaker. You better watch yourself. Hua Chengdong scrutinized them for a moment, as if committing their faces to memory, causing them to tremble in fear. Along the way, he encountered numerous rumors about Xiaoying. Cursing under his breath, The 20-minute walk took him over 40 minutes to reach Xiao Ying's classroom. With a mere glance, he politely dismissed the boy seated in front of Xiao Ying and boldly took his place. Sister Ying, you're impressive. You solved that problem on the forum? Even better than Su Ziyi. Can you believe that phony math genius? They actually believed her for 2 or 3 months, and she is even more foolish than you, huh? Hey, Sister Ying, where have you been the past few days? I came looking for you a couple of times, but they said you were on leave. Xiao Ying stared at her computer screen, and after a moment, replied lazily, I went back to Yun City to bring my brother here for school. You have a brother? How old is he? Is he good at racing? How about fighting? How many can he take on? Hu Qingdong asked eagerly. Xiao Ying replied, my brother is an exemplary student. And as for her brother, why does everyone seem to want to stake a claim? Hu Qingdong quipped. You look like an exemplary student yourself. Xiao Ying shot him a glance. I am an exemplary student. Hu Qingdong chuckled. I'll believe you when pigs fly. By the way, Sister Ying, which school does your brother attend? I'll go speak to the principal and ensure he looks after him well. When your brother is free, let me treat him to a meal so we can get acquainted. Hu Qingdong's chatter was incessant, while Xiao Ying feigned deafness. In the afternoon, after a lengthy class, around 4 o'clock, Xiao Ying returned to her dormitory. As she opened the door, a rich aroma of wine wafted into her nostrils. On the floor, her suitcase lay wide open, the last bottle of red wine rummaged through, shattered and spilling its crimson liquid everywhere, soaking the suitcase. Director, she's back. Li Shirin looked at Xiao Ying with a smug, provocative expression. The department head held something in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was her acupuncture bag. These people truly have some audacity. Who did this? Xiao Ying inquired. Noticing her suitcase had been pried open with tools, the combination lock destroyed. Xiao Ying's expression turned cold, a fierce glint flickering in her eyes. Classmate Xiao, such dangerous items are strictly prohibited in the dormitory. What if someone gets hurt? The department head held the acupuncture bag, remarking on its considerable size and the numerous needles it contained. And this liquor, with such high alcohol content, it's not from the school bar, is it? The school regulations clearly state that students are not allowed to consume strong alcohol, especially on campus. You brought it to the dormitory to drink. Xiao Ying suppressed her urge to curse, gritting her teeth inwardly. An acupuncture bag. It's meant to save lives, not harm anyone. How could a living person be injured by a needle meant for the dead? By your logic, it's fine to keep knives in the dorm as well. Besides, you aren't from the medical school. Do you even know how to perform acupuncture? Li Shirin interjected with a sneer, hiding such items in the dormitory. Who knows what your intentions are? Director, we 3 witnessed her taking this item out a few days ago. We have no idea what she was up to. Let us not forget the numerous news stories about needles being stuck into shared bicycle seats. Her 2 roommates, wary of causing trouble, remained silent, leaving Li Shirin to speak alone. Xiao Ying declared, I will give you 2 minutes to clean up the mess, restore my suitcase, and compensate for the liquor. She then turned to the department head and demanded, hand over the items. This is too dangerous. I cannot return it to you. I will temporarily keep it safe until you graduate, then you may retrieve it. Xiao Ying's face remained impassive. Are you sure you won't return it? The department head replied. I said I would return it upon your graduation. Moreover, as a student, what is this attitude? Don't think you can. Before he could finish, Xiao Ying interrupted, fine. You'd better keep it safe until I graduate. In the principal's office, the department head said, Classmate Xiao, I know you excel academically, and the principal regards you favorably. However, the responsibility for this incident lies with you. How can you brazenly come to the principal and demand a resolution? Initially, the department head viewed Xiao Ying as a diligent and obedient student due to her impressive academic performance and mathematical prowess. However, he was taken aback by her arrogance, as she seemed to take advantage of her talents and the principal's favoritism, disregarding him entirely. Principal, she was drinking in the dormitory and is carrying such dangerous items. What if she gets drunk? It poses a significant risk, Li Shirin chimed in, eager to escalate the situation. She relished the idea of the matter becoming widely known, painting Xiao Ying as a drunkard carrying weapons, suggesting that she might go berserk and stab someone while intoxicated. Zhang Qingyong gazed at the so-called dangerous item in the department head's hand, exasperated. Director Huang, our university does have a medical school. Surely you've seen enough to understand that this is not a weapon. Just a few days ago, it was used on his head. Li Shirin quickly interjected. Xiao Ying isn't from the medical school. She is from the computer science department. Do you think it's reasonable for her to possess such items? Zhang Qingyong replied. Why is it unreasonable? As he attempted to continue, Xiao Ying silenced him with a glance. Seeing the principal's lack of defense for her, Li Shirin became increasingly audacious, distorting a minor issue into a significant scandal, making it seem as though Xiao Ying were a murderer wielding needles. Zhang Qingyong attempted to speak several times, yet each time he was halted by Xiao Ying's piercing gaze. Confused, he blinked and persistently inquired of her. This demeanor was uncharacteristic of Xiao Ying. It was one thing for her to remain silent, but why prevent him from speaking? Was she perhaps concealing a significant revelation? Li Shirin, exasperated, declared. This is no trivial matter. Its nature is far more severe than you might imagine. You cannot show favoritism simply because she excels academically. Zhang Qingyong queried. What do you propose we do? Li Shirin turned her gaze towards Qiao Ying, her expression brimming with indignation. We should issue a public reprimand throughout the school, accompanied by a formal demerit, a serious one at that. Furthermore, she must apologize to the three of us. As Qin Hanyue entered, he overheard Li Shirin's bold proclamation. Striding forward, he interjected with a voice that dripped with coldness. What reason does she have to apologize to you? A formidable entourage followed him closely. Li Shirin and her companions turned, momentarily stunned. So handsome. Li Shirin came from a family with several companies, enjoying a substantial business presence. Among the affluent in Beijing, they held a respectable status. Although the circles she frequented could not compare to those of Hua Qingdong or Su Qingyu, she nonetheless mingled among the upper echelons of society. Having been exposed to various young elites characterized by beauty, charisma, and intellect, she regarded them as the zenith of her encounters. Yet, in comparison to the man before her, they paled in insignificance. Li Shirin's gaze fixated on Qin Hanyue, her heart racing with excitement. Just as she was lost in admiration, she suddenly received a sharp slap to the face. With a cry, she covered her stinging cheek, stunned by the sudden appearance of her father. She momentarily faltered. Dad? What brings you here? Why did you hit me? I told you not to cause trouble here. And look at you now, it's only been a few days. Father is going to be furious. Of all people, why provoke someone from the Qin family? Are you courting disaster? Her father gritted his teeth. Which Qin family are you referring to? In Beijing, which other Qin family exists? Unbeknownst to anyone, Qiao Ying had taken a seat on the sofa, preparing tea with Zhang Qingyong's teapot. Qin Hanyue settled across from her. I am honored that you would think of me for such trivial matters. He effortlessly took the teapot from Qiao Ying, poured the tea, and presented it to her. As she accepted the cup and was about to drink, she recalled Zhang Qingyong at the desk. Glancing over, she inquired silently with her eyes if he would partake. He waved his hand dismissively. I'll drink later. Goodness. How had this girl managed to summon Qin Hanyue? To what extent had their relationship developed? After taking a sip, Qiao Ying responded to Qin Hanyue. The needle you gifted me and the suitcase you purchased, those matters will be addressed with you. Most importantly, they fear you, especially those like Li Shirin's family, who operate in business. They regard the Qin family with the same trepidation one might reserve for the king of hell. Here, engaging in conflict with her is not merely inappropriate. Should it escalate, and someone inadvertently face dire consequences, Qin Hanyue could ensure they remember the lesson for a lifetime. Li Shirin, bewildered, asked, Dad, are you referring to that Qin family? She gazed in disbelief at Qiao Ying, who was casually chatting and sipping tea with Qin Hanyue. How could this be possible? Qiao Ying, a mere country girl, could not possibly know the Qin family, let alone the head of the family, the chairman of the Qin group. Mr. Qin, I have been remiss in my guidance of my daughter and have inadvertently offended you. I sincerely apologize, Li Fu stammered. Pulling Li Shirin to the sofa in front of the two, his words tumbling out as he wiped the sweat from his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably. After stuttering through his apology, he turned to his daughter and said, You should quickly apologize to Mr. Qin. Li Shirin was utterly dumbfounded. Li Fu snapped. What do you mean I? Apologize to Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry, Li Shirin managed to utter. Qin Hanyue glanced at Li Fu indifferently. You are mistaken. It is Miss Qiao who deserves the apology. Li Fu turned to Qiao Ying without a moment's hesitation, bowing deeply. Miss Qiao, I am truly sorry, sincerely sorry. After a lengthy exchange of apologies, he insisted that his daughter apologize as well. Fear crept into Li Shirin's heart as she looked at Qin Hanyue. She swallowed hard and said, Qiao Ying, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Li Fu, fearing the apology lacked sincerity, pressed his daughter's head down, bending over to repeatedly express his apologies to Qiao Ying. Upon realizing Qin Hanyue's identity, tears nearly spilled from Li Shirin's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. After a moment of silence, Qin Hanyue remarked to Qiao Ying, The tea is quite good. It's acceptable, Qiao Ying replied, as they continued their conversation. Seemingly oblivious to the anxious Li family, who awaited their fate with bated breath, resembling condemned prisoners waiting for their sentence. Noticing the time, Qin Hanyue leisurely inquired of Qiao Ying, You mentioned that the acupuncture needles I gifted you were mistaken for weapons? Director Huang nearly dropped the acupuncture bag in his hands, breaking into a cold sweat. Li Shirin was taken aback. The item had been a gift from Qin Hanyue, and the suitcase I bought for you was damaged by them? Qin Hanyue continued. Li Shirin found it increasingly difficult to breathe. At that moment, overwhelming fear eclipsed her jealousy. She could think of nothing but dread. Li Fu nearly fainted on the spot, receiving a sudden call from an assistant of the chairman of the Qin group. The realization that his daughter had offended someone from the Qin family nearly caused him to lose consciousness. He had taken 2 heart-calming pills before arriving, having been on edge the entire way. Xiaoying added, "And my wine, that was the last bottle. It's not inexpensive, priced at 23 million. Li Shirin wanted to scream, "Are you robbing me?" but dared not. "I will compensate. I will compensate," Li Fu hurriedly said. Xiaoying replied nonchalantly, "Compensate for what? The wine? That is a collectible. Money cannot buy it." Li Fu felt as though he might kneel in desperation. "What would you have me do?" 10 times the value. Each item, Xiaoying stated. Li Fu's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. He wished he had another heart-calming pill. Li Shirin remained silent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Fu conceded, "I will compensate, 10 times. Xiaoying, you should consider yourself fortunate. The expensive drink I had was merely the least costly bottle." She then inquired of Qin Hanyue, "How much did you pay for that suitcase?" Li's father felt a jolt in his heart and gulped nervously. Qin Hanyue glanced at the breathless Li father and, in a seemingly merciful tone, remarked, "I can't recall. Perhaps the esteemed CEO here can assess the damage." Merciful? To Li's father, it sounded more like a veiled threat. Try to compensate less and see what happens. Wasn't this putting him in a difficult position? Even if he had to bankrupt several companies, in Qin Hanyue's eyes, it seemed hardly worth a mention. Moreover, the term CEO made him feel genuinely anxious and insignificant. Chapter 105. Qin Hanyue. In the capital, you may cause trouble at will. Xiaoying, your nephew invited me to dinner. I will compensate, Li's father replied, steeling himself. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for not holding grudges against the common folk. I assure you I will strictly discipline my daughter to prevent any further conflicts with you and your family. There will never be a next time, he promised repeatedly. Qin Hanyue's lips curled slightly, as if pleased by the mention of his family, and he glanced at Xiaoying, who appeared unfazed by the situation. His smile became more pronounced. I cannot produce such a sum of cash at once. I hope Mr. Qin can grant me a little more time to gather the funds. Seeing that Qin Hanyue seemed to acquiesce, Li's father expressed his gratitude and pulled his daughter along for another round of apologies before preparing to leave in search of money. However, just as they took a couple of steps, the elder on the sofa spoke leisurely. Wait. The father and daughter from the Li family nearly lost their composure. What is it, Mr. Qin? Li's father returned obediently. Qin Hanyue, unhurriedly pouring tea for Xiaoying, asked, what did she say about Miss Qiao apologizing earlier? Li's father, filled with trepidation, turned to his daughter. What did you say? Li Shirin, paralyzed by fear, struggled to articulate a response. What did you say? Li's father pressed her. Zhang Qingyong, noticing Li's father's anxiety, kindly interjected, this student demands a public reprimand from the entire school, along with a serious infraction. Qin Hanyue replied. Then let it be doubled. A public reprimand and an apology, a 5,000-word self-critique to be read over the loudspeaker, detailing how she pried open a classmate's suitcase and rummaged through their belongings, with 2 serious infractions recorded. Not to mention, 3 serious infractions at Jing University would lead to expulsion. This incident would become common knowledge throughout the school. How could they ever face their peers again? Nevertheless, Li's father breathed a sigh of relief and hastily agreed to each condition. To preserve the company and safeguard their lives was a cause for gratitude. Zhang Qingyong then turned to the other 2 roommates. Although they did not know Qin Hanyue personally, they had heard of his formidable reputation. Recognizing that he was the most prominent figure in the capital, seeing Li Shirin, the daughter of a wealthy family, so terrified only intensified their own fear. As they were neither wealthy nor influential, they felt immensely relieved that the suitcase was pried open solely by Li Shirin and that she had accidentally shattered the wine. While 2 serious infractions were already intolerable for them, it was far better than facing the prospect of Li Shirin's potential ruin. The 2 roommates hastily replied, we have no objections. Afterward, Li's father departed with his daughter, and the 2 roommates followed suit, eager to escape. Upon exiting the principal's office, Li's father raised his hand, intending to strike his daughter again, but ultimately refrained. You wasteful child. If you are not my own flesh and blood, I would have surely ended your life today. Li Shirin, unable to contain her emotions any longer, broke down in tears. After a while of weeping, she regained a semblance of her cognitive abilities. However, she was now even more apprehensive, as it became abundantly clear that the owner of the luxury car who had returned Xiaoying that day was most likely Qin Hanyue. Yet, she had spread rumors among her classmates that Xiaoying was being supported by an older man. If Xiaoying and Qin Hanyue were indeed entangled in such a relationship, what would that mean for Miss Su, who was about to become engaged to Qin Hanyue? Those who sought trouble would receive their just desserts, and soon only the department head remained in the principal's office. Upon realizing it was his turn, the department head hurriedly cradled the acupuncture bag in his hands, as if it were a sacred decree, and approached the sofa. Xiao classmate, here are your belongings. I shall take good care of them for you, he said with a forced smile, trembling as if he might drop the items at any moment. Xiao Ying responded coolly, hold on to them until my graduation. The department head's heart raced, on the verge of tears, as he pleaded, Xiao classmate, this matter was mishandled by the teacher. But my intentions were for the safety of the students. My motives were noble. The department head appealed to reason and emotion, seeking assistance from Zhang Qingyong. In the end, Principal Zhang, considering the department head's years of service at Jing University, interceded on his behalf, allowing him to exit the principal's office. As Zhang Qingyong approached, his inquisitive gaze flitted between the two. When did this happen? Xiao Ying responded with a perplexed expression. Qin Hanyu chuckled, last time at your residence. Miss Qiao and I hit it off remarkably well, thanks to you. Xiao Ying looked at him, bewildered. While the phrase hit it off was a stretch to appease the elder, the latter part of his statement felt decidedly out of place. What blessings was he referring to? It certainly invited speculation. Zhang Qingyong was somewhat at a loss. Did they have a relationship or not? The way Qin Hanyue articulated it suggested their connection was anything but ordinary. Thus, Zhang Qingyong cast a glance at Qin Yan, who shot a sidelong glance at Qin Hanyue, his expression indicating that he was being overly eager. Zhang Qingyong thought, now I understand. It was no wonder the young lady had summoned him with just a phone call. Xiao Ying was taken aback. Understand what? It turned out that the two had become acquainted shortly after leaving his home, which explained why Qin Hanyue had been by her side during her travels in the summer. Both were prodigies in their respective fields, and their immediate rapport did not surprise Zhang Qingyong, especially since Qin Hanyue had always had an eye for talent. You promised to provide her with a house. What progress have you made on that front? Qin Hanyue inquired. I purchased a new apartment for Qiao classmate, but the renovation will take at least half a year. Your sister's apartment is a model unit. If she wishes to move in, it can be arranged more swiftly. Zhang Qingyong explained to Xiao Ying, then turned to Qin Hanyue. Why do you need to involve yourself in this matter? Then let us not delay. I have a vacant apartment nearby. If you do not mind, you may stay there, Qin Hanyue proposed to Xiao Ying. He was unwilling for her to reside in the dormitory, and she certainly did not wish to either. It surprised Qin Hanyue that Xiao Ying had initially been willing to live in the dorms, as she was not particularly sociable, and her 3 roommates were certainly not easy to deal with. However, her desire to purchase a property in the vicinity was merely a matter of time. Qin Yan opened his eyes, inquiring if the third master owned a residence in the vicinity. How could he be unaware? It became clear. As long as Miss Qiao was inclined to reside there, a place would be made available immediately. Zhang Qingyong expressed his bewilderment, questioning, in this vicinity? Are there houses here that you would find satisfactory? Qin Hanyu mused. I occasionally come to reminisce about my alma mater. Zhang Qingyong retorted. Such nonsense is best left unvoiced. Observing that Xiao Ying neither accepted nor declined, he pondered her thoughts. Qin Hanyue wondered if she deemed it unsuitable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ying posed a question. Living in your house, are you not concerned that I might cause trouble? Was she issuing a precautionary warning? Qin Hanyue chuckled. In the capital, you may stir up any trouble you wish, as long as you are content. Just give me a call afterward. Xiao Ying smiled. You said it. Qin Hanyue, taken aback by her enigmatic and sudden smile, felt a sense of trepidation. Hearing such words from the leader of Blackwater was alarming. Could Miss Qiao be betraying the third master? Nevertheless, the individual in question seemed quite agreeable, affirming, I did say that. Qin Hanyue continued, I believe it is getting late. Shall we dine together this evening? I know of an excellent restaurant nearby, and I might as well inquire if my brother wishes to join. Zhang Qingyong queried, since when do you have a brother? Aren't you the youngest in your family? Qin Hanyue replied, Miss Qiao's brother is in the capital for his studies. Xiao Ying interjected, I cannot this evening. My nephew has invited me to lunch, and I have already consented. Qin Hanyue's expression shifted slightly. Qin Yuchen? Chapter 106. Xiao Ying presents a watch. An unforgettable meal with uncle and nephew Qin Yuchen invited her to dinner? When had these two established a connection? Qin Yuchen had been under his very nose. And yet he had heard nothing. She had only been in the capital for a few days, and the crucial point was that she had actually accepted. No wonder Qin Yuchen appeared exceptionally cheerful today, practically glowing as if he had won a grand prize, even requesting leave from him. It was infuriating that he, being unaware, had granted it. What are you thinking? Xiao Ying asked. Qin Hanyue snapped back to reality, smiling. Nothing, let us eat. Xiao Ying proposed, shall we dine together? Dining together would save her some trouble. The reason she had agreed to Qin Yuchen's invitation was also to honor Qin Hanyue. Once Qin Hanyue departed, Zhang Qingyong, ever the gossip, inquired, what is the situation between you and that young man from the Qin family? Are you dating? Xiao Ying replied, remove the dating. Oh, I see. Zhang Qingyong's interest peaked. You see, dear Qiao, I have 2 grandsons who are not much younger than you. They excel academically and possess handsome appearances. They are in school as well. How about you choose one? Xiao Ying lazily lifted her eyelids. How do they compare to Qin Hanyue? Zhang Qingyong asked in what regard. He quickly realized he need not inquire further. In any aspect, they cannot compare. Zhang Qingyong remarked. Did you not say you were just friends with him? Xiaoying affirmed. We are friends, indeed, but if I seek a partner, my minimum standard must be someone akin to Qin Hanyue. Zhang Qingyong protested. Oh, come now. Although my 2 grandsons may not possess his striking features, well, never mind. If you like them, you would have shown interest long ago. He surrendered the notion. As for her dinner with Qin Yuchen, it was scheduled for 8 o'clock. Around 7:30, Xiaoying exited the school. After Xiaoying expressed that her forte lay in computers, Zhang Qingyong had already communicated with her teacher, granting her freedom during evening study sessions. The black Maybach arrived as scheduled. Once Xiaoying entered the car, she handed Qin Hanyue a remarkably exquisite small box. What is this? Qin Hanyue inquired, holding the item. It's the watch I promised you, Xiaoying replied, explaining that it had been delivered to her the previous night. With a sense of delight, Qin Hanyue opened the box to reveal a style perfectly suited for him. He held the watch in his hand, a smile playing on his lips, unrestrained. The craftsmanship was impeccable, with every detail of the watch face meticulously designed. Upon turning it over, he noticed the name of a master engraver inscribed on the back. This timepiece was crafted by a highly esteemed Swiss artisan, known for both his skill and his significant worth. The watch was undoubtedly costly and unavailable in the domestic market, indicating the thoughtfulness behind her gift. Thank you. This will undoubtedly be the best present I received this year for my birthday, Qin Hanyue said, fastening the watch onto his wrist. Xiaoying looked at him curiously. Birthday? When? It's still some time away, Qin Hanyue replied. Turning 30? Qin Hanyue paused momentarily in his action of putting on the watch. Just asking casually, no other intentions, Xiaoying remarked. She then took out her mobile phone. As Qin Hanyue secured the watch and tucked the box into the pocket of his suit jacket, he noticed Xiaoying engrossed in a racing game. Have you changed your phone? He asked. The screen of the phone in her hand was large and quite costly, typically favored by those who primarily engage in gaming, not the sort of phone one would expect Xiaoying to purchase. As if on cue, she replied without looking up, it's from Hua Qingdong. Once again, Hua Qingdong, Qin Hanyue remarked casually. How did his phone end up in your possession? He couldn't pass a level in his game, Xiaoying explained. Meanwhile, at the restaurant's private room, Qin Yuchen had arrived early to inspect the environment, ensuring it was comfortable and hygienic. Noticing an unpleasant aroma from the incense, he had it removed by the staff. After straightening his attire, he checked the time. Anticipating the arrival of his guest, he pondered what initial conversation would be appropriate. Although Qin Yuchen had grown up abroad alongside his uncle, he had not absorbed the more liberal social customs prevalent there and remained somewhat oblivious to the nuances of interacting with girls. As a graduate of Jingda, he had cleverly researched Xiaoying on the university forum, discovering her outstanding college entrance examination results, remarkable performance during military training, and her prodigious talent in mathematics. However, he held no particular interest in the subject and worried he might struggle to find common ground for conversation. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the arrival of the staff ushering someone in. When he finally snapped back to reality, he instinctively looked up with surprise, only to be momentarily stunned upon recognizing the visitor. Uncle? Qin Hanyue responded coolly. Yes, take a seat. The authoritative presence of an elder instantly filled the room. Qin Yuchen observed Xiaoying and Qin Yan entering behind Qin Hanyue, momentarily at a loss. Qin Yan greeted him formally, young Master Yuchen. Xiaoying offered him a nod before being beckoned by the seated Qin Hanyue to join him. Qin Hanyue occupied the main seat, while Qin Yuchen remained standing. Sit, Qin Hanyue instructed, prompting Qin Yuchen to regain his composure, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, finding his designated seat, he settled down properly, separated from Qin Hanyue by 4 seats. This was reminiscent of mealtimes at home. Meanwhile, Xiaoying occupied the spot to the left of Qin Hanyue. In the Qin family, this position was traditionally held by Qin Yuchen, his father. Is the food ready? Qin Hanyue inquired. Not yet, Qin Yuchen hurriedly replied, casting a quick glance at Xiaoying. He intended for her to place the order. As he pondered this, Qin Hanyue took the menu from the waiter, unfolded it, and presented it to Xiaoying. His tone strikingly different from anything Qin Yuchen had ever heard. Please, choose whatever you like. It was a simple question, lacking in tenderness. Yet it was unprecedented in Qin Yuchen's experience. In the office, Qin Hanyue was his superior. At home, he was an elder. Regardless of the context, Qin Hanyue had never spoken to him in such a manner, and even in private, he maintained his characteristic aloofness. Given his nature and status, Xiaoying glanced at him and said, You order, I'm fine with anything. Having lived together in M City for so long, Qin Hanyue was quite familiar with Xiaoying's tastes. Noticing Qin Yuchen's discomfort, Xiaoying remarked, He seems rather intimidated by you. While aware that outsiders feared Qin Hanyue, Shi Henti anticipated that even the Qin family members would be apprehensive. Despite the generational gap, their ages were not vastly different. Qin Hanyue turned his gaze towards Qin Yuchen, who instantly appeared uneasy. I had intended to invite Miss Qiao to dinner, but the timing coincided with her invitation to me. I hope you don't mind. Qin Hanyue was generally accommodating and caring towards his juniors, seldom resorting to criticism or reprimand, preferring direct consequences instead. Qin Yuqin promptly replied, "Of course not. You are most welcome, uncle." Poor young Master Yuqin. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Qin Yin interjected. Ultimately, Qin Hanyue ordered a fine bottle of wine and closed the menu. "The father of your classmate visited my company this evening," Qin Hanyue remarked, placing a bank card on the table and sliding it towards Xiaoying. "This is for your wine expenses." Xiaoying glanced at it and said, "All right. He cannot provide that much cash. In lieu, he offered me shares from his family's company. How should we proceed?" Qin Hanyue continued. "You can decide," Xiaoying replied. "Very well. I will assess the operations of that company tomorrow. If the market value appears promising, I shall manage it under your name. Conversely, if the prospects seem bleak, I will sell it and convert it to cash for you." Xiaoying reminded him, "That is compensation for your suitcase. The suitcase was purchased for you, thus, the compensation naturally belongs to you," Qin Hanyue clarified. Qin Yuqin sat quietly, feeling out of place as he observed the two engage in their seemingly private conversation that he could not comprehend. He was eager to learn how they knew each other and the nature of their relationship. Qin Yin, observing from the side, exclaimed, "What a clever strategy." They spent so much time in the car without speaking, only to converse in front of young Master Yuqin. The dishes arrived swiftly. As Qin Yuqin stood to serve his uncle's soup, Qin Hanyue took the initiative and filled a bowl, placing it before Xiaoying. Qin Yuqin quietly returned to his seat. Qin Hanyue glanced at him and said, "You may begin." Qin Yuqin picked up his chopsticks, replying, "Yes. Enjoy, young Master Yuqin. This meal will undoubtedly be one you remember for a lifetime," Qin Yin added. Qin Hanyue poured wine for Xiaoying and served her food, leaving Qin Yuqin completely sidelined. "My house is quite nice. I will pick you and your luggage up from school tomorrow and take you there," Qin Hanyue remarked. Xiaoying responded affirmatively. Was it his uncle's house? Was he really taking Xiaoying to live there? Qin Yuqin could not restrain himself and glanced at Xiaoying, a look that was unfortunately caught by Qin Hanyue. Then, Qin Hanyue casually turned his wrist. "This watch is exquisitely crafted. I presume Miss Qiao must have put considerable thought into it." Qin Yuqin instinctively looked over and noticed that his uncle, who typically eschewed adornments, was now sporting a watch. Did Xiaoying gift his uncle a watch? No, it wasn't a matter of thought. That was just a random piece he took from his inventory. No money was spent. It was merely a phone call, she replied internally. Could she say such a thing? Before his younger generation, one must maintain their dignity, rarely considering others' feelings. Xiaoying mimicked Qin Hanyue's usual manner of speaking, responding, "I'm glad if Mr. Qin likes it." This reply exceeded Qin Hanyue's expectations. Given Xiaoying's nature, he truly could not predict what peculiar and candid response she might offer before she spoke. Qin Hanyue smiled, content as he withdrew his hand. "Naturally. I appreciate what Miss Qiao has gifted." Qin Yuqin, holding his chopsticks, caught Qin Hanyue's gaze, which turned slightly cold as he asked, "Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your taste?" Qin Yuqin snapped back to reality. "No, it is quite to my liking." Gripping his chopsticks tightly, he bowed his head to eat. Yet he could discern no flavor. Qin Hanyue set down his chopsticks and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "I haven't yet asked. What was the purpose of inviting Miss Qiao to dinner?" Qin Yin interjected. "Sir, is it appropriate for you to inquire in such a manner? This meal is being hosted by young Master Yuqin, and you not only usurp the initiative, but also question him." Qin Yuqin glanced at Xiaoying and earnestly stated, "I wish to express my gratitude to Miss Qiao for her life-saving assistance back then." Qin Hanyue responded nonchalantly. Qin Yuqin let out a quiet sigh of relief, but was soon met with another question from his uncle. "How did you get in touch with Miss Qiao?" Qin Yuqin paused slightly before replying. "I happened to encounter Miss Qiao during my last visit to Mingshantang." Qin Hanyue turned to Xiaoying. "What took you to Mingshantang?" Xiaoying replied, "I went to fetch medicine for my younger brother." Qin Hanyue inquired, "What is wrong with your brother?" Xiaoying answered, "Just a minor ailment." Qin Hanyue responded, "That is good to hear." Throughout the meal, Qin Yuqin remained silent, his head bowed as he ate, unaware of what he had consumed. Only hearing the conversation between his uncle and Xiaoying, most of which was dominated by his uncle. Occasionally, he was asked a question, which provided him a brief opportunity to speak. Strikingly, he felt his uncle's gaze occasionally sweep over him, compelling Qin Yuqin to sit up straight and maintain an attentive posture. Once Xiaoying finished her meal, the dinner came to a close. "Qin Yin, go settle the bill," Qin Hanyue commanded. Qin Yuqin quickly stood. "Uncle, allow me. This meal was my invitation. It would not be appropriate for you to cover the expense. I am your uncle. It would not be suitable for me to let a younger generation pay," Qin Hanyue replied. "There's no rush. You should return early. I will escort Miss Qiao back to school." "Understood," Qin Yuqin acknowledged. With that, Qin Hanyue departed with Xiaoying, while Qin Yin proceeded to settle the bill. In the private room, Qin Yuchan found himself alone, seated once more in the chair, attempting to breathe while still enveloped in a haze of confusion. Suddenly, a memory flickered to life, the last meeting in the conference room, where his third uncle received a phone call from a young woman. His uncle's face had been radiant with a smile as he gently inquired whether she had arrived in the capital, even mentioning he would personally go to the airport to greet her. Could the Miss Qiao he referred to be Qiaoying? Qin Yuchan pondered this. Having previously inquired with Qin Yan, it was said that his uncle had merely observed Qiaoying from a distance during a trip to Yun City, ensuring her well-being before departing. There had been no direct interaction between them, and his uncle had remained in the capital for some time before heading to M Continent, never returning to Yun City thereafter. So, what could be the reason for his uncle's acquaintance with Qiaoying, to the extent that their relationship had grown so ambiguously intriguing? Moreover, it seemed that his uncle had been the one taking the initiative all along. How curious that during their earlier conversations about Qiaoying, his uncle had appeared disinterested. Given their current demeanor, it was evident they had known each other for a considerable period. Contemplating the timeline, Qin Yuchan decided to call Qin Yan. Qin Yan had just exited the Qin family villa and returned to his residence. After a refreshing shower, he took out his laptop to prepare materials for the morning meeting, only to receive a call from Qin Yuchan. "Young Master Yuchan, is there something you need?" Qin Yan asked, already aware of the nature of the call. As anticipated, Qin Yan hesitated. "Young Master Yuchan, as a subordinate, I find it inappropriate to discuss the private matters of the third master. If he were to find out, it would be disastrous for me. Not to mention, even if the third master were merciful, the leader of the Blackwater would not be so lenient. I cannot afford to offend either of them." Qin Yuchan pressed. "At the very least, tell me when they became acquainted." "It truly isn't from the time my uncle went to Yin City on my behalf, is it?" Qin Yan could only respond. Miss Qiao traveled to M Continent during the summer vacation and happened to meet the third master, thus they became acquainted. Qin Yuchan was taken aback. "She traveled to M Continent?" Qin Yan raised an eyebrow. "Who knows? That's what she claimed, and surprisingly, the third master believed it." The revelation that Qiaoying had traveled to M Continent left Qin Yuchan in a state of bewilderment. Was it possible that the first action his uncle undertook upon returning from M Continent was to reject the marriage proposal from the Su family because of Qiaoying? "Is my uncle involved with Miss Qiao?" Qin Yuchan inquired. Without a moment's thought, Qin Yan replied, "No." After uttering those words, he realized the gravity of his statement. Had he just misstepped? Should he not have said no, but rather been more ambiguous? "All right, I understand now," Qin Yuchan responded. "Wait, young Master Yuchan. You." Qin Yan's words were cut off as the call disconnected. Staring at his phone, he muttered anxiously, "Young Master Yuchan, please do not act recklessly. Even if they are not officially together, can't you discern the third master's feelings towards Miss Qiao?" The following day, after finishing her afternoon classes, Qiaoying pulled along a new suitcase on her way back to the dormitory. As she passed by the basketball court, a basketball soared toward her. "Watch out!" shouted Hu Qingdong. Without glancing back, Qiaoying deftly tilted her head to avoid it. The ball grazed her ear, struck the wall, and fell to the ground. Rolling back to her feet, "Ingjie?" Hu Qingdong finally recognized the girl as Qiaoying. She glanced down at the basketball at her feet, and then at Hu Qingdong, who stood at a distance on the court. She lifted her foot, deftly hooking the basketball off the ground with her toes, and effortlessly caught it with her hand. "Sistering, toss it over," Hu Qingdong urged, clapping his hands. Qiaoying glanced at the distant basketball hoop, then elegantly released the ball. It arced beautifully through the air, landing perfectly in the hoop amidst a dozen pairs of watchful eyes. "Wow!" Hu Qingdong was momentarily stunned. Turning to look at Qiaoying, he noticed she was already walking away with her suitcase, prompting him to hastily pursue her. How on earth did she make that shot from so far away? And with one hand. Her strength is astonishing. Her arms are so slender, yet she possesses such power. It's one thing to be beautiful, but to shoot like that is remarkable. Several boys on the basketball court were captivated by Qiaoying's retreating figure. Hu Qingdong caught up with her. "Sistering, where are you taking that suitcase?" Qiaoying retrieved his phone from her pocket and returned it to him. Upon opening it, Hu Qingdong exclaimed, "Wow, you cleared all the levels? Sistering, you're incredible. How did you manage that?" Qiaoying headed back to her dorm to pack her belongings. All three of her roommates were present. Upon seeing Qiaoying enter, one roommate hastily pretended to read a book, while another feigned interest in her phone. Li Shirin appeared momentarily dazed, then quickly exited the dormitory. By the time Qiaoying finished packing, all three roommates had vanished. Qin Hanyue's so-called house was situated in a villa district a mere 20 minutes from Jingda. It was a standalone villa, not overly large, with 2 stories, perfectly suited for her solitary residence. The villa was fully furnished, and the decor was quite appealing. The only aspect that displeased Qiaoying was that the villa district was located in a bustling area, surrounded by busy avenues, a park, and a shopping mall, with an elevated highway in sight. The incessant flow of people and vehicles, along with the vibrant nightlife, made it rather inconvenient for any clandestine activities. Do you still like it? Qin Hanyu inquired. Chapter 108. Qin Hanyu. Are you trying to distance yourself from me? Xiaoying, be careful. Xiaoying replied, it's nice. Just a bit inconvenient. Qin Hanyu asked, in what way? Is it the traffic or something else? They were currently on the second floor, with Xiaoying standing by the window, observing the bustling streets below. At his question, she turned and smiled without speaking, simply gazing at Qin Hanyu, which made Qin Yin feel somewhat uneasy. Though Qin Hanyu received no direct answer, he perceived Xiaoying's dissatisfaction with the villa. If you don't like it, I have several other properties in the vicinity that are available. We could explore those, he suggested. Qin Yin interjected, your lies are becoming increasingly smooth. This villa was just purchased this morning. Xiaoying had already assessed the nearby area, finding it quite similar throughout. While the crowd might pose an inconvenience for her, it would also deter any potential adversaries. With her in the light and them in the shadows, the geographical advantage was indeed hers, even though she did not require it. Are you certain about this place? Qin Hanyu asked. Yes, Xiaoying affirmed. Qin Hanyu glanced at his wristwatch. At this hour, shouldn't we head out for dinner first? Xiaoying declined, promptly seeing him off. Before bidding farewell, she handed Qin Hanyu a bank card, stating, I have purchased this villa, Mr. Qin need not concern himself with it. Qin Hanyu cast a glance at the card, yet remained unmoved. The card represented tenfold the compensation for the wine bill that Li Shirin's father had paid to Xiaoying, amounting to over 230 million. Xiaoying continued, if there's nothing pressing, it would be best for Mr. Qin to refrain from frequent visits here. We can communicate via phone if necessary. Her phone had been modified, ensuring no one could eavesdrop, and likely Mr. Qin's phone was similarly secure, making telephonic communication considerably safer for him. Qin Hanyu, not grasping the situation, inquired, Miss Qiao, are you attempting to sever ties with me? Just yesterday, she had called him to assist at the school, accepted his house, gifted him a watch, and they had dined together in the evening. Now, she suggested he limit his visits. Qin Yin interjected, Miss Qiao, I dare say, are you not friends with our Mr. Qin? What is the meaning of this? Xiaoying replied, it is not a matter of severing ties. I am merely concerned for Mr. Qin's safety. He has assisted me greatly, and I am grateful. Gradually, Qin Hanyu's expression softened. So you are concerned for my safety. I see I have misjudged you, Miss Qiao. Qin Yin exclaimed, do you truly believe that? A fleeting image of Xiaoying dominating the battlefield crossed his mind, and he swallowed hard. I believe. Qin Hanyu raised his hand, gently pushing the bank card back towards Xiaoying. Their fingers brushed, a delicate and warm sensation. With a slight smile, Qin Hanyu remarked, since my dear Miss Qiao remembers, I trust you also recall this villa. I have stated that in the capital, you may stir up trouble at will. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call. He added, I can take care of my own safety, and if you require it, I can also ensure your protection, Miss Qiao. Xiaoying regarded him, her thoughts inscrutable. After a brief moment, she reclaimed the card and said, take care of yourself. On their way back, Qin Yin queried, Third Master, does Miss Qiao have any enemies? Given her skills, her caution suggests formidable adversaries. Qin Hanyu remained silent. Qin Yin continued, should we arrange for additional personnel? Qin Hanyu replied, no need. If she requires assistance, she will inform me. He believed that acting on his own accord would only complicate matters for her. Allocate more personnel to her brother, he instructed. That evening, Xiaoying rearranged the villa. Lacking firearms, she found ordinary cold weapons readily available, along with pinhole cameras and a complete security system. 2 days later, Xiaoying appeared at Principal Zhang's residence. After numerous invitations, Zhang Qingyong had finally succeeded in hosting her for a meal. He had inquired about her preferences, personally visiting the market early to select fresh ingredients, instructing the kitchen staff to prepare an exquisite meal, and procuring an array of pastries and fruits. When Su Ziyi and Su Jilin arrived, Zhang Qingyong was seated on the sofa, receiving acupuncture while conversing with Xiaoying. Upon seeing the two brothers, Xiaoying was not surprised. As Zhang Qingyong had mentioned, he had 2 grandsons attending the same school, whom she had met before. Thus, she had anticipated their presence. Su Jilin was particularly pleased to see Xiaoying. Upon arrival, I had taken special care to dress myself, changing into a different outfit. Su Ziyi was a person of few words, particularly as he had previously harbored a slight prejudice against Xiaoying. Throughout the journey, he had been contemplating how to greet her upon their meeting, yet now he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to utter a simple hello, his younger brother approached their grandfather, saying, Grandpa, has Ming Lao come? Is your head aching again? Zhang Qingyong replied, no, it was Qiao Tongxue who treated me. Su Jili was taken aback, exclaiming, what? Is that something one can do casually? It was only then that Su Ziyi noticed the several gleaming needles protruding from his grandfather's head. He turned to look at Xiaoying. Qiao Tongxue. These are the 2 grandsons I mentioned. Zhang Qingyong enthusiastically introduced them. The fact that the two brothers were the grandsons of Principal Zhang was known to only a few professors at Jing University, alongside Hui Qingdong and Su Qingyu. In school, the brothers addressed everyone as principal, a practice instilled by Zhang Qingyong. The Zhang and Su families were both esteemed clans in the capital, particularly Principal Zhang, whose reputation was highly regarded both as the head of the Zhang family and as the principal of Jing University. He hoped his grandsons would exercise restraint and not emulate the extravagant lifestyles of other wealthy heirs. I never told you to, but the last time I fainted at the mall and nearly had a stroke, it was Qiao Tongxue who saved me, Zhang Qingyong informed his grandsons. Both brothers turned their gazes toward Xiaoying. Su Zhili, astonished, asked, Qiao Tongxue, do you also understand traditional Chinese medicine? Are you skilled in acupuncture? Xiaoying replied, I have a basic understanding. Zhang Qingyong chuckled, no need to be modest. I am the best judge of your medical skills. Su Zhili pressed on. But you are so young. Shouldn't those with a decent grasp of traditional medicine be in their 60s or 70s? Who did you learn from? Have you apprenticed with a master? Since you have studied medicine, why not apply to a medical school? Zhang Qingyong interjected. Why so many questions? Su Zhili retracted his head. Zhang Qingyong added, Qiao Tongxue has said that traditional medicine and mathematics are not her strong suits. Su Zhili's expression betrayed his disbelief. Mathematics is not a strong suit? You solved the problems on the forum. Su Zi had remained silent, merely observing Xiaoying. With a twinkle in his eye, Zhang Qingyong asked, Qiao Tongxue, what do you think of my two grandsons? Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Su Zhili, though not fully grasping their meaning, instinctively stood up straighter, his posture becoming erect as he furtively glanced at his elder brother. Xiaoying regarded the brothers for a moment before habitually raising an eyebrow. Do you truly wish for me to speak candidly? Zhang Qingyong waved his hand. Never mind, never mind. Let us not compare them to Qin Hanyue, as that would only discourage them. Su Zhili inquired, does that mean they are both lacking? Su Zi took a seat on the sofa. Xiao Lingling mentioned it took her 2 months to solve that problem. Could you tell me how long it took you? He vividly remembered the sight of Xiao Ying writing continuously on 4 large blackboards with her steps for solving the problem. Given Xiao Ying's formidable intellect, it shouldn't have taken her more than 20 minutes. Xiao Ying glanced at Su Zi and replied honestly, about 10 to 20 minutes. She did not specifically check the time, merely informing Xiao Yi that it would be within half an hour. At that moment, she was not entirely focused on her work in the room, occasionally tapping on her computer. Su Zi inhaled sharply. How much? Zhang Qingyong straightened up, directing his gaze towards Xiaoying. Chapter 109 Xiaoying. Am I going to fetch Qing Jinyan? Xiaoying lifted her eyes to look at him, evidently unwilling to repeat herself. Zhang Qingyong stared in disbelief, his head shaking slightly. Classmate Xiao, you are not jesting with me, are you? Xiaoying replied, I am not Xiao Lingling. Su Zi took a deep breath, attempting to digest this response, yet he could not calm his turbulent emotions. At the moment he posed the question, he had envisioned the shortest time frame, a month, one that he, nurtured under the halo of genius since childhood, could accept and bear. However, a mere 10 or 20 minutes, that was beyond the realm of his imagination. Su Zi could not help but scrutinize the top of Qiao Ying's head, as if trying to fathom how her mind was constructed and what it contained. Had it been before, Su Zi would have dismissed anything he heard. Yet, he had witnessed how Xiaoying effortlessly and comfortably pinned the problem-solving steps on 4 large blackboards. Did you uncover anything? Su Zhili innocently inquired of his elder brother. He was generally average at mathematics and held no interest in the subject. Yet he had always been aware of his elder brother's and grandfather's exceptional abilities, naturally understanding the difficulty of the problem discussed in the forum. Su Zi returned to the present, shifting his gaze from the top of Qiao Ying's head downward. You claim that mathematics is not your forte? Xiaoying regarded him silently, her meaning unmistakable. Su Zi chose not to speak further. Zhang Qingyong, after the initial shock, suddenly shook his head and sighed, a look of regret and deep sorrow on his face. Su Zhili, puzzled, asked, Grandfather, why are you sighing and shaking your head? Zhang Qingyong shot him a glance. It does no good to be angry with you. It's truly unfortunate. Not only can we not draw Xiaoying into the mathematics department, but we cannot even welcome her into the Zhang family as a granddaughter-in-law. They are given no opportunity whatsoever. Su Zi asked, May I pose a few questions to you for discussion? No, I mean to seek your guidance. He was exceedingly humble. Xiaoying replied, Ask away, I shall listen. As long as the conversation did not veer into trivialities, Xiaoying was quite willing to engage in converse. After a session of inquiry, Su Zi found himself utterly at a loss for words. Zhang Qingyong listened attentively, neglecting to greet even the dean of the medical school upon his arrival, leaving him to wait on the sidelines. After finishing their meal, Su Zi left alongside Xiaoying. Su Zhili wished to follow but was restrained by Zhang Qingyong. Xiaoli, do you perhaps have a fondness for classmate Xiao? Su Zhili's face flushed crimson as he stammered. Classmate Xiao is truly outstanding, and she is kind-hearted. On the first day of school, she even assisted me. How could anyone not like her? Zhang Xingyong replied. This is not meant to dishearten you, but consider the possibilities. Your elder brother may still have a chance. At least they share a common interest in mathematics. As the end of October approached, the weather remained oppressively warm, and Xiaoying found herself sitting in the school cafe. Passing the time, Hua Qingdong rushed in, exclaiming in a flurry, Sistering, I'm doomed. Help me. Without lifting her gaze from the keyboard, Xiaoying replied, then be doomed. Hua Qingdong insisted, we wagered our dignity together by stripping those foreign brats. Our bond of camaraderie cannot simply disregard my plight. Xiaoying retorted, what does that have to do with me? Hua Qingdong pressed on, Sistering, why have you suddenly become so indifferent? Just days ago, you assisted me in conquering the entire game. Xiaoying clarified, that was purely for my own enjoyment. Hua Qingdong continued to whine for several minutes until Xiaoying, glancing at the bright sun outside, turned her attention to the distressed Donglong and, suppressing her irritation, said, state your case. Hua Qingdong lamented, I inadvertently drove away the esteemed foreign lecturer my sister painstakingly brought back. Now she is storming through the school searching for me. Please devise a plan. Why not just take her down a peg or two? She won't die from it. Xiaoying offered with rare kindness. Afterward, I'll stitch you up. Hua Qingdong exclaimed. Give me a sensible suggestion. If you can save my life this time, I shall owe you my existence henceforth. Xiaoying dismissed him as a burden. Why not just throw money at her to bring her back? She has already boarded a flight home, too proud to accept any offer. I should have just kidnapped her instead. Finding another is easier said than done. Hua Qingdong implored, Sistering, please don't ignore me. Speak to me. Xiaoying sighed. Which department are you in? Law, Hua Qingdong replied. Xiaoying paused her typing, her gaze lifting to meet his. You're in law? Hua Qingdong boasted. Don't I seem like someone who understands the law? Xiaoying countered. Law. Yes, but not the kind that follows rules. Street racing, gambling, brawling, and contemplating assault and kidnapping. What do you have to say for yourself? Hua Qingdong shrugged. I want to be in this field forever. How did you even get in? Xiaoying inquired. Through backdoor channels. My scores were insufficient, but the law department had openings and even accommodated an extra desk for me. My sister is in the law program at Jing University and stayed on to teach after graduating. Our family enrolled me in law to keep her in check. She went abroad for further studies after the new year and recently returned with that insufferable gold medal lecturer. Xiaoying suggested, it's simple, find Cheng Jinyan. He is qualified to lecture you. At the mention of Cheng Jinyan, Hua Qingdong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he responded, Sistering, are you jesting? Hua Qingdong continued, do you even hear yourself? If I could summon Cheng Jinyan, would I be here seeking your help? If I could bring him, my sister wouldn't be wasting her efforts chasing that foreign lecturer. Yet you seem capable, given your knowledge of Cheng Jinyan, Xiaoying remarked. Is it really so difficult to have him give a lecture? Although he has an air about him, he is reasonable when in good spirits and might grant the Wolf family some leniency. Oh, listen to you, as if you could pull it off. A country bumpkin, unaware of their own limitations, daringly speaks out. Su Qingyu sauntered over in her heels. Xiaoying shot her a cold glance, retorting, mind your tongue. Su Qingyu replied, aren't you just a country bumpkin? Am I mistaken? Hua Qingdong, why are you everywhere? Are you that idle? Don't you have anything to talk about? Why do you interrupt others? Su Qingyu. You, Hua Qingdong, what about you? You're just a nuisance. Hua Qingdong was in a foul mood, and Su Qingyu was foolishly provoking him. Frustrated, yet hesitant to argue back, she recalled the last time she had stood up to him, fueled by the confidence of her cousin's impending engagement to Qin Sang. To her dismay, only a few days had passed, and the matter had already fallen through. Initially, it was hinted at by Qin Hanyue's mother, although not explicitly stated. Everyone understood the Qin family's intentions regarding a marriage alliance. However, her cousin hadn't even met Qin Hanyue, and the matter was left unresolved. Qin Hanyue's mother ceased to bring it up, leaving her cousin weeping at home. Should Hua Qingdong learn of this, she would undoubtedly become the subject of his ridicule. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingyu shot Hua Qingdong a glare. I want to engage with you. She turned to continue her grievances against Xiaoying, saying, why not keep up the pretense? Can't maintain the facade anymore. You pretend to have connections, but fail to bring Cheng Jinyan to teach a class. I'd like to see you try. Coming from your rural background, you've probably only heard of Cheng Jinyan's name. Do you even know his standing? Xiaoying frowned slightly. Just as Hua Qingdong was about to retort, Xiaoying interjected. What if I actually bring him here? Chapter 110. Cheng Jinyan truly arrives. Su Qingyu chuckled. If you can invite Cheng Jinyan to give a lecture at Jingda, not only will I acknowledge your prowess, but I'll also kneel and call you father. Xiaoying, you're not worthy. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her anger flaring. Are you afraid now? If you're scared, then don't boast next time. She disdainfully rolled her eyes, not intending to stoop to Xiaoying's level. Just as she was about to buy coffee, She heard Xiaoying propose, "Let us have a more substantial wager." Su Qingyu thought Xiaoying had genuinely become addicted to pretending. "All right, I'm up for any bet you suggest, just afraid you won't dare to follow through." "Xiaoying, are you serious?" "No," Huo Chengdong urgently whispered, casting anxious glances at Xiaoying. Fearing a change of heart, Su Qingyu quickly asked, "What do you want to bet on?" Xiaoying scrutinized Su Qingyu, finding her lacking in appeal, and reluctantly stated, "Let us be direct. 100 million. This amount will serve as Cheng Jinyan's appearance fee." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyu agreed. "Fine, but if you lose, you must crawl like a dog in front of the entire school." "What nonsense, Su Qingyu. Perhaps you should spend more time in the sun to evaporate the foolishness in your head." Before Xiaoying could respond, Huo Chengdong slammed the table, exclaiming, "Crawl like a dog? Why not just die first?" Su Qingyu jumped in surprise. "What is it to you about my affairs with her?" Huo Chengdong, "Fine. If you want to bet, let us raise the stakes. If you lose, you must perform a striptease for me." Su Qingyu's face flushed. You have no shame." Huo Chengdong, "Afraid now? If you're scared, then go play somewhere else. You're just irritating me." Su Qingyu, her teeth grinding in anger, glanced at Xiaoying and declared, "Let us bet. But don't think you can leverage the Huo family's influence to aid her." In the rural setting, Xiaoying seemed utterly oblivious to the very existence of Cheng Jinyan, yet she boldly summoned him, which was rather amusing. Su Qingyu was not the least intimidated by Xiaoying's wager, and rather unfortunately, Xiaoying felt no trepidation at all regarding her own stake. After making her statement, Su Qingyu departed, prompting Huo Chengdong to exclaim in agitation, "Do you have any idea of Cheng Jinyan's true identity? You can't possibly believe he is merely a lawyer. Can you?" Xiaoying retorted, "He is indeed a lawyer, and it is the identity he holds in the highest regard among his many roles." Huo Chengdong, growing increasingly anxious, insisted, "A mere lawyer? His background is likely more formidable than mine. He is rumored to be the heir of a crime syndicate. A crime lord. Do you understand?" Xiaoying replied, "It is no longer a rumor. It is a fact." Setting aside his enigmatic background, the mere title of a top-tier attorney grants him an aura that is not easily commanded by ordinary individuals. Who is Cheng Jinyan, after all? Our principal once sought him out personally to invite him to teach at our school, only to be refused. Furthermore, the Qin Group, despite offering a substantial sum to recruit him into their legal department, met with failure. This transcends mere financial power. For individuals like us, not only is it impossible to invite him to our school, but we wouldn't even be granted an audience, let alone a lecture. Huo Chengdong, venting his frustration like a machine gun, found Xiaoying silently switching her screen to send a message to Cheng Jinyan. "Mr. Cheng, are you in the country?" Xiaoying remarked. "Then why would you engage her in a wager?" Huo Chengdong replied, "It is simply my disdain for her." Regaining his composure, Huo Chengdong looked at Xiaoying and said, "Forget it. I will return home and seek assistance from my father." He disregarded Su Qingyu's admonition against seeking familial help. Observing him, Xiaoying noted Huo Chengdong's irritation. "If it weren't for me, we wouldn't even be discussing Cheng Jinyan." Setting aside the wager, just the look on Su Qingyu's face makes me want to slap her. Cheng Jinyan responded promptly, and as Xiaoying typed away, she engaged in conversation with him while listening to Huo Chengdong's suggestions. Huo Chengdong advised her to ignore Su Qingyu if she were to lose, much like the time she had raced against Alex, teaching Xiaoying the art of evasion. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingyu had swiftly taken the matter to the forum, causing a stir that echoed throughout the entire school within the span of a single class. The president of Jing University, Su Ziyi, and Su Zhilin each sought out Xiaoying. The president chided her for her lack of prudence while brainstorming ways to resolve the situation, intending to summon Su Qingyu to nullify the wager. Upon learning of the situation from the forum, Qin Yuchan finally found an opportunity and immediately called Xiaoying. He thought that as long as Xiaoying spoke up, he would leverage all his connections to bring Cheng Jinyan to her. However, Xiaoying replied, "No need for that. If I require assistance, I will reach out to your uncle." Her words were blunt yet truthful. Did Qin Hanyue's influence not equal that of Qin Yuchan? Disheartened, Qin Yuchan ended the call. Before long, Xiaoying received another call from Qin Hanyue. "When did you come to know Cheng Jinyan?" Deep down, Qin Hanyue understood that Xiaoying would never undertake an endeavor without certainty, while others deemed her fanciful and lost in dreams. Qin Hanyue inquired about her connection to Cheng Jinyan. Xiaoying replied, "I sought him for legal counsel." Qin Hanyue could not help but tease. "So you actually followed the law and sought a lawyer through proper channels?" Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, responding, "Of course, I am a law-abiding citizen." Qin Hanyue chuckled softly. "A law-abiding citizen? Indeed, a law-abiding citizen." After the laughter subsided, a question arose. "When did this occur? What lawsuit?" Xiaoying replied, "A few months ago. My teacher falsely accused me of cheating on an exam." Qin Hanyue was taken aback. This was not a sensational criminal case. nor an incident involving the invasion of a foreign system to steal confidential documents. It was merely about exam cheating. What kind of lawsuit was this? However, upon reflection, it was indeed something she might do. To what extent had her relationship with Chung Jinyan grown for him to take on such an outrageous case? The bet between the former school beauty and the current one, fueled by Su Qingyu, quickly gained traction on the forum, spiraling out of control. Did Xiaoying really invite Lawyer Chung to lecture at our school? This is quite the boast. How much would that cost? Bro, this isn't just about money. As a member of the law department, I can assure you that this big shot is someone our esteemed principal couldn't even invite. Not necessarily. Haven't you heard of the rumors about someone being kept by a wealthy benefactor? Who knows, if they exert themselves, the sponsor might just lavish them with funds. Tell me, which wealthy individual has more clout than our principal? And enough with the speculation about keeping someone. Don't you dare fantasize about my goddess. I just heard from a young master next to Hua Xiao that Chung Jinyan is no ordinary lawyer. His background might even surpass that of the Hua family. Chung Jinyan? That big shot in the legal world? When is he coming? I'll be there overnight, ready to grab a seat for the lecture. My goddess wants to learn how to crawl like a dog? Someone call Hua Xiao for help. Am I the only one unaware of who Chung Jinyan is? Let me quietly search online. Just came back from my search. I didn't remember much, except that face is quite handsome. Handsome guy. In no time, the entire school was abuzz with the betting incident. Upon hearing that their principal had personally intervened only to be turned down, students were convinced that Xiaoying was doomed, growing increasingly worried for her. Many eagerly awaited to see the spectacle unfold. Some idlers, with nothing better to do, engaged in a fierce debate on the forum. With opinions divided, some believed Xiaoying was overly ambitious and deserved a stern lesson from Su Qingyu, while others accused Su Qingyu of deliberately making things difficult and bullying her. The argument escalated into chaos, with numerous students typing furiously on their phones late into the night. Hua Chengdong returned home, dutifully massaging his grandfather's legs and shoulders. When he proposed inviting Chung Jinyan to their school for a lecture, his grandfather praised his ambition, suggesting he was beginning to take his studies seriously. However, the very next moment, his sister exposed the betting incident. Hua's grandfather immediately took up his cane and gave him a sound thrashing. Bruised and battered, Hua Chengdong called Xiaoying, but to his surprise, she showed no concern whatsoever. The following morning, after another tumultuous morning, the matter had escalated to a frenzy, with even students from neighboring schools becoming aware of it. More and more people were eager to watch the unfolding drama. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a flight from Toronto, Canada, landed at the Capital International Airport. Around 3 o'clock, a black Hummer pulled up at the entrance of Jing University. Shortly thereafter, Chung Jinyan, clad in a tailored suit, made his appearance on campus. WC quick. Check the forum. Students from the law department say Chung Jinyan is indeed here, currently in the principal's office. Surely this is a hoax. How could this possibly be true? It seems to be true. Some classmates have taken photographs. Quickly, take a look at the person in the photo. Is that Chung Jinyan? My goodness. It appears to be genuine. This was captured in our courtyard, wasn't it? I must go see. The person has now moved to the law department. Which class? I must rush over. It's class 3, the one with Hua Xiao, without a doubt. The classroom is already overcrowded. The corridor is teeming with people. Chapter 111. Chung Jinyan. I came because of Xiaoying, embracing Xiaoying. In the classroom of the law department, class 3, a sea of people fills the room. In the corners, beneath the podium, and even next to the blackboard, students are huddled together, with seating designed for 10 accommodating over 20. Outside the corridor is even more chaotic. Shorter students and those at the back have resorted to using phone stands, with their phones stretching into the classroom. Hua Jingyue stands beside the podium, eagerly assisting Chung Jinyan, her heart racing faster, her gaze fixed solely on him, embodying the essence of a devoted fan. Hua Chengdong watches Chung Jinyan, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, speaking eloquently and effortlessly, shaking his head in disbelief. He is utterly awestruck by Xiaoying. Despite his cool demeanor, he is anything but aloof. When he smiles, it is utterly charming. I cannot contain myself. With such a teacher, how could I possibly fail? Wearing glasses, he exudes an air of refined sophistication, radiating both scholarly charm and the authoritative presence of a business executive. How delightful. Grateful for the handsome offerings from the campus beauty. I have never encountered someone so striking, so charismatic, and of such high status. Browsing the forum. Students from neighboring schools are enviously commenting. How amusing. I have no time for this. Hua Qingdong nearly gets knocked over, lowering his voice. Damn, stop pushing. I'm about to be crushed. Who stepped on my foot? Yet, the classmates who typically regard him with a sense of reverence are now oblivious. Their attention solely on Chung Jinyan at the podium. Chung Jinyan's wit and humor provoke laughter, drowning out Hua Chengdong's whispered exclamations. Noticing his sister also captivated, Hua Chengdong mutters under his breath. The school, unusually tranquil, sees most students flocking to the law department, especially the girls, who, unable to squeeze into classrooms or corridors, opt to wait downstairs just to catch a glimpse of the handsome figure. Ah, these youngsters, if only their enthusiasm for learning matched their eagerness for the spectacle. Zhang Qingyong strolls through the serene campus, muttering to himself. He spots Qiaoying ahead. Hearing his voice, Qiaoying pauses and turns around. Qiaoying, why haven't you gone to the law department to take a look? What is there to see? Cheng Jinyan, where are you headed? If you have no other business, would you accompany me for a stroll with my old man? We could also visit the experimental lab. Principal Zhang smiles warmly, extending an invitation to Qiaoying, clearly hoping to enlist her help with problem-solving while creating an opportunity for his grandson. Qiaoying eyes this cunning old fox and replies, I'm going to collect money. You've come at the right moment. Let us go together to prevent Su Qingyu from defaulting. Zhang Qingyong inwardly grimaces. Qiaoying, as the principal, is it appropriate for me to accompany you to collect debts from students? Qiaoying, I have invited Cheng Jinyan to enhance the teaching at Jingda. What more is there to discuss about appropriateness? If you insist on saying that, I am left speechless. Zhang Qingyong chuckled as he followed Qiaoying. Dear Qiao, could you enlighten me on the method you employed to bring him here? Qiaoying replied, 2 steps. Zhang Qingyong perked up his ears. Do tell. Qiaoying, first, power on the electronic device. Second, send him the address. Zhang Qingyong waited, but Qiaoying fell silent. So, he inquired, and then? Qiaoying cast him a glance, her eyes inquiring. And then what? Zhang Qingyong, that's it? Just like that, he arrived? Qiaoying, indeed. Zhang Qingyong. In the classroom, a sea of students gathered. All right, class, that concludes today's lesson. If there are any queries, please raise your hand. Cheng Jinyan glanced at the time. As soon as the class ended, the students erupted in dismay, fervently requesting an extension of the lesson. After being gently declined, they began raising their hands to pose questions. Teacher, is it true that Qiaoying brought you here? Yes, I came at the behest of Qiaoying. Teacher, you look quite weary. As if you've traveled a long distance just to be here? Unfortunately, when Qiaoying contacted me, I was in Canada on a business trip, and I rushed back overnight, hence my less than optimal state. Does Qiaoying possess your personal contact information? Of course. The students gasped in surprise. Cheng Jinyan continued. All right. This student. Teacher, are you aware that Qiaoying and the second Miss Su made a wager concerning you? The stakes are 100 million. Cheng Jinyan, upon my arrival, I was informed by your principal, so I hope Miss Su is willing to accept her defeat. The students laughed heartily. Rest assured, teacher, Su Qingyu wouldn't dare to back out. Indeed, if you were to personally intervene, it would be more than just a matter of 100 million. Su Qingyu would find herself in quite the predicament. Teacher, some say you have significant connections. Others claim you are associated with the underworld. Is there any truth to that? Cheng Jinyan adjusted his glasses. I am merely an ordinary individual. Any connections to the underworld are utterly preposterous. What is your relationship with Qiaoying? Cheng Jinyan fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he smiled gently and replied, We are dear friends, old acquaintances. They posed a myriad of questions, all unrelated to the class. Finally, a student raised their hand to ask, Teacher, will we have the opportunity to attend your class again? By the podium, Hu Jingwei gazed eagerly for an answer. Cheng Jinyan responded, It depends on what Qiaoying requires. Subsequently, amidst the students' reluctant farewells, Cheng Jinyan departed from the law department and made another visit to the principal's office. He graciously declined the principal's warm hospitality and hastened to a secluded pavilion. Qiaoying was already waiting there. Upon seeing him, she leisurely put away her phone. Thank you, esteemed lawyer Cheng, for making this trip. Here is your appearance fee. Qiaoying swiftly inserted a card she had just received from Su Qingyu into Cheng Jinyan's suit pocket. Cheng Jinyan looked down at the pocket and then turned his gaze toward her. His eyes lingered over her exquisitely beautiful yet somewhat unfamiliar face, attentively observing each feature. Qiaoying, what are you staring at? Do I remind you of a friend? Cheng Jinyan took a deep breath. Half a month ago, Yessie shared with me something truly astonishing, beyond the realm of human comprehension and acceptance. Qiaoying raised an eyebrow. No wonder when she sought out Cheng Jinyan. He immediately acquiesced and returned hastily. It was clearly Yessie's loose tongue at play. Cheng Jinyan observed her raised brow. A familiar sensation washed over him. Tightening his breath as he inquired, Is it truly you? Qiaoying's expression shifted subtly, neither denying nor concealing. It is I. Cheng Jinyan's breath faltered as he scrutinized Qiaoying once more. In disbelief, he faced a foreign vessel housing a familiar soul, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a pause, he murmured to himself, I am a staunch materialist. Qiaoying replied, I know, but this will shatter your beliefs. After a moment of stunned silence, Cheng Jinyan chuckled. Let it shatter. The fact that you are alive is what matters. Qiaoying said, Call me Qiaoying. Cheng Jinyan remarked, Qiaoying is quite similar to your name. He then expressed his curiosity, What of the real Xiaoying? Xiaoying responded, on the day I died, she fell down the stairs and perished as well. Perhaps it was destined in the grand scheme of things. Cheng Jinyan nodded, striving to suppress his inner excitement. After another appraisal of the girl, he opened his arms. Shall we embrace? Let's embrace. Xiaoying smiled and graciously obliged. Chapter 112. Recollection in the Bar. Provoked Cheng Jinyan's lecture at Jingda surged to the top of trending topics. Reports from social, legal, political, and cultural news outlets overshadowed a plethora of entertainment news. While countless law students across the nation envied him, female students were equally captivated, creating a sensation throughout the legal community. Approximately an hour of Cheng Jinyan's lecture was recorded by students and shared online, hailed as the most enriching and visually appealing law class. Shortly after Cheng Jinyan and Xiaoying exited the gates of Jingda, a photo surfaced on forums depicting them embracing in a pavilion, causing an uproar among students once again. Even student groups from neighboring schools received the news. Please, doesn't T, the mature and composed golden lawyer, and the 18-year-old academic prodigy make for a delightful pairing? Are these two genuinely just ordinary friends? Didn't T lawyer Cheng mention an old acquaintance? It's normal to embrace upon meeting an old friend. But why is it that others have such impressive acquaintances at 18 while I, at 20, have yet to find a confidant? Question: what does it feel like to embrace someone of such stature? What fragrance does the esteemed lawyer carry? Did I just perceive that final remark from Lawyer Cheng in class regarding Xiaoying as both charming and endearing? I don't wish to indulge in this. Yet Lawyer Cheng made a special effort to return overnight for Xiaoying. Saving this image, it shall become my wallpaper. Isn't this photo more visually pleasing than those meticulously retouched magazine covers in the entertainment industry? In the realm of entertainment, the allure and charm of these two individuals could undoubtedly captivate audiences, as evidenced by their recent embrace, which swiftly ascended to the trending topics. Thanks to the support of university students in Beijing. At this moment, the two are reveling in the city's largest bar, savoring the pleasures of life. Cheng Jinyan, in high spirits for the first time in a long while, feels a faint blush creeping beneath his golden-rimmed glasses after a few drinks. Such a significant matter. And yet you chose to confide in that loudmouth, Yi Si, instead of me? Last time in Yun City, you merely watched as I concealed my sorrow, deceiving me into believing you had contacted me through Yi Si. Had Yi Si not informed me, would you have continued to keep me in the dark today? Cheng Jinyan's voice carried a hint of indignation. Seeking Yi Si was merely to enlist his assistance in handling a few bodies, he continued, his emotions intensifying. A few bodies? You think I cannot manage that? Only Yi Si can? Lawyer Cheng, mind your manners, Zhou interjected. Fine, let's address this matter first. You previously told us you were off on a mission, uncertain of your return. What transpired during that 6-month disappearance, particularly the sporadic silence before it? Cheng Jinyan pressed on. I did not embark on a mission, Zhou clarified. But Yi Si claimed you severed ties with the Shadow Organization, turning against them. Were you not at their mercy? More or less, Zhou admitted. What exactly occurred? Cheng Jinyan inquired, a sense of foreboding settling in. It was not difficult to surmise that the Shadow intended to eliminate their most prized asset, Blood Shadow, as they deemed her power increasingly uncontrollable. A killer faces the paradox of vulnerability. Too weak, and they perish at the hands of others. Too strong, and they fall victim to their own. Yet, Cheng Jinyan understood that the dynamics between Blood Shadow and the Shadow were far more complex than mere betrayal. Blood Shadow could not have easily succumbed to the Shadow's grasp. Her complete disappearance for that half-year could not merely be attributed to evading the Shadow's pursuit. If that were the case, she had the means to seek assistance from him and Yi Si. The grim imagery of the underground laboratory flashed before Zhou Ying's eyes as she took a sip of her drink, masking any trace of disturbance. Let us defer this conversation for another time. Today is not the day, she stated. Noticing the subtle shift in her demeanor, Cheng Jinyan chose to navigate around it. After a brief silence, he posed the crucial question. Does the Shadow know you are still alive? During the last confrontation in M Continent, I inadvertently reclaimed my title. And now the Shadow is watching closely, Zhou responded. So, you are keeping Yi Si from meeting you due to fears of further suspicions from the Shadow regarding your identity? Cheng Jinyan deduced. Indeed, Zhou confirmed. And you summoned me here, expecting me to feel honored by your regard for me? He teased lightly, aware that Yi Si had informed him that Blood Shadow was currently inconveniently unavailable for meetings, which had deterred him from seeking her out immediately upon learning of her survival. Zhou smiled slightly. No worries. The vendetta against the Shadow will be settled in due time, and I am prepared, just awaiting their arrival. Should you require manpower or resources, do not hesitate to ask, Cheng Jinyan offered. Rest assured, I shall not hold back, Zhou replied confidently. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Jinyan felt considerably uplifted. Wasn't the Shadow now filled with questions? Xiaoying blushed. Indeed, it is a realm of confusion. One must ponder. Which rational individual could ever conceive of the notion of soul rebirth? It is likely that they have thoroughly investigated Xiao Ying's background, and the more they scrutinize her, the more they uncover the intricate ties she shares with Blood Shadow. Consequently, they find it increasingly perplexing as to why two individuals, whose genes and identities appear entirely unrelated, would possess such similar skills. Cheng Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Ah, by the way, Yi Si mentioned you befriended someone and even gifted them a watch. How rare it is for you to make new acquaintances. Who is this fortunate soul, to whom you would bestow such a thoughtful gift? Xiao Ying replied, a businessman, but you wouldn't find him interesting. A businessman? I thought you were never fond of the pungent scent that often lingers around them. Have you had a change of heart? Reflecting upon the businessman's scent, Xiao Ying thoughtfully remarked, it is rather pleasant. Cheng Jinyan gazed at her, his expression animated. No, Yi Si said you wouldn't be attracted to a man in his 30s. Xiao Ying retorted awkwardly, his words are quite absurd. Cheng Jinyan burst into laughter. Indeed. At that moment, a certain 30-something gentleman, engrossed in his phone, had been staring at the screen for over 10 minutes. Displayed prominently was a photograph of Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan embracing tightly in a pavilion. Around 10 o'clock, the bar was bustling with patrons. Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan occupied a booth, with 7 or 8 empty bottles scattered across the table before them. Hey there, lovely lady. Your tolerance for alcohol is impressive. How about joining us for a drink? If I enjoy myself, I'll cover your tab tonight. A slender man with a buzz cut approached, holding a drink. He was flanked by 7 or 8 accomplices. The two ignored him, continuing their conversation, treating him as though he were invisible. Feeling disregarded, the buzz-cut man's face flushed with embarrassment. He then boldly seated himself beside Xiao Ying. Hey, why are you ignoring me? He said, placing his hand on her shoulder. I'm not a bad guy. I just want to be friends. Just as his hand was about to touch her shoulder, it was swiftly grasped by another hand. The buzz-cut man looked over to find Cheng Jinyan smiling at him. Friends can converse without being so familiar. What business do you have here? Cheng Jinyan admonished, tightening his grip on the man's wrist and maneuvering his arm over Xiao Ying's head. The buzz-cut man's expression contorted in pain as he struggled to break free, astonished that someone who appeared so delicate could possess such strength. Ultimately, he found himself unable to escape. When Cheng Jinyan finally released him, the buzz-cut man's wrist bore an unsightly bruise. Rubbing his sore wrist, the man's countenance darkened. He then rose and moved to sit beside Cheng Jinyan, forcefully draping his arm over his shoulder. Brother, what line of work are you in? He asked, lifting Cheng Jinyan's suit and tie. I have heard that nowadays, men often dress up as elite individuals in bars to attract women. Your attire is quite impressive. Are you involved in real estate or sales? Cheng Jinyan smiled sincerely and replied, I am just an ordinary lawyer. The bald man chuckled heartily, and a few of his companions joined in the laughter. Once they had their fill of amusement, the bald man clapped Cheng Jinyan on the shoulder. His smile still present, but his gaze turning menacing. What a coincidence. I'm part of the underworld, and I have a penchant for lawyers like you. Chapter 113. At the doorstep, isn't it the duty of a lawyer to uphold the law? Why would you come to a bar to pick up women? Is this legal for a distinguished lawyer? The bald man jested, treating Cheng Jinyan as a source of amusement. Cheng Jinyan merely smiled faintly, sipping his drink in silence. Oh, are you afraid? Afraid to speak up, fearing it might cost you your job? The bald man, noticing Cheng Jinyan's retreat, felt his pride restored and grew increasingly boastful. Hey, esteemed lawyer, enlighten me. If I drag you outside for a beating and have this lovely lady drink with me, what crime would I be charged with? Cheng Jinyan replied calmly, you wouldn't be charged. The bald man burst into laughter again, giving Cheng Jinyan another hearty pat on the shoulder. Feeling timid now? Now you realize the gravity of the situation? It's too late. You chose to show off in front of me. The bald man draped his arm around Cheng Jinyan's shoulder, uttering threats. Xiao Ying clicked her tongue. It's a bit noisy. Should I step in, or will you? Cheng Jinyan responded, I'll handle it. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the contents of his glass. As he turned to face the bald man, just as the alcohol slid down his throat, he suddenly raised his arm, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the bald man's face. Blood immediately spilled, and the man collapsed onto the sofa. The bald man's companions were taken aback, but once they regained their composure, they rushed towards Cheng Jinyan with fists raised. Cheng Jinyan swiftly stood up and sent the foremost attacker flying with a kick. Xiao Ying observed the scene. There was something inexplicably captivating about a man in a suit and glasses engaging in a brawl, paired with Cheng Jinyan's decisive and fierce combat skills, creating a visual spectacle. She couldn't help but think of the impeccably dressed Qin Hanyu. The leader, adorned by the divine, must possess remarkable skills, she mused. How wonderful it would be to witness him in a suit, fighting, coupled with that striking visage. When Xiao Ying returned to reality, several of the bald man's companions lay on the ground, moaning in pain. The patrons in nearby booths had fled in fright, though not too far. They stood back, watching the spectacle unfold. After all, such brawls were commonplace in bars, and they had long since grown accustomed to it. Cheng Jinyan adjusted his glasses, his drink still firmly in hand, and approached the bald man, who was just regaining his composure on the sofa. He yanked the man off the couch and threw him to the floor, then poured himself another drink. As he poured, he addressed the bald man, saying, "Dragging me out for a beating and having her drink with you wouldn't lead to any charges." Cheng Jinyan took a sip and pointed at the bald man with his long finger, adding, "Because you will never have that opportunity." The crew-cut man rose to his feet, seething with rage. "You just wait. If you have guts, don't run away. I'll make sure to bring someone back to deal with you." Cheng Jinyan meticulously wiped his shoes with a tissue, ignoring the man entirely. Xiaoying glanced at her watch, urging, "Let us move a bit faster. We can't afford to wait too long." The crew-cut man clutched his bleeding nose, muttering, "All right, you think you're tough, huh? Just wait." He turned to a few of his subordinates, barking, "Keep a close eye on those two. If they escape, I'll hold you responsible." With that, he stormed out of the bar. The subordinates, nursing their wounds, retreated to the side, casting wary glances at Cheng Jinyan while awaiting their leader's return. Whispers circulated around them, proclaiming that the group was a local menace with considerable influence, suggesting that Cheng Jinyan and Xiaoying had landed themselves in trouble. Yet, the two individuals remained unfazed, clinking their glasses and sharing laughter. "Where did you find that watch? It's quite charming. When did your taste become so down-to-earth?" Cheng Jinyan remarked, eyeing the timepiece on Xiaoying's wrist. "It was a gift from my brother," Xiaoying replied. "Ah, so you've even acquired a brother for free? If you can wear this watch, it seems this brother must be quite dear to you," Cheng Jinyan teased. "My brother is free of charge, handsome, well-mannered, and speaks little. I'll have to introduce you sometime," Xiaoying replied. "You're fortunate indeed to have a brother who can call you sister and pleases you so," Cheng Jinyan observed. "What about the others in the Qiao family? Each one is more peculiar than the last. The only reason they haven't been dealt with is because of me and my brother," Xiaoying laughed, as they continued their conversation over drinks. The bar manager approached with 2 bottles of liquor, lowering his voice to urge them to leave quickly, warning that the people behind the crew-cut man were dangerous and capable of anything. Cheng Jinyan smiled. "No worries, I'm a lawyer, dedicated to combating crime and upholding justice." The manager felt he had encountered a fool. With a few thugs watching nearby, he feared trouble and fell silent, knowing his bar might soon be destroyed. Unable to drive Cheng Jinyan away, the manager shot him a resentful glare. Just then, a commotion erupted at the bar entrance as a group of over 30 young men wielding batons and knives swaggered in. Customers screamed and rushed toward the exit, eager to escape this brewing chaos. Before long, the bar was emptied. "Boss, it's them. That guy is a lawyer and quite capable," the crew-cut man, now with half his face swollen, returned with his leader, pointing accusingly at Cheng Jinyan. He then addressed Cheng Jinyan. "Kid, you've got guts to stick around. I respect that." The leader, a lean man with rugged features and scars, sported a tapestry of scars and tattoos on his arms, making it hard to distinguish between the two. With a dismissive chuckle, he scoffed at the idea of a lawyer. "I've been in this game long enough and have yet to deal with a lawyer." He then turned his gaze to Xiaoying, leering as he assessed her. "Everyone, be careful not to hurt this lovely lady. I'll be needing her later." Returning his focus to Cheng Jinyan, the scarred man arrogantly declared, "Today, I'm going to see just how much power you think you have as a lawyer." Xiaoying spoke leisurely. "The left side is yours, and the right side is mine." Cheng Jinyan replied, "All right." Subsequently, the bar was filled with the cacophony of smashing, screams, the clashing of blades and clubs, as well as the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground. An utter chaos ensued. Xiaoying seized the last assailant by the nape of his neck and forcefully slammed him against the wall. He crumpled to the floor, lying motionless like a dead dog at the wall's base. Glancing at the skirmish on Cheng Jinyan's side, Xiaoying navigated over the fallen bodies and settled herself at the bar. She tapped the counter lightly. "Get up, mix me a drink." The bartender, trembling and cowering beneath the bar, cautiously rose, clutching the liquor cabinet. What would you like to drink?" Cheng Jinyan dispatched the final assailant, removed his bloodstained suit jacket, and tossed it aside. Before discarding it, he retrieved the bank card that Xiaoying had tucked into his pocket. As he ripped off his crooked tie, he walked towards Xiaoying, spotting the bar owner and manager cowering in the corner. Cheng Jinyan waved them over and handed them the card. "I will cover the losses incurred by the bar tonight." The bar owner and manager, who had just moments ago appeared as if bereaved, suddenly came alive with gratitude as they accepted the card. Xiaoying surveyed the incapacitated individuals strewn about, realizing that they would struggle to crawl away. Given the ruckus they had caused, the police would undoubtedly arrive soon, a troublesome prospect. She turned to Cheng Jinyan. "Will you make the call, or shall I?" Before he could respond, the scarred man staggered to his feet. "Kid, which underworld are you from? Do you know who we are?" Chung Jinyan replied earnestly, a lawyer, a student. The scarred man sneered, a lawyer and a student? Huh? You've got guts. I'm with the Triad. If you dare to lay a hand on us, there's no way you two are leaving this bar alive. I'll make sure to remove my head and offer it to you as a night pot. He then barked at his underlings, go summon the brothers from nearby. Just as Xiao Ying was about to pull out her phone to call for reinforcements to clear the scene, the mention of the Triad made her chuckle. And she tucked her phone back away. All right, you make the call, she said. Chung Jinyan, somewhat exasperated, muttered, what luck do I have? With that, he took out his phone. Chapter 114. This is the young master. Qin Hanyue brought a hangover remedy early in the morning and encountered Chung Jinyan. The scarred man, seeing Chung Jinyan on the phone, assumed he was frightened. He arrogantly proclaimed, let's see who you can call. Even if you summon the king of heaven, it won't save your life today. Chung Jinyan dialed a number. You see, the scarred man, close enough to overhear, paused at the name. It sounded somewhat familiar. He recalled that their branch leader bore that name. You manage things over at the capital branch? I've got your men cornered at the Dihao bar. Come handle it. Chung Jinyan concluded before hanging up. The scarred man frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He scrutinized Chung Jinyan, who, despite the chaos around them, appeared to be nothing more than a cultured individual with impressive skills. This call seemed like an empty threat, a mere act. With bodies lying on the ground and weapons at their feet, Chung Jinyan conversed with Xiao Ying as if nothing were amiss. Before you inquire, how is university life treating you? Upon reuniting with old friends, after a few rounds of drinks, conversation flows inevitably. Xiao Ying remarked, it's quite refreshing. The scarred man, observing the two conversing so leisurely despite their impending doom, felt his anger intensifying and his desire for revenge growing stronger. He gripped the machete tightly, his eyes gleaming with malice, contemplating the gruesome fate he intended for them. Soon, his underlings fetched reinforcements, and a wave of brothers from nearby establishments arrived. In no time, the bar was filled with the scarred man's men. This time, the bartender did not hide beneath the bar, but instead fled with a barrel, abandoning his job. The scarred man declared, Kid, before you tread into our territory, you ought to inquire about our Triad. You would not want to perish without knowing whose hands brought your end. You are the first to provoke our Triad, and out of respect for your audacity, I shall allow you to remain whole. Now come at me. His voice resonated with authority, yet before he could finish, another voice rang out. Everyone, cease this at once. The scarred man recognized the voice and heard his brothers calling out, Brother Fan, Brother Fan. The crowd parted, revealing the newcomer. The scarred man paused, Brother Fan, and immediately bowed in deference. What brings you here? However, Brother Fan, who usually treated him well, shot him a fierce glare, as if wishing him dead. Amidst his growing anxiety, the scarred man noticed that Brother Fan, usually so imposing, now trailed behind another figure like a subordinate. The scarred man felt a sense of familiarity with this individual. Upon closer inspection, he recalled the face, and his legs weakened as he bent lower in respect. Master, master. Perplexed, the scarred man wondered why this matter warranted the presence of the master. A sudden realization struck him, and he glanced fearfully at Chung Jinyan. But before he could comprehend the situation, Brother Fan swiftly kicked him to the ground. You blind fool. You dared to lay hands on the air? Do you wish for your life to end? Brother Fan unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the fallen scarred man, causing him to cough up blood. Brother Fan seemed intent on delivering a fatal blow, and after several strikes, he finally ceased his assault. He then discreetly glanced at Chung Jinyan at the bar, contemplating. This must be the heir the master mentioned. Brother Fan felt a wave of dread. Just moments ago, he had received a call from their master, informing him that his men had cornered the Triad heir, nearly causing him to faint from fear. Thankfully, nothing serious had occurred. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit tonight. Yu Si hurriedly approached Chung Jinyan, bowing respectfully. Young master, are you unharmed? Xiao Ying addressed Chung Jinyan. When did your Triad become a rabble? As the foremost gang, the Triad has managed a respectable facade for over a decade, devoid of scum like the scarred man. How has it fallen so low? This is quite the disgrace. Thank goodness Yi Si is not here, or he would revel in mocking you. Chung Jinyan sighed inwardly, relieved, for otherwise, Yi Si would undoubtedly ridicule him. Chung Jinyan then turned to Yu Si and inquired, what is the situation with these individuals? Yu Si cast a glance at Brother Fan, who, upon receiving the look, approached respectfully and said, Brother Yu, these individuals were originally part of the Wanlong gang, having only joined last month. They are still unaware of the rules. Upon hearing this, Yu Si delivered a sharp slap to Brother Fan's face, exclaiming, You dare to bring such scum from the Wanlong gang into our ranks? Who gave you the audacity and authority? If the young master loses even a single hair today, you worthless wretches will pay with your lives. Please spare me, young master. I swear, I will never do it again, I promise. Brother Fan pleaded repeatedly. Yusi then turned his gaze to the scarred man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and commanded, "Take him away and disable his hands and feet. Please spare me, master. I beg you." The scarred man cried out as several underlings ignored his desperate pleas and dragged him away. At this point, the man with the buzz cut in the crowd was already petrified with fear. Yusi declared, "Bring back everyone involved in tonight's disturbance. I will personally deal with them." The patrons of the bar quickly dispersed, and Yusi humbly admitted, "It is Yusi's negligence. I will accept the punishment." Cheng Jinyan replied, "This shall not happen again." Following this, Cheng Jinyan and Xiaoying exited the bar. The commotion had attracted considerable attention, and many had heard about it. In the Qin family, within Qin Hanyue's study, news arrived that the triad had caused a ruckus at the Imperial Luxury Bar, creating quite a stir. It was reported that Miss Qiao seemed to be involved as well. After Qin Yin finished his report, he informed Qin Hanyue, who immediately raised his gaze. "What else?" Qin Yin continued. "It appears the triad's young master was also present." This confirmed the connection to Cheng Jinyan. The following morning, a black Maybach pulled up at the villa's entrance. Cheng Jinyan heard the doorbell and went to answer it. Upon opening the door, both individuals were taken aback, raising their brows in surprise. Cheng Jinyan exclaimed, "Master Qin-san?" Qin Hanyue maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "Lawyer Cheng." Qin Yin observed Cheng Jinyan, dressed in home attire at the villa's entrance, silently thinking, "What in the world?" He quickly glanced at the door number, confirming it was indeed Miss Qiao's residence. Unlike the leisurely uncle and nephew, who often strolled around the Jing University Forum, Qin Yin was diligent and unaware of the wager between Xiao Ying and Su Qingyu that led to Cheng Jinyan being invited to teach at Jing University. Now, Qin Yin looked at Cheng Jinyan with a perplexed expression. What is happening? After recovering from his surprise, Cheng Jinyan extended his hand politely, saying, "It's an honor to meet you." Qin Hanyue shook his hand in return, stating, "A pleasure." At the moment their hands met, Cheng Jinyan felt an unexpected force surging through, causing him to narrow his eyes in response to the palpable hostility. Simultaneously, he instinctively tightened his grip. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed between them. Both maintained a facade of calm, not a wrinkle marring their brows, yet beneath the surface, a tempest raged. Witnessing the sudden tension between the two, Qin Yin was too frightened to make a sound. After a moment of stalemate, they both instinctively withdrew their hands. Cheng Jinyan asked, "Are you looking for me, Master Qin-san?" Qin Hanyue replied, "I am seeking Xiao Ying to deliver her hangover remedy." Cheng Jinyan questioned, "You are looking for Blood Shadow? Since when did Blood Shadow and Qin Hanyue become acquainted?" He scrutinized Qin Hanyue, noticing the watch he wore while holding the hangover soup. Realization dawned upon him. A businessman, aged 30 and adorned with a watch, it turns out, is none other than him. The new acquaintance, also a businessman, is surprisingly Qin Hanyue. Cheng Jinyan remarked, "She is not intoxicated. There is no need for Qin San Yi to concern himself. Please take your leave." It is astonishing that he is aware of her state of inebriation and has come early to deliver a hangover remedy. Could it be that Blood Shadow has informed him? This is not typical of her, especially since she is not drunk. His sources of information are indeed quite astute. Upon finishing her statement, Cheng Jinyan attempted to close the door. Qin Hanyue, however, placed his hand against it to prevent her from shutting him out. He then declared, "Whether she is drunk or not, she will tell me herself. A guest is a guest. What manner of hospitality is this from Lawyer Cheng? Moreover, Lawyer Cheng is also a guest." Cheng Jinyan regarded him, feeling a throbbing headache from last night's revelry, and her mood soured. The atmosphere grew tense. After a brief moment, Cheng Jinyan took a step back and, with a semblance of gentlemanly grace, smiled, "Qin San Yi, please do come in. It is only fitting to extend courtesy to a friend of Blood Shadow. She is still recovering. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Cheng Jinyan led him towards the sofa, but upon turning back, she noticed Qin Hanyue was making his way directly to the staircase, intent on ascending. "Qin San Yi." She called after him. "I am going to check on her," he replied, his pace unbroken. Cheng Jinyan opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately allowed him to proceed. "If you're fearless enough to disturb Blood Shadow's slumber, let us see how many of her moves you can withstand." Cheng Jinyan chose not to sit on the sofa, instead standing at the foot of the stairs, craning her neck to observe, as if anticipating the imminent spectacle of someone being thrown down. She heard the sound of Qin Hanyue knocking on the door, followed by conversation. However, 2 minutes elapsed without any signs of a struggle, and she faintly perceived the door upstairs opening in a calm manner. What is happening? In Chapter 115, the hangover remedy was consumed by Cheng Jinyan. Xiaoying suddenly smiled. Upstairs, the scene was not as brutal as Cheng Jinyan had envisioned. Yet, it was not entirely harmonious either. After opening the door, Xiaoying returned to her bed, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Qin Hanyue, who had followed her inside. The two exchanged no words, and the room was steeped in an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, Qin Hanyue attempted to break the tension, his tone gentle, innocent, and apologetic. I thought you were awake. Having learned from the previous experience of knocking, he was aware that Xiaoying might be in a foul mood, and had taken the liberty of sending her a message on his way. She had replied, albeit with nothing but a period. He had assumed she was awake, but it appeared otherwise. Xiaoying remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, rendering Qin Hanyue increasingly uncomfortable, his body instinctively tensing. After all, he, Qin Sanyi, is accustomed to being the one who observes others, never the observed. Today, he experienced firsthand the sensation that those he typically scrutinizes must feel. Qin Hanyue slightly parted his lips to speak again, but at that moment, Xiaoying stood and made her way to the bathroom. The words he had intended to say were swallowed back. He contemplated stepping out to wait for her, but the thought of Cheng Jinyan downstairs deterred him, so he opted to remain in the room. After Xiaoying completed her ablutions, she emerged. Didn't we agree to communicate via phone if anything arose? Qin Hanyue instinctively analyzed her tone. Though somewhat cold, it bore no trace of anger. Given her nature of preferring action over words, if she were truly upset, she would not engage in conversation with him. Qin Hanyue exhaled softly. Reassured, I have assured my own safety, and yours as well, whenever you require it. Xiaoying offered no further response. Indeed, as the scion of the Qin family, the formidable leader of the goddess armed forces, his vast influence and power were enough to instill trepidation in anyone. Should the shadows wish to take action against him, they would need to consider their approach carefully. Unless absolutely necessary, the shadows would refrain from provoking such a formidable force. Yet, one could not guarantee that Xiaoying would not wish to involve him in this matter. Observing her silence, Qin Hanyue tentatively asked, Are you angry? He gazed upon her fair, exquisite face. She had just washed her face, albeit with a somewhat rough technique, splashing water onto her visage before hastily wiping it away. Droplets of water still adorned her skin, glistening like jewels, further accentuating her jade-like, flawless complexion. Her curled eyelashes quivered, reaching into the depths of one's heart. Xiaoying responded swiftly, I drank too much last night and did not sleep well. It has nothing to do with you, Mr. Qin. So please do not take it to heart. However, her quick retort only stirred a sense of unease within Qin Hanyue. It was evident she still harbored some emotions. Otherwise, how could she have immediately inferred his implication regarding their earlier quarrel? Qin Yin stood beside the sofa, holding something, alternating his gaze between Cheng Jinyan and the second floor. After waiting for some time, feeling the situation was increasingly odd, Cheng Jinyan prepared to ascend the stairs, only to see the two of them descending in succession. When did you wake up? Cheng Jinyan inquired. Just now, Xiaoying replied. Woken by the noise? Cheng Jinyan shot her a glance. Of course, she retorted. Fully comprehending her expression, Cheng Jinyan turned to observe Qin Hanyue, who was entirely present and accounted for. Surprisingly, the blood shadows had not laid a hand on him. Were they concealing their prowess from Qin Hanyue? Unlikely. Having referred to each other as friends, it was improbable they were unaware of each other's true capabilities. What could be the rationale behind this? Their conversation prompted Qin Hanyue to glance back at Cheng Jinyan. Astonishingly, he was aware that she had woken up on the wrong side of the bed, something he had not discerned during the 2 months he had resided with Xiaoying in M continent. What was the true nature of their relationship? The esteemed heir of a mafia family and a distinguished lawyer, first lowering himself to assist Xiaoying with her examination cheating case, and then, due to a wager, hastily returning from abroad to support her, only to revel in debauchery at a bar together and subsequently spend the night here. Through comments on the forum and Cheng Jinyan's lecture videos, Qin Hanyue had learned that Cheng Jinyan and Xiaoying were close friends, longtime acquaintances. Yet acquaintance? That title surely required at least 5 or 6 years of friendship, along with a reunion after years apart. How old was Xiaoying now? As he descended the stairs, Qin Hanyue's thoughts swirled tumultuously. Xiaoying settled onto the sofa, asking, Aren't you supposed to be heading back to Canada? Why haven't you left yet? Cheng Jinyan replied. There's no rush, casting a glance at Qin Hanyue before, preempting him, taking a seat beside Xiaoying. Qin Hanyue's footsteps momentarily faltered as his profound gaze discreetly swept over Cheng Jinyan, his presence subdued yet commanding as he took a seat opposite them. Before he could inquire, Mr. Qin stated, I am here this early to deliver hangover soup and breakfast. Xiaoying glanced at the 2 thermos containers placed on the table between them. Hangover soup? She tilted her head, questioning Cheng Jinyan. Was last night really that raucous? Even Qin Hanyue is aware of it. Could it have made its way to the university forum again? Cheng Jinyan replied, I didn't think it was that bad, honestly. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Xiaoying and added, In the past, when the 3 of us gathered, if we didn't stir up the army, it wouldn't even be considered a disturbance. As Qin Hanyue opened the thermos, his gaze remained fixed on the 2 who were whispering to each other. What a disaster! Qin Yin exclaimed. Mr. Qin, you are quite considerate, But I am not intoxicated, Xiaoying responded, turning to Cheng Jinyan. You had some, right? Don't let it go to waste. Feeling the headache, she added, then I shall indulge. Cheng Jinyan set his legs down and leaned forward to take some. Just as Qin Hanyue poured the hangover soup into a bowl, Cheng Jinyan's hand reached out, directly gripping the bowl's rim. Qin Hanyue's hand instinctively pressed down on Cheng Jinyan's hand, halting him. What a disaster, Qin Yan remarked. Cheng Jinyan raised an eyebrow. Is Third Master Qin reluctant? Then, with a knowing smile, he continued, I suppose I was being inconsiderate. This is prepared for Miss Qiao, so it would be inappropriate for me to partake. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Qin Hanyue, with a slight smile, graciously retracted his own, stating, It's merely a bowl of hangover soup. You flatter me, Lawyer Cheng. Since she is a friend of Miss Qiao, she is also a friend of mine. Cheng Jinyan found this statement amusing. He chuckled softly, refraining from further comment as he took a hearty sip of the soup. Third Master, don't you wish you had added a touch of poison to the hangover soup for flavor? Qin Hanyue suggested to Xiaoying, let us have breakfast. After consuming so much alcohol, some porridge in the morning will be good for the stomach. He opened another thermos, revealing a broth of lean meat and vegetables. As Xiaoying observed Qin Hanyue, impeccably dressed while serving her porridge, she recalled the scene from the previous night at the bar where she had imagined him in a suit engaging in a brawl. Now before her, he was indeed clad in the suit she had envisioned, complete with trousers and polished shoes. Her gaze wandered over him unconsciously, a smile tugging at her lips. Suddenly, she chuckled, inadvertently letting out a sound. What is so amusing? Qin Hanyue inquired, perplexed. Cheng Jinyan glanced at Qin Hanyue before returning his attention to the somewhat peculiar Xiaoying. What scheme was she concocting? Chapter 116, An Accidental Revelation. Shall we engage in murder and arson? Nothing, Xiaoying replied, composing herself, her usual aloof demeanor returning as she extended her hand to take the porridge from Qin Hanyue. Thanks to Xiaoying's generosity, Cheng Jinyan, who had been empty-stomached, also received a bowl. Just as he began to eat, he noticed Qin Hanyue's gaze fixed on him, prompting him to ask, Does Third Master Qin wish to speak with me? With a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, Qin Hanyue replied, I merely wanted to inquire if Lawyer Cheng spent the night here. Cheng Jinyan retorted, Is there a problem? Cheng Jinyan's demeanor was far from amiable. To outsiders, the esteemed Lawyer Cheng was not particularly gentle, yet he exuded a certain refinement and gentlemanly charm, complemented by an engaging sense of humor. In the courtroom, he maintained the necessary gravitas, but the reality was that the scion of the underworld was not known for his patience, particularly in the presence of Qiao Ying and Yi Si, where his true nature was most easily revealed. Having just been involved in a brawl the previous night, with blood still lingering in his vicinity, it was difficult for him to uphold the dignity of his legal title at that moment. Adding to his discomfort, Qin Hanyue had approached him with an air of challenge, occasionally attempting to take the lead in their exchange, and now, it seemed, was looking for trouble. Cheng Jinyan, still nursing a headache, naturally wore a sour expression. Qin Hanyue remarked, We are all adults here. Miss Qiao is a young lady. Lawyer Cheng should understand the importance of reputation better than I. The photograph of the two of them embracing had already stirred considerable gossip. Cheng Jinyan felt a chuckle rising within him, only to realize that he had discerned the nature of Qin Hanyue's feelings for Xiaoying. Cheng Jinyan retorted, Has Master Qin taken it upon himself to meddle excessively? Furthermore, I previously stated that she and I have always been close. It seemed he had been mistaken for a rival in love. Was he truly so flustered? He had yet to make a move when Yi Si returned. Would he not be beside himself with anxiety? Having gleaned Qin Hanyue's thoughts, Cheng Jinyan found himself wishing to emulate Yi Si, eager to see how Qin Hanyue would react. Before he could respond, Xiaoying playfully interjected, Reputation? During the 2 months I shared a roof with Mr. Qin, he never mentioned reputation. Xiaoying's inquiry was innocent, neither targeting anyone nor anything. Qin Yan commented, Miss Qiao, you've exposed yourself. Cheng Jinyan looked at her, puzzled. When did this occur? Qin Hanyue, feeling a twinge of jealousy, instinctively assumed that Xiaoying was attempting to exonerate Cheng Jinyan. However, upon witnessing Cheng Jinyan's agitation, he belatedly realized that Xiaoying's words inadvertently confirmed something. A subtle smile curved Qin Hanyue's lips as he regained his composure. Xiaoying explained, During the summer vacation in M City, Mr. Qin happened to be there on business, and I accompanied him. Cheng Jinyan questioned, Business in M City? What sort of dubious dealings were afoot? Qin Hanyue replied, Is it strange? Miss Qiao was there for leisure. Cheng Jinyan found himself puzzled by their cryptic exchange. What was this young lady concealing from him? Did I not mention that this residence belongs to Mr. Qin? If he is concerned, you should leave promptly, Xiaoying interjected. Cheng Jinyan responded, What? Are you short on funds or accommodations? Why reside in someone else's property? This remark inadvertently stepped on Qin Hanyue's toes. Xiaoying clarified, Neither. It was just a fortuitous timing. Cheng Jinyan felt an inexplicable frustration akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward pupil. Is that all? When did you become so casual about owing favors? In that moment, Qin Hanyue graciously interjected, it is not a matter of concern. It is merely that a lone man and woman living together, especially so close to the school, could easily give rise to rumors. Lawyer Cheng is in need of accommodation. And I have several properties in this vicinity. You are always welcome, Lawyer Cheng. Xiao Ying remarked. Mr. Qin is indeed attentive. Qin Hanyue replied, it is only proper. Cheng Jinyan chuckled, his tone rather dismissive. Yet Qin Hanyue seemed quite enchanted, evidently captivated by the allure of the blood shadow. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly time to head to the airport and suggested they reschedule for another day, instructing her to contact him if needed. After speaking with Xiao Ying, Cheng Jinyan prepared to depart. Qin Hanyue rose, stating, allow me to see off Lawyer Cheng. The house belonged to him, thus he felt emboldened. Qin Yin remarked. A clever tactic to turn the tables. Cheng Jinyan glanced at Qin Hanyue, a faint smile barely touching his lips. No need for that, he said, lowering his gaze momentarily. That's a fine watch. Qin Hanyue instinctively adjusted the watch on his left wrist, casting a glance at Xiao Ying, and remarked, it was a gift from Miss Qiao. Cheng Jinyan replied, such a precious item. Master Qin must wear it carefully. We wouldn't want Yi Si to catch sight of it. He has a good temperament. However, Yi Si is known for his temper. Naturally, Qin Hanyue sensed the underlying meaning in his words but could not decipher it, ultimately opting to let it go. After bidding farewell to Cheng Jinyan, Qin Hanyue turned around to find the girl on the sofa absorbed in her porridge, oblivious to the world outside. He resumed his seat. Lawyer Cheng mentioned you are an acquaintance of his? Xiao Ying responded. Do you think the term acquaintance is inappropriate for someone of my 18 years? Qin Hanyue replied. It may be unsuitable for others, but it makes perfect sense in your case, Miss Qiao. Xiao Ying smiled, appreciating Qin Hanyue's discreet insight. As she savored her porridge, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she suddenly said, I shall have the opportunity to reintroduce him to you, Mr. Qin. What did that mean? If Qin Hanyue did not misconstrue her words, was she suggesting that she would eventually discuss her matters with him? With this thought, Qin Hanyue departed with a sense of contentment. On the way back, Qin Yin could no longer contain himself. Master, is there anything you wish for me to investigate? After all, he is the heir of a gang. Qin Yin could accept Xiao Ying's connection to a leader of the Blackwater, and her standing amidst mercenaries in the arena. However, the notion of an 18-year-old girl being tied to the heir of a gang was somewhat beyond his comprehension. He could refrain from questioning why a girl from Yun City possessed such formidable skills and extraordinary courage, knowing about matters in M Continent, and having intricate ties with the former leader of Blackwater. Yet, he was undeniably curious about Xiao Ying's relationship with Cheng Jinyan. Qin Hanyue replied, there is no need. She will tell me in due time. Due to Cheng Jinyan, Xiao Ying found herself the subject of conversation in every corner of the university. Some audacious individuals even inquired when she might invite Cheng Jinyan back to the campus for another lecture, despite having not seen him in person the day prior. Xiao Ying's reputation at Peking University overshadowed that of Hua Chengdong and Su Ziyi. Hua Chengdong eagerly approached her. Sister Ying, did you get the money? Yes, and you? She replied. Hua Chengdong asked, what about me? Xiao Ying teased, were you watching someone dance? Hua Chengdong nearly choked on his own saliva, stammering, what? How could that be? I am not that sort of person. Besides, who would want to watch Su Qingyu dance that way? A figure like a washboard. It's far better to watch myself. He then leaned in, eager. Sister Ying, the National Day holiday is coming up soon. 7 days. Any plans? Xiao Ying replied, not certain yet. Upon hearing this, Hua Chengdong's interest peaked. Not certain means there is an event, right? What event? Can I tag along? Xiao Ying, are we going to commit murder and arson? Hua Chengdong, Sister Ying, you truly have a knack for jesting. Just as he spoke, Hua Chengdong's sister, Hua Jingyue, arrived. Xiao Ying, I am Hua Chengdong's sister, Hua Jingyue. It is a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Ying glanced at her, contemplating. So, she is the woman Hua Chengdong mentioned who does not desire Qin Hanyue? She then extended her hand for a brief handshake. Hua Chengdong, sister, you're here. Hua Jingyue, be quiet. This is none of your business. I am speaking with Qiao classmate. You should go somewhere else. Hua Jingyue spoke with rapidity and an impassive expression, then immediately reverted to a smile as she addressed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying, may I boldly inquire if you are on good terms with lawyer Cheng Jinyan? Xiao Ying, yes. Hua Jingyue clenched her fist. Wonderful. Xiao Ying, is there something you need? As I noticed Hua Chengdong still lingering, Hua Jingyue shot him a glare. Can you move aside? Adults are speaking. Children should stay out of the way. Hua Chengdong pointed at Xiao Ying, speechless. She is younger than I am. Under Hua Jingyue's fierce gaze, Hua Chengdong fell silent and quietly stepped aside. By the way, is Lawyer Cheng still in the capital? He is not. Hua Jingyue's expression shifted from anticipation to visible disappointment. Subsequently, She began to chatter excitedly about matters concerning Cheng Jinyan, and it was evident from her words that she harbored admiration and infatuation for him. Seizing a moment while Hu Jingyue paused to catch her breath, Qiaoying interjected, "Do you like him?" Hu Jingyue was taken aback, not expecting such candor from Qiaoying, who was several years her junior. After glancing at Hu Qingdong to ensure he wasn't eavesdropping, Hu Jingyue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Does Lawyer Cheng like my type?" Before Qiaoying could respond, she continued, "Lawyer Cheng is single, right? What were his previous girlfriends like?" "Qiaoying, he is single. He has never had a girlfriend. I am not aware of his circumstances during the year or two he went missing." Hu Jingyue's eyes widened in surprise as she covered her mouth, unable to conceal her excitement. "He has never dated? Such an exceptional individual, yet he remains untainted. What a treasure. What a reaction." Qiaoying remained silent for a moment, then added, almost as an explanation, "He has never had a boyfriend either." Hu Jingyue? Realizing that Qiaoying had misunderstood, Hu Jingyue found herself both amused and exasperated. "That is not what I meant. I am merely astonished." She then pondered aloud. "Does that mean Lawyer Cheng has high standards? May I request his contact information from you?" Upon finishing, she waved her hands dismissively. "If this seems presumptuous, just pretend I never asked." Hu Jingyue smiled, indicating that it was perfectly fine if it was inconvenient. Qiaoying regarded the beautiful, intelligent, and cheerful Hu Jingyue, noting how well-matched they appeared in terms of looks, status, and interests. Connecting them seemed a simple task. And who knows, it might lead to something wonderful. Qiaoying replied, "You may?" Hu Jingyue's face lit up with delight as she quickly took out her phone to save Cheng Jinyan's personal contact information. Before she could express her gratitude, she heard Qiaoying offer a caution. "You should be aware of his status. If you wish to pursue him, be prepared mentally." Hu Jingyue, "I understand. Thank you." "Xiao classmate." "Qiaoying, no need for thanks. Have you heard about your past with Qin Hanyue?" Hu Jingyue exclaimed excitedly, missing the name. Qiaoying replied, "It's nothing. I have no interest in Qin Hanyue. Rather, I find myself drawn to Cheng Jinyan, perhaps due to the mere fact that he is 2 years younger." Hu Jingyue responded, "Xiao, if I manage to win over Lawyer Cheng, I shall host a grand banquet and invite you as my esteemed guest. You intend to pursue Cheng Jinyan?" Hu Qingdong had somehow approached them, his loud voice startling Hu Jingyue, causing her to shriek and drop her phone. "My phone!" she cried out. Qiaoying deftly caught it and returned it to her. Upon receiving her phone, Hu Jingyue turned, glaring fiercely at Hu Qingdong, who brazenly declared, "I disapprove." Hu Jingyue retorted, "Disapprove? What business is it of yours? If you dare speak of this at home, you're finished." Qiaoying observed Hu Jingyue chase after Hu Qingdong and then sent a message to Cheng Jinyan, informing him of the situation. As Cheng Jinyan landed, he learned that Qiaoying had orchestrated a connection for him, which made him both amused and irritated, clearly stating his lack of interest. During the short National Day holiday at the mall, Qin Hanyue descended the elevator, with Qin Yin trailing behind, burdened with an array of shopping bags. As he contemplated further purchases, a familiar voice caught his attention. "The arrangement of your wines is problematic. We can only accept half compensation, or we will resort to police intervention." Qin Hanyue turned to see Qiao Yi surrounded by 2 male students, the sales clerk and curious onlookers. The ground was littered with dozens of shattered wine bottles, their contents creating a fragrant puddle. The sales clerk insisted, "We placed the wine properly. If you hadn't bumped into it, it wouldn't have fallen. Compensation is only fair." One of the students quickly countered, "I didn't knock it over. I merely brushed against it as I passed. It's impossible for a light touch to cause such a spill. You're trying to extort us. Feel free to review the surveillance footage. I did not collide with it." The sales clerk retorted, "Don't think being students exempts you from responsibility, since you broke it. You must pay. Have your parents bring money, or we will call the police." Both sides argued vehemently, but these 3 young students were no match for the articulate sales clerks, their faces flushed with frustration and indignation. Nearby shoppers felt that both parties bore some responsibility and suggested the students pay half, while the mall should cover the rest, but the sales clerks remained unwilling. As the dispute escalated, Qiao Yi heard someone call out, "Qiao Yi?" Looking up, she saw Qin Hanyue. The crowd instinctively parted, intimidated by his presence. While they whispered among themselves, "What has transpired?" Qin Hanyue inquired. Qiao Yi explained, "My classmate accidentally knocked over the wine rack, but the placement of the bottles was problematic. My classmate merely brushed against it without much force, and we offered to share the responsibility, but they refused." Having witnessed the incident from behind her classmates, Qiao Yi felt compelled to clarify. Upon recognizing Qin Hanyue's stature and demeanor, the sales clerk instantly sensed his significance, and their attitude softened. "Even if it was an accident, the responsibility for the loss lies with you, and you must bear the consequences. If you do not compensate us, we will have no explanation to provide." Qin Hanyue glanced at the liquor cabinet and then directly instructed Qin Yin to summon the mall's general manager. The sales clerks sensing the gravity of the situation, began to panic. Qin Yin set down his bags and retrieved his phone. Qin Hanyue reassured Xiao Yi, saying, "It's all right, do not worry." A classmate leaned in and whispered to Xiao Yi, "Who is he? Do you know the mall's general manager? Does that mean I won't have to pay?" The classmate seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Soon enough, the general manager and his entourage arrived in a flurry, accompanied by several managers responsible for various areas. The sales clerks prepared to take the initiative, but before they could speak, the manager from their area silenced them with a glare. "Mr. Qin, what brings you here?" The general manager appeared flustered, bending so low it seemed he might topple over. Two classmates were bewildered, stealing glances at Qin Hanyue. Qin Hanyue questioned, "Who allowed you to arrange the liquor in such a manner?" The general manager surveyed the scene of the incident before turning to the manager of that area, who then directed an angry reprimand at the sales clerks. "Who placed the liquor like this? What kind of training did you undergo?" Qin Hanyue coldly interrupted the manager, insisting, "First, apologize to the customer." Yes. The general manager quickly led the way in apologizing, prompting the sales clerks to follow suit. Xiao Yi remained composed, but the other two students, having never witnessed such a spectacle, exchanged anxious looks between Xiao Yi and Qin Hanyue. After the apologies were made, Qin Hanyue addressed Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, let us take our leave." Qin Yan, understanding the situation, decided to stay behind to manage the aftermath. As Qin Hanyue walked ahead, he overheard the three young ones whispering, with two classmates repeatedly asking Xiao Yi who he was. Noting that Xiao Yi was at a loss for words, Qin Hanyue stepped in to alleviate the tension, saying, "I recall you seniors do not have any time off." Xiao Yi replied, "Yes, during the lunch break. I accompanied my classmates to buy a few items." "Thank you very much, Mr. Qin." The two classmates echoed, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qin Hanyue smiled. "No need to thank me. This is the mall's responsibility, and I will ensure they address it properly." Silence followed, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xiao Yi attempted to spark a conversation. "Mr. Qin, are you here to shop as well?" Qin Hanyue turned towards him. "I came to buy some items for you." Xiao Yi, puzzled, asked, "For me?" At that moment, Qin Yin hurried over, laden with bags and holding 3 substantial shopping cards obtained from the general manager. Qin Hanyue explained, "Knowing you do not have any time off, I intended to purchase some food and essentials to send to you at school later. I did not expect to run into you here." Xiao Yi responded, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, but it seems inappropriate to accept something without having contributed." He anticipated that Xiao Yi would refuse. However, Qin Hanyue was prepared with a retort. "Your sister asked me to get some items for you. You can call her to confirm." "My sister?" Xiao Yi seemed skeptical. Qin Hanyue had thought the child would be easily persuaded, but he noticed Xiao Yi discreetly pulling out his phone to send a message to Xiao Ying. Chapter 118. The Duel in the Killer's Den. A formal confrontation with the shadows in the villa. Qin Hanyue sighed, realizing this child was even more earnest than his sister. His sister's manner of speaking is entirely contingent upon her mood. Although she is usually straightforward, she never hesitates to accept gifts with open arms. Qin Yin chuckled to himself, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Xiao Ying responded promptly. Upon receiving the message, Xiao Yi quietly put away her phone. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qin Hanyue raised an eyebrow, curious to inquire, "What did your sister say?" Xiao Yi replied, "She told me to keep it." Qin Hanyue asked further, "Did she mention anything else?" Xiao Yi simply responded, "No." While he was aware that Xiao Ying would not be shy about accepting gifts, Qin Hanyue genuinely feared that she might bluntly undermine him before accepting further offerings. The two classmates exchanged knowing glances and whispered to Xiao Yi, "I see now. He is your future brother-in-law." Xiao Yi retorted, "Don't say such things." Qin Hanyue caught the words and a subtle smile graced his lips. "Haven't you eaten yet? Let us dine first." Without affording Xiao Yi the chance to decline, he had already stepped into the restaurant. At the dining table, Qin Hanyue inquired with genuine concern, "Are you adapting well to the new school? Are you getting along with your classmates?" At that moment, Qin Yin felt compelled to voice a grievance on behalf of Qin Yuchan and the others. This is a kind of care that the younger generation of the Qin family has never experienced. Xiao Yi responded, "Yes, both the school and my classmates are wonderful." Qin Hanyue replied, "That is good to hear. If you need anything, just give me a call." Xiao Yi said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qin Hanyue remarked, "You seem unaccustomed to addressing me as Mr. Qin, and I find it equally strange." Xiao Yi looked at him. "How should I address you then?" A classmate immediately lowered their voice and whispered to Xiao Yi, "Isn't it obvious? He wants you to call him brother-in-law." Xiao Yi frowned. "Don't say such nonsense." Qin Hanyue pondered for a moment. Given the age difference, he truly couldn't find an appropriate form of address right away. He suggested, "For now, you may continue addressing me as your sister does, and when she changes how she refers to me, you may follow suit." Qin Yin looked up at the ceiling. TSK, how embarrassing to witness. Despite the banter, Qin Yin was still prudent, timely producing shopping cards from the mall. The two classmates happily accepted them, skillfully addressing Qin Hanyue with a cheerful, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Xiao Yi shot them a glare. Fearing her displeasure, Qin Hanyue merely smiled, refraining from further comment. After the meal, Qin Hanyue escorted them back to school, and it was only natural that he obtained Xiao Yi's WeChat during the car ride. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qin Hanyue presented her with new clothes purchased from the mall along with a collection of nutritional supplements brought from home, advising her, "You're still growing, make sure to eat well." He also suggested sharing some with her two classmates. "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Goodbye, brother-in-law." The two classmates chimed as they helped carry her belongings, waving at Qin Hanyue from the school entrance. As the short holiday drew to a close amidst the sweltering heat, Xiao Ying remained indoors, confined to the villa. One afternoon, Hui Chengdong visited, but the noise prompted Xiao Ying to promptly ask him to leave. As night fell and the air cooled, the large windows on the first floor were wide open, offering a breeze more refreshing than the air conditioning. Xiao Ying sat on the sofa, meticulously sterilizing needles with alcohol, demonstrating remarkable patience in her task. The television repeatedly broadcast an old news report about the devastating explosion on Nanyang Island. The villa was enveloped in the sound of the television alone. As the last cigarette extinguished, Xiao Ying turned off the television, closed the windows and lights, and ascended the stairs with a needle in hand, enveloped in darkness. Her steps were steady and light. The upstairs was eerily silent. Standing before the door, the moment she opened it, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent, one of her own kind. Entering the bedroom, she closed the door behind her. She flicked on the light, revealing a modest wine cabinet and bar. 2 hours prior, Xiao Ying had opened a bottle of wine at the bar, leaving it unfinished. She resumed drinking. Absently, she flipped her phone on the bar, its screen facing down. The screen was dark, but upon closer inspection, a red dot on the camera blinked rhythmically. Leisurely sipping her drink at the bar, her subtle breaths brushed past her ears. Everything appeared tranquil, yet in that fleeting moment as her glass neared emptiness, Xiao Ying suddenly lifted her gaze, a chilling intent flashing through her eyes, her expression shifting with the changing atmosphere. The wine glass in her hand transformed into a lethal projectile, hurled with fierce momentum towards the window. A lurking shadow outside recoiled in shock, attempting to flee. But like a specter, the girl materialized before him. Through the heavy curtains, her hand clamped down on the shadow's shoulder like a vice, yanking him back through the window. The terrifying speed and force bewildered the shadow. With a loud rustle, the entire curtain was torn down. The shadow crashed heavily to the ground, concealed beneath the fabric. He flung the curtain aside, aiming to obscure the girl's vision while launching a swift, lethal strike. However, what he believed to be a life-saving maneuver was effortlessly evaded by the girl, who countered with remarkable force. The confined space transformed into a battleground. And after only 2 exchanges, the shadow realized he was outmatched, quickly finding himself unable to keep up. The sounds of their struggle echoed throughout the villa. In close quarters, the shadow caught a whiff of a kindred essence from the girl, along with an overwhelming aura of cold, deadly intent that reminded him of terrifying figures from the shadows. Most astonishingly, her agility felt eerily familiar, leading him to suspect they shared the same training lineage. Completely overwhelmed, the shadow, aware he was no match for her, attempted to flee repeatedly, only to be effortlessly thwarted each time by the girl, who toyed with him as though he were a mere plaything. Moments later, the villa fell silent. What felt like mere minutes of combat had stretched into what seemed like centuries for the man, who found himself thoroughly exposed and utterly powerless, experiencing an unprecedented humiliation and disarray. In the room, the floor was a chaotic mess. The man lay rigid, unable to move, his expression one of agony, his face glistening with cold sweat. Beneath his exposed skin, his veins twitched ominously, a painful and numbing sensation coursing through him, rendering him in a state worse than death. He gazed in terror at the girl holding a silver needle. Desperately, he attempted to move his bloodied lips, uncertain whether he sought to speak or engage in futile struggle. As Xiao Ying observed the man's actions, she approached him and crouched down. With one hand, she grasped his chin, and with a swift flick of her wrist, a sharp crack echoed as she dislocated his jaw. In the wake of his incredulous gaze, Xiao Ying extracted a small object from between his teeth. Upon inspection, it was neither poison nor lethal, but rather a listening device. It appeared that the Shadow Sect had sent him solely to test her, rather than to take her life. She produced a glass vial containing an opaque liquid, resembling a potion. After uncorking the vial, she discarded the listening device into it. The metallic device swiftly dissolved and disintegrated within the liquid. The man, filled with dread, watched as Xiao Ying picked up his dagger from the ground, turned him over, and, with practiced ease, made a precise incision on the back of his neck. Blood began to seep from the wound. Amidst his anguished whimpers, Xiao Ying extracted a state-of-the-art locator chip from beneath his skin. The man's eyes widened in horror. How could she possibly know? She tossed the bloodied locator chip into the vial to dissolve alongside the listening device. Once she had cleansed him of all incriminating items, Xiaoying seized the back of his collar and forcefully tore it down, revealing a back marred with scars and slick with cold sweat. Inscribed upon his spine was a string of code. Xiaoying glanced at it, letting out a derisive chuckle. She flipped him back over, reset his jaw, and skillfully administered a needle to a specific acupoint, allowing him to speak once more. Only then did she leisurely inquire, "How many years have you been with the shadow?" Ignoring his astonished expression, she picked up the torn fabric of his clothing to wipe her hands. After finishing, she righted the overturned chair and resumed her seat at the bar to sip her drink. The man remained silent, merely observing her. Xiaoying remarked, "If you prefer silence, I could arrange for you to lose your tongue." It was then that he finally responded, 5 years. In Chapter 119, Xiaoying inquired, "Would you require 2 individuals to dispose of the body?" She continued, "Are you aware of who I am?" The man looked at her and replied, "The leader of Blackwater." Xiaoying retorted with a smirk, "At least I am the leader of Blackwater, standing shoulder to shoulder with the nameless among you, Shadow's foremost assassin, Blood Shadow." The man's pupils contracted slightly. Xiaoying laughed, "Such a strong reaction. Did the Shadow send you to investigate me without informing you that the Nameless One is, in fact, Blood Shadow?" The organization had certainly informed him that the Nameless One was the most fearsome presence among them, yet he was astonished by her knowledge. "How do you know? Why are you so well versed in our shadow affairs? How could you discern my identity at a glance, show no surprise at your arrival, and possess such intimate knowledge of your skills? How did you know the listening device was concealed in my mouth, and that the locator chip was implanted beneath my skin? That vial of dissolving liquid was prepared specifically for you?" The girl did not respond directly. Instead, she scrutinized him and remarked, "Is this the best the shadow could send? A newcomer? Newcomer?" The man, aware of his inferiority compared to the seasoned veterans, felt the sting of her words. Having been with the shadow for 5 years and possessing a history as a killer prior to joining, to be labeled a newcomer by her was an affront. Xiaoying asked, "Was it Joker who dispatched you?" The man inhaled sharply, evidently feeling a sense of dread as the girl's understanding of their situation became apparent. It was as though a hunter lay in wait in the shadows, and he was the exposed prey, vulnerable and rife with weaknesses. A shiver ran down his spine. The term Joker spoken by the girl referred not to a fool, but to the codename of the leader of their shadow organization, signifying an ace rather than a jester. The head of the shadows and several of his lieutenants were designated by titles derived from playing cards: Spade Ace, Heart King, and Club Queen. The assassins within the organization were similarly categorized by various codenames, with the foremost being 10 ace killers identified by the prefix Shadow. Among these elite assassins, the first was the dreaded Blood Shadow, whose prowess instilled fear in all. He had been a prodigious killer, but had met his demise at sea months prior during a failed mission. The man's own codename was the string of numerical codes etched on his back. Under the astonished gaze of the man, Xiaoying continued to inquire, "After watching me for so many days, what have you discovered about me?" She followed up with a pointed question, "What does Joker wish to learn from me?" The man remained silent, and Xiaoying idly toyed with the silver needle in her hand. "I have a deep disdain for disobedient fools who bring suffering upon themselves." Her voice was soft, yet it sent a chill through the man's heart. Xiaoying rose and approached him, squatting before him. The man held his breath, nervously swallowing as he beheld the icy tip of the needle between her fingers. The slender needle pressed against his face, its frigid touch gliding along his skin with her movements. She spoke slowly, "I possess countless methods to compel you to speak." As her words lingered in the air, the silver needle suddenly pierced a specific acupoint, causing the man to groan in pain, beads of cold sweat breaking out as the muscles beneath his skin convulsed violently. It felt as though she were extracting his very essence, and he gasped for breath, the agony overwhelming. Another puncture followed, and this time he could not stifle his cries. He yelled out in torment, attempting to struggle and roll to alleviate the pain, but he found himself utterly immobilized. The sensation was unbearable. "Just kill me," he shouted in fury. Xiaoying smiled, as if to convey that it was far too merciful to grant such an end while he remained in her clutches. Unhurriedly, she continued her assault on his mental defenses, piercing through his resolve with each needle thrust until he could bear it no longer. In desperate agony, he exclaimed, "I will talk. I will talk." Xiaoying replied, "You should have spoken sooner to avoid this suffering." Gathering his strength, he finally divulged, "Joker suspects you have a connection to our organization's ace assassin, Blood Shadow." Xiaoying brandished the silver needle once more, her expression impassive. "I do not wish to hear trivialities." The man felt a tightening at his scalp. "Joker suspects you are a secret apprentice of Blood Shadow." "Continue," she urged. "Initially, in the arena, you took the place of the Nameless One, and Blood Shadow became the new leader of Blackwater, replacing him. Joker suspects you are a product of Blood Shadow's training, for through observation, It has become evident that you and Blood Shadow not only share similar skills, but are also capable of using silver needles for both killing and healing. Furthermore, there is Chung Jinyan. Chung Jinyan was once Blood Shadow's closest companion, yet has suddenly grown so close to you, which raises significant suspicions. Thus, he took a perilous risk tonight, seeking to observe Qiaoying further, only to find himself exposed. Qiaoying responded, and so? The man replied, therefore, Joker suspects you are a replica of Blood Shadow. Qiaoying grimaced in disgust, as though she had just swallowed a fly. The man failed to comprehend her reaction, for he could not fathom that it was their leader, Joker, who truly desired to replicate Blood Shadow. Those old men. Their intentions extended beyond mere genetic duplication. They aspired to sever ties and use her as a pawn, binding her with their so-called gratitude, while sullying her with their vile and repugnant ideologies. Qiaoying questioned, do they presume everyone is as filthy as they are? She retracted her thoughts, asking, what else? The man replied, the higher-ups instructed me not to alarm you. We do not wish to be your adversaries. If you have no connection to Blood Shadow, the shadows would be willing to accept you. Qiaoying inquired, what if I do? The man gazed at her, and after a pause, responded, then we would eliminate you. If she were indeed a covertly trained assassin of Blood Shadow. If she were a creation of Blood Shadow itself, the shadows would offer her no mercy. Qiaoying asked, how many are watching me? The man shook his head, revealing that apart from himself, he was unaware of any others. At that moment, Qiaoying questioned, how did Blood Shadow perish? The man hesitated briefly before truthfully stating, mission failure, drowned in the sea. Qiaoying let out a cold laugh, filled with derision, as though she had heard the most ludicrous joke. It was indeed consistent with the old men's style and rhetoric. A mission failure for the foremost assassin. A lifetime of victories culminating in such a ridiculous demise. Was this an affront to her? Qiaoying suppressed her laughter, scrutinizing the man. You possess potential as an assassin based solely on your skills. Do you have anything to say? Any final words? The man asked, who are you? She retorted, you are not yet worthy of that knowledge. Qiaoying then smiled silently, adding, moreover, what purpose does it serve for a dead person to know so much? The man's eyes widened in shock. In the hospital, old Master Qin's condition had just stabilized. Qin Hanyue stood alone by the window at the end of the corridor, smoking. The night breeze flickered the orange glow of his cigarette, casting a deeper shadow over his brow and eyes. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Hanyue's thoughts slowly returned to the present. He was somewhat taken aback and glanced at the time. At midnight. Qiaoying contacting him was a rare occurrence, especially at such a late hour. Indeed, an unprecedented event. The heaviness in Qin Hanyue's heart was somewhat alleviated, and he answered the call, his voice softened and slightly hoarse from the smoke, losing some of its usual coldness. Miss Qiao, you are still awake at this late hour? Qiaoying replied, Mr. Qin, may I borrow 2 individuals to handle a corpse? Chapter 120 Qin Hanyue, are you injured? Your technique does not appear to be that of a novice. At the top floor of the hospital, well-trained bodyguards maintained a vigilant watch. The Qin family gathered in the corridor outside the intensive care unit. Elder Ming, along with several experts and the attending physician, was engaged in conversation with Qin's mother, while the rest of the Qin family gathered around, listening intently. After Elder Ming concluded his remarks, his thoughts drifted to Qiaoying, the young girl possessing profound insights into traditional Chinese medicine. He wondered whether she had conducted any research on detoxification. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing that he was grasping at straws. At such a tender age, it was implausible for her to have such extensive knowledge. Although she had spoken at length about the 2 prescriptions, and her expertise was considerable, it remained mere theoretical discourse. If he and a multitude of experts were at a loss, how could a girl in her teens possibly have a solution? Even if she had ideas, he would not dare to trust or attempt them. The atmosphere plummeted to a nadir. Qin's mother wore a grim expression, while at that moment, Qin Hanyue called for Qin Yin to leave. As Qin Hanyue abruptly turned to depart, Qin's mother attempted to call out to him, but he moved too swiftly and had already entered the elevator. The first floor of the villa was eerily calm, as if nothing had transpired. Qin Hanyue ascended directly to the 2nd floor, and as the door opened, a wave of metallic scent assaulted him. He had no time to survey his surroundings. His gaze fixated on the girl who opened the door, swiftly scanning her from head to toe, his anxiety palpable. Are you injured? Qin Hanyue inquired. Why did you come in person? Qiaoying responded. She had informed him over the phone that the corpse belonged to a shadow assassin. If he found it inconvenient to assist, it was perfectly acceptable. She had merely requested that he discreetly send 2 individuals to help. Yet, he had come himself. Seeing that she was unharmed, Qin Hanyue felt a sense of relief. I just can't shake my concerns, he remarked as he stepped inside. Qin Yin and 2 shadow guards followed closely behind. Upon entering, they were all taken aback. What had once been a pristine room was now utterly ravaged. The television, sofa, coffee table, and storage cabinet. Everything that could be smashed lay in ruins. Even the curtains had been torn down completely. On the floor, a man lay in a gruesome state. His clothing had been stripped away, revealing numerous combat wounds on his back. The body, though still warm, exhibited an unnerving rigidity, with a peculiar wound on the nape of his neck and coated markings along his spine. The man had been slain with a single cut to the throat. The assailant had even taken precautions to avoid splattering blood on the floor, using the man's clothing to cushion the neck. This method was clearly not one employed for the first time. The man bore signs of having suffered inhuman torment during his life. Qin Yan furtively cast a glance at the seemingly unperturbed Xiao Ying, feeling a chill at the disturbing psychological resilience displayed. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Xiao Ying felt an unusual sense of embarrassment. She touched her nose and offered an explanation. I was testing his skills, which is why the room is in such disarray. Otherwise, given his abilities, I could have subdued him in a fraction of the time. The moment I pulled him in through the window, I could have easily taken his life. Qin Hanyue's eyes roamed over the man's back, the strange wound on his neck, the coated markings along his spine, and the inconspicuous glass vial containing an unknown liquid that stood out in the room. The corpse was soon removed by the two shadow guards. I had intended to handle this myself, but as you can see, there are people everywhere outside, Xiao Ying innocently remarked. The hour is late, yet the cacophony of horns continues to reverberate outside. This sentiment simultaneously invoked memories for Qin Hanyue and Qin Yin of the enigmatic smile and cryptic words spoken by Xiao Ying on the day she moved into the villa. Her mention of inconvenience, could it possibly allude to the disposal of a body? A shiver coursed through Qin Yin. Miss Qiao, what is the identity of that individual? It was evident that this person must indeed be an enemy of Xiao Ying. The existence of an adversary confirmed that her prior request for the third master to be contacted was genuinely rooted in concern for his safety. However, Qin Hanyue dismissed him, instructing, "You should leave and bring in a couple of others to clean up." Understood, Qin Yin replied. Once Qin Yin departed, Qin Hanyue turned to Xiao Ying, inquiring, "How did you become entangled with the shadow?" Xiao Ying corrected him, "It is not merely a matter of becoming involved with the shadow, it is the entire shadow." Qin Hanyue gazed at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Xiao Ying abruptly posed an unrelated question, "Have you been smoking?" As he opened the door, she caught a faint whiff of smoke lingering on his breath. Though they had known each other for some time, she had never witnessed him smoke before. Assuming he was not a smoker, only to realize he simply indulged infrequently, she pondered asking him why he chose to smoke at such a late hour. Ignoring her query, Qin Hanyue earnestly asked, "What can I do to assist you?" His words compelled Xiao Ying to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked. Qin Hanyue's were deep and fervent, revealing no pretense, while Xiao Ying's were cool and devoid of warmth. As she regarded him, an inscrutable thought seemed to flicker across her eyes for a brief moment before vanishing. My vendetta with the shadow will not cease until one of us is dead. Tonight is merely the beginning. Do you still wish to aid me, Mr. Qin? She inquired nonchalantly. Without hesitation, he affirmed, yes. Xiao Ying fell silent once more. After a brief pause, she averted her gaze from his face, her demeanor slightly awkward. I can avenge this grudge on my own, Mr. Qin. You have already rendered me considerable assistance tonight, but I am capable of more than merely helping you dispose of a body, Qin Hanyue countered. Xiao Ying smiled lightly. Of course, the formidable leader endowed by the divine, I have no doubts about your capabilities. Should the need arise, I will not hesitate to reach out to you. Yet, Qin Hanyue discerned that her words were merely a formality. He yearned to press for further details regarding her enmity with the shadow, but lacked a means to unearth the truth. Consequently, he suggested, perhaps you should return to the school. There, they would at least refrain from acting recklessly. Alternatively, you could stay at my residence. The notion of residing in the Qin household resonated clearly in Xiao Ying's ears. The sooner this vendetta is settled, the better. Avoidance will only squander time. Do not concern yourself with me, Mr. Qin. I will not undertake anything without assurance. Observing the worry in Qin Hanyue's eyes, Xiao Ying, for reasons unknown, elaborated, when I confront the shadow, I possess an undeniable advantage. They know little of me, while I am intimately familiar with them. She added no one could comprehend the shadow better than she. Qin Hanyue replied, that is a professional assassination organization. How could one not be concerned? The assassins of the shadow are not comparable to the mere mercenaries found in the arenas of M continent, who may be physically capable, yet lack intellect. Upon realizing the existence of enemies within the Qiao family, Qin Hanyue pondered over various suspects, never anticipating that it would be the shadow. Xiao Ying, feeling somewhat helpless, contemplated what she could possibly say to assure him that she was not courting death. Surely, she could not disclose that she, too, was an assassin. After all, the shadow was her previous life's homeland, her sustenance and nurturing. Xiao Ying asserted, I would never gamble with my own life. Qin Hanyue inquired, is Cheng Jinyan aware? The heir of the underworld, given his close relationship with Xiao Ying, surely must know. If he did, it would be impossible for him not to assist. He knows. He trusts me, Xiao Ying replied. The mere mention of Cheng Jingyan's trust rendered Qin Hanyue speechless, enlightening him to the fact that his understanding of her was profoundly lacking. Mr. Qin, are you reassured now? Xiao Ying queried. Qin Hanyue responded, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Xiao Ying smiled and nodded slightly. Chapter 121. Attending the Shadows charity auction, Xiao Ying sat on the newly replaced sofa, laptop in hand, typing away. The room had been restored to its former state. Damaged items were replaced, and the bloodstains on the walls and floor were thoroughly cleaned, leaving the air fresh. No one would suspect that a corpse had once laid upon that very ground. As her fingers danced across the keyboard, the screen flickered with rapidly changing code. Effortlessly breaching the household registration database of the capital, successfully filtering through millions of records to locate an old acquaintance, Redheart K. This familiar figure had once casually mentioned to her that he intended to retire in the capital, and surprisingly, he had indeed arrived. Wei Qingyuan. Having crafted himself such an artistic moniker, the most powerful branch of the shadow concealed within the capital, Xiao Ying could not ascertain if this faction was now under the stewardship of the retired Redheart K. After all, regardless of who it was, even those formidable old-timers, as long as they were alive, could never fully sever ties with the shadow. Their so-called retirement was merely a change of identity to continue their nefarious deeds. Xiao Ying casually browsed through the new identity of her old acquaintance. The new background appeared pristine, and he had even adopted the persona of a philanthropist. As she gazed at the familiar face on the screen, her eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a savage thrill. Rather than waiting for them to come to her, she preferred to take the initiative. Thus, she resolved to start with him. Redheart K. Wei Qingyuan. It was quite timely. 2 days hence, this illustrious philanthropist was to host an auction under the guise of charity. Given Redheart K's current standing, the attendees would undoubtedly be individuals of no ordinary caliber. 2 days later, at a private mansion in the heart of the capital, the grand charity auction unfolded as scheduled. A procession of top-tier luxury vehicles arrived, with many prominent figures from the capital, many accompanied by their families. In the spirit of philanthropy, the attendees donned simple attire, yet upon closer inspection, each outfit was meticulously curated, exuding elegance from head to toe. At a glance, they all bore an air of affluence. Within this circle, familiar faces abounded as guests presented their invitations while exchanging pleasantries upon entry. Xiao Ying emerged from a taxi, sporting a short-sleeved top paired with fitted black casual trousers, successfully capturing the attention of all present. Let us first not mention the unpretentious attire of the girl, but rather the deep blue taxi that had undoubtedly seen many years. Its body coated with dust and its engine roaring, which upon its arrival, instantly commanded attention. Such a taxi seemed out of place on this street, let alone parked at the entrance of this grand mansion. True to the curiosity that lingered in the hearts of onlookers, the girl stepped out and approached them directly. Was she also here for the auction? A staff member at the entrance, adorned with a Bluetooth headset, deftly intercepted her, scrutinizing her with a measured demeanor, and politely requested, "Please present your invitation." Despite her simple clothing and modest mode of transportation, her countenance and aura were anything but ordinary. After all, some affluent individuals do prefer to travel incognito. As anticipated, the girl presented an invitation. The staff member took it, opened it, and another colleague, clutching a laptop, promptly searched the list to verify her identity. Once confirmed, he nodded, and the staff member respectfully closed the invitation and gestured for her to enter, saying, "Miss Chiao, please proceed." Su Lingwei remarked, "What is the meaning of this Wei mansion? Why are they inviting such common folk?" At her words, her father admonished her, "Lingwei, refrain from speaking recklessly." Su Lingwei pouted, withdrawing her gaze from Xiao Ying, and followed the staff into the venue. Xiao Ying leisurely trailed behind the staff, casually observing the surroundings. Along the way, she noted numerous certificates of honor awarded to philanthropists displayed on the walls. "Mr. Wei truly possesses a compassionate heart," she commented. "Mr. Wei has devoted his life to charitable endeavors and serves as the vice president of the National Charity Association, truly a living bodhisattva." The staff member replied with a sweet smile, blissfully unaware of the irony laced in Xiao Ying's expression. "Miss Chiao?" A voice suddenly called from behind her. The sound of footsteps approaching. Xiao Ying turned, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Is it really you, Miss Chiao?" Qin Yuchan exclaimed in surprise and delight. "What a remarkable coincidence to encounter you in such a vast city." Noticing the empty space behind Qin Yuchan, Xiao Ying instinctively glanced and inquired, "Where is your third uncle?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Qin Yan, silently asking, "What about Qin Hanyue?" Qin Yuchan replied, "My third uncle does not favor such gatherings. He typically sends me in his stead." Xiao Ying nodded slightly, realizing that Qin Yuchan was indeed a favored protege of the Qin family. even entrusted with the confidant of Qin Hanyue. How did you come to be here, Miss Qiao? Qin Yuchan asked. To broaden my horizons, Xiaoying replied. The frivolity of her words elicited an incredulous reaction from Qin Yan, who couldn't help but interject. Do you really need to broaden your horizons? He then cautiously added. Miss Qiao, this is a charity auction. It is a philanthropic event. Fighting is not permitted, nor is violence. I am here to contribute my goodwill, Xiaoying stated. Qin Yan chuckled awkwardly, his mind flooded with the image of Xiaoying, serene and unbothered, beside a peculiar corpse just 2 days prior. Qin Yuchan smiled and responded. Miss Qiao, you remain as warm-hearted as ever. Shall we proceed together? Xiaoying said nothing but nodded in agreement. Qin Yan walked behind, observing the blinded Qin Yuchan ahead. Secretly shaking his head, stealthily, he took out his phone, opened the camera, and captured a moment. In the office, Qin Hanyue lifted his head from a mountain of work and casually checked his phone, receiving a photo sent by Qin Yan. Instantly recognizing the silhouette of Qiao Ying and the figure of Qin Yuchan walking alongside her, he noted how Qin Yuchan was turned slightly, conversing with Qiao Ying, his face practically glowing with joy. With over half an hour remaining before the auction commenced, the three of them settled into a row at the center of the venue. With Qin Yan seated at the innermost end, Qiao Ying positioned towards the outside, and Qin Yuchan in between. Qin Yuchan remarked, I have yet to properly thank Miss Qiao. During our last meal together, I intended to express my gratitude formally, but the opportunity eluded me. Qiao Ying responded, I merely took money for saving a life. There is no need for further thanks, young Master Qin. Qin Yuchan chuckled softly. However, my life is worth far more than a mere million. No matter how I repay this debt, it remains unfulfilled. Qiao Ying regarded him. Then why such a small sum? She had been in dire need of money at that time. Qin Yuchan was taken aback by her candidness, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Yan shook his head. Young Master Yuchan, you are still too young. When I met Miss Qiao, she was still a student. I feared that a larger amount would be beyond her means. I was short-sighted. Being questioned so directly was not humiliating, merely somewhat awkward. If Miss Qiao is willing, may I perhaps have another opportunity to repay this kindness? Or, if there is something you desire at the auction, I could procure it for you. Qiao Ying replied, no need. I am not lacking in money at present. Qin Yuchan felt another pang of emotion, yet he smiled again, deeply captivated by Qiao Ying's forthright demeanor. Later, he seized the opportunity to inquire. I heard from Assistant Qin that you met my third uncle while traveling in M Continent during the summer vacation. Is that how you became acquainted? Qin Yuchan had always been puzzled by the notion of a high school girl traveling to M Continent. Xiao Ying acknowledged him, adding that the situation there was somewhat chaotic, and she was fortunate to have his third uncle's protection. Qin Yuchan's imagination filled with heroic tales of his uncle saving the damsel in distress, completely oblivious to Qin Yan's expression of discomfort beside him. In truth, after I was taken from Yin City, I wished to express my gratitude to Miss Qiao in person, but I was injured at the time, thus I asked my third uncle to convey my thanks. Qin Yuchan always felt that his uncle had met Xiao Ying before their encounter in M Continent, likely during his uncle's visit to Yin City. Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow, realizing that only Qin Hanyue and Qin Yan were present in the car at that time. As more attendees arrived, the auction commenced, with the host standing on stage delivering a speech. After a plethora of expressions of gratitude, he announced, next, we invite the organizer of this charity auction, Mr. Wei Qingyuan. An elderly gentleman, flanked by several bodyguards, made his entrance. With a cane in hand, he bore a kind visage, his smile warm yet commanding as he was assisted onto the stage by his adopted son. He certainly appeared as a frail elder, yet his strides were distinct, steady, and vigorous, exuding a lightness and agility that any seasoned practitioner present could easily discern. Seated, Xiao Ying gazed at the familiar visage of the elder, a face she could not forget, and an involuntary cold smile crept upon her lips, laden with myriad sentiments. The elder on stage expressed his gratitude and extolled the virtues of philanthropy. To Xiao Ying's ears, it was an absurd farce. A man whose hands were stained with blood, devoid of compassion, and notorious for nurturing killing machines, had yet to lay down his butcher's knife, yet he was lauded as a great philanthropist. The irony was indeed grotesque. Was it a case of a guilty conscience after a lifetime of malevolence, now seeking to accumulate virtue? Did he fear the prospect of hell after death? With so many karmic burdens, how many lifetimes of virtue would suffice for atonement? Qin Yuqing inquired, Miss Qiao, do you know Mr. Wei? Xiao Ying responded, an invitation from a friend. Qin Yuqing thought to himself, no wonder. At that moment, a familiar presence settled beside her, exuding a cold, piercing aura. Xiao Ying diverted her gaze from the stage to the man beside her. Qin Hanyue's subtly smiling countenance met her eyes. Uncle, what brings you here? Qin Yuqing was taken aback, his gaze crossing over Xiao Ying's head to meet his uncle's. Instinctively, Qin Yuqing straightened his posture, ready to stand at attention had the occasion permitted. Qin Yan remarked. You arrived quite swiftly. A raise is assured. Qin Hanyue replied nonchalantly. I can spare the time for one auction. He cast a glance at the stage, subtly reminding him, the auction has commenced, implying, pay attention to the proceedings. Thus, Qin Yuqing dutifully focused on the auction, though his mind pondered whether Qiao Ying had notified his uncle or if it was Qin Yan. Regardless of who it was evident his uncle had come for Qiao Ying. Qin Hanyue entered through the back door, causing no disturbance to others. When those in front turned to acknowledge his presence, he raised a hand in polite refusal. Adjusting his posture slightly, he leaned toward Qiao Ying and quietly asked, where did you acquire the invitation? The content was not suitable for others to overhear, compelling Qiao Ying to lean closer to Qin Hanyue. I wrote it myself, adding my name to their electronic list to gain entry. Qin Hanyue replied, I assumed you had taken it. Qiao Ying countered, why exert such effort when I could simply use my intellect? Qin Hanyue chuckled softly, why not ask me for a ready-made invitation? Their heads were so close that a few errant strands of Qiao Ying's short, plush hair brushed against Qin Hanyue's cool, firm cheek, tickling him slightly. He could catch the pleasant scent of her shampoo, refreshing and reminiscent of mint, though not entirely so. Qiao Ying retorted, weren't you originally not coming? Qin Hanyue replied, indeed. There was no purpose in attending. His words seemed to reveal a more apparent intent. Qiao Ying lifted her gaze to meet his, their eyes locking. At this proximity, they could sense each other's distinct breaths. Qin Hanyue's lips tightened slightly as he beheld the delicate, fair visage of the girl before him. However, before he could contemplate anything, Qiao Ying cast a glance at him and said nothing, not even a flicker of response, and turned her attention back to the stage. She didn't even alter her expression. With his heart racing, Qin Hanyue steadied himself and inquired, which item has caught your eye? Qiao Ying replied, I am merely here to enjoy the atmosphere. This statement was hardly credible, not just to Qin Hanyue, but even to Qin Yan. Qiao Ying continued, what? Are you afraid I might cause a scene? Qin Hanyue did not respond verbally, yet his eyes conveyed everything. Under different circumstances, he might have believed her. But this was a charity auction. Could she truly have come to express goodwill? If not for the items being auctioned, then perhaps for the attendees or the organizer. Wei Qingyuan? Qiao Ying then inquired. So, are you here to keep an eye on me or to assist me? Qin Hanyue replied, naturally, I am here to assist. Qiao Ying teased, what if I intend to blow this place up? Would you assist then? Qin Hanyue retorted, if you ignite the fuse, I have a lighter on me. Qiao Ying glanced at him and smiled. It was preposterous to consider an explosion here. Not only would the prominent guests at this gathering be innocent, but in such an expansive venue, how could one possibly eliminate the esteemed Shadow's third-in-command, the Red Heart K? Although Qin Yuchan's gaze remained fixed on the stage, his peripheral vision was keenly aware of the conversation between Qiao Ying and his uncle, their proximity suggesting an intimate exchange, oblivious to those around them. He had never witnessed his uncle appear so unassuming. The first item up for auction was an antique vase, starting at $3,500,000, and a woman acquired it for $10 million. The second item was an ancient painting, fetching $6 million, then $6,500,000. As Qiao Ying listened to the ever-increasing bids, the thought that this money would be donated for charity through the hands of Red Heart K nearly made her laugh. Charity? Red Heart K? Her gaze shifted to Wei Qingyuan, who sat with his back to her at the front. The auction proceeded monotonously, and for the evening's sixth item, the Desert Fox brooch by Cartier, which originated in 1940, the starting bid was $3 million, with a minimum increment of $500,000. The bidding commenced. $3,500,000. $4,500,000. $8 million. At this moment, Qiao Ying raised her hand. $10 million. All three turned to look at her. Just as Qin Yuchan was about to speak, another steady voice interjected. Do you like it? Qiao Ying shot a glance at Qin Hanyue, but did not respond. A female voice called out from behind. $11 million. Qiao Ying promptly raised her hand again. $15 million. Su Lingwei frowned and glanced toward the source of the voice, wishing to see who was competing against her, and then recognized the girl in short sleeves who had arrived by taxi. Qiao Ying. Su Lingwei frowned. Very well. This lady bids $15 million. Is there any higher? The host remarked, scanning for Su Lingwei, who had been shouting bids. Su Lingwei called out again. $17 million. Qiao Ying responded. $20 million. Su Lingwei countered. $22 million. $25 million. Qiao Ying declared. Su Lingwei, exasperated, began to rise, but her father restrained her, asking, Lingwei, what are you doing? Su Lingwei pointed at Qiao Ying ahead. Dad, don't you see it's that girl? She was utterly devoid of funds. This was a deliberate attempt to inflate the price. Mr. Su remarked, if you fancy it, bid freely, but do not engage in actions that undermine your own worth. Those present are esteemed figures. Do not create a spectacle. Su Lingwei retorted defiantly. She is intentionally driving up the price. Who else would escalate the bid in such a manner? Mr. Su sighed. When will you learn to temper your impulsiveness? After receiving a glimmer of hope that lasted 2 to 3 months, only to find herself without any further communication from Qin Hanyue. Su Lingwei attended this auction merely for a respite, only to encounter this vexing situation once again. How could she possibly endure it? What should have been a straightforward bidding war devolved into a clash between two women. The onlookers instinctively turned their gazes toward the two contenders. Those in the back could not discern who was competing with the Su family, but the front row had a clear view. Curiosity piqued, they turned around. And upon noticing Qin Hanyue seated beside the young lady, their expressions transformed instantly, each one bowing and scraping to Qin Hanyue. Only then did they furtively glance at the girl nestled among the Su family members, pondering her mysterious background. Mr. Su followed suit, observing Qiao Ying but gleaning little. Though the silhouette of the man beside the girl felt somewhat familiar. This young lady bids 25 million. Is there no higher offer? The host repeated thrice. 25 million for the first time, 25 million for the second time. His gaze fixated on Su Lingwei. Not only the host, but numerous attendees were also watching her intently. For a brooch, Su Lingwei had anticipated a maximum bid of 15 million, yet it had nearly doubled. She refused to be the fool in this scenario. Observing his daughter's silence, Mr. Su believed she had finally gained composure, only for Su Lingwei to exclaim, 30 million. Understanding his daughter's discontent, Mr. Su decided to let it slide, reassuring himself that it was all for charity. However, after her declaration, Su Lingwei smugly thought, let her bid as she pleases. I am curious to see if she, who hails a taxi, can truly afford such a sum. If she dares to bid, let her be the one to suffer. Su Lingwei awaited the spectacle of Qiao Ying's folly. Yet, there was no response from Qiao Ying. Qin Hanyue glanced toward her, waiting in vain for her to make another bid, while she disregarded the host's subtle cues. Observing this, Qin Hanyue raised his hand to bid on her behalf. But just as he did, Qiao Ying seized his wrist. In Chapter 123, in front of Qin Hanyue, she sought the contact information of another man. If Qiao Ying desired something, be it a mere brooch worth several million, or even a bench worth billions to take back home, she could easily procure it. However, as Qin Hanyue's hand lifted, Qiao Ying grasped it firmly. He felt a slight tension in his back, directing his gaze toward their intertwined hands. Qiao Ying's hand was petite, fair, and exquisitely delicate, contrasting with his own larger, calloused palm, making her hand appear even more dainty. The softness of her fingers, perhaps chilled by the low air conditioning, met with Qin Hanyue's robust warmth, creating a vivid sensory collision that was palpable both visually and physically. Qin Yan, intrigued by Qiao Ying's sudden lack of bidding, discreetly straightened his posture and leaned forward, his eyes darting to the corners, where he caught a glimpse of Qiao in grasping the hand of his family's third master. In that instant, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he thought to himself, third master certainly did not come in vain this time. He struck gold. Even Qin Yan, from his vantage point, could see it, let alone Qin Yuchen, who was seated closer. Swallowing hard, Qin Hanyue remarked, if you like it, bid for it. Money is no object. His gaze remained fixated on their intertwined hands. It seemed Qiao Ying was oblivious to the fact that she had not released her grip. She countered with a question of her own. What purpose does bidding serve? This item is neither consumable nor aesthetically pleasing. Even if I were to frivolously spend my wealth, I would not squander it on that old wretch from the shadows. Qin Hanyue responded, is there a past grievance with her? This her referred, of course, to the woman competing with Qiao Ying in the bidding war. Qiao Ying shrugged, I was merely calling out for fun. She sought only to attract Wei Qingyuan's attention, haphazardly shouting without a clue as to who her competitor was. One could only say that her opponent was simply unfortunate. Nevertheless, they were all there for charity, not lacking in funds, and spending tens of millions could be seen as a virtuous act. Qin Hanyue said nothing further, his thoughts consumed by their clasped hands. Though he had little experience with romance, his life experiences had endowed him with wisdom and being a man of action. He found it hard to resist such an excellent opportunity. After all, who could remain unperturbed like a paragon of virtue when he had subtly conveyed his affections to the young lady more than once? It was not entirely inappropriate. Thus, emboldened by his desires, Qin Hanyue attempted to tighten his grip on Qiao Ying's hand. However, he had lost himself for too long in thought, wasting precious moments. By the time he resolved to act, Qiao Ying had released her hold. Qin Hanyue grasped at nothing but air. After retracting his hand, Qiao Ying cast a sidelong glance at his palm, quietly thinking, why is this man's hand so warm? Little did Qin Hanyue suspect that his own elevated body temperature had startled Qiao Ying back to her senses, prompting her to withdraw her hand. With his thumb gently rubbing the palm of his hand, he savored the lingering softness and warmth, ultimately gazing at his empty palm with a sigh. 30 million, going once. 30 million, going twice. 30 million, going thrice, sold. The host proclaimed with rapidity, fearful of any unforeseen changes. Let us congratulate this young lady for her charitable contribution. As the host led the applause, the audience joined in applauding the young lady's benevolence. What was intended to be a spectacle of Xiao Ying's embarrassment turned into her unexpected triumph, as Su Lingwei seethed with indignation. Feeling like a fool amid the mocking gazes and raucous clapping, whispers mingled with the applause, speculating that the eldest daughter of the Su family did not appear capable of achieving success. Recent murmurs in their social circle hinted that the Qin family had intentions of an alliance with the Su family, yet now it seemed undoubtedly mere gossip. The Qin family? Is it the younger or the elder branch? Please don't tell me it's the elder branch. What kind of person would Third Master Qin be to take notice of her? It was likely that he had grown weary of family concerns due to his age. He could never possibly be interested in such a spoiled and wayward young lady. It seemed that the Su family was destined for decline in this generation. The previous generation had fared better, with 3 brothers capable of holding their own. It was a pity that the eldest had passed away young, leaving no heirs. The remaining 2 brothers had only daughters, none of whom seemed destined for greatness. These words undoubtedly struck Su Lingwei like a slap, prompting her to leave without hesitation. "Dad, I'm heading back," she declared, rising swiftly and exiting through the rear door. Su's father, affected by the conversation, felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He left his assistant to handle the transition with the organizers and departed as well. After the auction concluded, guests began to approach Wei Qingyuan at the front to exchange pleasantries and bid farewell. The 3 of them noticed that Xiao Ying remained still, so they too stayed put. Turning to him, Xiao Ying inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" Qin Hanyue replied, "I'm waiting for you." It was evident that she had something on her mind, a fact Qin Hanyue was keenly aware of. Indeed, Xiao Ying then asked, "Everyone is greeting the philanthropist. Aren't you going, Mr. Qin?" Qin Hanyue, possessing remarkable intelligence and understanding of her, smiled and responded, "I shall go now." Although he was uncertain of Xiao Ying's intentions, he willingly played the role of her accomplice, rising to stride toward Wei Qingyuan. Xiao Ying and the others followed closely behind. "Old Master Wei, it is a pleasure to meet you, and it is truly an honor that you, Master Qin, could attend in person to lend your support," Wei Qingyuan expressed. "It is my duty to support charitable endeavors," Qin Hanyue replied. "This must be the young Master Qin, indeed a striking young man with exceptional charisma," Wei Qingyuan remarked. "You flatter me, Old Master Wei. I am still learning," Qin Yuchan responded, as they exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying's gaze fixated on Wei Qingyuan's adopted son behind him. Her direct stare prompted Teng Yin to look her way, and upon making eye contact, she offered him a subtle smile. The girl was stunning, her aura particularly captivating. Teng Yin had noticed her earlier during the bidding with the Su family, subsequently discovering Qin Hanyue beside her. As he assessed her, he heard her ask, "Are you Old Master Wei's?" Teng Yin returned her smile, replying, "Adopted son. You have accomplished so many noble charitable deeds, assisting countless individuals. You are truly remarkable." Xiao Ying remarked. "You flatter me," Teng Yin said modestly. The diligent tool, noticing Xiao Ying engaged in lively conversation with another man, felt a chill wash over him. Despite maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he glanced at Teng Yin, his gaze heavy and scrutinizing. Teng Yin was indeed striking, yet he lacked the delicate, fair complexion and the quiet, obedient demeanor that Xiao Ying seemed to favor. "May I have your contact information?" Xiao Ying asked. "Of course," Teng Yin replied. As she retrieved her phone to save Teng Yin's personal contact, Qin Hanyue interjected, "And who might this be?" He had initially suspected that Xiao Ying was interested in Wei Qingyuan, only to realize it was this young man she pursued, making his role as a tool rather counterproductive. Wei Qingyuan chuckled, "Master Qin, you seem to forget easily. This is my adopted son, whom you have met before." Teng Yin extended his hand toward Qin Hanyue, saying, "Master Qin, we have met." Qin Hanyue, with his hands tucked into his trousers, cast a glance at the extended hand but did not move. After allowing a moment to pass, he finally reached out to shake Teng Yin's hand. Chapter 124. Xiao Ying, I can perform Old Master Qin's surgery. In the car on the way back, Xiao Ying propped her elbow against the edge of the window, resting her head on one hand as she gazed at her phone screen, entirely oblivious to the low tension within the vehicle. After all, for her, only the aura of death holds substance. Qin Hanyue cast a glance at her phone screen, noticing her fixation on Teng Yin's phone number. His left thumb rhythmically tapped against the back of his right hand. Poor Qin Yin, who was driving ahead, felt an uncomfortable pang in his teeth. Qin Hanyue remarked, "I thought Miss Chiao was interested in Wei Qingyuan." His tone bore no trace of anomaly. Xiao Ying shot him a sideways glance. "Is Mr. Qin displeased with something? Displeased at being her tool?" Qin Hanyue replied, "Not at all, merely curious." Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow at him. Qin Hanyue continued, "This should be Miss Chiao's first time proactively requesting someone's contact information. I wonder what it is about this person that caught her eye." Xiao Ying stated, "I have no interest in him. This phone number was not sought for idle chatter. It was intended for eavesdropping." What was Qin Hanyue imagining? His perception was askew. That old rogue, Red Heart K, must have paved a path for himself before retreating, establishing his own influence in the capital. Should he take control of the Shadows branch in the city, it would not be easily dealt with. She at least needed to probe his background before making her move. She could not appear too overt, so she could only act through this old fellow's adopted son. She needed to act swiftly. The Shadow would soon discover that their dispatched assassin had met his demise at her hands. If Joker were to contact Red Heart K, she would find herself under his scrutiny, and the intent behind her proactive exchange of contact information would be laid bare, transforming her from the initiator to the passive. Qin Hanyue had intended to subtly probe for information, but to his surprise, Xiaoying directly stated her lack of interest in Teng Yin. As soon as Xiaoying uttered those words, Qin Yin felt an immediate relief. If Miss Qiao did not clarify soon, he would surely suffocate from the tension. It was unexpected that the third master could also exhibit jealousy in such a sardonic manner. One could only wonder if he had crushed the hand of Wei's adopted son during the auction. The poor fellow had unwittingly found himself on the third master's death list. It was truly terrifying. With a single phrase, Xiaoying effortlessly calmed the situation. Wei Qingyuan had begun to make frequent appearances in the capital over a decade ago. He had previously been abroad, and I had dealings with him on a few occasions. What is it that Miss Qiao wishes to know? Uncertain of Xiao Ying's intentions, Qin Hanyue decided to play the role of informant. Xiaoying responded, nothing. Over a decade ago? She had known him for 20 years. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Xiaoying courteously invited. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? Qin Hanyue stepped out, yet before he could enter, a phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. I'll be right there. Has Ming been notified? He quickly relayed a message to Xiaoying and turned to leave. What is the urgency? Xiaoying inquired, standing at the door. My father is critically ill, Qin Hanyue replied. He opened the car door and took a seat, but the next moment, he was pulled back out. Looking up, he saw Xiaoying standing at the door, instructing him, get back in. After ushering Qin Hanyue into the vehicle, Xiaoying followed suit. He glanced at her, said nothing further, and then turned to Qin Yin, commanding, to the hospital. At the pinnacle of the hospital, chaos reigned at the entrance of the emergency room. The Qin family, including the elder and younger generations, the hospital director, the deputy director, and a multitude of experts from various medical fields, filled the space. Qin's mother, supported into a chair, trembled uncontrollably, tears glistening in her eyes. Where's Hanyu? She implored her eldest son, seeking a pillar of strength. Qin Yuchan responded on behalf of his father, Grandma, Uncle is already on his way. He had just arrived, drenched in sweat. Do not worry, Grandpa will be fine. Indeed, Mother, another voice chimed in. Father is blessed, and will pull through. Elder Ming is also en route. Soon, Elder Ming arrived, accompanied by his young apprentice, having hurried over despite his advanced age. The emergency room doors swung open, and the attending physician emerged, lowering his mask. Surgery is imperative, we can delay no longer. The moment Qin's matriarch heard this, her heart sank. Struggling to maintain her composure, she queried, surgery? Did you not say the success rate is below 4%? The physician replied, this is the only chance. Without it, we can only await death. With it, there remains a glimmer of hope. Qin's mother interjected, even if the blood clot is removed, what of the poison in his system? If it cannot be resolved, how long can he survive? All eyes turned toward Elder Ming. Faced with the weight of the Qin family's hopeful gazes, he hesitated, ultimately shaking his head. At most, a month. Even with a successful operation, if the poison persists, he would not last beyond a month, and he would suffer greatly before the end. Qin's mother shook her head, her legs giving way as she sank back into her chair, tears streaming silently down her face. The attending physician urged, you must decide swiftly. Everyone looked to the matriarch, who remained silent for a long moment before finally shaking her head. He has already endured a year of suffering in bed. Grandma? Qin Yuchan whispered, sensing the implication of abandonment. The atmosphere grew heavy. No one dared to voice this decision, leaving it solely to the matriarch, whose words were awaited with bated breath. Footsteps hurriedly approached. Before he could draw near, Qin Hanyue felt the oppressive atmosphere. He saw his mother weeping silently. Her eyes filled with despair. His heart tightened as he realized his uncle had arrived. Upon seeing Qin Hanyue, the Qin family felt a renewed sense of hope. Hanyue rushed forward. What is the situation? The eldest of the Qin family shook his head at his brother. Surgery is necessary, but it has less than a 4% success rate. Even if it succeeds, the poison remains, leaving only a month. Miss Qiao? Elder Ming inquired, surprised by the presence of Xiaoying, who had come alongside Qin Hanyue. Xiaoying nodded at Elder Ming, then reached for the thick medical record from the attending physician. He hesitated, frowning, ready to retrieve the records, but Elder Ming stopped him, saying, let her see it. It is not a confidential document. Besides, she arrived with Hanyue. Hanyue, perhaps we should reconsider. Qin's mother urged her younger son, shaking her head. I do not wish for your father to suffer any more before he passes. Qin Hanyue's lips tightened, remaining silent as the muscles in his cheeks twitched slightly. The sound of Qiaoying flipping through medical records echoed in the air, each page turning swiftly. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in the oppressive atmosphere, transforming mere minutes into what felt like centuries. At last, Qin Hanyue appeared to have made a monumental decision. He bore the pain with great fortitude, his lips barely moving, as he opened his mouth to speak. However, Qiaoying preempted him, declaring, I can perform the surgery. Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. With an air of nonchalance, she continued, prepare a surgical gown for me. Her words fell on deaf ears, as the onlookers perceived her as having lost her grasp on the gravity of the situation. The response from the group of doctors was particularly pronounced. Had it not been for her association with Qin Hanyue, she would have surely been dismissed. The members of the Qin family, despite their cultivated demeanor, were too preoccupied to engage in a dispute with the young woman, casting her complex glances before ignoring her entirely. However, the reactions of Ming Lao and Qin Yin diverged from the rest. While others were oblivious, Ming Lao had previously sat across from Qiaoying, discussing traditional Chinese medicine, and was well aware that her expertise surpassed his own, despite their discussions being largely theoretical. Qin Yin was taken aback by the revelation that Qiaoying was also proficient in Western medicine and capable of wielding a scalpel. His skepticism lingered, yet he was not as dismissive as the others. Just as Ming Lao was about to inquire further, Qin Hanyue interjected, asking, what is the success rate? Hanyue? The two elder brothers of the Qin family looked at their younger sibling with confusion and concern. Qin Hanyue was neither irrational nor questioning Qiaoying. He fixated intently on her. She responded, 100%. She added, I am uncertain of the nature of the toxin, but it should not be difficult to resolve. Chapter 125. Qiaoying. Are you familiar with Dr. Seeley? On the way here, Qiaoying had gleaned from Qin Hanyue the circumstances surrounding the elder Qin patriarch. A year prior, he had suffered a fall down the stairs, sustaining a head injury that resulted in a hematoma pressing against his nerves. The surgery itself was not overly complex. The challenge arose from their discovery that the elder was poisoned. Afflicted by a chronic toxin that Ming Lao estimated had been introduced at least 6 months prior to the fall. By the time it was detected, the poison had already permeated his system. Given the elder's advanced age, a routine craniotomy became a perilous undertaking. Throughout the past year, the Qin family had expended vast resources, seeking out renowned physicians worldwide, yet each one had, without exception, shaken their heads in dismay, unwilling to undertake the operation. The toxin within the elder was akin to a ticking time bomb, and no one could guarantee that it wouldn't detonate during surgery. In desperation, Qin Hanyue sought remedies from even the most obscure traditional healers. Qiaoying's statement, I don't know what this toxin is, but it should not be difficult to resolve, undoubtedly tested the limits of everyone's patience. Though they refrained from voicing their doubts out of respect for Qin Hanyue, their thoughts were far less courteous. The attending physician, maintaining his composure, remarked, Young lady, this is not the place for boastful claims. Unfazed, Qiaoying replied lightly, I left my medical license at home. This statement was solely directed towards Qin Hanyue, for as long as he believed it, his nod of agreement for the surgery would suffice. The onlookers wore expressions that questioned her sincerity, as if to say, do you truly believe this? However, Qiaoying was not fabricating. She indeed possessed the means. Securely residing in the villa in Country M, prepare for the surgery immediately and provide her with a surgical gown. She will be the primary surgeon, Qin Hanyue commanded. All eyes turned toward him, including Qiaoying's. She intended to voice her concerns, especially since it was his ailing father on the operating table. Yet he chose to trust her without hesitation. Mr. Qin, are you jesting with us? The doctors gazed at Qin Hanyue in disbelief. Had it not been for the knowledge of the considerable effort he had invested over the past year to save his father, they might have suspected a deep-seated animosity between father and son. Just as one doctor voiced his incredulity, a mere glance from Qin Hanyue caused him to retract his words. Qin's mother rose, questioning her hearing, and asked her younger son, Hanyue, did you actually say you want this young lady to perform surgery on your father? Fortunately for them, since the Qin family was under Qin Hanyue's authority, they held a mixture of admiration and trepidation for him. Had it been anyone else, the family would have eagerly lined up to reprimand this unfilial descendant. Convincing them to allow a mere teenager to operate on the esteemed elder of the Qin family was an insurmountable challenge. Anticipating a delay, Qiaoying interjected. Are you familiar with Dr. Seeley from Country M? This statement shifted the attention of everyone in the room, their gazes igniting with fervent interest, eagerly awaiting her elaboration. The moment the words escaped her lips, Qiaoying regretted it, especially under the intensity of Qin Hanyue's gaze. Dr. Seeley, known as the foremost surgeon internationally, was a name recognized by all present. When news of the elder Qin's critical condition reached them, Qin Hanyue had immediately departed for Country M in search of this prodigious surgeon, only to find that he could not even secure an audience with her. Qin Hanyue had expended considerable time and effort, leveraging all connections available to him, ultimately uncovering that this genius doctor was none other than the infamous assassin known as Blood Shadow, one who both took lives and saved them. Even Qin Hanyue was astonished at this revelation. Before he could locate her, news broke of Blood Shadow meeting a tragic end in the ocean. Just as someone was about to inquire if Qiaoying knew Dr. Seeley, or perhaps even daring to suggest that she might be the very same person. Under the weight of countless hopeful gazes, Qiaoying opened her mouth and said, "I have heard of her." She awkwardly touched her nose, feeling the embarrassment wash over her. The group reacted with surprise, while Qin Yin nearly gasped for breath. Qin Hanyue, regaining his focus, remarked, "Dr. Seeley is merely a teenager. She is a genius. And so is Qiaoying." The attending physician pondered Qin Hanyue's reasoning, but acknowledged that there was only one Dr. Seeley. He turned to Qiaoying, curious. At that moment, Qin Yin timidly raised his hand and said, "Miss Qiao previously assisted Principal Zhang, who was on the verge of a stroke due to severe headaches." Ming Lao glanced at Qin Yin and then back at Qiaoying, inquiring, "Is it true that you treated Principal Cheng's chronic headaches, Miss Qiao?" Without waiting for Qiaoying to speak, Old Ming continued, "I should have guessed it was you, Miss Qiao. Last week, Cheng Yong mentioned you to me, and I expressed my eagerness to meet you. Little did I know you were the very Miss Qiao. The needle you requested was indeed for your personal use." Old Ming, lost in his own excitement, appeared almost giddy. "I never anticipated that Miss Qiao not only possesses profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, but is also well-versed in Western medicine and adept with a scalpel." "Mr. Ming, do you know her?" a doctor inquired. "Indeed. You are all aware of Principal Zhang's hereditary ailment, which none of you could remedy. I can only administer acupuncture twice a month to alleviate his condition. Just a few days ago, I examined him and found his pulse remarkable. It was this young lady who treated him, and Principal Zhang mentioned she had only administered 3 sessions. He even claimed that if he were a decade younger, there might be a chance for a complete cure. Am I correct, Miss Qiao?" Old Ming turned to Qiaoying. She replied, "Can we proceed with the surgery now?" The group of doctors remained motionless, merely glancing at Qin Hanyue. They had not witnessed her skills firsthand and were unable to trust her capabilities. Even if she had some talent, her training was in traditional medicine. The divide between disciplines is as vast as a mountain. Could she truly operate on someone? What if complications arose during the surgery? No, complications were certain to occur, and they would inevitably face the repercussions. I have stated that she will perform the surgery, and you are to assist her. Should any issues arise, I will assume full responsibility, Qin Hanyue declared. "Hanyu?" Qin's mother interjected. Qin Hanyue replied directly, "Yuchun. Help grandma to rest." "Understood," Qin Yuchun responded. Qin Hanyue resolutely dismissed the objections and led Qiaoying into the operating room. As Qiaoying changed into her surgical attire, Old Ming followed her, asking, "Miss Qiao, is there anything I can assist with?" Qiaoying replied, "I may need your help to stabilize the patient's heart pulses if my hands are occupied." She took the opportunity to inquire in detail about the condition of old Master Qin. Soon, Qiaoying emerged at the operating room's entrance, donned in surgical garb, mask, cap, and goggles, completely enveloped. Ignoring the gazes of others, she locked eyes with Qin Hanyue. Although his face revealed no emotion, his eyes betrayed his concern. Qiaoying considered teasing him about donning a surgical gown to observe the procedure, but quickly dismissed the thought as somewhat inhumane. Instead, she approached him and stated, "I have never had a case of surgical failure." With that, she entered the operating room. Inside, Qiaoying assessed old Master Qin's condition. His lips were a deep purple, and she examined his pupils. Given his status, he undoubtedly had personal physicians and underwent regular checkups. Yet they had failed to detect the issue until the toxins had fully manifested. This poison was no ordinary threat. Under the watchful, complex gazes of everyone in the operating room, except for Old Ming, Qiaoying continued to check old Master Qin's pulse for 2 minutes. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The attending physician contemplated speaking up, but thought better of it, recalling the authoritative Qin Hanyue outside, and swallowed his words. This farce would undoubtedly become the greatest joke of his medical career. He could only hope that once they exited, the wrath of the man waiting outside would not be unleashed upon them. The pulse and the symptoms of poisoning caused Qiaoying to furrow her brow slightly. This toxin was, surprisingly, not entirely unfamiliar to her. "Prepare for surgery," she instructed. Chapter 126. The successful operation, the poison in the shadows outside the operating room. The Qin family observed the illuminated surgical lights and the imposing figure of Qin Hanyue standing before the door, unable to fathom that he had truly consented to let a mere teenage girl wield the scalpel. Consequently, the eldest of the Qin family inquired, "Qin Yin, who is this young lady?" They were curious about the trust Qin Hanyue placed in her. Suddenly called upon, Qin Yin felt a pang of anxiety, wishing he hadn't mentioned how Miss Chiao had saved Principal Zhang earlier. What if the surgery failed? Would he be dragged down with her? Stealing a glance at Qin Hanyue, Qin Yin hesitated before finally stating, "She is a remarkable individual." At that moment, the Qin family members were filled with regret, wishing they had fervently intervened. They had momentarily thought that Xiao Ying might become the next Sealy, given Qin Hanyue's unwavering trust in her. Now, it seemed he was overly concerned and perhaps not entirely rational. The eldest of the Qin family steadied himself and asked, "What makes her so remarkable?" Qin Yin felt on the verge of tears. He only knew that Xiao Ying practiced traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and he had no inkling of her proficiency in Western medicine or her audacity to wield a scalpel. In the hospital room, Qin Mu regained her composure and asked her grandson, "Yuchun, did your third uncle allow that young girl to perform surgery on your grandfather?" Qin Yuchun replied, "Grandmother." And upon seeing her expression, Qin Mu nearly fainted. "Please stay calm. At least trust your third uncle. He isn't mistaken. Dr. Sealy was also a young girl. And if Miss Chiao possesses such talent, why shouldn't there be another like her?" Qin Yuchun continued to offer reassurances, though his own confidence was shaky. The operating room was silent, occasionally interrupted by the girl's professional and composed voice, heartbeat, blood pressure, surgical scissors, hemostatic forceps, Mingmen, Tianzhong, Neguan. After more than 4 hours, the surgery concluded with Xiao Ying's final command, "Suture." "I will suture," declared the attending physician. Having recovered from the shock, the physician's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Now eager as a student hoping to be called upon to demonstrate a problem in class. As the surgical lights dimmed, everyone outside the operating room turned their gaze towards the door, their footsteps quickening, hearts suspended in anticipation of a miracle that seemed improbable. When the surgical door opened, 2 attending physicians emerged, removing their masks, struggling to contain their excitement as they proclaimed, the surgery was a resounding success. Successful? The crowd found it hard to believe. Qin Hanyue gently closed his eyes, his heart gradually returning to a state of calm. Qin Yin exclaimed, "Miss Chiao truly is remarkable." A throng of individuals rushed forward to inquire about the condition of the 2 attending physicians. Outside the operating room, members of the Qin family, esteemed experts, and the vice presidents of the hospital, all of whom possessed greater authority than the 2 doctors, typically showed them utmost respect. Yet, at this moment, the 2 attending physicians appeared utterly entranced, neglecting to acknowledge anyone around them. Blocked at the entrance of the operating room, they marveled as if they had never witnessed such mastery. "Incredible. I have never seen hands so steady. I have never encountered such a swift scalpel. How many years of practice must one undergo to reach such a level? Today has truly opened my eyes." The simultaneous presence of traditional Chinese acupuncture needles and Western surgical instruments on the operating table is nothing short of miraculous. Their minds were consumed by the image of Xiao Ying skillfully wielding the scalpel while simultaneously managing Mr. Ming's work with an air of composure that surpassed even those who had practiced medicine for decades. Listening to their conversation, the crowd exchanged glances. The elder Mr. Qin was wheeled out, prompting the Qin family to gather around him. Mr. Ming reassured them, "Rest assured, the blood clot has been successfully removed, and the surgery was a resounding success. I have faith that Miss Chiao will also find a way to counteract the poison." Xiao Ying emerged last, holding a vial of blood samples, and addressed Qin Hanyue. "I require a laboratory." Qin Hanyue responded, "It is already prepared. How can we assist? We can handle the instruments or take notes." The 2 attending physicians eagerly approached, their eyes filled with fervor for Xiao Ying, completely forgetting their previous skepticism and doubts before the surgery. They felt fortunate that, under the pressure exerted by Qin Hanyue, they had refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks towards Xiao Ying. They were equally grateful that they had cooperated during the operation, allowing them the privilege to witness such a magnificent visual spectacle. Mr. Ming, unwilling to be outdone, exclaimed, "Miss Chiao, allow this old man to lend a hand. I have been studying the poison that afflicts Mr. Qin and have made some progress. Perhaps I can be of assistance." He thought to himself that having just witnessed Xiao Ying's surgical prowess, it was now his turn to contribute. The fervor of the 3 individuals made it difficult for others to fathom the astonishing operations they had just observed. After exiting the operating room, Xiao Ying promptly entered the laboratory. As dusk approached, she remained alone in the lab, with a cage of lifeless laboratory mice behind her. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, but she ignored it. After a quarter of an hour, she finally took a moment to check her messages, only doing so because she suspected it might be a message from Qin Hanyue. Otherwise, she would not have bothered. Qin Hanyue inquired if he could come in, to which Xiao Ying replied with a brief response. Moments later, he entered accompanied by Mr. Ming. Xiao Ying stood before the microscope, her workstation cluttered with an array of test tubes and instruments, a chaotic spectacle where even the tubes lay haphazardly in a riot of colors, likely decipherable only to her. The scene inexplicably evoked the term scientific madman. Upon entering, neither Qin Hanyue nor Mr. Ming dared to interrupt her, choosing instead to stand silently by, waiting for approximately half an hour. Finally, Xiaoying broke the silence. "How is your father?" Qin Hanyue replied. "His condition is stable." Xiaoying lowered her head, diligently recording something, and after a considerable while, she finally replied, "I need a bit more time." Qin Hanyue responded, "All right." He observed Xiaoying, hesitating before softly suggesting, "Perhaps you should take a break and have dinner. It is already 8:30. Xiaoying dismissed the idea, her focus unwaveringly fixed on her work, never once glancing at Qin Hanyue or elsewhere. This was the first time Qin Hanyue had witnessed such a side of Xiaoying, serious, engrossed, utterly undistracted. What was Xiaoying like in her usual demeanor? She could be described in many facets, yet more often than not, she exuded an air of indifference. No matter what one might do in her presence, she maintained a relaxed, detached attitude, treating everything as mere entertainment, even in perilous situations where one misstep could lead to disaster. Qin Hanyue could vividly imagine her focused demeanor while performing surgery in the operating room just moments ago. He positioned himself discreetly, ensuring he wouldn't disturb her, silently keeping her company. Meanwhile, Old Ming observed Xiaoying as she recorded data and conducted various experiments. Clearly intrigued by her dedication, time seemed to stretch on, and it felt as though dawn was approaching. Qin Hanyue had contemplated urging her to rest more than once, but each time he caught sight of her concentrated yet impassive face, he swallowed his words. After Xiaoying had intently stared at a lifeless white mouse for a full 10 minutes, Qin Hanyue finally could not hold back any longer and gently inquired, "How is it?" Xiaoying glanced up at him, revealing the faintest traces of bloodshot in her eyes. She remained silent, lowering her gaze once more to the mouse. It was indeed the poison of the shadow. Why would the shadow administer such a slow-acting poison to the old Master Qin, given their capabilities? It would be no challenge to eliminate him outright. Choosing such a convoluted method suggested it was not a commissioned act. A killer organization and a businessman are unlikely to harbor deep-seated enmity. If animosity truly existed, they would hardly resort to such subtle tactics. What could be the reason? In the capital, only one individual associated with the shadow could wield such poison, Redheart K. If that old rascal was involved, his motives would not be difficult to surmise. Yet Xiaoying found it peculiar. If Redheart K coveted the vast wealth of the Qin family, why not poison Qin Hanyue, who held power, instead of targeting the retired elder? Was it a fear that should Qin Hanyue perish, the Qin family would fall into chaos, becoming uncontrollable? Hence, the plan to set fire to the backyard first? Was he intending to consume them piece by piece? That old fellow certainly had an insatiable appetite and ambition, daring to set his sights directly on the Qin family, and even on their own turf. If it was indeed Redheart K, it was no wonder Qin Hanyue had been unable to uncover the culprit. That old coot could poison someone with utmost stealth. Qin Hanyue watched Xiaoying, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Finally, Xiaoying lifted her head once more and declared, "I can neutralize this poison." Chapter 127, Borrowing Your Shoulder. She was actually creating antidotes. Xiaoying immediately began to write a prescription. Old Ming took the first sheet, nodding in approval as he studied it. "So this herb also possesses detoxifying properties. I must conduct an experiment with it soon." At that moment, Xiaoying handed him another sheet, which Old Ming accepted with both hands, treating it as a treasure, only to be taken aback upon examining it closely. "Miss Qiao, the herbs listed on this prescription are all toxic." Before Xiaoying could respond, Old Ming suddenly realized, gasping in astonishment, and continued, "I understand now. It's a case of using poison to counteract poison." In that instant, his respect for Xiaoying deepened considerably. The audacity of employing such a perilous method, a desperate gamble, revealed her remarkable courage, and it seemed he was about to witness something enlightening. Old Ming felt a surge of excitement. Placing his complete trust in Xiaoying's willingness to adopt this dangerous gambit, even if the subject of the experiment was old Master Qin. Xiaoying remarked, "Actually, antidoting this poison isn't as complicated as it seems." She slightly parted her lips, as if to speak further, but then dismissed the thought, resigning herself to silence. Qin Hanyue, observing her expression, understood that the situation was not as dire as Old Ming had suggested, and thus refrained from inquiring further. "There are several herbs that Ming Shantang may not have in stock. You need to send someone to procure them as soon as possible. Your father cannot afford to delay." Xiaoying instructed Qin Hanyue. While they sought the necessary herbs, Xiaoying took the opportunity to check on old Master Qin's condition. He remained unconscious, connected to various tubes, with several silver needles inserted at his chest, yet his condition was stable. Qin Hanyue waited outside the ward, and soon Xiaoying emerged. She remained silent, making her way towards the laboratory at a leisurely pace, with Qin Hanyue following closely behind. After walking a short distance, She recalled that little could be accomplished in the lab at that moment, so she opted to sit on a nearby bench instead. Qin Hanyue stood quietly beside her, observing her. Xiaoying sat with her legs crossed, her back resting against the chair, and her head leaning against the wall. Her fingers were loosely intertwined on her lap, with her thumbs gently circling one another. She closed her eyes, appearing to be deep in thought, her delicate brows furrowing slightly with fatigue, as if she were also attempting to rest. After a moment of silent observation, Qin Hanyue tentatively spoke. Have you had breakfast? Perhaps you could take a nap in the adjacent ward? At his words, Xiaoying offered a faint smile. I have a peculiar quirk. If circumstances allow, I would rather sleep in a coffin than on a hospital bed. Her body did not yet require sleep. She simply needed a brief respite for her eyes, having been strained from prolonged use. There are sofas in the ward where you could lie down, or we could go to a hotel nearby. I can also take you home, Qin Hanyue suggested. You need rest and nourishment. The cold wall had begun to ache against the back of her head. Upon opening her eyes and meeting the concern in Qin Hanyue's gaze, she gestured for him to sit beside her. As he approached and settled down, the weight of her head gently rested on his shoulder. I am borrowing your shoulder, Mr. Qin, as I assist your family with such significant matters. I hope you do not mind, Xiaoying said. Qin Hanyue smiled silently, pleased by her gesture. Xiaoying continued. The possibility of someone infiltrating the Qin family to poison your father is quite high. Have you uncovered anything? Qin Hanyue replied. After my father was poisoned, I discreetly conducted 6 rounds of investigations over the course of a year, yet found no suspicious individuals. The Qin family's dark guards and bodyguards are all above reproach. No suspicious activities have